Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
The sun was just right, and the breeze blew cool and refreshing. It was an exceptionally fine day. After resting for just a few days you crazy bastards. It's because of you guys picking on me? You kept teasing me for being weak, so I went and trained. What are you going to do about it? To be honest, I've been streaming quite a lot recently. Honestly speaking, I've been streaming all day long for the past few weeks, except when I was sleeping. Can't I take a break sometimes? Am I right or not? Huh? Am I right or not? Say I'm right, now. It might not be such a good day for some, though. From a spot a little away from Diane and her companions, someone was raising their voice and speaking fervently. Even though they were speaking quite loudly, no one seemed to find it strange. It must be something related to that other world. I'm sorry. It was my fault. Raising her voice in a heated argument, only to eventually back down. It was such a typical Diane thing to do. But still, even so, suddenly doing a handstand like that, isn't that a bit odd? Bringing her hands together and standing upside down, Diane's antics caught the attention of Celine and many others, seemingly unaffected by Edel's filter. Joni. Huff. Huff. Yes? Did you call me? What are you doing? It's a workout that's trending among apostles lately. Oh, I see. But why so suddenly? Phew, I feel like my body's been getting a bit dull lately. This exercise is really effective for building back muscles, flexibility, and balance. Would you like to try it, Celine? I'm sorry, but I'll have to pass. I'm not very confident with physical activities. Joni. Honestly, I think it's better if you don't try it. Celine, do a kneel-down bow for Celine and get 10,001. What nonsense is that? Do you think I don't know your true intentions? You promised to post the clip of me fighting with Chromo or something, and I did the kneel-down bow just as you asked. That's it, okay, you perverts. What a peculiar person. Yeah, I agree. I nodded in agreement with Artisha's words. I didn't mean it in a bad way. If Diane hadn't been so unique, we probably wouldn't have gotten this close. It seemed that Artisha felt the same way, as a small smile crept onto her lips while looking at Diane. Thanks to Joni, my hostility towards humans has decreased quite a bit. The long-standing war between the demonic race and the humans. The second racial war left behind a strong animosity between them. Although the demonic race was responsible for instigating it, they had their own reasons related to survival. While they could understand the humans rejecting them, for the sake of their own survival, they had no choice but to view them as enemies. Especially those born during or after the war, they showed a strong hostility towards humans, lacking the complex emotions that the previous generation of the demonic race harbored. However, on the day Chromo's shadow attacked the village, they witnessed it. A human, running tirelessly without concern for their own injuries, just to protect them. The heroic figure who selflessly risked their life to save a child they didn't even know. Of course, that alone wasn't enough to completely dissolve the animosity that had built up until now. But it's a start, realizing that good people exist. It seemed that Artisha was troubled by the newly born demonic race members who held unconditional hostility toward humans. Breaking the chain of hatred, huh? Well, I'm not so sure. Even if we're the ones breaking free of the chain, the other side will likely still be tangled up in it. It's a thought I can't fully comprehend, but it's not my business to argue one way or another. So instead of rebutting Artisha's statement, I changed the subject. Are you all set? Everything's perfect. The ship to take us to Laxia, the supplies, the route. Artisha proudly puffed out her chest, saying that she hadn't overlooked a single detail. You're the one steering, just like we discussed. Yeah, I'm the only one who can resist the Magi as well as handling the ship. Why? It's nothing. I glanced at the long dark circles hanging under Artisha's eyes and shook my head. Well, it should be fine. If push comes to shove, I can just beat her awake. Sensing something eerie, Artisha looked behind her several times, rubbing the back of her head. Unable to find anything unusual, she ended up with a troubled expression on her face. Even though it's probably too late to ask now, are you sure you don't need more rest? I've rested enough already. If I rest any longer, my muscles might start deteriorating. Well, that's true. You're not supposed to agree with me. I shot an irritated look at Artisha, who nodded as if she had nothing to do with it, despite being one of the culprits who confined me to bed in the first place. I'm not one to forget a grudge, you know, just so you're aware. That's a little scary. Artisha shivered. Yeah, that's the normal reaction. Unlike someone who would briefly be afraid and then grin and hug me, Artisha's response was textbook perfect. Caught you, Kana. Sigh. Speak of the devil. No sooner had I thought about her than that someone came running over and scooped me up in a hug. I felt myself lift off the ground and calmly said, "Put me down." No way. You said you haven't fully recovered yet. Just stay quietly in my arms. Hihi, you're so soft. Warmth spread over my head. What's so great about my hair that she keeps rubbing her cheek against it? If this is what my dad meant by looking girlish, then I think it's safe to say that I'll never be able to look like a proper girl for the rest of my life. It's Dayan who's going to be exhausted from holding me like this, not me. Thinking so, I let all the strength drain out of my body and went limp. Dayan let out a goofy chuckle, pleased by my reaction. You're like a cat when you do that. Cat or whatever, it doesn't matter. If everything's ready, let's get going. According to the plan, we should have already finished our checks and set sail. The delay was because of Dayan's sudden handstand performance. I didn't intend to criticize since I had enjoyed watching it, but shouldn't we depart now that it's over? Or do you want to do it one more time? If she wanted, I could help her out. Hanging upside down from the mast while sailing might be a unique experience. When I added this quietly, Dayan shook her head so vigorously that it made a buzzing sound. And no, I'm fine. She then promptly carried me onto the ship. The ship Artisha had prepared for us was quite large. It was big enough to make me wonder, are just 4 of us really going to be on a ship this size? It wasn't about wastefulness or anything like that. It was a simple curiosity about whether just 4 people could actually handle such a large ship. I didn't know for sure, but a ship of this size would definitely need a lot of hands. Well, she probably prepared it knowing it's possible. No way would she have prepared a ship like this just out of gratitude without considering the logistics. Don't worry. I'm confident when it comes to sailing. Artisha, who had somehow followed us aboard, seemed to have read my thoughts and spoke up. When you live near the sea, you can't help but get used to it. If you want to catch fish, you have to go out to sea. Of course, that's besides the fact that I just really enjoy sailing. Oh, really? So, is fishing your hobby or something like that? No, I just like steering the ship. When I'm out on the sea, feeling the breeze blowing in from Laxia, it brings back memories. It worked out, didn't it? You can finally go to Laxia, just like you wanted. Well, I guess. Although I still won't be able to set foot on land. Artisha nodded as I quickly finished Dayan's hesitant sentence for her. While we exchanged a bit of small talk, Celine boarded the ship as well, and we did a final check to ensure we hadn't missed anything. After confirming there were no problems with the ship, Artisha unfurled the sails and hoisted up the anchor that had been sunk into the seabed. NNNGH. Up, it goes. Do you need some help? No, I'm fine. At Dayan's gentle offer, made as she approached, Artisha firmly shook her head, her strained voice practically sapping the energy of anyone who heard it. In reality, though her voice sounded strained, she didn't seem to be struggling much as she wound up the anchor. Perhaps she wasn't exaggerating when she said sailing was her hobby. Without accepting any help, Artisha finished the preparations for departure and wiped the beads of sweat off her forehead. Well then, shall we set sail? Do we not need to row? Do you want to row? Here. Thud. No, that's not what I meant. Dayan looked distressed as she held the oar Artisha handed her with one arm. Then, as if realizing something, she glanced down at me, who was still being held in her other arm, and her face brightened up. Well, if I think of it as rowing together with Kana, it might not be so bad. Why would I? Why would I want to do that, especially when I hadn't even said I would? Not understanding why she would think such a thing, I tilted my head slightly. She looked down at me with eyes full of betrayal. Are you serious? What do you mean are you serious? Don't you think it's weirder to make someone as valuable as me row? That is true. I wanted to have a pedal boat date. Dayan muttered something incomprehensible. I looked up at Dayan's dejected expression with a mix of pity and disbelief, then snatched the oar from her hand. Whoosh. I threw it far off into the distance. We don't need something like that? Artisha probably never intended to row the boat in the first place. She was likely just teasing Dayan. Judging by the way she was suppressing a grin, it was obvious. Catching on, I shot her a look, and Artisha adjusted her expression and spread her hands wide. A low hum filled the air. From her outstretched hands and her intact horn, a dense amount of magi began to flow out. The magi soon turned into a fierce gust of wind, striking the sails. Whoa! With the sudden acceleration, Dayan lost her balance and wobbled. For a moment, she squeezed my abdomen with all her strength. I wasn't truly out of breath, but the unexpected pressure made a strangled sound escape my lips. Acknowledge. Oh, sorry. If you're sorry, why don't you put me down now? Boo, did you get tired of me? If you don't want me to, then put me down. Finally, I was released from Dayan's grip and regained my freedom. Stretching my arms up towards the sky, I loosened up my stiff body as Dayan watched with a satisfied smile. What? Nothing. It's just, you look cute when you stretch. She finds the strangest things cute. Ignoring her familiar, playful comment, I continued stretching my stiff limbs. Sway. A single boat drifted alone on the vast blue sea, tinged with a hint of black. Swoosh. Every time a gentle wave rippled, the red fishing bobber would sink briefly before rising back up again. It was a peaceful and tranquil scene. However, Dayan didn't seem to think so. Her half-closed eyes idly watched the bobber with a bored expression. Jerk! Suddenly, the bobber plunged deep into the water. Her previously half-closed eyes shot open, and her hand gripped the fishing rod tightly. As if the boredom from just moments ago had never existed, her face lit up with excitement as she pulled hard on the rod only for her expression to turn into disappointment. Boo! No fish had taken the bait, and the hook still held the untouched bait as if nothing had happened. Plop! With a disinterested hand, Dayan cast the line back into the water. Thus began another long and uncertain wait. Blinking slowly as she followed the bobber's movements, Dayan spoke. Kana. Why is she calling me like that? I was sitting beside her, practicing sensing the flow of mana, but I couldn't ignore her constant calling and finally responded. What? I want to become a fisher of men. What Dayan usually said was half nonsense, half chatter, so it rarely helped to listen carefully. So, sensing more nonsense coming, I turned my head away. That's mean? No, it's not. Despite claiming she'd become a confident angler when she picked up the fishing rod, she was now fidgeting, too bored to sit still. If you're that bored, why not spar or train a little? But if I fight on the boat, it'll sway too much, making it hard to keep my balance. That's why you need to experience it in advance. If it's too tough, at least practice your stance. It'll help you keep your balance. Pfft. Why can't you just play with me? Pouting her lips, Dayan grumbled and complained but carefully set the fishing rod back on its stand. Make sure to watch closely if it catches something, okay? Me. Since I'm training like you suggested, Kana, you have to take responsibility too. Is that so? She said it so confidently that it confused me. I tilted my head, and Dayan stuck out her tongue playfully. Ha, just kidding. No, I'll watch it. Huh? Really? It's no big deal. It's not even difficult. The one-armed swordsman and Chromo's shadow. Perhaps the encounters with them had sparked something in Dayan, as she'd been diligently training lately. Without me saying anything, she'd voluntarily gone out to practice her swordsmanship. I couldn't believe it when she even came to me, lying in bed, to ask about sword techniques. Who are you? Huh? It's nothing. Given all that, my reaction was perfectly justified. Who would have thought that Dayan, who used to slack off, would suddenly start showing such initiative? It was truly a heartwarming development. If a student does something praiseworthy, isn't it the teacher's duty to reward them? Wait. If that's the case, then I'll take a different reward. I want to cancel what I just said. I can't waste a reward from Kana on something as trivial as watching a fishing rod. Nope. You can't take it back. That's so unfair. If you keep working hard consistently, I'll give you another reward. You promised. I hadn't even specified what kind of reward, yet Dayan's enthusiasm flared up once again. Hey, Kana, have you ever gone fishing before? Do you know how to catch a fish? Don't you just pull it in? Beep. Wrong answer. Sometimes you have to apply strength, and sometimes you have to ease up to tire out the fish. The key to fishing is not just pulling blindly. It takes a lot of energy that way, and if you're not careful, you could even break the rod. It's a common mistake beginners make, so it's good to know. Dayan continued to babble on about how it's all about the subtle push and pull, or how timing the hook set is crucial. Standing in front of the fishing rod, listening absent-mindedly to Dayan's Fishing 101 lecture, I finally spoke up. If you're that good, why haven't you caught anything yet? You just hit a sore spot. Seeing my hand reach for the rod, Dayan wiggled her fingers menacingly and quickly ran away. Just you wait. Watching her run off, leaving behind lines that sounded like something from a third-rate villain, I briefly turned my gaze back to Dayan, who now looked more like a proper swordsman. Then, I refocused on the bobber swaying in the water. I'd caught fish before, but I'd never gone fishing. Holding a fishing rod felt very unfamiliar. It made sense that I didn't know how to hold it properly, but even so, I instinctively adjusted my grip to find the center of balance, as if it was second nature. Should I be proud of myself for that? It wasn't really something to ponder over. It's better than being clumsy. Even getting the posture right is something. When I first met Dayan, she couldn't even hold her stance properly. I spoke lightly, bad-mouthing Dayan as smoothly as the water flowed. No, it's not bad-mouthing if it's true. As I remained lost in thought, listening to Dayan's occasional grunts, the sound of the waves hitting the boat, and the wind as background music, I felt like I could understand why some people liked fishing. It's like stepping away from the world and enjoying a moment of relaxation. Well, I understood it, but I didn't particularly want to take it up as a hobby. I'd rather use this time to swing my sword once more or take a nap. Sploosh! I was spacing out when the bobber suddenly plunged deep into the water, watching the bobber disappear into the dark blue waters. It wasn't until I felt the heavy weight through the fishing rod that I realized a fish had bitten. Oh, it's biting. Sensing the commotion, Dayan quickly approached. What? Did you catch something? Seems like it. You sure? You're not talking about me, right? Suspiciously narrowing her eyes, Dayan only withdrew her suspicion after I showed her the trembling fishing rod. Sorry. You were so calm, I thought you were joking. It's just a fish. No need to make a big deal out of it. But, don't you feel anything, like the thrill of the catch? Not really. The clash of swords is much more intense, isn't it? I tilted my head and asked, and Dayan let out a deep sigh. That's not what I meant. Ugh, let's just catch the fish first. Can you feel the fish struggling? Yeah. When it's resisting hard, let the line out a little, and when it weakens, pull it back. You repeat this process to tire it out. Got it. Yeah. I don't know. Do you get it or not? I don't know. I think I can just pull it in. Creak. Kya. Kana. As I tried applying some force as a test, the rod suddenly bent sharply and made an ominous creaking sound as if it was about to snap at any moment. Oh, it's not it almost broke. But it didn't. Do you want to catch it, Joni? No, you have to catch it yourself. I can't steal Kana's first ever catch. First ever. Personally, I was thinking, is this something worth commemorating? But since Dayan was adamantly refusing, I had no choice. I don't like this slow and careful approach. Alright, let's do it this way. With that thought, the dark brown fishing rod slowly turned a light shade of pink. After confirming that even the submerged fishing line was infused with mana, I pulled back on the rod. Splosh! With a loud splash, a pitch-black fish burst out of the water and shot up into the air. Thud! The fish fell onto the deck, splashing water everywhere as it followed the arc of the rod I swung. The creature, forcibly yanked out of its habitat, struggled desperately to return to its home, but the high railing denied it that chance. Leaving it like this seemed a bit cruel, though. It was thrashing around so vigorously that it looked like it could circle the entire deck at least once if left alone. I should probably calm it down. So, I think it went something like this. Recalling what I'd seen before, I clenched my fist and lightly tapped the fish on its head. Thwack! Oops. I misjudged my strength. I meant to give it a light tap, but the moment I heard the sound, I knew what would happen to the fish. Crack! The fish's head caved in, molding perfectly to the shape of my fist. Even though my fist isn't that big, the tiny dent I left in its vital spot was enough to snatch its life away. I briefly mourned for the fish, which went limp as if it had never been thrashing around in the first place. I don't even know where to begin. Used mana just to catch a fish? Or silenced a fish with a single punch? Dayan, who'd been watching me, mumbled in disbelief. Leaving aside the former, she could probably do the latter herself, so why make such a big deal? What's this fish called? Isn't it obviously a monster? So, its name is Monster? That's interesting. It's not a fish, it's a monster. Aha, what a ridiculous conversation. Only then did Dayan understand what I meant and scratched her cheek awkwardly. I thought its name was Monster. Don't they have names? Only the stronger ones that haven't been hunted for a long time. Not this one, though. Just because they're the same species biologically doesn't mean monsters look the same once they become one. If you were to give each and every monster you saw a name, you'd never finish. So we can't eat it. We can eat it. Wow, then let's. Only once. You only live once, after all. I'm joking? Are you sure? Yeah. If it comes to that, we have Celine, so no matter how painful it is, we won't die. That means we can't eat it. Did she already forget why we ended up cooking back at Artisha's residence? She was horrified at the thought of eating monster meat back then, so why is she now drooling over this? Dayan's shoulders drooped. I just wanted to show you the fun of eating a fish you caught yourself. What a strange thing to get attached to. So that's why she was being so stubborn? If that's the case, you didn't have to show me. I already know, though I don't find it that enjoyable. But you said you've never fished before. I've never fished, but you don't have to catch fish only with a fishing rod. I know another way. I swung my sword lightly towards the sea. A gentle splash rose, and soon, a fish with its head cleanly sliced off floated to the surface. Like this? That's not romantic at all. You're still catching and eating it, right? It's different? Totally different. I went through the trouble to show her, but for some reason, Dayan looked even gloomier than before. Why? What should we do with the caught fish? After a short discussion, we decided to hand the fish over to Artisha. Although it looked like an ordinary fish with pitch-black scales, the magi emanating from its body told us it wasn't just a regular fish but a monster. I thought this level of magi wouldn't be harmful even if consumed. I was disappointed that we couldn't eat it, but Dayan insisted on not eating it. Us apostles have a culinary tradition of eating fish raw, sliced into thin pieces, without cooking it. What do you think? Artisha, would you like to try it? Artisha seemed skeptical after hearing Dayan's suggestion. Eating fish raw? I can't really imagine that. Could it be poisonous? We'd have to eat it to find out. Isn't it too late if we find out only after eating it? A little bit should be fine, right? That doesn't sound reassuring at all. Dayan and Artisha continued their discussion, their heads close together. The conversation, which started with whether to eat the fish as sashimi, soon turned into a debate on whether it was poisonous. Watching the two chat so closely stirred a strange sense of nostalgia within me. There was a time when I had such discussions too, debating whether monster meat was edible or not. Captain. Oh, Kana. What's up? This. The monster we caught earlier, huh? Why'd you bring it all of a sudden? Don't you think we could eat it? With your level of resistance, it should be fine. Sure, let's have some monster meat after a long time. Yay. Vice Captain, the meal is ready, so stop thinking about eating strange things and come over. And Captain. Why yeah. Instead of encouraging the Vice Captain to eat strange things, shouldn't you, as a guardian, be stopping her? What if it's poisonous? I mean, unless it's something like the world tree's bane, neither Kanan or I would be affected by most poisons, so why worry? Captain, have you forgotten that the Vice Captain is still young? Children's bodies are weaker than adults. I don't care what happens to you, Captain, but if the Vice Captain gets poisoned because you were careless, it'd be a disaster, a disaster. Alright, wait, what do you mean you don't care what happens to me? And what if this makes her start eating random things off the ground? Do you want people to point fingers and gossip if the Vice Captain picks up things off the street and eats them? That would be bad. Kana, sorry, but no monster meat grilling today. Do you two want to get hit? The memory of Dad being completely flustered in front of Aaron, who was frowning, came back to me vividly. As I dug up that dust-covered memory, I tilted my head. I guess this situation is a bit different. Well, the general context is the same, so it's fine. That was just the first memory that came to mind, but I had a few other similar experiences. For example, when our rations ran out due to an unexpectedly long journey, or when ingredients were contaminated with magi while fighting monsters. Each time, a heated debate would ensue. Just like now, whenever a group of individuals with enough power to resist light magi gathered, this sort of situation always seemed to arise. Are you okay? Yeah. Surprisingly, it's fine. It's chewy and savory. No, I meant if you're feeling any ill effects after eating it. Ugh, cough. Don't suddenly start pretending like that. Wasn't this what you wanted? Why would I want that? While I was lost in my memories, their conversation had progressed further. They were now taste testing the raw sashimi, neatly sliced into pieces. Artisha shared her thoughts on each bite she took, while Celine, using her divine power, provided support on the side. Even if she was just a novice, Celine was still a candidate for sainthood. Using such high-level personnel for something as trivial as eating monster meat. I wonder how the followers of the Church of Edel would react if they saw this. As I pondered this, I approached them. Nom. Gasp. Nom nom. Kakana. You can't eat that. It's dirty, dirty, dirty. Artisha's expression shifted dramatically after suddenly being labeled as someone eating dirty things. That's not what I meant. I was worried that, since Kana's not part of the demonic race, eating monster meat might be dangerous. Realizing her slip of the tongue, Dayan hastily tried to explain herself. Gulp. Despite Dayan's frantic explanation, I continued to chew the sashimi and swallowed it. In the world of Cilia Online, while there was a culture of eating raw meat, there was no tradition of consuming raw sea creatures, so this was my first time eating sashimi. Of course, if you consider my past life, this wasn't my first time. But since I didn't remember how it tasted or what the texture was like, I suppose it could be considered the first. Either way, my first experience with sashimi wasn't bad. It had a slightly fishy taste, but the subtle savory flavor combined with the chewy texture made it quite enjoyable. As I picked up another piece, Dayan looked at me with curiosity. Is it good? It's decent. Really? That's surprising. Most people are repulsed when they try it for the first time. That's because I've had it before back when I lived on Earth. Not that I could say that, and even if I did, she wouldn't understand. I don't know. Maybe it's because I've had worse things before. Worse things. Like bread picked from a trash can, or half-rotten meat. Be honest. You're saying that to guilt-trip me, aren't you? You've been doing that a lot lately. I wouldn't say no to that. But I didn't want to admit it so easily, so instead of answering, I picked up another piece of sashimi. Sigh. Fine, eat as much as you want. It's good to see you enjoying your food. Dayan gently stroked my head. From the way her voice carried a hint of pity, it seemed what I had just said had made quite an impression on her. Well, objectively and subjectively, I did have a rough life. But there was something Dayan misunderstood. That half-rotten meat was actually a great find. Would street kids living in the back alleys even get a chance to see such expensive meat? Even if it was half-rotten, finding meat was like a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Yeah, I get it. Just eat more. She continued stroking my head, speaking as if something strange happened. You must have had a really hard life. Swoosh. Artisha pushed a few more pieces of sashimi toward me, and I gratefully accepted her offer. If I remembered correctly, we used to dip it in sauce, but since there was no sauce here, there was nothing I could do about it. Even Celine, who had been observing with divine power, joined in on the meal, and seeing her, Dayan, who had been hesitant, reluctantly took a seat. However, she still seemed uncomfortable. While the others ate the sashimi in regular-sized pieces, Dayan cut the already small pieces into even smaller bits before eating them. She clicked her tongue as she chewed. The meal isn't complete unless we make soup with the leftovers. Soup. Yeah. You gather the head and bones and boil them together. It's really delicious. Artisha didn't seem very interested. Understandable. Even I, who knew what Dayan was talking about, didn't find her description particularly appetizing. After the meal, Celine blessed us with her divine power, just in case, and we cleaned up. The fish had been so large that even with the 4 of us eating, there was a lot left over. What should we do with the leftovers? Since it's raw fish, just throw it into the sea. Or use it as bait. But what if the fish eat it and turn into monsters? Do you think there are any normal fish left around here? Good point. With that, we disposed of the leftover sashimi, and Dayan, having completely lost interest in fishing, returned the rod to its original place, concluding the series of events. As soon as the meal ended, everyone scattered to do their own thing, almost as if it had been planned. Dayan leaned against the railing, staring blankly at the sea, while Celine stood beside her with her eyes closed, enjoying the breeze. Artisha was piloting the boat. Now that I think about it, the only one really doing any work was Artisha. Of course, myself included. Since I've eaten and feel drowsy, and have no other tasks, maybe I should just take a nap. I slowly blinked as I sat on a reclining chair with a gentle slope, warm sunlight and a cool breeze. Though the air was tinged with magi, the atmosphere was still perfect for a nap. Emptying my mind and feeling the wind, my eyelids gradually grew heavier. As I allowed my slowly closing eyes to shut, a faint melody carried by the wind reached my ears. It wasn't a clear song with lyrics, but a soft, humming tune. Thinking that Dayan might be singing a lullaby, I lifted my heavy eyelids. But to my surprise, the source of the humming wasn't Dayan. What's that sound? Dayan was bewildered by the humming she heard from somewhere and was searching for the source. Celine, standing next to her, was doing the same. If it wasn't Diane or Celine, then the only one left was Artisha. But I quickly dismissed that thought. Out of all people, Artisha humming a tune seemed the least likely. Besides, the pitch of the sound was too high for me to confuse it with hers. Artisha's voice was on the deeper side, after all. At that moment, Artisha approached us and casually spoke. It's a siren. A siren. Yeah. It's a monster that lures its prey with songs and steals their life. Looks like one has made its nest nearby. As soon as Artisha finished speaking, the faint mist over the water began to clear. And what emerged were figures dolls. Those dolls were floating on the water, circling the ship we were on. Diane, unable to hide her tension as she watched them, tilted her head. They're ugly, though. La. The siren's humming seemed to stop for a moment. Maybe it was just my imagination. I leaned halfway over the railing and looked outside. As I was watching the heads floating on the sea, which had darkened since earlier, Diane gently wrapped her arms around my waist. Be careful. You might fall if you're not careful. Yeah, even if I did fall, I wouldn't get hurt, but there was no need to coldly dismiss someone who was concerned for me. After all, we weren't complete strangers. Anyway, the sea looked more black than blue now, with long hair floating like seaweed, giving it an eerie feel. I understood why Diane said what she did. They're really ugly, aren't they? Gasp. That's too harsh. Too harsh. I mean, that's too harsh to say. Was I too harsh? Of course. Even if it's a monster, calling it ugly right to its face would hurt its feelings. Even if it's true, that would probably hurt them more. And wasn't Diane the one who first called them ugly? I turned to look at her with that thought in mind, and she must have realized it too, because she quickly avoided my gaze. To be honest, there are many monsters uglier than a siren, including the creatures from the abyss. Yet, the reason why the sirens seem so hideous is probably because they resemble humans in a disturbing way. When you see something trying to imitate humans poorly, it stirs an unsettling feeling inside. I feel like there was a specific term for that, but I can't quite remember. After looking down at the grotesque, disfigured faces covered in scales, I lost interest and pulled my body back inside the ship. Along with that, I also removed Diane's hands, which were still holding onto my waist. I ignored the slightly disappointed look on her face. Their voices may be captivating, but with faces like that, anyone lured by their song would probably run away screaming once they saw them. Didn't you just tell me I was being harsh earlier? Well, it's true. If it were me, I wouldn't want to go anywhere near them. That's true. It was funny how she was now making superficial judgments about appearances after lecturing me, but I agreed with her. Seeing their sharp fins and fish-like teeth glint in the light, anyone about to throw themselves into the sea under their spell would probably snap out of it real quick. Siren songs are imbued with mana that ensnares the mind. People who fall for it forget themselves and blindly chase after the melody. But we're fine, aren't we? We're supposed to be. I pointed to the ring glinting on Diane's finger. Do you know how expensive that magical artifact is? If it couldn't even block a siren's attack, we'd have already turned the ship around and headed straight back to Baltora. And I'd have to grab Brandon by the collar and slam him into the ground. Luckily, since the artifact was holding up against the mana, it didn't come to that. Kana, did you already know about sirens? Yeah, but this is my first time seeing one in person. Sirens are sea monsters, so it's only natural that I, who lives on land, wouldn't have encountered them before. Kana, you're certainly more grounded than most people. I'll ask before I hit you. What do you mean by that? You're really going to hit me. Diane may act a bit silly at times, but she's actually very pretty. Now, here she was, on her knees, looking up at me with pitiful eyes and acting all cutesy. I shook my head at Diane, who was shrinking away from me. She let out a sigh of relief. I won't hit you. I'll just throw you into the sea. What nonsense. Since Diane seemed to be spouting nonsense after being mesmerized by the siren's song, wouldn't it be proper to send her over to them? At my added words, Diane peeked out over the side of the boat. The sirens were still circling the boat, as if beckoning her to join them. One of the sirens locked eyes with Diane. Sirens are monsters hostile to humans, so it's not strange that they would look at us with animosity. Eek. But even considering that, the siren seemed particularly hostile towards Diane. One of the sirens waved its arms menacingly, causing Diane to instinctively pull her head back like a turtle. Just as she was about to pull back, I grabbed her, and her body lunged forward over the railing. Kana's trying to kill me. Your friends are waiting for you. Hurry and go to them. I was wrong. I made a mistake. Please spare me. Oh, I thought you liked the sea more than the land. I thought she preferred the sea, considering she said I was closer to the land. Why does she dislike it so much? I stopped teasing her halfway, and Diane sighed in relief. The sirens, who had been circling the boat, disappointed that their prey had escaped, withdrew their arms. What were they even doing? Did they really think I'd throw Diane overboard? The world's gone mad. Would you like to go on your own, or should I? Sirring. At the mere sight of my sword, the sirens quickly scattered. I hadn't even attacked, let alone properly threatened them, but Diane looked on in quiet awe at how they dispersed like ants. You're so charismatic. I awkwardly sheathed my sword, which I had been prepared to swing if they didn't leave peacefully. Now they were fleeing as if I had done something terrible. But I hadn't done anything. It was nice not to have to move around much, but I felt a little uneasy and absent-mindedly fiddled with my sword. They weren't out of range yet. Maybe I should. Kana, you're not thinking something bad, are you? No. I immediately denied it, but Dayan didn't seem to believe me. I'm telling the truth. Why doesn't she believe me? I pouted, feeling wronged for the first time in a while. They're monsters that are harmful to humans, so it's not bad to deal with them. It's a good deed. Well, you're not wrong. But if you promise to spare them and then attack, wouldn't that be cruel? It goes against the spirit of fair play. Fair play? This isn't a duel. I don't mean literally fighting fair. I just mean it feels wrong. You feel guilty about the strangest things. And besides, I never said I'd spare them. I never promised not to attack them if they left peacefully. So, technically, I wouldn't be breaking any agreement. Is that so? Dayan tilted her head, half in doubt, but seemed to accept my reasoning. That does make sense. Of course. Unlike some people, I don't spout nonsense. As expected of you, Kana, but who exactly were you referring to when you said some people? Artisha, I have something to ask you. Kana? Why are you ignoring me? Yeah, what is it? Hey, can't you hear me? Oof. Geez, seriously. She's being a real nuisance. I pushed Dayan away as she shoved her face into mine and continued the conversation with Artisha. Were sirens always living in this area? I don't know. I've never had a reason to come out this far. Or do you want to hear about when I first arrived? When was that? Probably over 10 years ago. Then never mind. They say 10 years is enough time for everything to change. Unless it's a powerful and long-living monster like a dragon, I doubt an intermediate monster like a siren would stay in one place for that long. So, hearing about when Artisha crossed over to the Ardena continent wouldn't be of much help. But why are you asking all of a sudden? Sirens live in a sea where magi flows so thickly that even fish can turn into monsters. It's just kind of curious. Isn't it odd that they're living here of all places? It's not like there'd be any fishermen operating in these waters, and with all the magi, there wouldn't be many marine monsters around for them to feed on. So why stay here instead of moving north or south? Even at the risk of being tainted by magi. Artisha responded nonchalantly to my question. Well, maybe they were just passing through. True. That's a possibility. Come to think of it, assuming the sirens have nested here just based on a brief encounter might be jumping to conclusions. I guess I've been overly cautious lately because of all the things we've been through. Ho ha ha, I think it's not a bad thing. There's nothing wrong with being cautious and prepared. Dayan, standing on tiptoe to make up for her height difference, shook off my hand as she spoke. Yeah, true. That's all the reaction I get? I went out of my way to take your side. I never asked you to. Hey, give me back my effort. Was that something that required effort? Of course. Taking someone's side is like offering a kind of guarantee, so you should be extra careful with those kinds of words. If this keeps piling up, one day it'll come back to bite you. No matter how I look at it, I don't think a few words of support have that much weight. I listened, wondering what she was on about, and sure enough, it was just more nonsense. As I was about to ignore her like usual, a sudden idea popped into my head. I drooped my eyes on purpose. So you're not going to take my side anymore? A sneak attack? You sneaky little, that's unfair. Dayan clutched her chest and staggered, eventually collapsing to the ground as I looked up at her with those drooping eyes. Nonsense monster, defeated. Standing victoriously over Dayan's fallen body, I gave a proud nod. You're having fun, huh? Artisha's exasperated comment, as she looked at us pitifully, was a bonus. The sail swelled tautly, and the ship sped through the sea. It wasn't as fast as a ship built with Earth's technology, but considering it was being powered by just one person, its speed was unbelievable. Moreover, since it didn't require any fuel, it was incredibly eco-friendly. Or is it? Was it really right to call magi eco-friendly? Dayan, feeling uncertain about her own words, tilted her head in confusion. Maybe not. After all, it's not very eco-friendly if the energy turns animals into monsters and makes plants sick. That was the conclusion Dayan reached after a brief moment of thought. Anyway, the reason Dayan was able to enjoy such a fast and pleasant voyage was thanks to Artisha, who spent all her time navigating the ship except when recovering her strength. Can Kana do something like this too? Never mind. Forget I asked. Dayan quickly withdrew her question, which she had asked out of curiosity. Kana could probably do it, but she had a feeling that if Kana tried, the ship would end up half-wrecked, or the sail would be torn to shreds. In that case, Dayan would be left either drifting across the vast sea in a tattered ship or flying through the sky in Kana's arms. That kind of extreme experience. I don't want to do that again. Dayan, who wanted to live a long, healthy life, firmly refused the idea of another heart-pounding, body-flying experience. Dayan tried to calm Kana, who seemed pouty, perhaps thinking she was being ignored. A few days later, Dayan finally spotted land. Thanks to the system, her senses had been dulled, and she hadn't felt seasick despite the rough journey. However, the boredom and frustration of being in a confined space remained unchanged. She had been eagerly awaiting the day they would reach land. But now that the long-awaited land was close enough to see, gulp, Dayan couldn't easily shout for joy. Black soil. I think black soil is supposed to be really good for farming. But Dayan was sure that the black soil she was seeing in the distance wasn't the kind they meant. Even though the land was dark, she felt no sense of life coming from it, even from afar. It felt as though if you planted a seed, instead of growing, it would rot away immediately. That wasn't the only thing making Dayan anxious. The thick black fog, like a mist, rose up, blocking the sunlight. Even though the sun was shining brightly, the whole place had an eerie and gloomy atmosphere. If this were a novel, this would definitely be the setting for the final chapter. Dayan's courage wasn't big enough to boldly step foot into a place like that. As the black wind whipped the sail, the ship, which had been speeding along, also came to a stop. This is as far as I go. Oh, I see. Hearing Artisha's sudden statement, Dayan turned to look at her face and immediately understood. Even with her usual pale complexion, Artisha looked even paler, as if she could collapse at any moment. Right, she had been forced to leave Laxia because of her broken horn. Even now, it's a bit too much for me. Artisha's breathing was far from calm. Seeing her gasp for breath as if someone were choking her, anyone with a heart would find it impossible to ask her to continue. Dayan gently patted Artisha on the back as she gazed at Laxia with a mix of frustration and regret. Thank you for guiding us. As Celine's holy power enveloped Artisha, her deathly pale face gradually regained some color. The chieftain is in the center of Laxia. The road is clear, so it won't be difficult to get there. While the people of Ardena called the leader of the demonic race the Demon King, the demons themselves, including Artisha, referred to him as the chieftain. Considering their original identity as the Purifier clan, the title didn't seem all that strange. I'll give you a small boat, so take that and go. Is that really necessary? We could just run that distance MMPF. Please, we'll take the boat. Dayan quickly covered Kana's mouth to stop her from spewing nonsense. Ignoring Kana's disgruntled gaze, Dayan let out a sigh of relief. Along with Dayan, the group transferred to the small boat tied to the larger ship. The boat, lacking even a sail, would have been cramped if 3 adult men had boarded it, but for 2 adult women and the much smaller Kana, it was perfectly fine. If there were 3 people like Celine, maybe it'd be a bit tight. Is something wrong? Why? I felt a gaze, but I guess it was just my imagination. Dayan, who had been staring intently at a certain part of Celine, quickly feigned innocence. Celine, despite the uneasy look on her face, didn't seem to suspect anything thanks to Dayan's perfectly nonchalant reaction. Thus, Celine didn't notice Dayan's sly grin, and the truth sank quietly beneath the surface. Thwop. If there hadn't been another witness, that is. Dayan suddenly remembered the pink-haired girl standing beside her, who was clearly not pleased. Dayan gulped as she locked eyes with Kana's pink gaze, which was filled with both disdain and scorn. Kana. What? Dayan gave her a thumbs up. Don't worry. One day, you'll grow as big as Celine. Though, on second thought, that might be a bit sad. I won't be able to carry you like this anymore. Just die. Why? Stop. I'm really going to fall overboard. I almost fell. Having narrowly avoided being tossed into the sea, Dayan sat back down, feeling the dampness of her hair as she tried to catch her breath. You two look so close. Watching you warms my heart. You're joking, right, Celine? No, I meant it. Well, thanks. I appreciate being called close, but how can anyone think that after what just happened? Or maybe it just looks that way because I was the victim. Perhaps, from a third person's perspective, it did seem like a moment of closeness. But that doesn't explain why Dayan's viewers were flooding the chat with hooks and anchors after hearing Celine's words. Is this a chat room or an anchor factory? Here, catch this. Catch what? What's whoa? Thump? Hearing a voice from the deck, Dayan instinctively ducked her head to avoid the shadow looming over her. Kana reached out and caught the object that had been falling from above. What's this? You'll need it. What Artisha had thrown was a wooden oar, with one end flat and the other narrow like a stick. It was the same object Dayan had touched the day she first boarded the ship. That boat doesn't have a sail. If they rode the currents toward the continent, they might be able to land without rowing. But waiting for the right currents in these waters wasn't exactly an option. If they were to drift off into the ocean, that would be the worst possible situation. Here. Why are you giving this to me? You said you wanted to row. I never said I wanted to row, though. Really? Then I guess I have to do it, or maybe I'll ask Celine. Kana's voice trembled slightly, and Dayan's eyes twitched as well. This is definitely a trap. Kana's cunning trap to lure me in. Even knowing that, there wasn't much Dayan could do about it. Joni/controversy/child abuse. Me. No saying bad things like dumping hard work on a child and taking it easy. Boo, you trash. I've unsubscribed. Now that I think about it, my dream was to be a boatman. Rowing against the rough waves was beyond Dayan's strength, so she half-snatched the oar from Kana's hands. It wasn't that she had any intention of passing the task to Kana in the first place, the same went for Celine too. How could I ask her to row with those delicate arms? Sighing deeply, Dayan adjusted her grip on the oar with both hands. She wasn't very skilled, but it wasn't her first time either. If she rowed impressively, maybe Kana would look at her with respect, right? With hopeful thoughts, Dayan adopted a rather credible rowing posture and began rowing with enthusiasm. Even a slow bug can roll, right? Seems like Dayan finally found something she's good at. Wait, that's not respect. That's not even a compliment, she's just mocking me, isn't she? No matter how hard Dayan tried to imagine it, the results weren't encouraging. With a sour expression, she continued to row. But strangely, it didn't feel like they were moving at all. The reason for that quickly became apparent thanks to Kana. Idiot. Slide. Kana's hand had untied the rope that had been anchoring the boat, and now it gently slipped into the water. Ugh, how embarrassing. Dayan buried her face in her hands, her ears turning bright red. Have a safe trip. Yeah, see you soon. Thank you. With those simple farewells, the boat sliced through the water toward Laxia. After days of sailing, Dayan finally set foot on land. Ugh. It's common for people to feel seasick when they step onto land after spending a long time on a boat. Having adjusted to the boat's constant rocking, their bodies find it difficult to adapt to the stillness of solid ground. However, Dayan's nausea wasn't due to seasickness. The corpses, Celine muttered, her expression filled with despair. They hadn't expected a warm welcoming crowd, but no one had anticipated this sight either. Corpses. And more corpses. No matter where they looked, there wasn't a single living person. Only the dead remained to greet the party. Dayan squeezed her eyes shut. For a few days, I was bedridden from the after effects of activating the blessing. And for several days, I sailed toward Laxia. During that time, I worked hard to learn the communication methods of the demonic race. The after effects of the blessing, which had left me bedridden, were now barely noticeable, so I had no trouble moving my body, but it still faintly scratched at my nerves. Also, the fact that I couldn't communicate properly was starting to become frustrating. As a result, I was able to reach a satisfactory level. Though I still couldn't understand the entire conversation, I could grasp the gist of what was being said. For example, if someone said, "The apples are really cheap and tasty," what I'd understand would be, "Apple, cheap, tasty." The information was fragmented and disconnected, but because the intent was so directly conveyed, it was enough to understand the meaning. So, it was sometimes easier to comprehend than through conversation. As long as I had enough vocabulary to read between the lines of these fragments, I could piece things together. Even for someone like me, who lived far from any sort of formal education, I had enough vocabulary for that. There were still times when I couldn't fully understand, and moments when my words weren't properly conveyed, but I knew I would improve over time, so I wasn't too worried. Is this an attack? That's why I could understand when Celine spoke with a devastated expression as she looked at the corpses. No. I approached one of the bodies sprawled on the beach. Although it had started to decay, it was still in good enough shape that I could estimate the cause of death. There aren't any big wounds, so I don't think it's that. The other bodies I saw seemed similar. There were some small wounds, but nothing severe enough to be the cause of death. Ugh. Dayan kept retching. Well, it wasn't surprising since, as an Earthling, Dayan likely hadn't seen such sights before. Unless she lived in a conflict zone, which I doubted. Celine, though not as shaken as Dayan, was clearly disturbed as well. If it wasn't an attack, then why are there so many bodies? No idea. Just like them, I had only just arrived at the scene. That's something we'll have to figure out. Why did they die? And why were the bodies left here unattended? Do the demonic race not have funeral customs? But then again, I'd seen Artisha running around tirelessly, collecting the bodies. The more I thought about it, the more it felt like I was getting lost in a maze, so I stopped pondering for a moment. Meanwhile, Dayan, who had barely stopped her dry heaving, staggered over. Ugh. Kana, are you okay? I'm used to it. It wasn't the first time I'd seen a decaying body. I had seen them often enough growing up, so it would be ridiculous to act squeamish over a few bodies. I'd seen far worse than this. Besides, after fighting in battles, if I were to act like Dayan and start retching now, those I killed would laugh at me from beyond the grave. I didn't regret killing them because if I hadn't, I would have died. Still, there were moments when I wondered what it would have been like if I had followed my father's advice and lived a peaceful life. Of course, even if I could go back, I would likely make the same choices. But, it's okay to wonder, right? I exhaled briefly and turned around. I saw Celine, closing her eyes and offering prayers for the dead, and Dayan, pale-faced. Noticing the significantly brighter glow from Dayan's ring than before, I said, "We don't have time. Let's go. It's sad, but we can't afford to stay here and mourn forever. That's not why we came all the way from the distant eastern shore. Whether I wanted to or not, if we headed to the center, we'd uncover the truth." According to Artisha, there seemed to be some demonic race members still alive there. Ugh, yeah. I looked up worriedly at Dayan, who was murmuring absent-mindedly like someone half out of it. Would she be okay? I brought her along because of my selfishness, but seeing how uneasy she seemed, I began to wonder if I should have left her behind. Should I send her back now? Even though Artisha's boat had already drifted far away, we could still catch up if we tried. Of course, we wouldn't be able to catch up using the small boat we had switched to, so I'd have to put in some effort. No, I'm really fine. Really? Of course? Totally fine? Can't you see these bulky muscles? I don't see anything. What? After all the hard work I put into exercising? Look, Kana, take a good look. If you win an arm wrestling match with me, I'll admit it. I'm just soft, boneless meat. Please enjoy me. Ow, ow, ow. Did you actually bite me? Did you really bite? Dayan hastily pulled her arm away. Her pale arm, which she had proudly shown off earlier, was now marked with a clear bite mark. I wiped my mouth casually, as if nothing had happened, and calmly said, "You told me to enjoy you. I was just joking. Who takes that seriously? Well, here I am. Why is it that you only listen well at times like this, when you ignore me every other time? Isn't it better to start listening now? I mean, you're not wrong, but..." Dayan, who had been nodding as if agreeing, suddenly sharpened her gaze. "You're not really like that, Kana. Dash. This brat. Dayan grabbed both my cheeks and squished them. If anyone were to see me now, they'd probably think my protruding lips made me look like a fish. Haha, you look like a fish. So cute. Of course. Celine chuckled softly, expressing a sentiment similar to what I had just thought. Dash. I almost spat at her. But for some reason, I had a bad feeling, so I held back. It felt like I'd see the worst of humanity if I didn't. Anyway, it seemed like the tension had eased, which was a relief. Dayan probably didn't realize how much I was considering her feelings. I should be the bigger person as an adult. Yes, exactly. Your gaze seems a bit disrespectful. Sigh. What am I even saying to a kid? I can hear you. I wanted you to hear it. Dayan pinched my squished cheeks lightly before letting go. Thanks to my new communication skills, I could now somewhat understand what Dayan was saying as well. Falling for someone is a crime. What? A lilicon? Hey, do you think falling for someone only has that meaning? It can also mean a pure feeling of being drawn to someone. I don't care. Ban anyone talking about polar bears or whatever. Unlike with Celine, even though I understood Dayan's words, I still didn't fully get them. Polar bears? Why bring up polar bears all of a sudden? The polar bear I remember is a bear that lives in the Arctic, but is there another kind? I don't know. It wasn't just Dayan's words I didn't understand, I also meant the path we had to take ahead. Seeing how I felt more unfamiliar than close to Dayan, who is from the same world as me, I guess I'm more of a Cilio person than an Earthling. Even if there are memories that the fierce vortex between dimensions and the harsh experiences couldn't erase, we still have some time. I'll think about it when the time comes. When the time comes. Rest in peace. With Celine's solemn farewell as the last gesture, we left the coastline littered with corpses behind. Celine seemed troubled by leaving the bodies as they were, but she didn't insist on burying them before we went. Instead, she promised to take care of it on her way back to the Ardena continent. As Artisha said, we followed the paved road and headed toward the center of Laxia. We walked for a while. The state of the road was far from good, to say the least. The stone pavement, whose laying date was a mystery, was cracked and uneven in places, and blackened bushes or debris frequently blocked the path. One thing was clear: it wasn't much help for walking. When you think about how roads are supposed to make travel easier, it wasn't doing a great job. Still, I guess it's better than nothing. Whoa. It seemed like Dayan disagreed with my thoughts because, almost immediately, she stumbled over a protruding stone. I quickly caught her by the waist to prevent her from falling. Be careful. Thanks. Leaving Dayan, who was patting her chest in relief, I looked around. It's Stuffy. Huh? You're talking about me. No, the air. Whew, I thought you were calling me Stuffy. Well, you can be a bit stuffy. What? But this time, I wasn't talking about Dayan, I was referring to the heavy, oppressive air around us. Even the simple act of walking took more effort than it should, thanks to the magi surrounding us. I don't know how big Laxia is, but if they call it a continent rather than an island, it probably isn't small. If it's already like this now, how much worse will it be in the center? I still don't see anyone. Only corpses. Why yeah. Though not as many as we saw on the beach, we occasionally came across cold, lifeless bodies as we walked along the road. Were these people also heading toward the sea like the others? Maybe. I half-heartedly agreed with Dayan's words as I drew my sword to deal with the monster that was growling as it approached from a distance. Don't bother me. Screech. The monster, still clinging to life in Laxia, was quite resilient, but that was as far as it went. The beast, which had bared its teeth so ferociously, soon fell into the eternal silence of death after being struck by my sword energy. What kind of creature had that been before it turned into a monster? Judging by the horns, it might have been a cow. After dealing with a few more monsters along the road, Dayan nervously spoke up. Kana, why didn't you tell me to fight this time? So that's why she kept fidgeting, gripping, and releasing her sword and stepping back and forth. She must have been expecting me to tell her to fight. The monsters here are pretty tough. The one that appeared just now was something Dayan could probably beat if she gave it her all. But if she wastes her energy and ends up poisoned by magi, that would be a disaster. With the fuse of the magi bomb burning away with every second, there was no room for carelessness. And lastly, I said I'd protect you here, didn't I? Kana, I'm just keeping my promise. So, there's no need to look at me with such a moved expression. Just because a creature becomes a monster doesn't mean it loses its ability to reproduce. In fact, it seems that becoming a monster might even increase their fertility. Once a creature turns into a monster, even those that were once different species can mate and have offspring. Upon hearing this, Dayan, filled with curiosity, asked with bright eyes. That's fascinating. But how can that be possible if they're different species? How is that possible? Well, how would I know that? I'm neither a monsterologist nor a biologist. Oh, right. It's only natural that I know more than Dayan since I've spent more time in this world, but knowledge is another matter. That's not too different from how it is on Earth. The reason I'm bringing this up all of a sudden is because, as I was dealing with these monsters, I started thinking about it. It must have been a nice place to live before. Considering how overrun it is with monsters now, perhaps they were thrilled to find prey untainted by magi, and that's why they kept coming at us, annoyingly persistent. Just like this. Slice. With a light cutting sound, the monster that had been charging at me flew through the air, head severed. The monster, with its maw wide open, died without even being able to close its greed-filled eyes. Its corpse would likely serve as food for the other ravenous monsters. The irony of a creature that charged in to devour becoming food for others. What a nuisance. It's a waste to pour out my mana, and smacking down each one that rushes at me is just plain annoying. I wish they'd just avoid me. Can't they sense their place and stay away? When you think about it, the idea that wild animals are good at sensing danger might not be true after all. Maybe they found you more approachable than their instincts suggested? After all, you're small and cute. You've got a point. What? Dayan's eyes widened in shock. Wait, does that mean you're finally admitting you're cute, Kana? What nonsense are you spouting now? Nonsense? You literally just said I have a point. That's not what I meant. Judging by her expression, it seemed like Dayan had completely misunderstood me, so I kindly corrected her misunderstanding. I meant about them underestimating me. Because I'm small, it makes sense that they'd think I'm an easy target, right? Dayan pursed her lips. Seeing her eyes darting around frantically, it looked like she was trying to figure out a way out of the situation. Then, after a moment, she squeezed her eyes shut tightly. If revealing the truth is a crime, then I will gladly pay the price. Oh, really? Speaking in such a resolute tone, like a knight heading to war to save the nation, took the wind out of my sails. I know the best response is to not engage with such blatant teasing. But as always, there's a difference between ideals and reality. I moved my hand, measuring one span, then two. What are you doing? Measuring the length. Length? What length? How much I'd need to cut you to be the same height as me? More or less this much. As I tilted my head, looking at my outstretched fingers, I suddenly felt a heavy weight hanging from my waist. Spare me. Cutting off a little bit won't kill you. There are plenty of people who live without legs. There's such a thing as death by shock? Many people die from leg amputation. Really? I didn't know that. Then how about cutting from the top instead? As long as I shorten the overall height, it doesn't matter if it's from the top or bottom. That would definitely kill me. No chance of survival. But Joni always comes back to life, right? Oh, I didn't think about that. Dayan mumbled, you've caught me off guard. Normally, when we had conversations like this, Celine would step in to stop us. And as expected, this time was no exception. Both of you, I think it's time to stop with the jokes. Jokes. It was a joke, right? Please tell me it was a joke. Yes, it was a joke. Just a joke. I said exactly what she wanted, but Dayan's uneasy expression didn't go away. Still, it wasn't my role to care about that, so I drew my sword. Not to perform surgery to shrink Dayan's height, but to deal with the monsters drooling as they charged at us. It was only natural that moments later, the monsters' heads were flying through the air. A new day had dawned, and our journey toward the center continued. We had walked a considerable distance, and the oppressive magi surrounding us now was much stronger than what we had felt by the shore. As a bonus, stronger monsters attacked us too. Shock? A massive shadow loomed in front of me. It moved at such a high speed that it left a faint afterimage, but my eyes didn't miss its form. A giant claw, drenched in magi. If I were scratched by that, I'd likely die from magi poisoning. No, most people would probably be split in two before they even had a chance to die from the poisoning. Despite these thoughts, I made no attempt to block or dodge the claw coming at me. Just as the claw was about to touch my body, bang! A golden light flashed, and the claw rushing toward me suddenly stopped in its tracks. Grr! The monster appeared visibly confused, perhaps baffled by the golden wall that had suddenly appeared and halted its attack. Its fierce face morphed into one of bewilderment, which was amusing to see. Can't understand it? That's fine. You don't need to. I don't have the habit of explaining things to the dead. Some people are into the macabre, but I'm not one of them. Click. Thud. I sheathed my sword and turned away from the monster. A heavy thump behind me told me that something large had fallen to the ground, but I didn't bother to look back. Dayan gave me a round of enthusiastic applause. Was that how you're supposed to do it? Yeah, the true strong ones never look back at explosions. Is that so? I acted according to Dayan's request, but I still didn't understand the meaning behind it. Romance sure is difficult. Well, isn't that what romance is about? I suppose. If Dayan says so, then that must be it. Whatever the case, the client is satisfied, so I guess that's all that matters. Shaking my head at the unsolvable puzzle, I turned to Celine. Thanks. It was easy this time, too. Thanks to you? Oh, no need to mention it. I just did what I had to do. Originally, I had planned to deal with the attacking monsters all by myself. However, at some point, after we fended off several attacks, Celine made a suggestion. Though I may not be of much help, would it be okay if I assisted you during battles? At first, I declined her offer. Whether the monsters attacked in groups or gave me no breathing room, they were never a real threat. Just a nuisance. In such situations, I thought relying on Celine's help would be overkill and unnecessary. How about thinking of it as an efficient investment rather than overinvestment? There are times when one person might need to exert the strength of 3, but with 2 people, you can manage with just 1 unit of strength each. Besides, I feel guilty just watching you fight alone. Celine continued to persuade me like that. I had intended to keep Celine's strength in reserve just in case, but I couldn't argue when she said, "Isn't that the same for you, Kana?" Dayan also strongly supported Celine's reasoning, and in the end, I allowed her to join the battle. Sometimes, majority rule is unavoidable. It's not like it was something that put me at a disadvantage. Besides, I'm well aware of how much power a cleric can bring to a fight, so there was no reason to stubbornly refuse. In reality, being able to deal with the monsters without worrying about getting hurt has made things much more convenient. Since I no longer had to focus on evading or defending, I could pour all my energy into attacking. You're living up to the title of apprentice saint. Thank you for the compliment. You're also incredibly skilled, Kana. Well, fighting's all I've done to make a living, so I'd better be good at it. I've also trained my body to serve Lady Edel, so I can't help but be good at this. You never lose a word, do you? Even though we were praising each other, it wasn't really a conversation where anyone could claim victory or defeat. I glanced at her, and Celine covered her mouth, letting out that trademark soft laugh of hers. Shaking my head, I recalled the original reason I had momentarily forgotten due to the monster attack. There was a house built just a bit off the road. We were supposed to check this place. Anyway, this one's empty too. I peeked into the house and spoke. There was no need to worry about someone scolding me for looking inside without permission. After all, there was no door to knock on and no homeowner to grant me permission. The remnants of where a door once stood and the abandoned state of the interior left no sign of life. Cough, cough. Ugh, so dusty. Celine, do you happen to know a holy spell to clean up dust? Should I try making one? No, that's really not necessary. I looked around at the furniture covered in so much dust it was practically white, then stepped back outside. Normally, coming out of a dirty place into a cleaner one would feel refreshing, but with the thick presence of magi in the air, it didn't make much difference. As we headed deeper into the center, we saw more houses that hadn't been visible in the outskirts. This was proof we were heading in the right direction, but at the same time, it gave me an eerie feeling. All the houses we had come across were eerily empty, not a single rat in sight, as if it had been planned. As we move closer to the center, shouldn't more people be living in the outskirts if the magi is stronger here? That's what I thought, but the scene unfolding before my eyes was the complete opposite. Could I be wrong? That thought crossed my mind, but fortunately, the others seemed to agree with my line of thinking. Well, we'll find out soon enough. Once we reach the center, we'll get the answers to all these questions. That's what I thought as I looked ahead toward the horizon, where a thick mass of ominously swirling magi was waiting. Thud. The night is cold. With the sun that provided warmth now hidden below the horizon, it's only natural. However, it doesn't feel as chilly as one might expect, perhaps because the difference between day and night temperatures isn't that great. Thud. On the continent of Laxia, which is covered by magi, the sunlight never fully shines through. As a result, even during the day, it often feels cool. Noticing that the fire's once blazing flames had dwindled a bit, I threw in another log. The flames, which had momentarily hesitated, eagerly devoured the wood and flared up fiercely again. The warmth radiating from the fire gently enveloped the surroundings. Celine stirred in her sleep. It seemed the sudden warmth in the air was unfamiliar to her. Still, she didn't seem to dislike the cozy warmth wrapping around her, as she neither opened her eyes nor complained, returning instead to her peaceful breathing. And Diane? Yep, she's sleeping soundly. She was so deeply asleep, not moving an inch, that I reached out and placed a finger under her nose just to be sure. Feeling the faint breath tickle my finger, I withdrew my hand. Thud. No learning ability at all. As I checked on my companions, I heard a sound, as if something was banging against something else. After 3 failed attempts, you'd think it would stop by now. I sighed and, without bothering to stand, drew my sword. Wielding a sword in this position wouldn't allow me to put my full strength into it. After all, I was swinging it using only my arms. Not to mention, with my small frame, I already have to be careful to keep the sword from dragging on the ground when standing, so sitting made it even harder. But despite knowing that, I didn't bother getting up. It was enough to deal with the thing that kept annoyingly banging against the barrier Celine had created with her holy magic. Swish. In an instant, a gust of wind, as sharp as a blade, swept through the campsite. That was all it took to silence the pest that had been rudely banging on our door in the dead of night. Disturbing my thoughts deserves the death penalty. Honestly, I'd just been spacing out, staring at the fire, but words are all about how you spin them. Yawn. Watching the flames dance as they flickered in the fire naturally made me yawn. I felt strangely drowsy. The night watch I'm familiar with has a more tense, alert atmosphere. But thanks to Celine's holy barrier, it felt more like we were on a peaceful getaway trip. In truth, there wasn't even a real need to stay on watch. Most creatures wouldn't be able to break through her barrier, and if something strong enough did, I'd wake up to it instinctively. So why are you sitting here all alone, moping? Grazid remarked. I'm not moping. I'm just organizing my thoughts. In my eyes, it looks the same. Well, maybe that's how lizard eyes see things. I'll let it slide. Tisk, that sharp tongue of yours. If you don't like it, you can leave. I wasn't worried about something like, what if it actually leaves? There's no way Grazid would abandon me, and if it did, that would be exactly what I want, an opportunity to shake off this clingy perverted lizard. Now that I think about it, maybe I've gotten used to Dayan visiting me every day because of Grazid's constant presence. Not that I'm thankful for it, though. Ahem, not that I dislike it. Then stay quiet. Just as I thought, my sharp words made Grazid back down quickly. If you have so many worries, why not share them with me? Me? Share my worries with you? I've lived long enough to offer some help. Trust me, you won't lose anything by confiding in me. Nothing to lose? Of course, I'd lose something. I'd have to actually talk to you. Do you know how exhausting that is? You're the first and will likely be the last person to treat me like this. Old man, times have changed. Even as the years passed, dragons still remained revered, but the influence that Grazed once had was not what it used to be. No wonder those royal brats treated the Crimson Aegis with such disdain. I didn't really want to pour out my troubles to this perverted lizard, so I asked something that had just popped into my head. Your kingdom fell. Do you regret it? I made a contract with Sigrid, not his descendants. Besides, didn't I already do enough for them? Do you know how much effort I put into making that ring? You're trying to say you worked hard on it, even putting off healing the injuries you got from fighting Chromo, right? I'd heard the story so many times that I could recite it in my sleep. And yet, there weren't many who could actually use it properly. I got carried away while making it. I couldn't help it. After all, it would have been embarrassing if some nobody used an artifact granted by a dragon. You're so full of yourself. In the end, it means you made it thinking only about your own pride, without considering whether anyone could use it. What's the point of creating something more impressive than what the dwarves can craft if no one can wield it properly? And to top it off, you added that annoying restriction: royal blood must not taint it. To be precise, not just any royal blood, but only royal blood of Sigrid's lineage. Same difference. Imagine creating a sword for someone only for that sword to end up hurting them. Wouldn't that be ridiculous? I was preventing such a tragedy. So, in the end, it's all about your pride again. As expected, a dragon is the embodiment of vanity. From the start, Grazed never cared about the Graces or Sigrid. As I conveyed that thought, Grazed began to yap again, trying to justify himself. But since my intention was to provoke him, I just pretended to pick my ears and let his words go in one ear and out the other. If you're going to speak freely inside someone's mind, you should at least pay a price, right? That's how I see it. But I wouldn't have done so much if I didn't care. I took it seriously. Hold on. Be quiet. The chatter in my head stopped, and silence fell over the area. Not that it was noisy to begin with, since we were communicating telepathically. But in the quiet night, between the crackling of the campfire and the occasional gust of wind, a foreign sound slipped in. Creak, creak. It was the sound of something dragging across the ground. Could it be a monster? No. I immediately shook my head. It didn't feel like a monster's presence. Besides, if it were a monster, it would have charged at us by now, or approached more stealthily instead of making noise like that. And this wasn't the first time I'd sensed this kind of presence. It was a feeling I often encountered in people who were injured and struggling to move, which meant the approaching figure was human. It was probably one of the demonic race, specifically from the Purifier clan. Sure enough, emerging from the thick darkness into the firelight was a figure with pale skin, a member of the demonic race. The man staggered forward, and when his eyes met mine, he froze in shock. It seemed he hadn't come looking for us intentionally. Of course, he could be acting, but even if that surprised look was fake, I wouldn't be too upset. There was no helping it, after all. You people. SHH. I raised a finger to my lips, gesturing toward my sleeping companions. The man quickly shut his mouth. At least he had good sense. The man cautiously approached the campsite without much warning, coming closer to where I sat. Thunk. Ah. The man let out a short breath. Whether it was a gasp of amazement or a sigh, I couldn't tell, as he collided with the divine barrier that Celine had erected. His trembling hand reached out to trace the barrier, feeling its surface. The divine power of Lady Edel. I never thought I'd feel it again in my lifetime. He was so overcome with emotion that tears began to fall from his eyes. Watching this scene, I blinked in mild disbelief. He looks like a fanatic. I understood the significance of Edel to these people, so I refrained from making any snarky comments, but I had to admit it was quite something to see someone react this emotionally to divine power. It wasn't something you'd see often on the Ardena continent. It was refreshing in its own way. The man continued to sob quietly, overwhelmed by the divine power, and after some time, he finally stopped his silent weeping. Without even wiping his swollen eyes, he spoke in a cracked voice. I see. You must be from the Ardena continent. That's right. There was no reason to hide it, so I answered him without hesitation. Do you know Artisha? Oh, have you met her? Yes, she brought us here. I see. Her condition must be poor. Mentioning Artisha's name along with the divine power seemed to lower the man's guard even more. If I were lying, he'd be falling right into a trap. He seemed like the kind of person easy to scam. And speaking of which, you don't seem to be in the best shape yourself. For a second, I thought a corpse was walking toward us. Haha, you can tell. You're practically reeking of death. If you're planning to die, do it somewhere else. I don't want to deal with a body here. I didn't want to wake anyone up, but the way this man looked, I wouldn't be surprised if we ended up with a corpse to deal with by morning. Reluctantly, despite all my efforts to keep things quiet, I had to wake Celine up myself. Celine, wake up. Kana, is something wrong? Is there a monster attack? Rubbing her sleepy eyes, Celine asked me, to which I shook my head. That sort of thing was always happening anyway. If a monster strong enough to warrant waking her had appeared, the whole area would have already been in chaos. No, I need you, Celine. That's quite an exciting statement. Are you confessing? No, I get that you're still groggy, but pull yourself together. Hehe. Due to the language barrier, I often ended up talking mostly with Dayan, unintentionally leaving Celine out. It had bothered me for a while, so I was glad we could communicate now, but for some reason, ever since she started understanding me, Celine seemed to be picking up some of Dayan's quirks. The once gentle and compassionate Celine had changed. Should I be happy that we were closer now, or lament that she had been influenced by Dayan? Feeling a mix of emotions, I guided Celine toward the man. Celine removed her hand from the man's shoulder, and the golden divine power that had been swirling around him gradually dissipated. His complexion, though still pale, looked considerably better than it had before she treated him. At least now, he no longer seemed on the brink of collapsing from exhaustion. I've done all I can, Celine said softly. But, you were about to say that complete healing is impossible, weren't you? The man interrupted, his voice calm. I'm sorry. It's my own limitations. Celine lowered her gaze in regret. There's no need to apologize, the man reassured her. I was already at death's door. Thanks to you, I've been granted a bit more time. How could I possibly blame you for that? Please, don't speak so harshly of yourself. He knew well that the scythe of death still loomed close. Yet, the way he faced his impending fate with such acceptance was both admirable and unsettling. When I chose to undergo the ascension ritual, I already made peace with this outcome, the man stated. Hearing the unfamiliar term, Celine couldn't help but ask, the ascension ritual. It's a ritual where one forcefully absorbs magi to elevate their spirit and body, I answered, sensing Celine's confusion. He's part of the demonic race, or rather, you might know them as the Purifier clan. The man gave me a wary look. He wasn't expecting me, someone not of his kind, to be familiar with such a deeply guarded ritual. But, thanks to Edel, I had learned of it. As the young lady mentioned, the man said, slightly more at ease, the ascension ritual is an ancient practice where magi is accepted into the body, raising one's level of existence both physically and spiritually. Celine tilted her head, clearly puzzled by the concept. You mean, by accepting magi, you can ascend to a higher state? Yes, though it's as dangerous as it sounds, the man admitted with a chuckle. You're correct in thinking that it's no simple feat. Forcefully cramming magi beyond your limit into your body is bound to be dangerous, I said. It's like eating food until you can't fit anymore, except the food is something rotten, and your stomach will either explode or make you sick. The man nodded gravely. Yes, the risks are high. So far, only 2 people have survived the ritual, our previous chieftain and our current one. 2 people, Celine murmured, her face clouding with concern. The man took a deep breath, preparing to reveal more. Before I answer any further, let me tell you about our duty. Since you were brought here by Artisha, you must already know our purpose. You're responsible for purifying the polluted mana, right? I said, cutting to the chase. The man's eyes gleamed with a hint of respect. Exactly. Given that, I can keep this brief. He then explained how Edel had once gifted the Purifier clan with the ability to cleanse magi, but over time, that power faded. As magi began to overflow, their mission became more urgent, though many of the younger generation had chosen to flee, putting their survival ahead of their sacred duty. I couldn't stop the children from leaving, the man continued. As important as our duty is, their lives are just as precious. I recalled the village of the demonic race back in Ardena. Even when they smiled, there was always a shadow lurking behind their eyes, a reflection of the guilt they carried for abandoning their sacred task to stay alive. Those of us who remain are either still capable of carrying out the mission or have resolved to die here, regardless of whether we succeed or not. It became clear that, for this man and many like him, the ascension ritual was a last, desperate attempt to reclaim what they had lost, both power and purpose. Yet, even with such sacrifices, the odds of success were staggeringly slim. What's so special about that mission anyway? I muttered, sounding more like a complaint. The man chuckled softly at my grumbling. Those of us who can't hold on any longer are left with 3 choices, the man began to explain. First, follow the others and head to the Ardena continent. Second, accept death. And the third is the ascension ritual, I interrupted, easily guessing the third option. He gave me an impressed look. Exactly. If we succeed in the ritual, we can stay here in Laxia. And if we fail and die, well, most of us have already made peace with that. Are you sure you're not part of the demonic race? The man asked, half serious. I lifted a lock of my hair and smirked. You want to check for yourself? He waved his hand dismissively. No, it's not that I'm truly suspicious of you. It's just that you've hit the nail on the head so precisely. That's because I've already read the answer sheet, I said with a shrug. Answer sheet? Oh, but there's one thing you've misunderstood. We don't face the ascension ritual thinking that failure doesn't matter. Of course. Everyone would prefer to succeed, Celine chimed in before shrinking back, realizing she'd misunderstood the man's point. No, that's not what I meant, the man clarified. He continued, even if we fail, our deaths still contribute to Laxia and to our people. Even in failure? I asked, curious now. That's right, the man said with a smile. Finally, I get to share something you didn't already know. When we die after failing the ritual, the magi we carried also dissipates with us. That can't be, I began to protest, but he cut me off. It's true. Though our bodies are tainted by magi, he placed a pale hand over his chest, our souls remain pure. In the final moment of death, when the soul leaves the body, it mixes with the magi and dilutes the pollution, buying time. While not a full purification, it prevents an immediate overflow of magi. The ascension ritual is performed in remote areas to avoid accidents. Those who fail often go to secluded places to die alone, the man explained. A vivid image popped into my head, bodies scattered along the coast, as well as those who had died on the road, never making it to their destination. Celine must have had the same thought because she covered her mouth in horror. That's insane, she whispered, barely able to comprehend it. I couldn't help but smile grimly. Then again, who am I to judge? Pardon, the man asked, not quite catching my muttered comment. Never mind, I waved it off. So, is everyone who's still alive gathered at the center? He nodded. Yes. Most of those who lived on the outskirts have gone to the Ardena continent. The ones who remain have moved to the center. If we don't stick together, the village won't survive. Yeah, makes sense, I agreed. With fewer people, it would be impossible to maintain a village without consolidating. The conversation that had started off long-winded finally reached its conclusion with a shocking revelation. Even though I'd heard about the ascension ritual from Edel, I hadn't realized how the participants viewed it. Like Celine, I was left deep in thought about the weight of the demonic race's sense of duty. It was far more intense than I'd imagined. The man seemed to sense that his story was finished and politely asked, if it's not too much to ask, may I inquire something as well? What is it? I replied, curious about his question. Why are you all heading toward the center? The man asked, wasting no time. You sure are quick to ask, I noted with a smirk. Haha. Well, I suppose there really wasn't a chance to say anything until now. That ascension ritual you mentioned. As I spoke, the campfire, which had been dying, was already smoldering. I tossed in the remaining firewood, and the flames grew larger than I had ever seen before. I'm going to try it too. Of course, unlike you, I'm not thinking, it's fine even if I fail. Sacrificing my soul for the benefit of others? Yeah, that's not me. I'm not the self-sacrificing type. I will succeed. No matter what. As I poked at the fire with a stick, stirring the flames, I suddenly noticed the silence. When I looked up, both the man and Celine were staring at me with identical expressions like they were asking if I had lost my mind. What? Shouldn't Celine, at least, already know what I'm thinking? Edel didn't tell you? I asked. Celine quietly nodded. No. Aha, no wonder. So, you don't even know our objective, do you? It's strange, right? Working together without knowing the shared goal is clearly absurd. What was Edel even doing, not explaining something like this? It's why having a proper leader is so important, I thought. In that sense, I was a fairly good superior back in the day. At least, no misunderstandings like this ever happened under my command. No matter the chatter from below, the final decision was always mine. And if I sensed any disagreement, I would quickly assert control. Usually, it was the noble-born knights who caused problems. But even the rebellious ones would come to see my way after a good, earnest conversation. Of course, each time, the number of patients in the infirmary mysteriously increased, but knights getting hurt during training isn't that big of a deal, right? Bam? That's not the point. Celine suddenly stood up, her voice unusually loud. I flinched at her outburst, which was quite unlike her, and frowned. You're going to wake her up. Lower your voice. Are you seriously considering doing it after hearing that failing means your soul will disappear? She demanded, ignoring my warning. We only use that method to dilute the magi. Failure doesn't mean the soul will A sharp glare from Celine silenced the man instantly. Even though he was likely much older than her, given that he had called Artisha a child, he looked completely cowed by her presence. You're misunderstanding something, I said calmly. This was Edel's idea. Edel's. Celine's eyes widened. Yeah, honestly, I wouldn't have even thought about trying it if Edel hadn't told me. What on earth for? Celine asked, still in disbelief. What for? I already told you. The purpose of the ascension ritual, as the man explained. I needed a higher level of power, and if I succeed in the ritual, it's to raise my level, I stated plainly. I'll reach a much higher level than I am now. Oh, I phrased that wrong. It's not if I succeed. I will definitely succeed. Like I said before, failure isn't even a consideration. You need to start working on raising the tier of your soul. Once I agreed to cooperate, Edel began to explain her plan to me. What exactly is a tier? It's the right to grasp higher power, the qualification to break free from natural law, the proof of one's existence, and many other things. But even if I explain it this way, it probably doesn't make much sense to you, right? Is it like a state of mastery? It's not exactly the same. But if it's hard to understand, you can think of it that way. Tier and mastery are closely related. Does that make a bit more sense now? No, I still don't really get it. So why do I need to raise my tier? You need to raise your tier in order to defeat the dimensional creatures. Just keep explaining. With every word Edel said, more question marks appeared in my mind. But I figured that if I kept raising questions, we'd never get through this conversation. If we took it too slow, she might disappear on me again, just like the first time we met. Although she said it wouldn't happen this time, my trust in Edel wasn't exactly high. To stop the dimensional creatures, I downgraded this world and subordinated it to Earth, right? I made it sound easy, but it's actually not a simple thing. Subordinating one massive entity of energy to another of equal size is no easy task. If the adjustment is off, both worlds could be torn apart, leaving no trace behind. The reason it was possible was because the world of Cilia had already been invaded by dimensional creatures and wasn't in a complete state, and even in that state, Edel hadn't lost her administrator privileges. Thanks to Edel's full cooperation as an administrator, Earth's administrator was able to incorporate the energy mass of Cilia, which had shrunk, under its control. Being subordinated to another world isn't always a good thing. Think of it like this, the higher dimension is a person standing at the top of a waterfall, and the subordinated world, the lower dimension, is a person standing at the bottom. The person at the top can easily affect the person below, but how easy do you think it is for the person at the bottom to influence the one above? No matter how hard you throw a stone, it wouldn't reach them. And climbing the waterfall against the current is even more unrealistic. Can't you just use sword energy or something? You could throw sword energy, or use magic, or try to endure the torrent with a strong body, but those aren't things ordinary people can do, right? Those are the things only someone with tear can achieve. The right to break free from natural law, she had said. After listening to her explanation, I think I'm starting to understand a bit. Basically, tear is a tool that lets you affect those higher up, whether it's with a sword or magic. Even though she's probably reading my thoughts, she didn't outright deny what I was thinking, so it must not be too far off. Could you not use divine power for something like that? Anyway, affecting the higher dimension from the lower one is incredibly difficult. No, it's much harder than that. I get that part. So, how is that related to me needing to raise my tier? This is so embarrassing. Edel grumbled. Up until now, the dimensional creatures and I were on equal footing, or maybe I had a slight advantage. But after losing to them and being subordinated to Earth as a lower dimension, I'm now below them. Even if it's just a slight advantage, an advantage is still an advantage. In Celia's dimension, I can't effectively fight them. That's why I turned it into a game. So, you used beings from a higher dimension to hunt enemies in a lower dimension. Exactly. You catch on quicker than I expected. Quicker than expected. I narrowed my eyes at the words, as if she hadn't expected me to understand. Somehow, this felt familiar. Oh, I remember now. The mages, full of hot air, used to say things like this. That I could sense mana, but because I was too stupid, I ended up swinging a sword instead of using magic. Of course, whenever I heard that, I kindly corrected their misunderstanding. And as a bonus, I'd help straighten out their hunched backs from sitting at desks all day, which they really appreciated. Could Edel be one of those types? Ahem, that's not the point right now, is it? Anyway, let me tell you how you can raise your tier. Edel awkwardly changed the subject, avoiding my persistent gaze. And what she said next was the absurd method known as the Ascension Ritual. After all her talk about having a trump card, she casually suggested what was essentially a suicide mission, even recommending Laxia as a prime suicide spot. I looked at her in disbelief and asked again. Are you really telling me to do something like that? This doesn't make any sense. Fools who tried to absorb more mana than they could handle in order to elevate their mastery were often found in history books and various records. Why do I call them fools? Because their tragic end was written alongside their stories in those records. Perhaps there are successful cases that weren't recorded, but at least from what's documented, I haven't seen any successful examples. If it were that easy to elevate mastery, then anyone could be called a master. Don't worry, since your soul endured the dimensional vortex, you can definitely withstand this ordeal too. Theoretically speaking. Wow, that's really reassuring. I couldn't help but sarcastically remark, considering that nothing good ever came out of someone mentioning theory. That was a joke. This is for our precious Canaria and the one and only sword. Would I really joke about something like this? I said it because I feel like you might. The way I see Edel, she's always so carefree that it's hard to trust her. Even though I decided to cooperate with her, I'm not willing to gamble my life on it. If she had made an offer like I'll give you the strength to kill a snake, but if you're unlucky, you might die a few months or weeks ago, I probably would have accepted. But not anymore. Having an attachment to life is beautiful. It's a privilege that only those who bear life can possess. If you want to sing praises of humanity, do it later when you're alone. I'm not someone who finds beauty in humanity, so I can't agree with you. It's not a hymn to humanity, but a hymn to life. But if our dear Canaria wishes, I'll stay quiet. As soon as she said that, Edel really closed her mouth. And this is why I can't trust her. If she were to suddenly say, oops, I'm out of divine power. I did use a lot, and disappear, I'd have to come all the way back to find her again. That would be a tedious and awful ordeal, so I urged Edel to get on with it. Hurry up and explain. Shall I? The moment I finished speaking, Edel immediately started chatting away as if she hadn't just been silent moments ago. At first, I listened half-heartedly without much expectation, but as she laid out her various reasons and logic, I began to understand why she was so confident. You raise your tier, the poor children are freed from their duty, and I regain my strength. It's a win-win-win, don't you think? Yeah, except for the part where everything goes wrong if we fail. Well, if you're going to die anyway whether you do nothing or fail, wouldn't it be better to at least try? You're not the type to sit back and let yourself be crushed, right? That's true. I had enough of being trampled on helplessly when I was a child. All right, I'll do it. An excellent choice. The possibility of failure and the penalties that would come with it still loomed. However, if Edel's words were accurate, it wasn't such a low-chance gamble after all. The fact that there were no other options, as Edel had mentioned, also played a part in my decision. But is it really okay to leave the fate of the world up to just me? Well, if you think of it not as just a single human, but as a hero who crossed dimensions to save the world, it doesn't sound so bad, does it? Haha, a hero, huh. I let out a dry laugh that sounded as if all moisture had left it. A hero. That's a title that doesn't suit me at all. Well, considering that Edel didn't seem to put much weight on the word either, I'll leave it at that. There are still plenty of things I'm curious about. You said that once I raise my tier, I'll be able to interfere with higher dimensions, right? Yep. I already told you that, didn't I? Ah, so that's what you were curious about. Edel smirked as she read my mind and flashed a mischievous expression. With an understanding smile, she nodded. Of course, you'll be able to do what you're thinking. I told you to stop reading my mind. If you don't like it, hurry up and raise your tier. I wonder if, after successfully completing the ascension ritual, I'll finally be able to hit this cheeky goddess. If so, I think I'd be more than happy to go through with the ritual. I clicked my tongue briefly. What if people lose interest in this world and stop playing the game? Wouldn't that mean this world would disappear too? Don't worry. Even if it fails, it will still remain as a lower dimension. If it seems like interest is dropping, I can just implant suggestions. Like, you find this game fun and want to keep playing, something like that. But that won't happen. Edel's face was filled with pride as she said, how could anyone get bored of a world as captivating as the one I created? Captivating? Huh. It wasn't something that resonated deeply with me. I tilted my head in slight confusion, but soon shook it off to clear my thoughts. No, that doesn't really matter. What Edel thought about her world was none of my business. From the moment she explained her plan, one thing had been on my mind. The question I had been holding onto, I finally asked Edel. A brief moment was given to a man who could die at any moment. However, that time was merely a fleeting instant, insignificant compared to the lifespan he could have had. Yet, to someone whose body, soul, and spirit had been shattered by the failure of the ascension ritual, it was a luxury. In truth, I thought I would die on the way before reaching my destination. I was well aware of my own condition. The man who had received a reprieve offered a faint smile. Even though Celine had done nothing wrong, seeing his smile brought a sense of guilt to her face. The time I've given you won't last long. Yes, I can sense that my life's flame is almost extinguished. But what does that matter? I've already lived long enough. I've seen buds sprout and petals fall hundreds of times. Ah, not that I'm boasting about living a long life. I don't really think it sounds like boasting. Is that so? Then I'm relieved. Anyway, when I think of this as placing a period at the end of a long life, I feel rather at ease. The man, who had been talking quietly by the campfire, stood up. Was he planning to leave? Sensing his intention, Celine grabbed his arm. If you recuperate in a place with little magi, you could live longer. It won't be easy to get there, but if you'd like, I can write you a letter of recommendation to go to the Holy Kingdom. I appreciate the offer. But there is still something I wish to do, so I must respectfully decline. Something you wish to do? Yes. I want to recover the remains of those who walked this path before me. It's something I've long desired to do, and now, I finally have the chance. If you wanted to do it that much, couldn't you have done it sooner? If I went there and something happened, it could tarnish their legacy. You might call it excessive worry, but as long as there was even the slightest risk, I couldn't act carelessly. Ah, so that's why. But now, I too am someone who has undergone the ascension ritual. I have no reason to hold back any longer. Although my broken body won't be able to build a worthy resting place for their noble sacrifices, at least I can recover their remains. The man spoke of using his last breath, his final flame, not for himself but for those who had passed. If you were given a chance to live, shouldn't you just focus on living? Do you know how many people would sacrifice others' lives without a second thought just to survive? You don't even have to look far. Even the demonic race fled to Ardena continent for similar reasons. Ah, I'm not blaming them. I just don't understand why you'd give up so easily, even when given a chance that others couldn't obtain, that's all. After all, I used to wish for a miracle like that myself. I believe that meeting a meaningful end is more valuable than living at the expense of others. A meaningful end. Isn't it true that a parent who takes a sword in place of their child would feel regret? But that same parent would also feel relieved and grateful that their child survived. To them, their child's life is more valuable than their own. The man gave me a gentle smile, even though I still couldn't understand him. That's how it is. Then what if your child or a friend took someone's life to save you? What would you think? Well, I suppose I'd feel miserable. As I said before, I don't want to live at the cost of others, even if that life was a ruthless criminal's. Yes, even then. Following his logic, wouldn't that mean he should spare anyone who rushes at him on the battlefield, even with a sword? If I were to take his life, wouldn't that mean I survive by taking another's life? Well, with that kind of personality, I suppose it's no wonder he clung to the mission given to him by Edel. As expected, I can't understand it. I know my personality is frustrating, but I've lived like this my whole life, so it's hard to imagine living any other way. Even if you find it frustrating, could you be patient with me? Why would I need to be patient? I'm not your master, and how you live isn't my concern. Haha, you're right about that. The man glanced upward. A faint light began to seep through the dense fog of magi. It's already this late. I'm truly sorry to both of you, but I must be going. As the sister said, I don't have much time left. Ah, wait a moment. Celine, holding the man's hand, closed her eyes gently. I can't accompany you, but may Edel's blessing go with you. After offering her blessing, Celine watched as the man prepared to leave. His preparations amounted to nothing more than tightening the opening of a small bundle on his back. He dusted off the wrinkles and dust clinging to his clothes and bowed. I'm not sure what your purpose is, but if you've come all the way to this dangerous Laxia, you must have high aspirations. May Edel's light be with you all. And, in his black eyes, which held a faint glimmer of light, was the image of a girl with pink hair. If I had more time, I could have listened to your worries. It's a pity I couldn't. What's this? Are you trying to play guardian? Sorry to say, but my guardian spots are already full. I wonder, is the person behind you, the one sleeping, one of them? What? I unconsciously let out a high-pitched noise and quickly covered my mouth with my hand. Fortunately, my voice wasn't loud enough to wake Dayan, who continued to sleep soundly, her breath steady. Confirming Dayan's state, I lowered my voice and spoke. Why would you even think something like that? Is it odd? You've been paying a lot of attention to her since earlier. It seemed to me that you care for her deeply. Care deeply. I suppose I could concede that, but wouldn't most people think of it as consideration for a companion, not a guardian? There's a limit to making such leaps in logic. You're right. I apologize if I made you uncomfortable. There's no need to apologize. Thank you for your kindness. The man's eyes crinkled warmly. Well, it may not be a guardian's role, but isn't it the duty of the elderly to give advice to young people when they're struggling with something? He spoke of himself as an old man without hesitation. It was a stark contrast to those who go to great lengths to appear younger. Yet, it was somewhat amusing that, in front of me, this man seemed younger than those who desperately tried to hold on to youth. But considering that he had spent his entire life purifying magi, perhaps it wasn't all good. Seeking answers through contemplation is nothing to be ashamed of. I believe that constant reflection and thought is the path to becoming a better person. Well, aren't you the philosophy professor? Didn't you say you were short on time? Stop lecturing and hurry on your way. Making assumptions about my feelings and then babbling on and on. It annoyed me, so I snapped back. By conventional standards, my words would be considered impolite, worthy of criticism. But, well, why would I start caring about that now? If I did, I wouldn't be speaking so casually in the first place. I've already been casually addressing Edel, who could be considered the most revered figure in this world, so what would be the point in trying to be polite now? Waving my hand as if shooing away an annoying companion, the man gave a small bow. I hope you achieve what you desire. Yay, you too. Wishing good health, or to be careful. I avoided such noisy farewells because I knew they held little meaning. Besides, it felt too awkward to say such things to someone I'd only recently met. As she watched the man slowly disappear into the darkness, Celine murmured softly, "Will we be able to see him again?" "We might. But I can't promise what state he'll be in." Celine gave me a reproachful look. It was quite rare for her to look at me like that, so I glanced away. Yeah, even I thought my words were a bit too harsh. I knew it, but comforting someone with gentle words just wasn't my style. It's good to be sympathetic, but don't dwell on it too much. It's a problem that will resolve itself once the task is done. Yes, I remember. It wasn't so much comfort as it was a reminder of reality. But as long as the result was good, that's all that mattered, right? Seeing Celine's resolute expression, I added a remark to encourage her resolve. Surely, you're not planning to let me die, right? I believe the kind-hearted apprentice Saintess wouldn't do that. Of course not. Even without Edel's guidance, I'd gladly help. Losing the adorable Miss Kana would be a loss for all of humanity. Strange. I don't recall asking for that kind of flattery. Flattery? It's my true feelings. I didn't need to ask where Celine had learned such teasing. No doubt, the culprit was the one snoring away behind me. It was better than being called ugly, but even when hearing such remarks, I couldn't muster much emotion. All I could think was, and what am I supposed to do with that? Miss Kana, your ears are turning red. No, they're not. It must be the campfire that made them look that way. I ignored the warm glow in Celine's eyes, which held a gentle warmth like the fire crackling before us. Sorry for waking you up suddenly. Want me to wake you again if you want to sleep more? Even though dawn is breaking, you could still sleep for another hour or two. If needed, we can delay our departure. No, it's fine. Now that I'm up, watching the sunrise to welcome a new day doesn't sound bad. But are you sure you're okay, Miss Kana? You seem like you haven't slept at all. I'm the master, so I should be fine. I chatted casually with Celine as we watched the sunrise. Though the magi lingering in the sky dulled its usual brilliance, it wasn't an entirely unpleasant sight. As if on cue, we began packing up the campsite just as Dayan woke up, rubbing her eyes. You should have woken me up if something like that happened. Her complaints about missing out on the early morning event were an extra touch to our day. Well, it's her fault for not waking up. Click here dash. The central area. As usual, we dealt with the monsters that attacked us, explored the homes where the demonic race had lived, walked along the path, and when night fell, we lit a campfire and prepared for camp. And so, 2 days passed. We finally arrived at what appeared to be our destination. I scratched my cheek as I looked at the black barrier that blocked our way. It resembled the sacred barrier that once protected the Sedeth kingdom, as well as the one Celine had cast, but the flickering black color gave off a peculiar sense of unease when gazing upon it. This could be a bit troublesome. Do you think we can break through it? We can, technically. It's just that I don't really want to do so. The purpose of a barrier is to separate the inside from the outside, right? So, if a barrier is set up, it means there was a reason to keep the inside and outside apart, and breaking a hole through it could undermine that reason, potentially causing trouble. For example, what if a monster too strong for us to handle escapes? Well, I think the chances of that are extremely low, but still, since this is the heart of the demonic race, I'd rather avoid any unnecessary misunderstandings. When I explained this, Dayan gave me a curious look. Why are you looking at me like that? It's surprising that you're thinking such considerate thoughts, Kana. Ouch. Anyway, if the magi here is this dense, destroying it entirely is impossible. Even if I create a hole just big enough for 3 people to pass through, it'll probably repair itself quickly. It's better to avoid unnecessary risks. But still, glance. My gaze brushed over Dayan, who was clutching her shin and grimacing. Dayan didn't look well. If she heard me, she'd probably say, "It's because you kicked me, Kana." But even before I kicked her, her complexion hadn't been great. When she first set foot in Laxia, she was doing okay, but as the magi around us thickened, her face grew increasingly ashen, and now it looked completely pallid. Well, she's held on for a long time. Dayan is at the expert level. Even I, who am far more advanced, find the magi of Laxia burdensome, so Dayan must feel it even more. The fact that she's endured this long is impressive, if not excessive, for an expert. It's probably thanks to the magical tools she has, but it seems even those have reached their limit. Celine, could you cast the sacred barrier on Joni? Yes, I understand. Wait, there's no need for that. You're sweating like crazy, so don't act like there's no need. Haha, you caught me? But you said we should save our strength since we don't know what might happen. It doesn't hurt that much. I think I can still manage, so it should be fine, right? If it gets too bad, I'll let you know. Don't be foolish. I cut off Dayan's muttered excuses with a firm tone. I told Celine to conserve her strength for situations like this. What did you think I had her save her strength for in the first place? And while it might not hurt as much thanks to Edel's blessing, that doesn't mean you're perfectly fine. Do you think I'd just nod and accept it if you say that while showing obvious signs that you're not okay? Haha, it's a hassle, but I'll leave it to you. Leave it to me. This is my role, after all. As Celine's divine power enveloped her, Dayan's complexion visibly relaxed. Phew, the dot damage is gone. I thought I'd have to drink a potion, but I'm relieved. What? You think I'm trying to save potion money for profit? That's ridiculous. No way I'd do that. If she was going to sigh in relief, why insist on not receiving the blessing? I shook my head at Dayan's puzzling behavior and turned my attention back to the barrier. Unlike the barricades set up in the villages of the demonic race that fled to the Ardena continent, this barrier showed no signs of an entrance. No choice, then. Muttering softly, I drew my sword. Dayan, who had been watching my actions, spoke with a perplexed tone. Didn't you say earlier that you wouldn't break through? I'm pretty sure you mentioned wanting to avoid any misunderstandings. Yeah, I did. Then why did you draw your sword? Wait, are you planning to cut me down with it? You must be feeling better if you're joking around like that? Come to think of it, I had felt like something was missing yesterday and today, probably because Dayan hadn't been babbling as much as usual. She hadn't been clinging to me as much, either. If I said that out loud, she'd probably make some annoying comment like, Arcana, were you lonely because your big sister wasn't hugging you? Come here, hug all you want, so I kept those thoughts to myself. If I don't break the barrier, it should still react if I make a move it can't ignore. If explosions go off in the yard, can you really pretend you didn't hear them? I poured mana into the sword in my hand. Wooong! The sword, filled to the brim with mana, vibrated violently, letting out a shrill howl. It only held together because it was crafted by a skilled blacksmith. If it had been a poorly made sword, it would have shattered into iron dust long ago. This wasn't a technique that cared about the sword's durability. There wasn't a hint of finesse, it was just brute forcing mana into the blade. Creak. But I guess this sword has reached its limit, too. It was a faint sound that could have been lost in the wind, but my sharpened hearing caught it. It was the cry of a sword pushed to its breaking point. If I pushed more mana into it now, it would shatter with a final scream. I already had enough mana gathered to cause a commotion, so there was no reason to waste it and lose a useful weapon. I stopped pouring in mana. What I held was a massive, pink-colored sword that could be called a great sword. I gripped the sword, which had lost its original color and shape, and swung it toward the sky. A pink sword beam soared through the air. There was no obstacle to block the sword beam, no enemy to cut through. Crack! Even I, along with Dayan and Celine, who were watching, instinctively covered our ears. The sword beam shot out straight, creating a harsh noise. It was a sound more fitting for grinding down or shattering rather than cutting. And soon, I could see with my own eyes what my sword beam had struck. I didn't expect this result. In the wake of the sword beam, the clear blue sky shone through where the sword beam had passed. I looked at the surreal sight of the blue sky peeking through the dark magi with curiosity. Right, there was the magi. What my sword beam had cut through was the magi that had shrouded the sky. If I had used less mana, the beam would have been swallowed by the magi, but thanks to the reckless power I had poured in, my sword beam sliced through the dense magi and reached the high sky. I only intended to create a simple shockwave. The grating noise that tore through our ears and the refreshing, open view weren't part of my plan. Originally, my intention was simply to gather a large amount of mana. If I amassed enough mana to shake the surroundings, anyone with decent skills would inevitably notice. I shot the sword beam toward the sky to further signal our presence, not to show off my power or, split the sky, or to say something as cringeworthy as Dayan just did. Still, seeing the blue sky for the first time in days isn't a bad feeling. Even if it won't last long, consider it my gift. I think that's enough of a housewarming present. I asked nonchalantly, turning halfway around. By now, several members of the demonic race had gathered behind me. So, how do you like it? Clank? And just like that, I found myself behind iron bars. In other words, I was imprisoned. Huh. Why? More importantly, didn't something like this happen not too long ago? Fortunately, I regained my freedom not long after. It was thanks to my testimony that I didn't harm the barrier and only called out to the demonic race inside, as well as Celine's divine power, which had a 100% success rate in persuasion. Honestly, the latter seemed more important than the former, but I think I deserve some credit too, right? As a leader, I had to do what was necessary, so I will not apologize. The woman who released me from the cell spoke. The man I had seen a few days earlier had seemed young, but the woman before me now looked even younger. In terms of human age, she would be in her early 20s. She was a beauty with a gentle downward curve to her eyes. Why is everyone so well endowed? Poke. I nudged Diane, who made a strange comment with envy-filled eyes as she looked at the woman. Why would she envy something that's just a lump of fat? And it's not like I'm saying this out of insecurity. I never wanted something like that in the first place. Besides, having something like that would only get in the way when swinging a sword. Leader, are you the chieftain of the demonic race? Your speech is a bit short, isn't it? It's a habit. Bad habits should be corrected, don't you think? While it's not easy to break a habit ingrained in you, it's not impossible if you put in the effort. So, you should try to change, starting now. I never said it was a bad habit. And I used informal speech with Edel too. Do you think you're higher than Edel? If so, I'll use formal speech. The busy Edel wouldn't waste time chatting with a mere girl like you. If you think you can deceive me with such an absurd lie, what Kana says is true. If it had been a lie, a nun of Edel's church would have been the first to rise in anger. But instead of showing anger, Celine defended me, which left the woman speechless. She alternated between looking at me and Celine with distrustful and conflicted eyes before sitting back down in her chair. The end times must be near. Her reaction sparked a sudden impulse in me. What would she do if I told her Edel's true nature? Would she deny it, saying that Edel could never be like that, or would she accept it? I was curious, but my plan was thwarted by Celine, who immediately noticed my intention and stopped me. Please don't make things difficult. I haven't even said anything yet. I was just being a little petty because she imprisoned me. Come to think of it, she seems strangely familiar. I tapped the hilt of my sword, lost in thought, then snapped my fingers. What's your relation to Artisha? Do you know Artisha? She's the one who brought us here, so of course I know her. I see. Is that child doing well? Not sure. I didn't get a good look, but she seemed to be getting by. The woman's eyes glimmered with a longing expression, as if reminiscing about something. So, what's your answer to my question? She is my daughter. Oh, I thought so. It was a predictable answer, so it didn't surprise me much. Judging by Diane's wide-eyed expression, though, she seemed to think differently. Click here dash. I examined the woman's face again closely. I had thought they looked similar before, but after hearing her answer, the resemblance to Artisha became even more apparent. The gentle, almost sleepy eyes, the slender jawline. Her voice also had a subtle similarity to Artisha's. If you took the exhaustion off Artisha's face, this might be what she would look like. Having a grown-up daughter with that appearance. Isn't that cheating? It's possible. What do you mean possible? She looks the same age as Artisha, or even younger. A mother who looks younger than her daughter? That only happens in comics, Diane muttered. The fact that the demonic race can live for a long time without aging was something she should have known by now. Well, I could understand why Diane might feel that way. Justina's appearance could easily pass for a minor if you were being generous. If my daughter brought you here, then you must be trustworthy. I am Justina. That is my name. Your way of speaking is weird. You impudent child, are you in a position to speak to me that way? I suppose not. After poking fun at her, I was immediately met with a sharp retort. How cunning, using straightforward logic. Truly fitting for the leader of a clan. Very wise indeed. I'm Canaria. Just call me Kana. With Justina's introduction setting the tone, Diane, Celine, and I all introduced ourselves. Diane hesitantly raised her hand. What should we call you? Her voice trembled with nervousness as she asked. Why are you so nervous? From a human perspective, this is like meeting a king. Honestly, I'm more amazed that Kana can respond so casually. Is that so? I heard Diane's words but still didn't quite understand. After all, hadn't all the people she met so far been far from ordinary? Even standing next to her were a former knight captain and a trainee saintess, not to mention that she had even met a deputy leader and a prince before. She hadn't been this tense then, so why now? Don't tell me, you're looking down on them just because their kingdom is already fallen. No, I'm not. Could she really be that kind of person? As I shot her a disappointed look, Diane frantically shook her head. Well, I got to know you and Celine before finding out who you were, so I didn't have time to be shocked. And honestly, Asha didn't really feel real to me. But I did feel nervous when I talked to Aaron. Though, maybe it was for a slightly different reason. Different reason? Let's just forget I said that. Nervous is nervous, what does she mean by a different reason? Even after pressing her further, Diane firmly shut her mouth without giving me any answers. Something is fishy. Even though I felt that way, I had no choice but to stop my questioning. After all, it wasn't just the three of us here, and we couldn't keep chatting among ourselves forever. If you're done chatting, may I speak now? Of course. Just as the conversation began to dwindle, Justina interjected. Humans call me the Demon King, don't they? You can continue to call me that, or you can call me Lady Justina, it doesn't matter. Then, I'll call you Lady Justina. Sure, Justina. And where did the lady go, leaving it behind? In the Ardena continent. With an expression full of things she wanted to say, Justina stared at me for a long while before turning her gaze away without a word. It was as if she were saying, better to bear it than die. Perhaps. A single word slipped from Justina's lips. She hesitated, unable to continue her sentence easily, but eventually closed her eyes tightly, as if she had made up her mind about something. If it's not too much trouble, could you tell me a little more about Artisha? It seemed that a simple assurance that she was doing well wasn't enough to ease the mind of a mother worrying about her child. Was it that hard to ask? How could it not be difficult to ask about the well-being of a child I drove away with my own hands? Anyone with a sense of shame would naturally feel the same. Oh, sorry. I didn't know that. Scratching my cheek awkwardly, I watched as Justina let out a deep, weary sigh. I did not say that expecting an apology. It is my burden to bear, who else could I blame? Artisha spoke as if she left on her own. That is because she is kind enough to cover for others' faults. Judging by your expression, it seems you are curious about what happened. To be honest, yes, I am curious. It is nothing too remarkable. Though Justina's eyes were directed at us, it was clear she wasn't truly seeing us. Lost in a distant memory, she began to recount her story slowly. The previous leader of the demonic race. That is to say, Justina's husband and Artisha's father, who was the only person to have successfully undergone the ascension ritual, yet he was also a failure. He believed that if he could ascend once more, he might be able to resolve the magi that plagued Laxia. With that hope, he attempted the ascension ritual again but vanished without a trace, along with a large amount of magi. After him, Justina took on the role of the leader. As he did, I too attempted the ascension ritual. It is the leader's role to shoulder responsibilities befitting their position, is it not? Artisha was displeased with Justina's decision, but she did not oppose it. After all, Artisha was also a member of the demonic race. She could understand Justina's sentiments. On the day I conducted the ascension ritual, a creature called a dimensional creature appeared. What? I tilted my head in confusion as I listened quietly to Justina's story. When did this happen? I do not recall exactly, but it must have been several decades ago. But why do you ask? I'm just curious. The first appearance of a dimensional creature on the Ardena continent was only a little over a decade ago, but she spoke of decades. The timeline doesn't seem to align, does it? Is time flowing differently between the Ardena continent and here? For a moment, I entertained the thought with a chuckle. That can't be true. I had thought that the dimensional creature from over a decade ago was the first to appear in the world of Cilia, but perhaps that wasn't the case. Though I hadn't heard anything specific from Edel, it made sense that a place where corrupted mana gathered would be more vulnerable. Justina resumed her story after a brief pause. However, I was preoccupied with the ascension ritual, and news of the creature's appearance reached me belatedly. Had it appeared a little earlier or later, I would have confronted it myself. Under normal circumstances, the strongest, Justina, would have dealt with it herself. But the creature appeared at an oddly perfect time, as if taking advantage of the moment she was immersed in the ritual, leaving her unable to intervene. In her place, Artisha stepped forward. Because of that fierce battle, Artisha lost one of her horns. For us, horns are as vital as the source of our life. Even though she was in such a state, Artisha wanted to stay here, but Laxia's environment was too harsh to endure with just one horn. So Justina made the decision to send Artisha away to the Ardena continent, against her daughter's wishes. To save Artisha. It was a decision she made as a mother, even before being the leader of the Purifier clan. How could I stand by and watch my daughter slowly die? I could not bear it. All I had left was my daughter. I see. Don't you think your reaction is rather dry? Would you prefer I cried? Never mind. That would feel like I was forcing an apology. It wasn't just an issue of my sensitivity. It wasn't even a sad story in the first place, so isn't it natural to respond calmly? Artisha was regretful about losing her horn, but she said she was proud. What do you mean by that? Just what I said. She fought against a powerful foe and was able to protect her people. Artisha said that her broken horn was a badge of honor that proved that. If she says she's proud, wouldn't it be more disrespectful to feel sad about it? I was short-sighted. You're right, insolent child. You didn't really need to add the insolent child part, did you? I added it deliberately because you left behind what you should have brought. Petty. Holding on to that one missing title, how childish can she be? Anyway, that's the end of my story. Her eyes were expectant. So, now that she's done with her story, she wants me to share mine, right? I tugged on Dayan's sleeve. Joni, it's your turn. Huh? For what? She said she wants to hear about Artisha. Go ahead and tell her. Me? I'm the one. Talking isn't my style. Reluctantly burdened with the task, Dayan seemed flustered, but under Justina's expectant gaze, she hesitantly began to speak. From the moment we first met Artisha to when we brought her to Laxia, other than the time Chromo's shadow attacked, I didn't think there were any particularly significant events. But Dayan had a knack for making even those ordinary stories sound captivating. Even I, who had been there at the time, found myself listening intently. Is this what they call the talent of a streamer? If she had been a bard, she would have excelled. My assessment became all the more convincing. But, isn't she embellishing it too much? I twisted a lock of my hair with an awkward smile. Calling me a hero of the village, saying I fought off the shadow without regard for my own well-being. With all the flowery words and praise, I didn't know where to put myself. I didn't think she had such a spirit of self-sacrifice. Quite surprising. Of course. Arcana is very kind. No, I think your first impression was more accurate. See, even Justina says the same. I wasn't sacrificing myself to save the demonic race, I just foolishly overexerted myself. The one who truly saved them wasn't me, but Diane. She fought against a breath attack to save a child. Oh, that was reckless. Even if it was reckless, offering one's life for others isn't something just anyone can do. You should take pride in that. After hearing about Diane's achievements, followed by Celine's tireless efforts in tending to the demonic race day and night, Justina's expression softened considerably. I'm glad the shameless praise paid off. Click here dash. No matter how cold-hearted a person is, it's hard to remain indifferent to someone who has shown you kindness. Especially if it's not directly to them, but to their child, whom they cherish dearly. Only a mother without a shred of maternal instinct could stay indifferent in such a situation. That's not all, though. According to what Artisha and Justina said, the demonic race members who moved to the Ardena continent did so merely to survive, not because of any significant conflict with the others. It seems like they left their cherished home to establish a new place, so while there might have been some friction, it wasn't serious enough to be worth mentioning. Judging by how they don't even bring it up, any conflicts were likely minor. So, it's only natural that they would look favorably upon us, who helped save their people living far away. So, Justina started again, her voice much softer than before. Why did you come all this way and cause such a disturbance? Surely you must have had some intention behind your actions. If I tell you, will you listen? I will try to think positively about it. I asked if you would listen, not just think positively about it. Yes, I said I would consider it positively, didn't I? You could just say, if it's within my power, I will gladly listen to your request. Are you mimicking my way of speaking? How amusing. Don't say unnecessary things. Now Diane's interest has been piqued because of what she said. I ignored Diane, who was covering her mouth and staring at me with twinkling eyes. Did you know? The weight of words changes depending on who speaks them. Words from someone in a position of authority, like myself, carry a weight heavier than gold. How could I speak carelessly? Ah, I see. It's true. Ordinary people can bear the consequences of their words alone, but for someone in a leadership role, their words can affect others as well. If they speak without thinking, how can others trust and follow them? I, too, restrained myself when I was the commander, even if I wanted to act on my own accord. If someone like Aaron, who knew me back then, heard what I just said, they might say, did you call that restraint? But I stand by my words. Even when the king acted foolishly, the prince flirted, or the duke made unreasonable demands. Even though many things irritated me, I didn't cause a scene each time. I acted quite rationally in those situations. Considering that, Justina is fortunate to have someone like me who understands. And I didn't cause a disturbance. What? Justina responded with a tone of disbelief, as if she had just heard something absurd. Well, I mean, it was just a knock. If we're talking about right and wrong, it's your fault for not having a door in the first place. As I confidently lifted my head, a brief but fierce look flashed in Justina's eyes. It's only natural that there wouldn't be a door, as it wasn't meant for entry or exit in the first place. And if you intended to knock, there could have been a more polite way to do it. But it was fast, wasn't it? Efficiency does not mean it was the best approach. If you do not understand that, I am willing to lock you back up in prison. I'll pass on that. I'm more accustomed to being the one doing the imprisoning than being imprisoned. More importantly, so the reason there wasn't an entrance was that it wasn't designed with that in mind? So, how do you get food supplies, and what if someone wants to go outside? What happens to those who fail the ascension ritual? Enough, enough. Justina waved her hand dismissively. When you're done with your business, I'll have someone guide you around the village, so could we return to the original topic now? For someone who knocked so impatiently, you seem quite leisurely now. Oh, right. It was just too amusing how she got riled up every time I prodded her, using that old-fashioned tone. We've wasted enough time, so let's skip the small talk and get to the point. I came here for the ascension ritual. The ascension ritual, you say? Yeah. Now that I think about it, there's no way a human would know about the ascension ritual, but you didn't seem surprised when I talked about it earlier. She muttered to herself, that was my mistake. I shrugged at Justina's words. Doesn't that just show how much you care about Artisha? Ahem. Justina cleared her throat, obviously flustered, but she didn't seem displeased by my words. Did Artisha tell you about it? No, I heard it from Edel and from a guy I met a few days ago. A guy, I see. Even though I just said a guy, it seemed like Justina had figured out who I was referring to. Well, of course she would. All right, I understand. Oh, you're agreeing more easily than I expected. You traveled all this way despite knowing the risks, so you wouldn't listen even if I told you to turn back, would you? And since Edel herself spoke of it, it's not like there's any ill intent. I have no reason to refuse. I thought I'd have to convince you with a long speech, but I'm glad I don't have to. Let's start right now, then. No, that's not possible. Why not? Wasn't she just giving her permission a moment ago? I looked at Justina with annoyance, feeling like she had just ruined the good mood. Unbothered, Justina calmly sipped her tea with a serene expression. No matter how you look at me, what's impossible remains impossible. I'm asking why it's not possible. You're not going to ask me to hunt a dragon for you too, are you? That's not a bad idea. Can you bring me one? If that's what you want, I could get one for you right now. I glanced toward Grazed's blessing. I was sure he could hear our conversation, yet he pretended to be asleep, keeping silent, which was incredibly irritating. He never says anything in moments like this. You're quite the braggart, aren't you? Justina dismissed my sincere words as mere bluffing. It seems there's been a misunderstanding, so let me clarify. When I said it's not possible, I meant it's literally impossible at the moment. Did you think the ascension ritual is something you can just do whenever you want? Isn't it? No, it isn't. If it were that easy, would anyone be able to recklessly raise their rank and burn their soul like some lunatic? Well, you've got a point there. So she is aware that it's a reckless act. As you know, the ascension ritual involves forcibly infusing an overwhelming amount of magi. In other words, you need a sufficient amount of magi to perform it. I get what you're saying. You mean that since a ritual was performed a few days ago, the magi hasn't replenished yet. Though your speech is far from polite, it's convenient that you catch on quickly. Thanks for the compliment. But, is the magi we have now really not enough? Even now, while we're talking, the weight of the magi presses heavily on me. The pressure here is much stronger than in other places, but considering it's where all the polluted mana gathers, it feels weaker than I expected. Maybe that's because the magi was neutralized during the ascension ritual? Justina shook her head. It's woefully insufficient. Then, how long do I have to wait for the magi to gather again? After a moment's thought, Justina spread her fingers wide. This much time should be enough. She kept one hand spread out while the other moved, opening and closing. Then, as if she had made up her mind, she showed me her open hand. That is, a hand with all 5 fingers spread. 5 days? That's manageable. What are you talking about? Naturally, it's 5 months. This is already the minimum estimate. It's a process that exchanges one life for another, so wouldn't you expect it to take at least that long? Are you broken? Wouldn't you be broken after hearing that? Kana, you shouldn't say broken when talking about a person, but rather worn out. That sounds strange too. No, that's not the point right now. I thought she meant I had to wait just a little while, so I assumed it was 5 days. I never imagined it would take 5 months. There's no way I could last that long in Laxia. It's not just about the boredom, I could end up dying from gradually succumbing to magi poisoning. I asked if there was another way, but Justina didn't nod in agreement. Well, it's not something that can be hurried just because I push her. Things just got complicated. It's troublesome. If I think about it simply, I could go back to Ardena and return in 5 months. But the situation isn't so relaxed that I can leisurely wait for the magi to accumulate. Even if it's not urgent, the sooner, the better. Clap. Justina, who had been quietly watching me struggle with my thoughts, suddenly clapped her hands. You must be tired from the long journey. How about resting today and continuing the discussion tomorrow? I think we should do as Lady Justina says. You haven't had a proper rest for days. Even if you seem fine now, it could affect your health. Oh, then can I explore the village? I've been curious about it. Sigh. Before Justina's words had even fully settled, Celine and Dayan eagerly voiced their agreement. I expected it from Dayan, who's always been fond of playing around, but I never thought Celine would join in too. And she just had to bring up my health, so I couldn't even argue. All right, let's do that. In the end, I reluctantly agreed, having lost to the majority vote. Click here dash. Dayan looked around the room. It's spacious. The guest room that Justina provided for Dayan was quite large. The headboard of the wooden bed had a glossy shine. When Dayan touched it, she could feel the smooth texture of the wood. Isn't this what they call a patina from frequent use? Dayan thought to herself while stroking the headboard. She considered that anything would end up this way after long use, but wooden furniture seemed to acquire a patina more readily. The glossy, faded bed that Dayan was touching was proof that many hands had touched it over a long time. Someone who valued cleanliness or preferred new things might have been horrified and run away. But at least Dayan wasn't that type of person. If she had to choose, Dayan found this kind of furniture more endearing. It has a charm. It feels kind of serene. Living in a country house with a yard, sitting on a worn-out rocking chair, and looking outside. Short grass swaying in the wind, and the occasional chirping of birds acting as raindrops that gently soften a desolate heart. That was the kind of peaceful life Dayan wished for. If you asked people in Korea walking down the street, what kind of house do you want to live in, probably about half would give an answer similar to Dayan's. To those who were used to living in apartments, the life depicted in country houses from movies, dramas, and comics they had seen since childhood was enough to form a dream. According to those who had actually lived in such homes, maintaining a yard and other facilities was tough, and it was impossible to live there if you were scared of insects. But despite that, a country house remained an ideal for many. Though the room Dayan was currently in wasn't exactly that type of country house, the traces of time left on the furniture and throughout the room matched her taste perfectly. It wasn't flashy, but it was a room carefully prepared for any guest who might stay. Look at this. Dayan brushed her finger along the furniture. Her finger, which she held up for emphasis, remained spotless and pristine, with not a speck of dust on it. They could have just left it if they knew no guests would be coming, but seeing how clean it is, I guess they've been maintaining it regularly. Was it a belief that they might someday return to normalcy? As Dayan chatted with her viewers, she continued to explore the room. Knock, knock. Yes? Just a moment. Bang. When Dayan opened the door after hearing the knock, she was greeted by a man with a stern expression. I heard you requested a tour of the village. Oh, right, are you? The man nodded silently. He's a quiet type. Even with just a brief exchange, Dayan could easily guess his personality. But being reserved didn't mean he was rude. Even though it had been a long time, or perhaps it was his first time meeting a human, he showed no signs of awkwardness or curiosity. He simply carried out his duty, as if to say he was just doing his job. Are we leaving now? Whenever you're ready. Ah, I see, then, let's go now. Still, it was a bit uncomfortable. Dayan's personality meant she found it easier to be around talkative people rather than quiet ones, so she subtly tried to read the man's mood. Why wasn't it like this when she got to know Kana? It's different making friends with a child than with an adult. No matter how mature she pretended to be, Kana still had that childlike quality. Moreover, with their different genders and the lack of any shared experiences, Dayan couldn't help but be more cautious. Following the man out of the room, Dayan went around knocking on the rooms of her companions. Celine, we're going to tour the village, would you like to join us? Kana, do you want to come along for a village tour? After knocking on the doors, it wasn't long before a blonde woman opened her door and stepped out. A village tour? Yes. Even villages within the same country have different lifestyles depending on their location. Since we've crossed the sea, don't you think it'll be quite different from the villages we saw on the Ardena continent? I find that sort of thing interesting. I think I understand what you mean. Now that you mention it, I find it interesting too. Celine nodded and joined the group. Only one person was left now. The practical leader of the party, the fighter, the mascot, and the stress reliever. Huh? Did Kana have this many roles? Thinking about Kana, Dayan tilted her head, feeling puzzled. Even the travel expenses mostly came out of Kana's wallet, so she'd been relieved of her role as the sponsor too. If this were a group project, wouldn't this be enough for my name to be left out? Even as she thought, I'm not that bad, am I? A strange sense of unease made it hard for Dayan to say it confidently. But why is she taking so long? Knock, knock. Kana. She called out again in a sweet voice, but the pink-haired girl did not appear, and there was no sound coming from beyond the door. Why isn't she responding? Maybe she's sleeping. Celine suggested as Dayan looked puzzled. Already? It hadn't even been 20 minutes since she went in, right? Kids need a lot of sleep. She wouldn't like it if she heard you say that. Fufu. Ignoring the cheeky-sounding laughter, Dayan knocked on the door again. After a few more knocks, the door finally creaked open, and pink hair peeked out from the gap. What? Were you sleeping? No. She says no, but her hair is all flattened. Should I point it out or not? Seeing her pink hair pressed down like a small, cute animal, Dayan decided not to mention it. Because it was cuter that way. Really? Well, we're planning to go explore the village. Want to join us, Kana? Village tour? No, thanks. Why? You seemed interested earlier. That was then, this is now. Kana replied coolly, indicating that she'd changed her mind. They say a woman's heart is like a reed. To Dayan, a child's heart was like a field of reeds. A field of reeds in a strong wind, to be precise. So it wasn't particularly strange if her feelings changed suddenly. Looking at Kana's oddly sulky expression, Dayan realized that it wasn't just a simple case of her changing her mind. Wait, are you still sulking? Kana, who had partially emerged, retreated a bit more behind the door. Now, only one eye peered out at Dayan through the gap. She didn't say anything, but her actions spoke volumes. Celine spoke up in an exasperated tone. I told you, it was just a joke. The whole situation had started with a comment from Dayan. Kana, since you've gotten more used to that ability, shouldn't you start speaking in Arkish now? Until then, Dayan had been translating for Kana out of necessity due to the language barrier. Now that Kana had learned a new ability, she could communicate directly with Celine, making Dayan think it was no longer necessary for her to act as a translator. When speaking in Granic, Kana's words could reach Celine, but Dayan's words could not. They could understand each other through interpretation, but naturally, a delay occurred. After hearing Dayan's words, Kana's cheeks puffed up. So, you're saying I'm a bother now? Even in her usually calm tone, there was a hint of prickly annoyance. Noticing this, Dayan quickly tried to correct her mistake. Oh, no, that's not what I meant. I just thought Celine might feel left out. Kana's cheeks remained puffed up, so Dayan desperately tried to convince her that she didn't mean it that way. She kept apologizing all the way until they entered the room Justina had prepared, and only then did it seem like Kana's mood had lightened a bit, enough for Dayan to feel relieved. Guess she wasn't fully over it yet. Still, I'm glad I know why she's upset this time. Back in the Holy Kingdom, it was hard because I couldn't even guess why she was upset. The ordeal had brought them closer, but even now, thinking about it made Dayan feel nervous. This time, though, knowing exactly why Kana was upset made it more adorable than bothersome. Up you go. Dayan flung the door open and hugged Kana tightly. How could I ever look away when I have such an adorable Kana? You're always my top priority. Like I said, it's just that excluding someone is never good. But Kana's kind, so you understand that exclusion is bad, right? Didn't I tell you to stop treating me like a kid? Well, if Kana stays upset, I'll have no choice but to treat you like one. I'm not upset, so put me down already. If she really didn't like it, she could have struggled to get free. She didn't resist when Dayan opened the door or hugged her, yet she pretended not to like it. But mentioning this would probably make Kana retreat into her room, so Dayan swallowed her words, letting the not-so-honest girl go. Fine. I was worried about that too, actually. Then why did you wait? Never mind. I almost made the same mistake again. Dayan wiped the cold sweat from her forehead. Thankfully, Kana hadn't caught on to what she was about to say. Good girl. Thanks for understanding. Kana shot Dayan a sharp look, feeling like her words had been stolen. But Dayan brushed off the glare and patted the girl's head. Alright, let's head out now. We don't want to miss the sunlight, do we? It was already getting dark, but better than after the sun had completely set, right? With that, Dayan smiled brightly. Look, it's a cow. Dayan hopped up and down with excitement. Then, she suddenly stopped and tilted her head. But why does it have 8 legs? You just noticed. She clapped in response to Dayan's very quick observation. It wasn't meant as a compliment, but there was no need for Dayan to look embarrassed about it. She sighed and took a step closer to Dayan. It's a monster. At first glance, it looked similar to the common cows found in Ardena, but this creature was no cow, it was a monster. Raising monsters. Only the demonic race could come up with something like this. If an Ardena person tried this, they'd be dragged to the execution ground and have their head chopped off immediately. Not only would they be accused of harboring danger, but they would also be blamed for spreading magi poisoning and disorder. Besides, it would be impossible since monsters wouldn't just obediently follow humans. I wonder how they managed to tame it. Are they raising it for food? Yes. Oh, I see. Dayan, who had eagerly asked the demon race member, deflated at his curt reply. So, that's how they've been securing their food supply. Of course, just raising livestock wouldn't produce enough food to feed so many of the demonic race. Perhaps that's why fields growing crops could be seen throughout the village. I had high expectations since it's the demon continent, but raising livestock and farming to survive isn't that different. Then again, they were originally known as the Purifier clan, so maybe it's only natural. Kana, look at this. It's a chicken with 6 legs. That's not a chicken, it's a monster. Despite her blunt response, she was already walking towards Dayan. A chicken with 6 legs, how could she ignore that? Click here dash. Animals with 8 legs, chickens with 6 legs. There were other creatures, too, like monsters resembling pigs with wings or sheep with 3 heads, strange creatures of all kinds. These were just the ones that somewhat resembled animals from the Ardena continent after careful selection. Among them were some monsters whose appearance made you wonder, can you even eat something that looks like that? If these creatures were introduced to the Ardena continent, they would revolutionize the culinary industry in many ways, but unfortunately, they weren't edible for us. Is that unfortunate? Well, you never know. It might taste amazing. Aren't you curious? Dayan laughed as if she couldn't believe it. You're really full of curiosity, Kana. But you know, right? You can't just eat anything. I can still think about it. Sure. It's thanks to such daring attempts that people ended up eating monsters like the green rabbit. Shouldn't we also follow in the footsteps of our ancestors who willingly offered themselves for the sake of future generations? If you let the fear of failure hold you back, you'll just stagnate and decay. Just kidding. If I really cared about the future, I wouldn't have holed up in the mountains and given up on everything. If the price of failure is death, isn't it natural to be afraid? Wait. More importantly, the green rabbit is edible. Haven't you tried it? Most people wouldn't even think of eating something like that, right? Yeah, that's true. Normally, I would have called Dayan dramatic, but this time, I couldn't help but agree with her. Considering the appearance of the green rabbit, there's no other way to think. Its fur is green, it drools venom from its mouth, and its long claws are sharp enough to easily tear through any leather armor. It's called a green rabbit because of its long, rabbit-like ears. But other than the ears, it doesn't resemble a rabbit at all. People keep talking about changing its name. They always bring it up but never actually try to change it. They're too used to it now, and they worry that changing the name would just cause confusion. I heard that even its skin, blood, and organs are soaked in poison. How can anyone eat that? You have to drain the blood as soon as you catch it, then soak it in a mana solution for 30 days to remove the toxins. Oh, but the internal organs remain toxic even after that, so you can't eat those. Be careful. I'm not planning to eat it or make it. You can only eat the meat. And even though soaking it in a mana solution prevents it from decaying, you still need to be careful to avoid spoilage. Green rabbit meat is a premium ingredient that you can only get through careful handling to ensure it doesn't rot or retain toxins. Every time, I realize just how serious you are about food, Kana. Me. Yes. You might be lazing around like a cat under the sun, but when it comes to food, your eyes light up. Why a cat? Well, because you're like a cat. So, why a cat? It seemed like Dayan's answer missed the point of my question. Well, if you hadn't been so interested in food, we probably wouldn't have become this close. What do you think I am? It's true that I appreciated how Dayan always brought food, saving me the trouble of preparing meals. But if that was all, I wouldn't have paid much attention to her. So, what was the reason? I'm not going to tell you. It's a story that's a little difficult to put into words. It's a story that could shake the very foundations of the world, so I kept my mouth shut, and Dayan, with a mischievous smile, clung to me. It was clear that Dayan, with her talent for misinterpreting things, had once again drawn her own conclusions about my reaction. I knew from experience that responding ambiguously would only make things more complicated without providing any clarification, so I gently pushed Dayan away and continued exploring. This area, the center of Laxia, was equivalent to the capital in other countries. As expected, it had a variety of things, but How should I put it? It had a pastoral feel to it. It didn't have the kind of glamorous atmosphere that I associated with capitals. Joni, have you ever been to the capital of the empire? Imperial capital? Oh, you mean Solaric? Of course, I've been there. It's the empire's capital, after all. Sorry. It's okay, I don't mind. It's not like I joined the war by pledging allegiance to the empire, and it's not like you can't go there for sightseeing. Phew, that's a relief. But why did you suddenly bring that up? How does this place compare to that? This place? After a moment of thought, Dayan gave her answer. It's peaceful. And humble too. Was she being mindful of the nearby members of the demonic race? Dayan whispered the last part softly. I see. If we're talking about the capital of that empire, it's bound to be more extravagant than the capital of Graces, certainly not less so. I mean, in other countries, they wouldn't be farming in the middle of the capital city, so there wasn't much point in comparing them. Maybe because they live with a single-minded determination to fulfill the mission given by Edel, other aspects of life besides the essentials like food, clothing, and shelter haven't developed much. Spending 5 months in a place like this? I definitely need to find another way. It was a moment when my resolve grew stronger. Tap, tap. What should I do? After returning from our village tour, I found myself lost in thought. No matter how much I think about it, staying here for 5 months is impossible. But returning to Ardena and then coming back is a hassle, and I don't have the time to wait out those 5 months anyway. Kana. Tap, tap. Ugh, stop it. Why does she keep poking me? I glared at Duyan, who had been tapping me for a while. Are you still thinking about that? I'm stuck waiting for 5 months, so of course. I don't think it's that bad. You could go somewhere else while waiting, right? If I could do that, I would have. Is there a reason you can't? Come to think of it, since leaving the Sedeth Kingdom, you haven't had a proper break, have you? What are you talking about? I rested in Baltora, 4 days even. But that was because you had no choice while waiting for the Magi device to be completed. I'm talking about rest where you don't have to think about anything and can fully relax. You know, like when we were in Liberi. Even if not that, you just seem a bit on edge lately, Kana. Is it because of what you talked about with Edel? Honestly, it's hard to believe she spoke with a deity, but... Dayan muttered to herself. I can't say it's unrelated. What did she say to you that could be so serious? When I first heard about the Ascension ritual, Dayan tried to stop me desperately. She said that unlike her, I only had one life, and even offered to take on the role herself. Of course, I didn't accept her suggestion. An expert thinking they could replace me? An expert who hadn't even reached that rank through their own strength? That's a funny joke. Liberi, Sedeth, Baltora. Except for Ordo, which we visited first, every major city we stopped in took from a few days to a week to pass through. Of course, those times weren't wasted meaninglessly. In fact, they were times we needed to spend. But it's true that such waits felt tedious. It might be worth a try. So, as soon as I heard Dayan's words, I went straight to Justina. Fortunately, or perhaps not, Justina was still in her office, handling her duties. I wondered for a moment what kind of work she might be doing, but before I could ask, Justina questioned me about why I had returned. After Dayan and I took turns explaining, Justina, who had been listening quietly, spoke up. If I understand you correctly, are you saying you want to gather the Magi of the demonic race to obtain the Magi needed for the Ascension ritual? That's right. I have a lot to say about that. Justina pressed down on her eyes. She looked more tired than when I had seen her during the day. She looked so weary that, with a bit of dark circles, she might even be mistaken for Artisha. Do you really think that's possible? It's not. It is not. Why? Doesn't it seem feasible enough? Justina let out a short sigh and spoke. Yes, the idea itself is good. But do you know how difficult it is to gather that amount of Magi? It would require collecting all the Magi from everyone here, and even then, it might barely be possible. Then can't we just do that? Listen to the end. These people struggle just to sustain themselves, and do you think they could remain intact amidst the Magi released by so many at once? Maybe if we absorb it quickly, it might be okay. It would not be okay at all. She was firm. Her words left no room for rebuttal. Even if, as you say, it were somehow possible, there's another issue. To us, Magi is like a necessary evil. It is what drives us toward death, but at the same time, it's also what allows us to continue living. In other words, using up all our Magi is the same as draining all our life force. Well, I hadn't thought of that. Draining life force. Think of it like draining all the blood from your body. Gasp. No, it's not quite that extreme. Magi exhaustion is no different from mana exhaustion in name, but the risks are indeed the same. In severe cases, it can endanger one's life or leave permanent disabilities. However, it is rare for a person to reach a life-threatening state solely through their own will. Joni, can you hold your breath until you die? Well, what did I do wrong? Why are you suddenly saying something so ominous? I thought you didn't understand, so I'm trying to explain it to you. Ah, I see. When I looked at her pitifully, Dayan gave an awkward laugh. Without using your hands or any tools. Yeah, just holding your breath naturally until you reach death. I don't think so. Wouldn't you unconsciously start breathing at that point? There's this thing called the survival instinct. Exactly. Even someone with strong willpower wouldn't be able to do it. It's the same with mana. It's fundamental to life, so even if you try to use it all, it's not easy to push yourself to the limit. That's why while typical cases of mana exhaustion are common, it's extremely rare to see someone suffer such severe mana exhaustion. Unless someone has a will strong enough to risk death or is influenced by another's will. It's still bad for you either way. It seems you already know, so I don't need to explain further. Thud. Justina closed a thick book and signaled that the discussion was over. If you've said your piece, you may leave now. It's about time I went to sleep. Hold on. I'm not done yet. What else is there? Justina's eyes turned sharp as she looked up. You don't necessarily have to use up all the magi, right? If you only use about half, then the magi exhaustion you're worried about wouldn't happen, would it? Did you ignore what I said earlier? I told you that we'd barely manage to gather enough if we collected all the magi from everyone here. Even then, I can't guarantee it would work. Or do you not understand what all means? We can make up for the shortage of magi from somewhere else. Make up for magi? Where from? Justina's question was met with me quietly raising my hand and pointing outside the window. It was already night, and the twilight had given way to darkness. The moonlight seeped through the magi, faintly illuminating the black barrier. There's something perfect right there. Are you referring to the barrier, by any chance? The barrier? If you mean that pitch-black wall, then yes. Absolutely not. Bang! The barrier is crucial for preventing the magi in the center from leaking out and protecting the inside from external threats. If we were to remove it and fail, it would bring about a disaster. Such a thing is utterly unacceptable. Justina, uncharacteristically agitated, struck the desk as she vehemently argued. I listened quietly, waiting until she finished and caught her breath before speaking. Then, do you plan to keep throwing people into the magi every time it accumulates? Knowing they'll die? Well, it doesn't look to me like you value their lives all that much. Isn't there a big gap between what you say and what you do? They volunteered willingly. You're just dressing up the fact that you stood by and let it happen. You also came here seeking to perform the ascension ritual. By your reasoning, I should be stopping you from undergoing the ritual as well. Is that what you want? Of course not. In that case, there's no need to discuss this further. Although I am upset, I acknowledge that your point has some merit, so I'll overlook your rudeness this time. But the next. The premise itself is flawed. When I interrupted Justina's words, she furrowed her brow slightly. You can't put them and me on the same level. Even if they failed, they intended to offer their souls to contribute to the world. But I wasn't like that. I'm going to succeed, no matter what. If I expected failure, I wouldn't have come here in the first place. I still have things I want to accomplish while I'm alive. You seem to have confidence in excess. But do you know that overconfidence can be a shortcut to ruin? I appreciate the concern, but it's really unnecessary. I've never had excessive confidence. I did what I could do, and I did what I had to do. That's how I've always lived, from my childhood until now. And it's no different now. I understand your unease. But we can't stay cooped up behind these walls like trapped animals forever, can we? If that's what you want, I won't stop you, but that's not the case, right? They say that age makes people stubborn. Maybe that's why convincing Justina, who must have lived for at least a few hundred years, wasn't easy. Seeing how unmoved she was, I clicked my tongue. Edel said that after performing the ascension ritual, you no longer have to worry about the mission that binds you. You're free to live as you please. Justina's eyes widened in shock. Are you saying that Lady Edel said such a thing? I wouldn't lie about something like this. She said we don't need to worry about the mission. Are you certain she said that? Yes. She even apologized for making things so hard until now. Are you absolutely sure she said that? How many times do I have to say it? Yes, she did. Justina asked me the same question over and over. Honestly, I'd be lying if I said I wasn't annoyed by having to give the same answer repeatedly. But understanding why Justina reacted this way, I patiently gave her the same response every time she asked. Yes, I'm kind like that. Justina, who had been leaning forward, questioning me, finally leaned back into her chair. I've never thought ill of the mission that Lady Edel bestowed upon me. However, there were times when it felt overwhelming. She spoke of when she felt the power of purification weakening, when she realized her body was changing to adapt to the magi, and when she had to resort to the ascension ritual as a last resort. And countless other moments that weighed heavily on her shoulders, she said. So, do you feel relieved? Isn't it too early to ask that? We haven't even succeeded in the ascension ritual, nor have we begun preparing for it. And to ask such a thing outright. Justina grumbled. No sense of empathy at all. That's how I grew up. There it is. Kana's signature move. Signature move, really. It seemed Diane had stayed quiet for once, but the moment the mood lightened, she started spouting nonsense again. I quickly dealt a jab to Diane's side to quiet her down and waited for Justina's answer. It didn't take long before Justina shook her head and spoke. A life without a mission. It's still hard to imagine. At this point, I couldn't help but wonder if Edel had put them under some kind of hypnosis. Just as I was thinking that. But I will accept your proposal. As you said, we can't live trapped behind the barrier forever. A wise decision. Justina, who seemed unshakable, was swayed the moment Edel's name came up. If I had known this, I would have brought up Edel from the start. All the other talk was just a waste of time. Click here dash. The silver blade gleamed. The sword smoothly pierced through the hide. It was like sticking a fork into pudding, but the result was far from peaceful. Slash. The monster's head flew through the air. The lifeless head spun, scattering blood everywhere. Oh, I made a mistake. My original plan was to neatly separate the head from the body, but I ended up using too much force while getting distracted. Now I'm all sticky. I grumbled as I roughly wiped off the blood clinging to my body. Kana, you shouldn't say things like that carelessly. You're starting again. I wondered what nonsense she was going to spout this time. With my arms crossed, I waited, and Dayan took out a white handkerchief from her pocket and rubbed it against my cheek. Rub rub. Squeeze squeeze. Hee hee, hee hee hee. You're trying to wipe it off, right? Of course. There, all done. As soon as I finished speaking, Dayan quickly pulled her hand away from my cheek. The once pure white handkerchief was now stained with the dark red of the monster's blood. Even if washed, it might be hard to restore its original color. And since it's covered in monster blood, it won't be usable anytime soon because of the magi. If I took this to the human villages in Ardena, they might treat me like a terrorist. A clean and shiny Kana, all done. Clean and shiny? I still feel sticky, though. Even though the blood was wiped away, the unpleasant stickiness and the lingering discomfort remained. Naturally, it wasn't washed off with water. See, you shouldn't say things like that. In this world, there are some really strange people who'll take even normal words and think strange things. What could they possibly imagine from feeling sticky? And what even is this strange thinking you're talking about? Some things in this world are better left unknown. I want you to stay pure and innocent just like you are now. Can you understand this sister's feelings? Sure. At least I understand that Joni is one of those strange people. Kana, what do you mean by that? You just haven't met really weird people? I'm actually pretty normal. But, the way she says, I'm pretty normal, shows that she knows she's weird. If she truly believed she was normal, she would have just said so. Ignoring the strange person who insisted she was normal, I shook the blood off my sword. How many did we catch? With this one, it's exactly 20. Quite a lot. Instead of Dayan, who was still mumbling, Celine answered my question. Would you like to take a break if you're tired? I'm not tired. Just bored. Repetitive tasks get dull no matter what they are. And especially when the task is as monotonous as this, it gets even worse. A monotonous task, huh? Exactly. Wait for the monsters to arrive. When they get close, separate their heads from their bodies and send them on their way. That's it. If a powerful monster came, one strong enough to make the air heavy with magi every time it breathed, I wouldn't have the luxury of such idle thoughts. But, unexpectedly, there weren't any exceptionally strong monsters in the center of Laxia. Contrary to my expectations, it turned out that the center of Laxia didn't have monsters as strong as those in the Ardena continent or even the outskirts of Laxia. After hearing my words, Justina calmly replied. That's why the barrier was made in the first place, wasn't it? One of the barrier's functions, to prevent the gathered magi in the center from spreading throughout the continent. Even though it couldn't completely stop some magi from seeping out, Justina said that without the barrier, Laxia's situation would have been much worse. The life force and strength of a monster come from magi. With only this much magi, it's no wonder there aren't any monsters that can pose a threat to you. By that logic, shouldn't there be such monsters inside the barrier? I haven't seen any even inside. A farmer must always keep an eye on the field. If pests appear, they must be caught immediately. Even if a monster with latent potential were to be born outside the barrier, it would just end up as prey for other monsters. Unlike other creatures that instinctively shun magi, monsters aren't concerned with such things. The environment of Laxia, which is conducive to the emergence of monsters, ironically hinders the blossoming of their true potential. So, the reason such monsters were occasionally seen in Ardena is, it must be because there are no natural predators. When an exceptionally strong monster is born, it will devour other monsters and grow stronger. I don't care about that. I'm not interested. Weren't you the one who brought it up, Kana? Joni, it's not nice to falsely accuse people. No, but you definitely brought it up. Dayan pounded her chest in frustration. I watched her for a moment and then tugged at her sleeve. That's enough. Dayan looked at me with a touched expression. Are you worried about me? Yeah. How could I not be, when she's pounding her chest like that? Joni, you like big chests, don't you? What? If you keep hitting your chest like that and it caves in, what if it gets smaller? Wait. Huff. Dayan took a deep breath. And she exhaled even faster than she inhaled. After taking a few deep breaths, she spoke in a voice that tried to sound calm but was anything but calm. I have a lot to say, but let me ask this first. That, liking big chests, what exactly do you mean by that? It's exactly what it sounds like. You're always jealous of Celine, so I thought you liked them. Was I wrong? I tilted my head in confusion, and Dayan's expression softened as if relieved. Oh, is that what you meant? Next time, could you phrase it in a way that doesn't cause misunderstandings? Was there room for misunderstanding? It's not just was there, it was overflowing with potential for misunderstanding. Ugh, this is getting out of hand again. Kana just said that's not what she meant, so stop harassing that poor polar bear. A polar bear has feelings too. I couldn't have understood that statement before, but now I do. It's a surprisingly useful ability, after all. Nodding in satisfaction, I suddenly found myself the new target of her attention. And besides, pounding on your chest doesn't actually make it smaller. What are you talking about? If it only got smaller, that'd be fine, but do you know how many people die from a collapsed chest cavity? Do I look like an idiot who'd pound my chest hard enough to collapse my ribcage? Hey, Kana, answer me? Who could she be talking to? Dayan usually called me Kana or Kanaya when she spoke to me. Even when we talked face to face, she'd use my name. This must be one of Dayan's habits. At first, her sweet, almost ticklish voice felt awkward, but now I've grown quite used to it. Anyway, what I'm trying to say is that if she were calling me, she'd use my name, so when Dayan says hey, she must not be referring to me. Then who could she be talking to? It's unlikely she'd address Justina like that, so could it be that she's on casual terms with Celine now? As I feigned ignorance, Dayan suddenly reached out and grabbed my waist. Suddenly, my perspective rose, and my feet dangled in the air, not touching the ground. Are you trying to throw me into despair? You cheeky little brat. I'll punish you, so take it. Haha, that tickles. Even though my face was clean, my clothes were still drenched in blood. But Dayan didn't seem to care that her own clothes were getting dirty. She rubbed, hugged, and tickled me. After a bit of time passed, Dayan, who had been making a fuss, finally set me down. She seemed quite satisfied, whether she noticed the blood smeared on her face or not. You seem like you're reflecting on your actions, so I'll let you off this time. Be a good person from now on. Reflecting, you say? Celine, who had been watching from the side, tilted her head in confusion. Of course. Just look at Kana's expression. She looks remorseful, doesn't she? It just seems like she's ticklish. By the way, Dayan. Yes. Well. Celine hesitated, struggling to speak. Meanwhile, I took a deep breath, trying to calm my still rapid breathing. Finally, when I was completely composed, Celine, who had been hesitating, spoke up. I sometimes felt like I was being watched, but you were envious. If it was something I could give you, I would have, but it's not something I can just hand over. Why is Celine saying that too? This is all Kana's fault? Dayan cried out, nearly in tears. At least it seemed like it wasn't my fault. I pretended not to notice, turning my gaze away as I spoke to Justina, who looked at me with a pitying expression. We should move. It seems like all the monsters in this area have been dealt with. While more would come eventually if we waited, it seemed better to change locations. There were two reasons why we were hunting monsters outside the barrier. One was to eliminate potential threats in case the barrier disappeared and monsters invaded. The other was to gather enough magi, using the monsters' corpses to compensate if there was a shortage when retrieving the barrier. As I said before, it wasn't too difficult a task, and even if the magi gathered this way was a drop in the bucket, it was better than doing nothing. It was a simple matter of luring in monsters with mana and taking them down as they approached. I share the same thought. Justina nodded in agreement with my suggestion. How much longer do we have to keep doing this? We should probably circle around once, don't you think? By circling around, you mean? I mean around the barrier. That much. The village, or city, of the demonic race? Either way, the scale of the barrier that both protected and isolated the place was considerable. While it wasn't as vast as the holy magic that surrounded the Holy Kingdom, it would take quite a while to make a complete loop around the barrier. It wasn't just a matter of moving either. We had to lure in monsters, defeat them, and then move again. Let's finish quickly. If I didn't want to spend the night outdoors, I'd have to keep moving. Deciding on that, I started walking before waiting for Justina's response. After all, while she agreed with the plan, she had no intention of moving until we cleared the nearby monsters. It seemed I'd have to dig my own well if I wanted water to drink. And as for those two, I wondered how long they would keep at it. Hoping to avoid being caught up in their bickering, I pretended not to notice Celine and Dayan squabbling with each other. Click here dash. Wow. Shin Dayan let out a gasp of amazement. Should I call this a spectacle? As she looked at the mountain of monster corpses, she turned her gaze toward me. What do you think, Kana? Why are you asking me that? It's best to ask the artist about the intention behind the art, right? What if I interpret it my way and you say, that's not what I meant at all? I don't think you need to worry about that. This isn't a work of art, and I'm not some kind of artist. What intention could there be? Would anyone even see that as a work of art in the first place? Kana, even if it seems meaningless to us, if the creator is trying to convey something through it, then it can be considered a work of art. But I'm telling you, I'm not a creator. What kind of message could there be? I'm not exactly someone who's into art, after all. If I want to say something, I just say it outright instead of delivering it in such a roundabout, let's call it cultured way, which just feels suffocating to me. Along the same lines, I'm not into appreciating art, either. When was it again? I remember. It was when I got invited to a banquet hosted by a noble. I'm so proud of this piece. I spent over 100 gold coins just to acquire this. That much? Yes? Even someone as uneducated as you must have heard of Fernando, right? This is his 10th masterpiece. Being able to acquire it was nothing short of a miracle, all thanks to Edel's grace. No god would grant grace for something as trivial as buying a painting. Trivial? What do you mean by that? It's an item you can't buy, no matter how much money you have. Sure. But is this why you called me over? Yes, isn't it magnificent? Ahem. Well, if you're interested, I could give you a special explanation about the piece. No need. I'm not really interested. How could you? Fine, whatever. I'm busy too, you know? I made time for you, and this is the thanks I get. Was she the daughter of an earl or a marquis? Anyway, a noble around my age hosted the banquet and bragged about acquiring a rare painting. But since I'd never even heard the name Fernando before, her bragging didn't leave much of an impression on me. When I reacted indifferently, she ran off with a face that looked like she was about to cry or sulk. I wasn't sure which. Ran might sound odd, but her hurried steps could only be described that way. By the way, when I told my father about this when I returned home, he said to me, "You need to be a bit more sensitive." I still vividly remember the subtle, indescribable expression on his face when he said that. The point of this story is that I have zero interest in art. If she'd shown me a famous sword instead, I might have had a more passionate reaction. Yeah, that happened. I finished my brief reminiscence and lifted my head. Around the pile of monster corpses, members of the demonic race were busily moving. What they were doing now was extracting magi from the corpses of the monsters. It wasn't something my group, including myself, could help with, so we just stood by and watched them extract the magi. Now that we've come this far, there's truly no turning back. Not that I ever intended to turn back anyway. If I had to make a comparison, right, it's like putting meat on the fire. You can't take half-cooked meat off the fire. That's a very Kana-like analogy. A Kana-like analogy. There are other comparisons you could have made, but you specifically went with meat. It really shows how much you love meat. Is there something wrong with that? No, it's not wrong. It's just cute, that's all. There's a lot of things you find cute. I brushed off Dayan's playful comment as I was used to it. A brief pause settled in our conversation. Even as talkative as Dayan could be, she couldn't speak non-stop for 24 hours, so naturally, there were moments when our conversation would lull. Usually, Celine would jump in during these pauses, but today, she remained unusually quiet. When I glanced over at Celine, her face was visibly tense. Are you nervous? Yes, I suppose I am. It's my first time being entrusted with such an important role. When I think that if I make a mistake, Kana might be in danger, I can't seem to calm down. Was it that obvious? Yeah, a lot. Anyone would think you were the one performing the ritual, not me. Aren't you nervous, Kana? Of course I am. I'm human too, so how could I not be nervous? Dayan's mouth fell open at my answer. You can get nervous too, Kana. If that's what you thought, then why did you ask? No, hearing you say it out loud is surprising. What's so surprising about it? Well, I just can't imagine you being nervous, Kana. Even now, you say you're nervous, but your expression and actions don't seem like it at all. A tense face, sweating, fidgeting nervously without being able to stay still. That's how most people are, right? Dayan said. There was only one response I could give to that. I can act like this because I'm used to it. How many times have I put my life on the line? When I first headed into battle, I was incredibly nervous. Though I don't remember it well, I might have been shaking like there was an earthquake. But when something like that happens dozens or hundreds of times, you can't help but grow numb to the tension. The fact that I had become strong enough that my life wasn't easily threatened also helped. And I've told you several times already I don't plan to die here. Kana, do you know what's the number one last word among young men? It's fine, I won't die. None of the people who die in accidents thought they would die. Accidents always happen unexpectedly. You need to be careful, always. Ugh, you're nagging. Blah, blah, blah. Who doesn't know you have to be careful? She's so loud about things everyone already knows. As Dayan's rambling came to an end, I removed my hands from my ears. Anyone would think you're my mom. Having a cute daughter like Kana would be great, but for now, can't you just call me big sister? Saying I have a grown-up daughter makes me sound too old. Grown up? I nodded. Sure, I'll do that. What? Did you like the word grown up that much? No. As if? The corners of your mouth are practically touching your ears. I reflexively put my hand to my mouth. My lips were in a straight line, not showing the slightest movement. While I couldn't see myself in a mirror, I knew my mouth wasn't curved upward the way Dayan described. When someone says the corners of your mouth are touching your ears, it means you're smiling broadly. As I shot Dayan a sharp look, she smiled cheerfully. See, you liked it, didn't you? If you hadn't, you wouldn't have checked. Gotcha. I wasn't checking because I felt guilty, I was checking because it was absurd. There's no way I would have smiled that big. Now that I think about it, I've never seen you laugh out loud. I've seen you smile or chuckle lightly a few times, but that's about it. Celine, have you ever seen her laugh? No, if even Joni hasn't seen it, how could I have? Why are you looking at me like that? I mean, you can smile sometimes, so it's not like you don't know how to laugh. Shall we try a healing spell? Oh, that's a great idea. Wait a minute. I had just said that absent-mindedly, but suddenly they were having a whole discussion about it. It wasn't a joke, apparently, as Celine's holy power swept over my body. Feeling the warm sensation enveloping me, I stood there bewildered as Dayan and Celine whispered to each other with surprisingly serious expressions. This is ridiculous. Do I really need to laugh like that? It's not like I never laughed at all, just like Joni said. It's just that nothing's happened to make me laugh that way. That's true. But it's been quite a while since we first met, hasn't it? Are you saying that in all that time, nothing has ever made you laugh out loud? From what I've seen, Kana seems to have a very high threshold for expressing emotions. Even beyond laughing, I haven't seen her display strong feelings all that much. Oh, it's not always like that. If something bothers her, she shows it right away. Like when she disapproves of my swordsmanship or when there are vegetables on the table. Aha, I see. As expected, Joni knows Kana better than I do. Hehe. It's all about the time we've spent together. If you try harder, Celine, you might reach my level. Kana is surprisingly straightforward. Right, I'll do my best. You do realize I can hear everything you're saying, right? I'm not some tree standing by the roadside, so why are they talking like I can't hear them? As I opened my mouth, struggling to hide my disbelief, Dayan clicked her tongue and wagged her finger. Gossiping behind someone's back is mean. That's why I'm saying it to your face. Wow, this is the first time a fair point has sounded so unfair. Dayan seemed to have a talent for making everything she said sound like complete nonsense. Otherwise, there was no way to explain why her words sounded so strange. Even if Dayan were to say that the sun rises in the east, I'd probably question it once. Honestly, reading Kana's emotions isn't that hard. Is that so? You can kind of see it. Like, oh, she's in a good mood now, or better not bother her, she's in a bad mood. By the way, right now, you're feeling incredulous, but you're not in a bad mood. This is seriously ridiculous. Alright, I've made up my mind. Dayan clenched her fist with determination. From now on, my goal is to make Kana burst out laughing. So, you've finally decided to switch to being a bard. Good choice. Even though choosing one's path is a personal decision, it's hard not to feel pity watching someone waste their talent. That's why I applauded Dayan, who seemed to have found her calling. Huh? A bard? What are you? Let's end the comedy act there. A voice cut in, interrupting Dayan's words. It was Justina, who had been moving around busily, now standing beside us. The extraction is complete. That was pretty quick. Now all that's left is to withdraw the barrier. Once that's done, there's no turning back. If you have any second thoughts, speak now. Second thoughts, huh? Suddenly, Dayan placed her hand on my shoulder. Her hand was trembling slightly. She had pretended to be calm up until now, but it seemed she couldn't hide her nerves at the last moment. Even though I was the one at the center of this ritual, why were others more nervous than I was? I wondered if Dayan realized. No, I don't. That her trembling actually helped to solidify my resolve. I have to keep moving forward, so there's no turning back for me. Click here dash. In front of Justina's house, there is a moderately sized plaza. A long time ago, a very long time ago, the entire clan would often gather in this plaza to discuss important matters or ask after each other's well-being. Actually, calling it the entire clan is a bit misleading. Back then, the number of the Purifier clan was so large that they couldn't all fit in this plaza. I never thought I'd see this sight again since those days. The plaza was filled with people. Although they weren't lined up in a perfectly orderly fashion, the sight of so many people gathered together was enough to stir Justina's emotions. Chieftain. Why are you calling me? Is something wrong? Oh, nothing. Had she lingered too long in her thoughts? Hearing the voice calling her, Justina came to her senses and noticed the concern in the faces looking up at her. It's nothing, so go on down. Yes. With a firm dismissal, the man stepped down from the platform. Justina watched with satisfaction as he obeyed her without question. Artisha always disliked this sort of thing. She had said it felt too authoritarian. But Justina believed that proper authority was essential for leadership. Being close with the clan members was nice, but there were times when a leader had to show their gravity. It was more reassuring for people to think, this is someone we can trust and follow. Justina remembered Artisha saying, I don't want to be respected for things I didn't achieve. Such a cute thought. Artisha believed that the respect and treatment she received were because of her parents. But Justina thought that Artisha fully deserved the respect she got. This wasn't just because she was Artisha's mother. Having grown up watching her parents' actions, Artisha had always been concerned for the well-being of the clan. When the dimensional creatures appeared, she was the first to fight them, which was proof of her dedication. Finishing her brief reminiscence, Justina swept her gaze over the crowd. As her gaze reached them, the murmuring gradually subsided until it finally stopped completely. I trust everyone is aware of the situation. Justina got straight to the point without any preliminaries. Despite the abrupt start, no one shook their heads. If there is anyone here who opposes this plan, speak up now. Although, I won't withdraw it even if there is opposition. Her joking tone brought a few small laughs from the crowd. As Justina, smiling, looked down, her expression grew stern. Also, I won't be repeating every detail again. We've already discussed this once before. It would only be tedious to say it all again. Just after being persuaded by that cheeky child, Justina had gathered the clan to explain the plan. Of course, even then, she wasn't seeking their approval. Since this decision has been made, you must follow it. There were no objections. When this is over, many things will change. Whether those changes were good or bad, they would not be able to return to their current lives. But Justina recalled the face of the young girl who had spoken so confidently to her. There had not been a hint of doubt on the girl's face. Was it because of Edel's words? That didn't seem to be the case. Considering how she spoke, she didn't seem particularly devout. Perhaps, Justina cautiously speculated with her wisdom from many years, the girl's belief lay in her own strength. On the other hand, Justina and her clan believed in the words of their creator, Edel. The reason Justina was ultimately persuaded by the girl was because of something Edel had said, so there was no need to elaborate on their devotion. They might believe in different things, but they were headed in the same direction. So, there was no reason not to join forces. It seems no one has changed their mind. Even after a considerable time had passed since Justina finished speaking, none of those gathered in the plaza opened their mouths. Instead, as she quietly observed their faces, which now showed more resolve than before, Justina nodded. Then, let us begin. Justina raised her hand. The massive barrier that enveloped the village slowly began to dissolve. Haven't you had experiences like that, maybe once in your life? Like when you pull on a loose thread on your clothes, only for the whole garment to unravel, leaving you flustered. What I was seeing right now was exactly like that. The barrier was like the clothing, and the magi was like the threads that made up the cloth. The strands of magi that detached from the barrier fluttered in the air. If left alone, they would surely disperse into the atmosphere without a trace. But the demonic race, including Justina, skillfully guided the magi and gathered them into a single place. It's getting a bit hard to breathe. As the barrier was halfway undone, Celine, who had been observing, spoke up. Considering that Celine rarely voiced discomfort even when things were tough, the pressure she felt must have been significant. It is indeed. I felt it too. Even though we were some distance away, I could feel this much pressure. It felt like all the magi in the air were trying to force me to submit. As much as I hate to admit it, it's a feeling similar to when I first encountered that snake-like creature. A few days ago, before the ascension ritual, the magi in the air was supposedly at least twice as dense as it is now. How many days could someone endure in such an environment? Well, even I wasn't confident in that. Honestly, I had been underestimating things a bit until now, but seeing the magi gather like this made me truly understand why Laxia is called the Magi Continent. Of course, humans named it that because it's the homeland of the demonic race. Cough? Are you okay? If it's too much, you can go inside. And no, I can still manage. Among us, I have the highest level of mastery. And though not quite at my level, Celine's abilities are far beyond those of an ordinary person. Since both of us were feeling the pressure, there was no way Dayan, with the lowest mastery, could be fine. Even though Celine's holy power was enveloping Dayan with a strong glow, Dayan's complexion was pale, like she could cough up blood at any moment. Gulp. Dayan pulled out a bottle from her pocket and downed its contents. She gulped down a potion as red as blood in one go, giving her a brief moment of relief. If she's struggling like this already, it wouldn't be surprising if she collapses later. Grazid. Why are you calling? Are you sulking? For some reason, Grazid's voice sounded curt. Oops, it's not a voice, it's a thought. Not particularly. It's just that I find it irritating when you ignore me and only call on me when you need something. He did have a point. I couldn't deny it because my actions spoke for themselves. Most of what he says is trivial, so I had been intentionally ignoring him, but now I feel a little guilty. Then why don't you go find someone else? Not really. He sure has a lot of complaints for someone who's freeloading. Besides, if anyone should feel bothered, it's him, not me, so I have no reason to back down. Ahem. It wasn't that irritating. That's a bit disappointing. Sigh. So, why did you call me? Oh, right. Can you help ease the burden Dayan is feeling? Are you joking? That's quite an amusing joke. So it's not possible after all. If you plan to overwhelm her with mana instead of magi, then sure, it's an interesting idea. Of course, Dayan wouldn't be able to endure Grazid's mana. It would only make things worse rather than better. I suppose I could take off the ring and give it to Dayan. No, yeah, I thought you'd say that. His reaction was exactly as expected, and I nodded. It couldn't be helped. Kana. This should make it a little easier, right? I grasped Dayan's hand with the hand wearing the ring. Although it's not as effective as wearing it directly, it's an item crafted by a dragon, so it should have some effect. When I suddenly grabbed her hand, Dayan, who seemed visibly flustered, let out a shy smile. Yeah, it's definitely better. Right. Kana, you're the best. It's so soft. Are you sure you're okay? I meant for her to feel its effects, not the touch of my hand. I was certain it would be helpful, but her reaction made me a little skeptical. If things get worse, I might have to forcibly send her back home. Meanwhile, the barrier continued to unravel quickly, and the pressure in the surrounding area intensified. And finally, the barrier completely disappeared. Phew. Even though Celine's sacred power had been radiating strongly for a while now, it was hard to stand straight and keep my back upright. Celine, though staggering, managed to hold on, but Dayan had completely collapsed onto the ground. Beside Dayan, empty potion bottles lay scattered. Everything is ready now. The demonic race members also looked much paler, but Justina, the only one who appeared unaffected, approached me. She gazed at me silently for a moment before suddenly smirking. You don't look too comfortable. Have you thought about retreating now? Can I retreat just because I want to? Of course not. Then stop joking around. I let go of Dayan's hand as I chided her. Realizing a moment too late that I had let go, Dayan made a disappointed sound, reaching out at the empty space. I'll be back. Can't I come with you? You know you can't. I pointed to the swirling black vortex that raged continuously. If Dayan stepped into that, she wouldn't just succumb to magi poisoning, her whole body would be torn to shreds. That's why even Celine had to help from a distance. Don't worry. I'll be back soon. There was no need to drag out farewells that weren't even final. Ignoring the sighs coming from behind, I strode forward. Small in size but with the heart of a true warrior. Is that supposed to be a compliment? That depends on whether you succeed or not. Then I'll take it as a compliment. Brushing off Justina's remarks lightly, I took another step toward the magi. Just in case you forgot, I'll tell you one last time. No, that's not necessary. Once I go inside, I need to empty all the mana in my body and accept the magi that you release, right? That's correct. I had heard about how the ascension ritual worked several times already. Now that I had confirmation that my memory was accurate, there was no need to delay any further. I'm going. May you succeed. With Celine's brief farewell, I stepped into the vortex of Magi. Ugh. A pressure incomparable to anything I had felt before pressed down on me. If I let my guard down even for a moment, I would be crushed by the pressure and never rise again. Realizing this, I clenched my teeth and drew out my mana. Crack! The pink mana in my body mixed smoothly with the golden holy power, clashing against the sharp blades of Magi. One step, then another. As I pushed forward, enduring the pressure that weighed down on me like a mountain, the unpleasant noise in my ears suddenly vanished. However, the suffocating presence of Magi remained. Not exactly the eye of a storm. I grumbled inwardly for a moment. Realizing what I needed to do, I immediately released the mana from my body. As I let out a significant amount, the surrounding Magi seemed to dilute, making it feel like breathing had become slightly easier. Maybe there was no real difference, and I just felt that way. I had already said many times that there was no turning back. Now, it's truly, really irreversible. With all my mana emptied out, leaving was no longer an option. So instead of wasting time on unnecessary thoughts, I spread my arms wide. The moment I resolved to accept the Magi, the wandering Magi around me began flooding into my body. It was different from the violent mana of Grazed and from the mana I had wielded. Thick, sticky, tainted Magi. Gah! Before I could even feel the pain, my body reacted first. In the faint light, the blood I vomited onto the ground was not its usual red but pitch black. Thud. In the next moment, I found myself on my knees, staring at it. I tried several times to force myself back up, but my limp body refused to obey. No, do I really need to stand up? As that thought crossed my mind, a calmness settled over me. Yeah, there's no need to struggle to get up. It's not that hard, right? I just need to close my eyes and let myself be carried away by the darkness that pulls me. That way, I won't have to feel this pain that's eating away at my body. Yeah, let's do that. I quietly sank into the comforting darkness that welcomed me. Thud. The staff hit the ground with a dull sound. The staff, with its sleek white body and decorations embedded with various jewels, was so beautiful that even a person without a keen eye for art would inadvertently express admiration. It looked like something that could be considered a piece of art. Most people would be afraid of it getting dusty or scratched, carefully keeping it safe. However, the man holding the staff didn't care about such things. Instead, he kept tapping the ground with the end of the staff as if saying it didn't matter. He then looked up at the sky with a complicated expression. A clear sky. A bright, cloudless sky greeted the man. A sky that anyone would describe as beautiful weather, but to the man, the weather meant nothing. Whether it rained, thundered, or a fierce storm swept through, the man's demeanor would remain unchanged. And of course, it made sense. What the man saw in the sky wasn't the weather. Edel, I have done as you willed. The flow of mana, sometimes clashing, sometimes intertwining, and sometimes flowing gently, this was the fundamental flow that formed this world. Even for a wizard, who explores mysteries and mimics miracles, it is not easy to see the flow of mana with the naked eye, and perceiving it in such detail was a testament to the man's extraordinary level. However, the man who stood at such a high level couldn't hide his troubled heart. I don't know if what I did was right. Sometimes, I wonder if I've misunderstood your will. In truth, Edel had never directly conveyed her will to the man. So, what the man did was interpret the flow of the world as he perceived it, guessing the will of the divine. Until now, he had believed without a doubt that this was Edel's will. Yet now, anxiety was crashing like waves within his heart. Many things will burn. And many things will crumble. The flow of mana, which always seemed to move in one direction even though it appeared chaotic, was now flowing elsewhere, towards somewhere high in the sky. And those who will suffer the most from this calamity will be the empire that I belong to. The man did not proceed with this action because he held a grudge against the empire. He simply realized that there were things more important than the empire. What use is cherishing the room you live in if the entire house is about to collapse? Understanding this, he had done everything he could, including making a reluctant pact and sending the girl away from her safe haven. But he could not erase the unease in his heart. The man, who had been murmuring as if speaking to Edel, suddenly furrowed his brow. He sensed a group of people approaching within the wide range of his aura perception. TCH, small fries. Even without his intervention, the barrier he had set up would prevent them from entering. But he was irritated by the mere fact that someone was approaching. How dare an outsider, who was lucky enough to gain power, look down on me? Challenging his barrier meant challenging his magic. The man did not like that at all. Thud. Boom. As he struck the ground with the staff, a deafening thunder echoed across the land. After a single flash of lightning from a clear sky, the presences he had sensed vanished without a trace. I shouldn't have to deal with such trivial matters. Shedding his serious tone, the man grumbled. It's frustrating when no one appreciates my kindness. This kid probably doesn't even realize the trouble I'm going through for her. He would be lucky if she didn't come charging at him with a sword the moment she woke up. The man looked down at the girl lying at his feet. With blood-stained lips and a deathly pale face, she appeared as if she were dead, but the faint rise and fall of her small chest indicated that she was still alive. Hey, couldn't you have raised your daughter a bit more gently? She's quite the little troublemaker. You have no idea how terrifying it was whenever she came at me, trying to kill me. Twitch. The man, who had been grumbling as he looked at the gravestone, flinched. The fingers of the pink-haired girl moved. It was a very brief movement, but the man didn't miss it. Already showing signs of regaining consciousness? She's a remarkable one. Well, that's probably why she was chosen by Edel. Despite his admiration, the man's actions became urgent. Bringing someone from faraway Laxia all the way here was no easy task, even for a wizard at the peak of his field. He had prepared for this for a long time, using numerous catalysts, and the target had been in a weakened, unconscious state with no magi blocking the magic. It was only possible because of all those conditions combined. If even one of them had been missing, it would have been impossible. And because this task was impossible to do through a mere clone, the man had brought his real body here. If the girl who often snapped at him for only sending clones instead of facing things head-on had seen this, she would have been thrilled. The man, fully aware of this, hurried to prepare to descend the mountain. Before leaving the barrier, the man looked back one last time. She cared deeply for her father, so she probably won't act recklessly. He figured that even amidst her frenzy, her deep attachment to this place might cause her to restrain herself instinctively. It was a slim hope, but the man clung to that faint possibility. Leaving someone who wants to kill me so badly. Life sure takes unexpected turns. Clicking his tongue, the man drew upon his mana. A magic circle formed instantly, emitting light. Oh, I forgot. Nothing happened. The realization of the magical adjustments he made to bring the girl here hit him belatedly. Do I really have to go through this at my age? With heavy steps, the man began to descend the mountain. For someone known as the Sage of the Empire, it was a rather ungraceful departure. Is it over? Diane, who had been sprawled out, regained consciousness. The magi that had been constricting her had vanished without a trace. Not only that, but the persistent damage effect that had been sapping her strength since she set foot in Laxia, as well as the debuff of magi poisoning that had been suppressing her abilities, had disappeared. Finally able to breathe freely, Diane struggled to her feet. Indeed, as she had thought, the fierce black currents that had been swirling around were nowhere to be seen. I did it. If Kana had failed, the magi would still be present, so it must mean she succeeded. Diane's face lit up with relief. But only for a moment. Looking at the place where the magi had once raged, Diane saw people gathered in a circle around the spot where the ascension ritual had taken place, and a sense of unease crept in. Instead of celebrating the victory, why were they acting like that? Celine. In the midst of the quiet, Diane spotted a familiar head of blonde hair and approached her. Celine. Joni. What's wrong? Celine, who always responded with a warm smile, now had a vacant expression, as if her mind was elsewhere. Is something wrong? Well, it's, Celine hesitated, unable to continue. Diane, unable to hold back, pushed through the crowd, certain that a small girl awaited at the end. She couldn't imagine what kind of battle Kana might have fought within that suffocating magi, but at least she could offer a hug and some comforting words. Excuse me, let me through, please. After struggling through the crowd, Diane finally caught sight of an open clearing. The ground bore rough scars, etched deeply by the magi, evidence of an intense battle. Seeing the circular markings on the ground, Diane felt a chill run down her spine. If she hadn't listened to Kana earlier and insisted on going in with her, she would have undoubtedly been torn to pieces. Though in reality, she would have resurrected at a revival point before that happened. Nevertheless, it would have been a grim end. Now, she was nearly at her destination. Whoa. Diane, pushing through the last row of people, suddenly stumbled, feeling a sense of relief wash over her. Before her nose could hit the ground, a hand reached out to steady her. Firm yet gentle, Justina's hand caught Diane's arm and helped her stand upright. Be careful. Whew, thank you. Thanks to Justina, Diane avoided the embarrassment of a bloody nose and breathed a sigh of relief. Then, she realized that the ground she nearly fell on was a different color than its surroundings. It was a deep black, like poured asphalt. A strange scent wafted into Diane's nose. Is that blood? It was a smell she had encountered countless times as a child, now rising from the ground. Justina spoke. The ascension ritual was successful. As she said, all the magi that had engulfed Laxia has disappeared. So, that's what she meant when she said she would free us from our burden. It is truly an unbelievable achievement. Justina, who had checked several times in disbelief, now had no choice but to accept it. The air around her felt as clean as it had been long ago, when the power of purification was still intact. However, Diane wasn't as moved by Justina's reflection. What mattered most to her was something else. Where is Kana? No way, right. A missing presence. The black liquid that stained the ground around them. A response that never came. Everywhere she looked, there were only elements that amplified her anxiety, causing Diane's eyes to tremble. Thud. Diane's knees hit the ground. The sticky liquid soaked her knees, and the metallic scent of blood filled her nostrils. It couldn't have been a coincidence that she glimpsed the figure of the pink-haired girl in that moment. She was no stranger to death. Since starting Cilia Online, Diane had encountered death more times than she could count on her fingers. Kana. But just because she could remain composed about her own death, it didn't mean she could be just as composed about the death of others. Especially if it was someone she deeply cared about. Kana. Unlike herself, who could come back to life, Kana could not. So, she would never meet her again. As that realization sank in, tears welled up in Diane's eyes. Just like a dam breaking, the emotion that she had held back surged forth. Wait, I think you're misunderstanding something, so let me clarify. I never said that disrespectful child was dead. Dayan froze at Justina's words. She isn't dead. Is that what you were hoping for? No, of course not. Dayan, startled, quickly denied it. Justina couldn't help but smirk, seeing the obvious relief on Dayan's face. How about we change locations first? This doesn't seem like a suitable place for a long conversation. The girl opened her eyes. But what does it mean to open one's eyes? She did not know the meaning of the action, nor what she had just done. Still, the girl rose to her feet. Swoosh. At that moment, a thick black mist spread out from the girl's body. It was the aura of corruption, a breath of death that was nothing less than a lethal poison to any living creature. Even the flower field beneath the girl's feet could not escape the mist. In an instant, the flowers lost their vitality and withered away. As the girl glanced around, her eyes caught sight of a bent flower. She didn't like it. Instinctively feeling this, the girl swung her arm. Whoosh. Her arm sliced through the mist. The mist split along the path of her swing, momentarily dispersing before creeping back together again. The girl managed to scatter the mist briefly, but she couldn't drive it away completely. It was only natural. It wasn't real mist to begin with, and since it emanated from the girl's own body, such a simple gesture could not solve the problem. However, the mist also couldn't harm its master. The mist that drained the vitality from every living thing, flowers, grass, trees, and even tiny insects could not bear its fangs against its master. The girl's arm remained unaffected, just as it had been before it touched the mist. Flailing. Annoyed by the lack of control, the girl flailed her arms. The sight was as innocent as a child playing in the sand, yet the consequences of her actions were far from light. The more the girl moved, the more her arms stirred the mist, causing it to spread further and engulf the flower field. Eventually, the girl sensed something was wrong and stopped trying to scatter the mist. Puff. With her cheeks puffed up, she glared at the mist. Thud. The girl took a step without thinking and saw the mist move along with her, causing her pink eyes to widen. Tap 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 dash. The girl quickly moved her short legs, hurrying out of the flower field. The mist that had hovered over the flower field rushed after her, trailing behind into the open space. In the process of leaving the field, more damage was caused, but fortunately, there were still more healthy flowers than those that had withered. As she surveyed the flower field with satisfaction, the girl's gaze suddenly stopped, as if caught by something. Beyond the field, near a sheer cliff, stood a long object embedded in the ground. Despite the considerable distance, the girl's eyes were fixed on the vivid red, unable to look away. The girl felt stifled. Even as she clutched at her chest, as if to tear it apart, the suffocating feeling did not go away. She wanted to go there. She shouldn't go there. Two conflicting instincts fiercely clashed within her. In the end, the instinct that prevailed was the one telling her, you must not go. Stumble. The girl, unable to hide her lingering disappointment, still faithfully followed her instincts. She passed by the empty space marred with dark marks, and even the small cabin, as she started to move further away from the flower field. Thud. The girl, driven by the single instinct to get as far away from the flower field as possible, bumped into something invisible. She stopped, rubbing her slightly reddened forehead after the light impact. A pure question arose in the girl's mind. What had stopped her? Tilting her head in confusion, the girl finally noticed the transparent wall blocking her path. She didn't like it. It wasn't just because it was blocking her way. Like when she left the flower field, her instincts whispered to her. But this time, there was a clear difference. While her instincts had whispered not to damage it before, now they were telling her to destroy it immediately. I don't like this. The girl moved according to her instincts once more. Wong. The girl's hand grasped the empty air. Though nothing existed there, a sword had appeared in her grip before she realized it. It was a pitch-black sword, shrouded in a sinister black mist that allowed no trace of light. Even if the sword the girl held was a peerless blade, and even if it was the sort of sword that a swordsman who cherished fine weapons could not resist, no ordinary person would be able to wield it easily. The ominous aura emanating from the pitch-black sword was enough to unsettle not only the mind but also to provoke an instinctual fear. And even if one managed to overcome their instincts and successfully grasp the sword, they wouldn't come out unscathed. The pitch-black sword the girl held was a manifestation of the black mist surrounding her. Most people would have their life force drained as soon as they touched the mist. It was a fearsome object, but the girl wielding it remained unaffected. She took up a stance with the pitch-black sword. A diagonal slash from the lower left to the upper right. A black serpent bared its fangs as it lunged towards the wall that blocked the girl. Crash! The gleaming fangs sank deep into the wall. The black serpent, not satisfied, twisted its body, intent on ripping the wall apart. But that only lasted for a moment. Despite pouring all its strength into the attack, the black serpent failed to tear through the wall, eventually losing its form and scattering. All that remained was a massive scar on the wall, difficult to believe was left by a single sword. The girl's eyes filled with discontent. There was no one to stop her, but even if there had been, they wouldn't have had the chance as the girl charged forward. The tip of the sword, which had been aiming straight ahead, struck the barrier. Flash! The barrier flickered intensely, but only for a moment. As the black aura that flowed from where the sword was embedded began to slowly consume the barrier, the intense flickering quickly faded. When the barrier had finally lost all its light, what stood before her was not the translucent wall that had blocked her, but a massive, blackened wall. The girl looked up at it expressionlessly, though there was a hint of satisfaction in her gaze, and she took another step forward. Judging by its appearance, the black wall seemed like it would be even stronger in blocking her path. But just before the girl's foot touched the wall, it quietly opened. As the girl walked through the gap, wide enough for 2 or 3 people to pass, the lush greenery outside welcomed her. Even the trees, brimming with life and stretching their branches as if to cover the sky, bowed as the black mist touched them. But that was outside the girl's concern. The girl, whose mere presence wilted everything around her, continued walking. Without knowing where she wanted to go, or where she should be, she moved as if she had to, down the mountain. Far to the east, unaware that the original owner of the barrier had just realized the anomaly and was pulling their hair out. She disappeared right after the ascension ritual ended. Yes, indeed. You have asked the same thing 3 times already. Can you stop now? It's just too hard to believe. Day inside. Justina, who had overseen the ascension ritual, had witnessed everything clearly. Not only the magi gathered here but all the magi in Laxia had been absorbed into Kana. Of course, this wasn't a situation that Justina had anticipated, and she felt something was off, but the situation had already slipped out of her control. All Justina could do was prevent the magi from scattering elsewhere. After minutes that felt like 1,000 years and dozens of minutes that felt like eons, the flow of magi surrounding Kana visibly weakened. Justina could not hide her shock as she watched Kana absorb the remaining magi entirely. No matter how high one's standing, how could a mere girl who wasn't even of the demonic race handle such a vast amount of magi? No, even if she were of the demonic race, attempting to contain such a massive amount of magi would have caused her body to burst long ago. Even Justina, who had achieved a significant leap in her own growth, could not have absorbed even a fraction of the magi that Kana had taken in. It was an event that defied description, beyond what could be called a feat. Justina, suppressing her astonishment with the chains of duty, approached the collapsed Kana. That was when a light suddenly enveloped Kana's body, shining intensely. Justina reflexively closed her eyes against the blinding light, and when she opened them again, Kana was nowhere to be seen. Now that I think about it, it seemed like magic. Magic. But who, where, and why? The fact that Kana was alive was fortunate, but new worries surfaced. What if someone who held a grudge against Kana abducted her? Or if it were the act of a pervert intending to do something terrible to Kana? Dayan unconsciously bit her lips repeatedly. Given how much blood Kana lost, her condition couldn't be good. It might cause further misunderstandings, so I'll say this up front. We are not the ones who kidnapped her. I didn't really suspect you. To be precise, she didn't have the mental space to entertain such suspicions. Dayan's mind was so filled with worry and concern that there was no room for other thoughts. I'm not particularly well versed in magic, but... A gentle voice snapped Dayan out of her thoughts. The culprit is likely a very skilled mage. Huh? Why do you say that? Spatial manipulation magic is not something that can be easily cast. Furthermore, specifically targeting someone like Kana out of all these people is even more challenging. Now that she heard it, it was such an obvious point that she felt embarrassed for not realizing it sooner. A skilled mage. It's probably one of the most renowned mages on the Ardena continent. That's what I think. Why would such a person kidnap Kana? The timing is suspicious too. It was as if they had executed their plan with perfect timing, just waiting for this moment. Questions piled up one after another, and Dayan let out a sigh. I just hope nothing bad happens. Now that it was almost certain that Kana had been kidnapped by someone, Dayan's hope was a slim one, but she couldn't help clinging to it. I, too, will dispatch people to find the child. You're going to help us. Do you think I am some ungrateful wretch? That's not what I meant. Thank you for your help. I am not helping. I am doing what must be done. Justina let out a huff and gestured with her hand. Following her gesture, members of the demonic race swiftly scattered in all directions. Watching them, Justina turned her head and asked Dayan and Celine, "What will you do?" Their answer was already decided. "We'll join the search." "Yes. We can't leave without finding Lady Kana. In that case, I will assign people to accompany you. While the magi has dissipated, the monsters likely remain." Justina nodded, as if she had already expected their response. With that, dozens of search parties were formed, scouring Laxia as if turning it inside out, and Dayan believed it was only a matter of time before they found Kana's whereabouts. But, what? Contrary to Dayan's expectations, the news of Kana, whom she had been desperately searching for, came from an entirely unexpected place. The girl needed to get away from the place where she had woken up. Following her instincts, she descended the mountain. Her pace wasn't particularly fast or slow, but it didn't take long for her to reach the foot of the mountain. Step by step. With each step the girl took, the lush branches lost their vitality, snapping off, while animals and monsters held their breath and hurriedly fled. As such, the only things that could stand in her way were the rugged terrains, but even those couldn't halt her steps. Thud. The girl stood at the edge of a large rock. It was merely the result of walking where her steps led her, not her intention. But still, the rock she stood on was so large that one could almost call it a cliff without exaggeration. Even a fully grown adult would suffer injuries if they leaped from such a height, and for a girl much smaller than an adult, the danger was even greater. So, a normal person would have sought a path around it or, if unable to find one, would have carefully descended by using the cracks in the cliff. Swish. The girl continued forward just as casually as she had up to this point, as if she were walking across flat ground spread out before her. If someone had been beside her to witness it, they would have either screamed and covered their eyes from the horrifying scene about to unfold or rushed to save her. They would soon realize that their efforts had been in vain. Beneath the girl's calmly descending steps, a black mist gathered. Tap. The mist that had previously allowed the girl's arm to pass through now solidified, firmly supporting her. As if she had anticipated this result, the girl showed no sign of surprise as she continued to descend step by step, easily reaching the bottom of the cliff. After passing a few more trees, the girl finally arrived at an open plain. The plain was marked with a huge slash. Curious about the straight and clear mark that looked as if it had been drawn with a brush on a canvas, the girl tilted her head and approached it. As she got closer, she could see the slash more clearly. What had looked like a line from a distance was actually a fissure created by the splitting of the ground on both sides. The deep crack, which seemed difficult to escape if one slipped and fell into it, was filled with scattered piles of blackened ash. For the first time since escaping from the wall, the girl's unbroken steps came to a halt. The girl furrowed her brow as if something was tickling her mind. It's frustrating. What was the identity of the faint voices she could hear? What were they saying? She didn't know anything, but she lingered for a long time in front of the fissure, pacing around the area. It wasn't until several more minutes had passed, even after the voices had completely faded from her mind, that the girl started walking again. When the voices fully stopped, so did the itch that had been bothering her. It's a shame. A startled gasp escaped from the girl's mouth for the first time. Surprised by the sound she had made unconsciously, she quickly covered her mouth. Her wide-eyed reaction while holding her hand over her lips revealed an innocent, childlike side to her. If it weren't for the black mist extending from her, anyone who saw that sight would have been unable to resist a warm smile. Realizing that the sound that had startled her came from her own voice, the girl hesitantly spoke again. Fascinated by the sound of her own voice, she continued to utter simple sounds, much like a baby speaking for the first time. While she was playing around with her voice like this, two shadows appeared on the empty plain. Two men approached the fissure, just as the girl had earlier, and peered into it. But there was a clear difference between their actions and the girl's. While the girl had shown only pure curiosity, the intense gaze with which the men examined the ashes suggested they had a specific purpose. The men noticed the girl before she noticed them. Unaware of the approaching strangers, the girl continued to play, her soft voice carried on the wind reaching the man holding a sword. The man, who had straightened up, suddenly noticed the girl standing a fair distance away. What the? There's someone over there. Have you never seen a person before? Instead of wasting time saying nonsense, why don't you start searching for anything useful? Even a piece of armor could make us a fortune. Everything's burned down. Do you think anything would be left? And if it was just a person, I wouldn't have said anything. Metal has a high melting point, so something might have survived. And you ran here the moment you heard we might strike it rich. How was I supposed to know it would turn out like this? Just look around already. TCH. You're making such a fuss. If I find nothing here, I'll share your embarrassing moments in the group chat. Reluctantly turning his head at his friend's urging, the other man's expression initially twisted in annoyance, then changed to one of surprise. Was he seeing things correctly? After blinking several times and rubbing his eyes, the man realized it wasn't an illusion. Isn't that Canaria? Wasn't she supposed to be in Laxia? Is it a cosplay? Cosplay. Muttering, could it be? At his friend's words, the man looked at the girl, then shook his head to dismiss the thought. Though he wasn't particularly knowledgeable about cosplay, even he could tell this wasn't it. Even if someone could match the hair color and eye color, it would be nearly impossible to perfectly imitate the face and build. Moreover, the appearance of the NPC Canaria he knew wasn't something that could easily be replicated. If she had a common look, she wouldn't have become such a famous figure among the players. If that's cosplay, wouldn't it be more accurate to call it transformation rather than cosplay? They say a woman's transformation is always innocent, don't they? What nonsense are you spouting all of a sudden? The man, annoyed by his friend's chatter, gave him a light smack on the head and started walking toward the girl. Ow. If you're going to hit me, do it gently. That knocked a chunk off my health bar. Grumbling while holding his head, the friend followed behind him. As the distance between them shortened, and the girl's appearance became clearer, the man walking ahead became certain. The girl standing there was undoubtedly the NPC he knew. Although there was an inexplicable feeling about it, and he had no idea how someone who was in Laxia just yesterday could be here now or why they might be here. It seemed like his friend, who was following behind, had similar thoughts, judging by the surprised look on his face. What the? It's really her. Shouldn't you be the least surprised? He was the one who insisted on checking in the first place. Hearing this, his friend scratched the back of his head. I just thought it might be someone who looks like her. Hey, have you ever seen Canaria before? You're looking at her right now. No, I'm not talking about now. You know what I mean. Stop playing dumb. It makes me want to punch you. If you're so upset, why don't you fight me? Want to bet some gold? His friend fell silent. His pride was wounded. But while a bruised ego could be mended, lost gold coins wouldn't come back. Knowing the difference in skill between them, his friend swallowed his irritation. Meanwhile, the man took a deep breath and continued. Well, I've never seen her in person. He had seen her plenty of times in broadcasts and photos. That's why it was fascinating for him to see the famous NPC right in front of him. Hey, but doesn't she look a bit different? It's not like what you see online. People always say that celebrities look different in real life. No, I mean, she's really different. It's like she's completely out of it. Is that so? The man looked over the girl again. And soon, he understood why his friend had said that. Instead of Canaria's usual sharp and hardened demeanor, a pure and innocent childlike expression occupied her face. And that wasn't the only thing. If it were the girl they knew, she would have noticed their approach long ago and either attacked or kept a close watch on them. Yet now she was so distracted that she didn't spare them even a glance. Poke, poke. As the man pondered the differences, he felt a touch that snapped him out of his thoughts. Hey, what do you think about trying to capture her? What? Capture what? Canaria, of course. Are you out of your mind? Did you eat something bad? What a ridiculous suggestion. The man and his friend were only just above level 30. Even when players much stronger than them, those who could really fight, had banded together, they had failed to defeat her. There was no way the two of them could manage it alone. Seeing the man's negative reaction, his friend tried to persuade him more gently. Look, there's definitely something wrong with that ascension ritual or whatever it was. She's clearly not in her right state. Don't you think we could take her down now? That's nonsense. The man was about to dismiss it as nonsense, but he paused when he looked at the girl. It made sense. There were no companions to protect her, she didn't seem mentally sound, and she wasn't even minimally armed. It was the perfect situation for an ambush. At the very least, it was clear that they wouldn't get another opportunity as good as this. Dozens of parties rushed in to claim the first clear, but none succeeded. If we managed to do it, wouldn't that be a massive breakthrough? We'd get tons of interview requests, and the news would spread everywhere. His friend was right. Though it wouldn't be as glorious since they weren't capturing her in her prime, they would still receive attention they had never experienced before. The man was a gamer. He had always admired professional gamers who raised trophies in competitions or those who succeeded in taking down a boss monster for the first time, basking in the spotlight. He dreamed of standing alongside them. Though he had long accepted the limits of his talent and chosen to enjoy the game casually, a small piece of that dream still glittered in his heart. All right, let's do it. After all, it's just a game. Even if they died, they could simply respawn, right? The man drew his sword. He briefly felt guilty about attacking a defenseless girl who was playing around, but the overwhelming desire for glory crushed that feeling into oblivion. Ha, that's the spirit, my friend. Why don't you pay me back for the last 3 months of overdue friend fees before you say that? Exchanging light-hearted banter, they turned on the recording function. After all, no one would believe them if they just told the story, so they planned to submit the recorded video as proof of their conquest. Once all preparations were complete, they boldly charged toward the girl. Thud, thud, thud. Hearing the sound of footsteps running toward her, the girl turned her head and met their gaze. However, the distance between them and the girl had already closed. Just 3 more steps, and a swing of the sword, and the pink-haired girl would fall, bleeding. It weighed on their conscience to think of killing a young girl, but it was just a game, after all. Even if they were criticized by those who liked her character, it would be nothing compared to the glory and attention the man would receive. With that unwavering belief, the man pushed off the ground with all his strength. Clatter, clatter, clatter. Huh. But why wasn't he moving forward? Feeling puzzled, the man tried to lower his head, but his body wouldn't budge. Rolling his eyes with a dumbfounded expression, he eventually realized that he was lying flat on the ground. Thud. In his fading vision, he saw his friend collapse, spilling black liquid. In the dimming darkness, a familiar death message greeted him. The men, who had recklessly rushed in, were devoured by the black mist and vanished without a trace. The girl stared curiously at the spot where the men had disappeared, as if finding their sudden disappearance strange, before losing interest and turning her head away. A word without legs can travel 1,000 miles, but a word carried by radio waves can cross tens of thousands of miles in the blink of an eye. Dayan, who was in Laxia, was able to hear the news thanks to the diligent run of radio waves through the sea of the internet. Kana was spotted on the Ardena continent. And it was right beneath the mountain where Dayan first met Kana, where Kana had turned her back on the world and secluded herself. What is going on here? Dayan knew from Justina that Kana had disappeared after being caught up in a teleportation spell. But the fact that Kana, who had vanished, was not in Laxia but in Ardena, and moreover, at a mountain far from the coast, did that even make sense? It wasn't like she used a teleportation circle. Dayan, thinking that her viewers were pulling her leg, frowned. Does that even make sense? No, it's real. Have you been tricked your whole life? If you don't believe it, go check it out yourself. It's causing a huge stir, and you didn't know until now? Not everyone is constantly checking the forums like you. I want to punch this stubborn disbelief right in the chest. This message has been deleted. It's even on the fan cafe, so go check it out. Alright, I'll check. Amid the unrelenting clamor from the viewers, Dayan asked for a moment and paused her search to access her fan cafe. The post her viewers mentioned was not hard to find, as it stood out among the countless posts with an overwhelming number of recommendations and views. Though many posts were discussing the same topic, Dayan put off reading those for now and clicked on the most recommended one. And then, as Dayan looked at the photo attached at the top of the post, her eyes widened. A picture showing a pink-haired girl, playing around with her hands. Could she have seen it wrong? After scrutinizing the photo as if she could pierce through it, Dayan came to a conclusion. She hadn't seen it wrong. From the start, the girl named Kana that Dayan knew was such a distinctive person that it was hard to mistake her for someone else. Besides, hadn't Dayan stayed closely with Kana for weeks? To the point where they were almost inseparable throughout the day. After spending so much time together, putting aside even her life outside, how could she mistake Kana for someone else? The only remaining possibility was that the photo might have been doctored. Was this photo edited? Ha, lol. I really want to say something bad now. Just keep living like that forever. But could it really be edited? It's worth being suspicious, so why's everyone so angry? Editing? Huh. These people must believe the earth is flat. This message has been deleted. Ugh. All she did was say one thing, and the chat window exploded. It was good that her stream's audience had grown, but with that came an increase in trolls trying to ruin the atmosphere. The managers Douyin appointed were busy dealing with them, swiftly banning and muting disruptive viewers. As those who thought their comments would get lost in the commotion were silenced, the heated atmosphere began to cool down. Meanwhile, Douyin, who continued to examine the post, frowned. The post not only included the photo but also a few lines of text and a video. The video showed two men charging at Kana but failing to even land a proper attack before meeting their end. According to the text below the video, they thought she didn't seem quite right and rushed in hoping to claim the first clear, only to be swiftly defeated. They attacked because she didn't seem quite right. Click. How foolish. Chat. Yeah, they really are stupid, lol. I heard they were low-level players, so what were they even thinking? They probably thought it's fine if it doesn't work out. I mean, even if you die, you just respawn. But why did they go there in the first place? There are people who roam around picking up pieces of armor left by the Sun Knights that Kana scattered. I heard you can make some money selling those. Who would even buy that stuff? Apparently, some people buy them as souvenirs. And even if not for that, there are those who go just to visit like it's a tourist spot. Anyway, quite a few go. That wasn't what she meant when she called them foolish. It was different from what she intended, but Douyin let out a sigh of relief as she watched the chat agreeing with her. After advising her viewers to refrain from excessive criticism, Douyin changed the subject. More importantly, that's Magi, right? Around Kana in the photos and video, a sinister-looking black mist was swirling. And it looked exactly like the Magi that Douyin had been seeing over the past few days. The deaths of the two who charged at Kana were likely caused by the Magi. Still, for the Magi to be dense enough to kill two people in an instant, Douyin swallowed hard. What on earth happened? Being subjected to horrible experiments by a mad wizard, getting killed by someone seeking revenge, being caught by a maniac and suffering unspeakable things. Douyin was glad to know that the dark thoughts swirling in her head were wrong, but the situation wasn't good. From what Douyin could see, Kana didn't seem normal. Her appearance in the short video, and in the subsequent witness accounts as well. Kana was acting like an innocent child, unaware of the ways of the world. Justina, is it possible to lose one's memory as a side effect of the ascension ritual? Lose one's memory, you say? Justina, hearing the unexpected question, touched her lips. If you're talking about losing one's mind, then yes. Losing their mind? How does that happen? It's not something complicated. They might be alive and breathing but remain blank, unresponsive to external stimuli, or they could go completely mad and die in a frenzy. Hearing Justina's words, Douyin face turned pale. Then does that mean Kana could end up like that too? Well, it's hard to say for sure, but the chances are low. The cases I mentioned were all failures of the ascension ritual. Then why is Kana acting this way? Justina noticed that Douyin was deep in thought. Do you have any thoughts on the matter? Justina, who had been living isolated from the outside world in Laxia, couldn't possibly know about the players, or the apostles. There hadn't been a chance to explain it before. Realizing this now, Douyin briefly explained the apostles to Justina. Of course, she couldn't exactly say that they came from another world, and even if she did, it wouldn't make sense, so she framed it as them having arrived in Ardena guided by Edel from a continent beyond the Eastern Sea. Justina's eyes sparkled with understanding. Edel's blessing, you say? I did think it strange that a weaker one, unlike the others, managed to make it all the way here, but that would explain it. Haha. So, thanks to Edel's blessing, you're able to communicate with others even from far away? And through that, you were able to find that child? Yes. Another apostle found her. You seem to have a special bond with that child, so I'm sure you've verified it well. There's no need for me to add anything. A special bond. It's not like that. Douyin turned away bashfully, clearing her throat. But, does it really seem that way? Is there anyone who wouldn't see it that way? Anyway, are you planning to leave now? I suppose so. Douyin had followed after Kana from the beginning. If Kana hadn't come here, she wouldn't have set foot in Laxia at all. After the ascension ritual ended, she had remained only to find Kana, and now that she had discovered Kana's whereabouts, there was no reason for Douyin to stay in Laxia any longer. Justina, would you like to come with me to Ardena? You don't have any reason to stay in Laxia anymore. One could also say there's no reason to leave. What would we gain from crossing over there but more conflict? Even if we do move, it should be done slowly, over time. That's true. Having already seen the remnants of war, Douyin could easily understand those words. Just then, an unexpected person joined the conversation. If it's all right with you, Justina, could I stay here for a while longer as well? Celine, you're staying in Laxia. Yes. There's still something I need to do as instructed by Edel. I'm sorry I couldn't see the search for Kana through to the end. No, there's no need to apologize. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have made it this far, so I should be thanking you for coming with me until now. That too was because of Edel's guidance. Oh, come on. Are you saying everything you did for me was because Edel told you to? If not, then just accept my gratitude, please. It was unfortunate to part with a companion she had grown fond of, but Diane couldn't cling to Celine when she had her own duties to attend to. I came with 3, but I'm leaving alone. Thinking that made Diane feel a little lonely, but the thought of needing to find Kana quickly brought her back to her senses. She's leaving without even repaying her debt. That cheeky little girl. If you find her, could you give her a good smack with this? This is. Are you asking me to give this to Kana? What did you think I meant? I told you to hit her with it. What you do after that is up to you. Haha, okay, I'll make sure to do that. Diane put the item Justina handed her into her inventory. The rest happened quickly. Diane returned to her lodging and packed up her belongings, as well as Kana's. She thoroughly checked to ensure she hadn't forgotten anything, and once she was satisfied, she was ready to depart. I'll arrange for someone to take you to Ardena. No, that won't be necessary. From the center of Laxia where Diane was, it would take a few days to reach the coast, then several more days by boat to reach Ardena. Even then, it would take a few more days to reach the mountain where Kana was. Even with the shortest estimate, it would take at least a week, and more generously, over 2 weeks. Diane didn't have that kind of time. I can't leave the room in a mess. Diane drew her sword in a quiet, deserted place. It's still scary. She hated pain, and she feared dying. However, this was the only way she could think of to reach Ardena quickly. Even though she had lowered her pain sensitivity to the minimum, so she shouldn't feel much, Diane's heart began to race as she faced the tip of her gleaming sword. Was it thanks to the training she had done with Kana, or was it for some other reason? She couldn't tell, but strangely, it wasn't as frightening as it used to be. Liar. You said you'd keep me safe so I wouldn't have to face death. Diane let out a big sigh, muttering a complaint she didn't really mean. If she hesitated any longer, she would never be able to go through with it and would end up giving up entirely. With her eyes tightly shut, Diane drove the sword into herself. Thud. What? Joni. Justina and Celine urgently tried to stop her sudden action, but Diane's sword had already pierced her neck. She felt the cold touch of the blade briefly, and then a sudden, hot pulse coursed through her. As her vision slowly dimmed, she thought she glimpsed a flash of golden divine power. I'm coming now. She was going to find that deceitful liar and give them a piece of her mind. Before her vision completely blacked out, Diane recalled the photo she had seen online, a village ruined by magi, with Kana standing over it. The young generation who hadn't experienced war and the players, outsiders who had crossed dimensions, couldn't fully grasp it, but the scars left by the Second Species War were scattered all across the Ardena continent. It was only natural. It had been less than 50 years since the war had ended. Even though direct combat had decreased significantly in the final stages of the Long War, due to the involvement of the Sacred Kingdom and the exhaustion from the prolonged conflict, no one remembered those times fondly. For this reason, aside from a few cases like the Sacred Kingdom, there were hardly any people who liked the demonic race. One such person was the young man guarding the entrance of a moderately sized village called Catlan. The young man, who had just turned 20 this year, had not experienced the Species War, but he had heard about how things were back then so many times that his ears could bleed. Jack. At the sound of someone calling his name, the young man, Jack, sighed and turned around. It was a familiar voice, but not one he was particularly happy to hear. Sigh. I keep telling you, it's dangerous here. You shouldn't come. As Jack expected, the person speaking to him was someone he knew. An old man with a cane, used to support his unsteady legs. The old man, tapping his bent back, glared with bulging eyes. What? Dangerous? You fool, back when I was young, I went through much worse than this. Jack let out another sigh. It was already his second one. Jack could easily predict what the old man would say next. Do you know how my leg ended up like this? Do you know how my leg ended up like this? It's a glorious scar from fighting desperately against the monsters that invaded the village. 3 days without sleep, battling non-stop. Back in my day, the demonic race attacked so often that we had to fight for 3 days straight without a wink of sleep. Yes, I get it. Now please, just go back home. Kids these days, getting scared of a few monsters. Tisk. Jack had heard the story so many times that he could recite it himself. If you only listened to his words, the old man sounded like a war hero who had bravely fought against the demonic race and monsters threatening the village. However, Jack knew that the old man's reality was far from being a war hero. The reason the old man had a bad leg was because he had tripped over a rock while picking herbs in the mountains when he was younger. Similarly, the stories about sleepless nights fighting the demonic race were lies. Jack had learned the truth from other elderly villagers, making the old man's stories seem laughable. Yet, the reason Jack never pointed this out was that, despite his tall tales, he knew the old man wasn't a bad person. Here, take this and eat. Whoosh. Thud. The bread the old man tossed arched through the air. Jack caught it easily and grinned. I told you, you shouldn't be giving me things like this. Lick your lips before you speak, you brat. Standing guard was tedious. Spending the entire day standing at the village entrance on watch, how could it not be dull? Thus, though Jack had grumbled when the old man visited, he didn't actually mind it that much. It certainly wasn't just because he was getting food. Nothing unusual. In a quiet village like this, what could possibly happen? At most, maybe a lost monster would wander in. Hey, if you let your guard down like that, you'll invite trouble. Who said I'm letting my guard down? I'm just saying. Jack yawned lazily, brushing off the old man's words without much thought. He kept his eyes turned toward the village outskirts, knowing that if he seemed completely inattentive, the old man's nagging would only get worse. It was because of this that Jack was able to notice the anomaly. Huh. What is it? Something wrong. That, don't you see it? Are you bragging about having good eyesight right now? Fine, you punk. Your poop sure is thick. You think you're so sharp. Geez, why bring up poop while I'm eating bread? I mean, why talk about dung while I'm eating? You've ruined my appetite. Jack grimaced as he imagined a foul smell coming from his bread. But that aside, Jack tucked the half-eaten bread into his pocket and kept his gaze fixed outside the village. If his eyes weren't deceiving him, someone was approaching the village. A girl. Jack muttered in confusion, frowning deeply. It wasn't unusual for merchants or travelers to visit the village, but it was rare for a young girl to wander around outside alone. Besides, she wasn't armed, so she didn't seem like a mercenary looking for work. Jack. Maybe she was a child who had wandered off from a nearby merchant caravan? Jack. Or, with such a delicate face, perhaps she was the runaway daughter of some noble family. Jack. Whoa, you scared me. Lost in his thoughts while watching the girl, Jack was startled back to reality by the old man's sharp voice. Why are you shouting like that? Are you losing your mind? Jack asked irritably, trying to calm his racing heart. Losing my mind? Why would I? But how can you let your guard down like that as a watchman? Typical young fool. He might have expected the old man to scold him like this. But contrary to Jack's expectations, the old man wore a serious expression Jack had never seen before. You're the one who's not paying attention? But that's not the issue now. You have a whistle, right? Huh? A whistle? Of course, I have it. Though puzzled, Jack reached for the whistle hanging from his belt. As a watchman, his role was to blow the whistle to alert others when danger approached the village. Blow it now. What? Now? Oh, for heaven's sake, you fool. The old man snatched the whistle from Jack's hand and blew it himself. Phui! A sharp sound echoed throughout the village. In an instant, the village fell into silence. Beep, beep. For a moment, it was quiet, but soon sharp sounds erupted from various corners of the village in response to the old man's urgent whistle. Whether it was due to the old man losing his mind or an actual emergency, Jack's instincts leaned toward the latter. With his weapon firmly gripped, Jack asked, "So, what exactly is going on? Don't you see that over there? A girl. I don't know if it's a girl or not." Frustrated by Jack's inability to understand, the old man thumped his chest. No. Jack felt wronged in his own way. How could he know what the old man meant when he hadn't even explained it properly? I'm talking about Magi. 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 At that moment, Jack's eyes finally caught sight of the black mist writhing around the girl. Even though Jack had grown up relatively peacefully, he had seen monsters before. Therefore, he could recognize the black mist enveloping the girl as Magi, demonic race. Even as Jack muttered this, the girl was steadily approaching the village. Feeling the tension build, Jack suddenly felt a hand grabbing the back of his neck, making him choke out a sound. If you have time to mumble, you should be running. Cough, cough, huh? Running? Shouldn't we stop her? Do you think you can stop that? Following the old man's finger, Jack quickly understood what he meant. Anyone would have grasped the danger upon seeing the foliage that the black mist touched wilt almost instantly. While the world around them was being tainted in darkness, the girl, who was the source of that darkness, was radiating vibrant colors like a flower just beginning to bloom. You could just stop her. Humph. If I weren't so old, I could take care of her in one blow. The old man's earlier bravado shrank back down. Jack's brief hopes of having a reliable ally also deflated. That figures. Sighing, Jack picked the old man up onto his back. There was no way he could escape quickly with that bad leg of his. Hold on tight. If only I were 10 years younger. Come on, old man, not again. If you bite your tongue, it's not my fault. Stop complaining and hold on tight. Jack confirmed that the old man had shut his mouth and stumped the ground. A few minutes later, a complete silence settled over the peaceful village of Catlan. A girl wandered aimlessly down the road. She had no destination. She simply walked wherever her feet took her. Thus, the girl moving eastward was purely coincidental. Perhaps she instinctively felt she needed to go east, but that wasn't particularly important. At least not to those caught up in the girl's journey. When caught in a typhoon, most people pray for survival or resent the approaching storm, rarely questioning why the storm came. The girl's presence was similar. Swish! An arrow sliced through the air. The sharp arrowhead gleamed as it aimed for the girl's life. However, the girl was oblivious to the arrow flying toward her. Even if she had noticed it, how many could avoid an arrow coming at them from such a close distance? Regardless, it was clear that if things continued like this, the girl would lose her life, blood splattering everywhere. If the girl had been just an ordinary girl by appearance, that would have certainly been the case. Just before the arrow could reach the girl's head, the black mist surged and splashed like a wave. Thud. The arrow lost its strength as it struck the black mist that stood like a solid wall in front of it, falling to the ground. Even throwing a dead branch onto the roadside wouldn't be as pitiful as that. Attempting to take her life was an obvious act of hostility. Suddenly threatened while walking down the road, the girl seemed completely unaware of the danger, blinking her eyes. And before her stood a figure. "Commander, how did you end up like this?" Eric asked, his voice filled with an indescribable mix of emotions. There was no response. Eric wasn't a devout follower of the Edel faith. He believed in the existence of the goddess Edel and that she watched over the world of Cilia, but he wasn't pious enough to prioritize religion above all else. This belief of Eric's had remained unchanged from his childhood to adulthood. However, there was a time when Eric had fervently prayed to the goddess, to the point where his mouth would fill with bile. No, even after spitting out the bile, he continued to roll on the ground, desperate. "Oh Edel, if you have any pity for me, please just let me hit her once. Just once." Eric had been relentlessly trained under the vice-captain Kana's hand, praying for the strength to touch a demon. Naturally, that prayer never came true, and Eric never succeeded in his coup. No matter how much he clenched his teeth and endured in hopes of landing a single blow, there was a limit. Even after enduring bone-crushing training, no hope emerged, and the defiant Eric gradually transformed into a gentle lamb. In the end, until the downfall of Graces and the scattering of the Crimson Knights, Eric never managed to land a single hit on Kana. One can't overcome a natural disaster. A massive, unyielding fortress. That was how Eric thought of Kana. No one, no matter who, would dare to bring him down. At least, that's what he thought. They say a woman's transformation is innocent. Looking at how her image changes every time, it seems the captain, who used to be like a mere tomboy, is still a woman after all. He must still have strength to spare if he's joking around like this. He wondered if he would receive a cold retort. Is that so? Expecting a response from Kana, Eric gave up when he met those pure, blank eyes staring back at him. It's one thing to hide your expression, but it's not easy to control the emotions reflected in your eyes. So, seeing such a gaze meant that Kana not only didn't register Eric's words, but also failed to recognize him entirely. Not that the captain is the type to hide her feelings anyway. SRRNG. Eric drew the sword that had been resting in its sheath. Come to think of it, I've been using this sword for a long time. This sword was chosen by the captain too. The thought of facing her with that very sword filled him with guilt. Who am I kidding? Eric let out a dry, hollow laugh. When I first heard that demons had appeared, I worried it might mean another war. When I heard about their appearance, I thought it was impossible. As you know, pink hair and pink eyes aren't exactly common. Even so, he couldn't bring himself to believe it. That the captain, who had gone to the Holy Kingdom, had returned as a demon. It was a statement that couldn't even be dismissed with a laugh over a drink. So, when Eric first saw Kana, he couldn't help but doubt his own eyes. Back when I used to run wild without a care in the world, you taught me that the sky is high. At that time, I resented you, but thinking back now, I believe I'm alive today because of you. And so, that debt, I will repay it. You all, avoid getting too close and attack from a distance. Yes, sir. The demonic energy swirling around Kana was clearly dangerous at a glance. It was said that just touching it could drain one's life force in an instant. Even Eric, who had faced many monsters, had never encountered such a strong demonic aura. Pushing back his subordinates from Ordo, Eric summoned his blue mana, preparing for battle. It's going to sting a little. With those words, Eric charged forward, towards the captain he revered. Ugh, cough. Dark, dead blood splattered onto the ground, making a distasteful sound. Captain, stop making a fuss. Coughing up blood wasn't a normal condition. Eric halted his subordinates, who had rushed over upon realizing his state. Really, you're unbelievably strong. Eric wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand and lifted his head. Unlike Eric, who was covered in dust and wounds after being thrown around, the girl standing over him was spotless, not a speck of dirt on her. Phew. At a glance, it might look like they had fought a fierce battle. But what Eric had experienced was not a fight, it was a one-sided trouncing. Initially, Eric had intended to subdue her without inflicting too much harm, but the moment he swung his sword, he realized how arrogant he had been. Just getting close was enough for the thick magi to gnaw at him. His sword, swung with all his strength, was blocked by the magi and couldn't even graze Kana's skin. Kana just stood there, watching Eric's every move, not bothering to dodge or defend against any of his attacks. Her unblinking eyes, as if nothing was happening right in front of her, ruthlessly scraped at Eric's pride. No, honestly, isn't this cheating? As if being strong wasn't enough, you go off and learn some strange technique. How is a commoner like me supposed to cope? But just because his attacks were ineffective, Eric couldn't retreat. If he backed down now, no one would be left to stop Kana, and she would enter the city without any obstacles. The very city of Ordo, Eric's hometown, where countless people lived. If they started evacuating right now, they might manage to flee in time. But will everyone really follow the evacuation orders? Eric, who had encountered countless human behaviors during his time as a knight, didn't think so. Even if everyone miraculously evacuated, how long would they have to stay away from the city? A day? 2 days? Or perhaps they wouldn't be able to return for over a week. There wouldn't be enough supplies or places for the entire city's population to stay for days, so they would have to rely on neighboring cities, but even those places wouldn't easily accommodate such a large influx of people. What about the economic losses from a city being paralyzed for days, or the administrative efforts needed to get things running again? Just thinking about it gave Eric a pounding headache, so he forced himself to stop thinking about it. In fact, he wondered if there was even a need to think about such things. After all, the Magi would make the place uninhabitable for humans anyway. So, Captain, even now, won't you turn back? Acting cute won't work. You know I'm not someone who would fall for your charms, so why bother? She tilted her head slightly, and it did look cute. but the fear etched into Eric was far greater than any cuteness. Just like no one would be swayed by a monster trying to act cute, Eric wasn't fooled by Kana's actions. SRRNG. Eric, feeling his labored breathing ease, stood up. Within Eric's blue eyes, the black magi was reflected. Magi. The problem was the magi shrouding Kana. Because of that magi, his sword couldn't touch her, and just walking close was a threat to other lives. If the rumored king of the demonic race were to appear, would they not look like this? He scoffed. Demon king? Huh. Fighting the empire might be one thing, but thinking she conquered the demonic race out of boredom was an absurd thought. Yet, Eric didn't know that while Kana hadn't exactly conquered them, she had done something similar. Dismissing his own thoughts as foolish, Eric racked his brain. A way to penetrate the magi. Ironically, what came to Eric's mind at that moment was the girl standing before him. Among all the swordsmen Eric knew, Kana was the strongest. So, it was only natural that Eric thought of Kana when searching for a solution. A master swordsman is often regarded as the embodiment of a swordsman's Bible. Recalling the swordsmanship Kana had used when hunting monsters, Eric quickly shook his head. Knowing the answer didn't mean he could replicate it. Unless he kept training to reach a higher level, it was impossible for Eric to wield such techniques at his current skill level. But, perhaps, if it's just a very little bit, maybe he could imitate a clumsy version of it, even if it didn't come close. Since retreating wasn't an option, he had to try anything. He couldn't keep relying on arrows to keep her at bay forever. His blue eyes shone with determination. SHHH. His breathing settled, sinking deep. From Eric's mouth, a faint breath escaped like mist. In the reflection of his sword, raised to eye level, the image of the pink-haired girl appeared. Could he reach her? No. The thought itself was wrong. It will reach her. Clenching tightly, Eric combined his most polished strike with the memory of that blow, aiming to break through the barrier that blocked him. Whoosh! A blue aura surged around Eric's body. In that moment, he forgot every technique he had practiced countless times. His subordinates, the trees, the path, the rocks. Everything Eric saw became bathed in blue. Within the world where even he was tinted in blue, there was only one figure with color. The moment Eric became aware of it, the world seemed to be sucked into a single, tiny point. That which swallowed everything eventually devoured Eric's consciousness. After what felt like an eternity, when Eric regained his senses, the world, once dyed in blue, had returned to its original state. The leaves were green, the rocks were dark, and fallen leaves were scattered messily across the path. Everything appeared as Eric had always known it, yet, Eric knew. How is it? He knew that his strike had reached Kana. SRRK. A thin red line appeared on Kana's cheek. Her small hand, trembling as it rose, brushed over the wound, and a drop of red blood trickled down her finger. As she stared at the falling blood droplet, her pink eyes slowly turned toward Eric. The glimmering light in her eyes dimmed, replaced by darkness. I told you, I'd reach you. Eric grinned widely. A strike that encapsulated his entire life. Eric's strike pierced through the dense magi surrounding Kana and reached her. Could I do it again? No, it was impossible. Eric shook his head. He had charged forward with nothing but the single thought that he must reach her, and when he came to his senses, he had succeeded. How he used his swordsmanship, how he managed to reach Kana, even Eric, who had delivered the strike, couldn't comprehend it. But one thing was certain. Even if it was a miracle born of repeated coincidences, if he could land a blow once, he could do it again. The greatest realization was that his limits didn't end here. Of course, the price he paid was not insignificant. Gasp. Huff. If you have the strength to laugh, couldn't you come down and run yourself? Sorry. I'm out of strength. Ugh. The first price was that he had exhausted all his strength after entering a state of complete focus, leaving him without the energy to lift a finger. Eric hadn't expected this outcome, thinking it was the end for him, but thanks to a subordinate who realized his state and carried him away, he managed to survive. Swish. The captain's gone mad. Ack. Don't scream in my ear. Huff. You sure can move those fingers for someone who claims to have no strength left. Oh, you think I'm lying, kid? Look at this arm and tell me I'm full of strength. Ugh, move your orc leg out of the way. I can't see where I'm going. What? Orc leg? Orc league. Is that really important right now? Just do something about that, quickly. Whoa. Sensing danger, the man instinctively threw himself to the side. He almost fell from the sudden change of direction while running, but he managed to regain his balance. In the end, his decision was the right one. Crackle. The black magi swept through the spot where the man had just been standing. Dark, jagged marks remained on the ground, with traces of magi slowly rising from them. Without time to catch his breath after narrowly escaping death, the man continued to leap away from the attacks that came from behind. Kana, who had previously refrained from attacking first or responding aggressively, shifted her attitude the moment Eric's sword struck her. Now, Eric was fleeing from Kana, who unleashed a torrent of magi with her deadened eyes. This was the second price Eric had to pay. In truth, it wasn't so much a price as it was a way to fulfill his goal of luring her away. But seeing how the magi continued its furious rampage, splitting dozens of trees without losing momentum, he felt no sense of accomplishment. Glancing back. Eric, still carried on his subordinate's back, looked behind them. Fortunately, Kana's walking speed wasn't much different from before, so she couldn't catch up to them as they fled at full speed. This allowed the man to dodge her attacks. If the captain were in her right mind, this distance wouldn't even matter. Lucky, huh? If she were in her right mind, we wouldn't need to do any of this in the first place. Oh, that's a smart point. If Kana had heard this, she might have clapped her hands, remarking that she'd chosen a loyal subordinate. Go right. But instead of applause, what fell upon them was Magi. Following Eric's instructions, the man turned without question. Guided by his instincts and Eric's directions, the man managed to escape the forest successfully. Far in the distance, they reached an open space where the horizon stretched wide. Catching his breath, the man asked Eric, "Do you really think this will work?" "Of course. It'll definitely work." "Ah, as expected, Captain, you always have a plan." "Well, if it doesn't work, we all die. What's the big deal?" The man's expression instantly turned cold. "Of course. I was a fool for even trusting a guy like this for a moment. Should I just drop him here and escape on my own?" While the man was seriously contemplating this, Eric spoke. "Kidding. It'll definitely work." "Yeah, sure. Of course, it will. You little." Eric glared at the man with his sharp eyes. How dare he show such insolent behavior toward a superior like this guy? Back in my day, such behavior wasn't even imaginable. He dares challenge a superior like me. It's the end times. They say a frog forgets when it was a tadpole, and Eric clicked his tongue as he looked down at the man carrying him. He wanted nothing more than to get up and scold him, but unfortunately, Eric was in no state to move without the man's help. Ugh, if only I had my strength. Eric, with a tear trickling down, spoke with a trembling voice. Ahem. If I've treated you poorly before, I apologize. What's this about all of a sudden? I just thought that in times of crisis, we should stick together closely. I've said it many times before, but if you have the strength to talk nonsense, then get off my back. It doesn't feel great carrying a big guy like you. Hey, you think this is fun for me? I hate this too, you know. Well, then you can get down. I can't. I don't have the strength. Though Eric couldn't remember ever being particularly unfair, he figured that subordinates might have felt differently. Worried that he might be abandoned, Eric gained confidence from the man's reaction that he wouldn't be left behind. Even if the look of utter disgust made him feel a bit sour. Just a little. Really, just a teeny tiny bit. I honestly don't trust it. What? That guy. If it was possible to trap her in this open space, we could have done it sooner. Why drag her all the way here? Doesn't it seem strange? Since when have those wizards ever done things that made sense? Why are you being so picky? True. You're right about that. Because he's a wizard. That single word was enough to convince the man. The disdain for wizards, which began with Kana, spread to Eric and then to others through him. And you can trust that guy. Captain, did you eat something strange? Or did you brush against the Magi? Ugh, it's my fault. I should have protected you better. Quit the dramatics. Eric tapped the man with his leg, which had regained some strength. That guy is the most skilled wizard I've ever seen. Aren't you a former member of the Crimson Knights? That's right. So, then. Is he from the royal court as well? Hey, isn't your tone getting a bit too polite? What? Oh, no, don't accuse me. When did I ever do that? I'm not the kind of person to disrespect strangers like that. Yeah, right. The man's words flowed smoothly as if his tongue was coated in oil, making Eric roll his eyes at the flattery. He's not a royal wizard. Hey, what's this? I got all tense for no reason. Next time I see him, He's even more than that. I'll treat him to Ordo's special products until he's stuffed. Even just comparing their status, the wizard who came to see Eric was in a league of his own compared to a court wizard from the Graces Kingdom, the Arca Empire, ruling over the Ardena continent. How could someone known as the Sage of the Arca Empire be compared to a court wizard from a small country? Having witnessed the magic he wielded on the battlefield firsthand, Eric knew that such a comparison was impossible. What's his real intention? But suspicion remained. Why would someone of such skill and status suddenly appear and offer help? How he knew was secondary. His true intentions remained a mystery. Maybe he's using us as a shield. Beyond Ordo, if you head further east, you reach the Empire's territory. If the captain enters the Empire's territory like this, it'll cause a huge uproar. Though Eric didn't particularly like the Empire, he didn't think the sight would be pleasant. Crack! As Eric pondered, the trunk of a tree at the edge of the forest snapped. With a loud thud, the dust settled, revealing the figure of a girl. Even though she was at a considerable distance, Eric could tell that her pink eyes were locked onto him. I'm not into clingy girls. So, are you saying you'd be interested if she weren't clingy? You little. Are you trying to send me to my doom? Eric unconsciously glanced around and, realizing that no one else could hear their conversation, let out a sigh of relief. Listen closely. My type is a woman with a fantastic figure, where everything is just right, not some plain little kid like her. The moment he finished speaking, Kana's gaze sharpened, glaring at him. It was probably just his imagination. The man barely listening to Eric's excuses bit his lips in frustration. Will this really be okay? What now? That person. She seems to know you, Captain. Eric fell silent. Since she blatantly called him Captain, he didn't think she'd miss the connection. After a moment of silence, Eric spoke up. It better be. Even if it wasn't okay, he couldn't just leave things as they were. She's relentless enough to chase me to the ends of hell, so what can I do? Her persistent nature hasn't changed a bit, then or now. They chatted as they slowly retreated backward. Kana followed, steadily advancing toward them. As she reached the center of the clearing, scattering her dark magi, flash, a hidden magic circle in the clearing suddenly emitted a blinding light. Sensing the unsettling mana from the magic circle under her feet, Kana's eyes narrowed fiercely, and the magi surrounding her expanded rapidly. But the magic circle completed itself faster than Kana could react. With intricate geometric patterns, the circle finished, and a massive silver barrier rose in the clearing. The man, watching the scene with his mouth agape, muttered without realizing it. Did we? Boom? Wah. Ugh. Before he could finish, the barrier shook with a deafening noise. The ground trembled so much that the man lost his balance and fell over. Eric, who had been riding on his back, also tumbled to the ground. Ouch, my back. Eric, clutching his back and groaning, sprawled out on the ground. Unlike the relaxed Eric, the man, with a tense expression, kept his eyes fixed on the barrier. Is it over? Probably. Even after that, the barrier shuddered several more times, accompanied by sounds like something being torn apart. But it held firm in its place. Only then did the man, finally relieved, collapse onto the ground. Are you sure you're okay? The man asked Eric. We managed to trap that monster. No, that girl, but not all the dangers around here have disappeared. What if a monster shows up? In your current state, you wouldn't be able to handle even a single goblin. Hey, no matter what, I can handle a goblin. Eric's voice, which had risen in protest, gradually faded away until it disappeared into the air. While he had regained a bit of strength, he still couldn't move properly. As a result, he could do nothing but tremble under the pitying gaze of his subordinate, feeling humiliated. But he tried to look on the bright side. Despite his irritating tone, wasn't he ultimately showing concern? Thinking that way, Eric's sharp temper cooled down a bit. Imagine, the captain of Ordo's guards dying to a mere goblin. How embarrassing would that be? If you died like that, no one would ever respect us as guards. You little. Yeah, he's worried, all right. It's just that his concerns are slightly misdirected. The man wasn't worrying about Eric's safety but rather about the reputation of the guards. Unable to hold back, Eric gritted his teeth. Just wait until I recover. People who say just you wait are never really that scary. Oh yeah? Then I'll show you what real fear looks like myself. Well, then I suppose I should make sure that never happens. Whoa, you little brat. Watch out, or I might actually strike you. Despite their banter, Eric knew that the man had no real intention of staging a mutiny. If he had, he would have done it long ago. So, Eric took it as a joke, not taking the word seriously. But they couldn't joke around forever. Enough of that. Most of the monsters likely fled during the commotion earlier, so the situation you're worried about probably won't happen. So don't worry about me and just go. I don't recall anyone ever coming back safely after saying something like that. The man gave Eric a doubtful look but still stood up. Try not to die. Yeah. Eric lazily waved his hand, watching as the man disappeared into the trees before lowering his arm. That brat, always with the ominous remarks. Who's dying here? I haven't even gotten married yet. Eric had no intention of dying in a place like this. His dream was to marry a kind, gentle woman, live a peaceful life, and quietly close his eyes one day in front of his grown children. Though, at the moment, the only woman he knew well was the barmaid at his favorite tavern. But you never know, perhaps love would come unexpectedly. Eric firmly believed that one day, fate would bring him such a miraculous encounter. Maybe I should have asked him to set me up with a nice lady instead. A light voice suddenly came from behind Eric, interrupting his mumbling. Where have you been all this time? I was negotiating with your superiors. So, do you need one? Need what? A nice lady, of course. If you want, I could introduce you to a few. Really? Of course. For a promising talent like you, why not? But it's up to you to win over their hearts. Even as a mage, I can't just manipulate someone's feelings at will. I thought that was something mages could do. Haha. Well, it's not impossible, but would you really be satisfied if you won their heart that way? A love gained through shortcuts fades quickly. Oh, thank you for the wise words. I'll remember them for life. No need to thank me. I'm just glad I could offer some advice to a bright young talent. A man, holding a staff that looked more like an antique art piece than a practical tool, stood behind Eric without him noticing. Although their casual conversation suggested familiarity, Eric found it hard to get used to talking with him like this. It's a bit uncomfortable. Honestly, Eric was not accustomed to conversing with this man so casually. Just a few years ago, they had been fighting to the death, and now trying to chat like nothing had happened felt more awkward than anything else. Noticing Eric's discomfort, the man smiled and spoke. Don't be like that. You didn't fight because you wanted to, right? Same goes for me. We were both in the same boat, so there's no need to hold a grudge. I wouldn't say we were exactly in the same situation, but I suppose you're not entirely wrong since we started it. Exactly. The real troublemaker is gone now, so let's get along from now on. No point in humans fighting each other, right? Eric had to stifle a laugh. The man's words weren't wrong, but hearing them from him, of all people, was almost comical. A man known as the sage of the Arca Empire talking about dreams and ideals that sounded like they belonged in a child's mouth. Eric was proud of himself for not bursting into laughter right away. Why do you keep calling me a promising talent, anyway? It's embarrassing to hear that from the sage of the empire. You should reward subordinates who accomplish things. You achieved something remarkable, so I'm simply showing respect. Honestly, I didn't expect you to succeed. It surprised me when you managed to land a blow on her. You saw that too. He hadn't even realized he was being watched. Then again, if he could detect someone of that skill level, the man wouldn't be called the Sage of the Empire. The title Master Mage was enough to dispel any doubts Eric had. That was just a lucky hit. I didn't even know what I was doing. If she had been in her right mind, it wouldn't have worked. Even so, it doesn't change the fact that you achieved something significant. Modesty is good, but too much of it can be insulting. Even she would have praised you for that strike. Not so sure about praise, she chased me like she was out for blood. You know she's always been a bit awkward with her feelings. It's just her way of showing embarrassment, so try to understand. At this rate, her embarrassment will kill a lot of people. But is that thing safe? A failure once, but it won't fail again. Last time, it was built with a different goal in mind, so it had a flaw. But this time, it's a barrier made solely for blocking her. You can trust it. A failure once. Eric muttered at the strange remark, but the man had no intention of explaining further. Well, it's not going to hold forever. We should resolve this quickly. The man pointed toward the barrier. A dark energy was slowly rising from the ground where the radiant silver barrier touched the earth. How long will it hold? At most, a week. At the shortest, until tomorrow. Isn't the difference between a week and a day too big? That's only in the worst case. As long as I don't provoke her, it should last longer. A week. Not a long time, and Eric's face stiffened. Now that I think of it, I haven't explained what I discussed with your superiors, have I? Let me explain now. The man tapped the ground with his staff before continuing. As you know, Magi is more toxic to living beings than any poison. Facing her means being prepared for death. Even if you survive, there's no guarantee you'll come out unscathed, just like your current condition. Ha, so you were aware of my condition. Eric forced a bitter smile at the man's words. As the man said, Eric's body wasn't in good condition. While it was true he had exhausted all his strength, the accumulated Magi from repeated clashes was slowly eating away at his body. But we have a useful card, don't we? One that isn't afraid of Magi poisoning or death. Don't tell me you're thinking of bringing in the demonic race. Oh, come on. Why burn the whole house down to catch a bedbug? Then who are you talking about? The man's lips curled into a smile. I'm talking about those whom Edel personally brought here. If there's anyone who would face her fearlessly, it's them, those who cannot die, the apostles. Eric finally understood whom the man was referring to. Indeed, if it were them, they could fight against the Magi emanating from Canaria without being affected. However, Eric expressed his doubts about the man's plan. I don't think they would be able to accomplish that. They had great power, but if the question was whether they could defeat the commander, the answer was a definite no. Don't worry. Edel will be watching over them. Do you really think so? Of course. This is all according to Edel's will. And, before Eric could voice his doubts about the cryptic words of the so-called sage, the man continued. Strength isn't everything. Who knows? Perhaps through their interactions with the apostles, she might regain her senses. Snake. Eric completely understood why the commander, Canaria, called this man a snake. Always acting like he knew everything, never revealing his true intentions, slithering around like a cunning serpent. What if a week passes without any results? Well, in that case. The man shrugged. The Empire will have to step in. There would be considerable damage, but leaving things as they were would cause even greater losses. That's what the man implied. No matter how powerful Canaria was, she couldn't withstand the might of the Empire on her own. In such a case, there was only one outcome awaiting her. After a moment of silence, Eric asked one last question. Then, when do you plan to mobilize the apostles? That will be. The man replied. Cilia Online is a game that has gained worldwide popularity. Because of this, there are countless streamers who focus on Cilia Online as their main content. One such streamer is the leader of the Pizza is Best Hawaiian raid group, known as Pineapple Pizza, or simply Pine. Pine, who had been a general game streamer, was completely captivated by the new world's allure the moment he first logged into Cilia Online. The sense of reality that felt no different from the real world, the non-restrictive system, and the immersive feeling of becoming a part of the world. He had played countless games before, but none had ever given him such a powerful impression. The so-called game of a lifetime. Pine was convinced that Cilia would be his lifetime game, and his transition from a general game streamer to a dedicated Cilia streamer was only natural. Cilia offers a multitude of choices to players just starting out. One could pick up a hammer and become a blacksmith, take up weapons and face enemies as an adventurer, or become a farmer in a quiet village. Pine chose the path of a mercenary. Although being a blacksmith, farmer, or restaurant owner each had their own appeal, he believed that the essence of an RPG lies in joining forces with allies to defeat powerful foes. So, Pine gathered companions, formed a raid team, and made challenging bosses his main content, known as raids. The sense of accomplishment that came from defeating a nauseatingly strong enemy after repeated attempts was indescribable. The harder the boss, the brighter the sense of achievement when defeated, so Pine never gave up, even on raids that seemed impossible to clear. However, there was one boss that even Pine, brimming with determination, had given up on. The Gravekeeper, a boss known as Canaria Gracis. Having complicated patterns? That was manageable. Even the most brain-twisting patterns could be mastered with enough repeated attempts. But Canaria was far from being such a boss. They really made it like crap. There were no standardized patterns. If there was one thing to note, it would be that she targets the backline first, but knowing that didn't help much with the strategy. It wasn't a delightful kind of challenge, just overwhelmingly harsh. As he gradually lost his motivation due to the boss's impossibly high difficulty, Pine gave up entirely after witnessing Canaria slice through Imperial Army knights as if they were nothing. That boss isn't meant to be beaten. There needs to be some indication of progress for repeated attempts to be worthwhile, but how could one even hope to defeat a monster that could split the earth with a single blow? Disappointment over the failure? When there's no chance of success, there's nothing to be disappointed about. After giving up on the raid, Pine occasionally heard news about Canaria but didn't pay much attention to that NPC. At least, that's how it was. What is this? Pine stared blankly at the system message that appeared before him. An extermination order? What's this? Have any of you seen something like this before? A gathering? Is it really a gathering? I'm scared. I have no idea. Nope, nope, nope. Who would see something like that when quests are still given out analog style? The viewers' reactions were no different from Pine's. The system in Cilia Online, if put kindly, offered a high degree of freedom, and if criticized, it simply neglected the players. There was a basic interface, but it didn't force or recommend any particular actions, staying true to a hands-off approach. But the message before Pine's eyes clearly carried a sense of encouragement. Extermination event triggered. The message that began with those words warned of an impending crisis on the Ardena continent, saying that if this crisis wasn't resolved, a great disaster would befall them. It's obvious they want us to do something. Isn't it just a heads up? Would they really send a message like that just to inform us? Your reading comprehension is a joke. Message deleted. Why are you so angry? Seems like he's having a bad day at home. Under normal circumstances, Pine would have been excited, thinking, wow, a big event. But why does this guy look like that? Right? He looks like he just ate something awful. Oh, come on, don't talk about curry when someone's eating poop. As the viewers pointed out, Pine's expression wasn't particularly bright. That's because, the moment he saw the system message and the name on the notice, he couldn't bring himself to welcome it with open arms. Canaria, of all things. Why was that name coming up here? Pine unknowingly rubbed his forehead. Can someone explain? The chat flooded with messages. Thanks to his viewers, Pine managed to piece together what had happened. So, right after the ascension ritual or whatever it was ended, she suddenly disappeared, and when she was found in Ardena, she had lost her mind. Yep. Exactly right, yeah, that's right. Sigh. Joni must be having a tough time. She immediately went into respawn mode, saying she was going to find Kana. I thought it wasn't Joni when I saw that. So, what are you going to do? Try again? Time for revenge. No, I'm not going to. Understanding the situation didn't suddenly give him courage. Being told to defeat a boss that could crack the ground with a single hit and slice through massive dimensional creatures like nothing? If he hadn't faced her before, he might have considered it, but having already been thoroughly beaten, he wasn't feeling particularly enthusiastic. No way. Are you chickening out? Are you chickening out? Are you chickening out? Are you chickening out? You're disqualified as a man. Then, aren't you becoming a woman? Even better. Who is this guy again? Ugh. But that was Pine's situation, and the viewers couldn't care less. Even if he closed his eyes and covered his ears, the flood of criticism toward Pine showed no sign of stopping. In the end, Pine raised the white flag. All right, I'll ask my raid members, but if even one person says no, we're calling it off. Got it. Okay, good lol. Shouldn't a raid leader just push through? Each raid has its own style. Pine's lips curled into a small smile as he read the chat. His excuse had worked perfectly. There was no way his fellow raid members, who had suffered along with him, would agree to this, so it was practically a bluff. Just as planned. However, Pine was unaware. He didn't know that, contrary to his expectations, all his raid members would unanimously agree. Had he known, he wouldn't have made such an offer, but since he couldn't see the future, Pine could only smile while hiding his true feelings. Pine was smiling. A massive silver barrier. Standing in front of it, Pine spoke in a voice filled with regret. Why am I here? Because that's a promise. Nod. Unlike certain others, it's nice to see someone keeping their promise, haha. Oh no, stop. Viewers are essential for a streamer, but sometimes they can be more bothersome than a nagging relative, and this was precisely one of those times. Since he had been the one to bring it up first, he couldn't really complain to the viewers. Muttering to himself in frustration, Pine directed his irritation toward his raid members. You all have such nerve. Even after dying so many times, you still want to do this. Well, aren't you curious to see how things have changed? It's just a trip down memory lane, right? A darkened Kana? How could I miss that? Hearing their varied and quirky responses, Pine shook his head. Who on earth had gathered such peculiar people together? It's me. He should have gathered more normal people. As Pine regretted his choices, Lemony, the healer of Pizza's best Hawaiian raid group, curiously examined the barrier. She didn't just look at it, she even tapped it a few times with her hand. What's got you so curious? Unable to hold back, Pine asked as he watched her. Oh, it's just that being here makes it feel like a real raid. Before, it felt more like a field boss. Hearing Lemony's words, Pine nodded. That was true. It wasn't just about whether the stage was open or closed. Previously, wherever they encountered Canaria would instantly become the boss room. To be honest, it never really felt like they were entering a battlefield with determination. But being in a place with such a clear divide between inside and outside made the tension feel more palpable. Still, shouldn't they fix this too if they're making improvements? Why did they keep the restriction where only one party can enter at a time? Does Demon News even do their job? Despite coming as quickly as they could, Pine's raid group still had to wait because another party had already entered before them. Aren't you bored, Lemony? Well, I've done a lot of open runs. Ah, I see. We can enter now. While they were chatting, the boss room opened, likely because the party that entered first had been wiped out. Is everyone ready to get beaten up? Woo, you're not even thinking about winning, just preparing to get beaten. What a fearless raid leader. For real, for real. How can we trust and follow someone like this? If you're ready, hurry up and go in. We might get cut in line. Pine ignored the shouts of the raid leader is sending us to our doom, and pushed them forward. As soon as they crossed the barrier's entrance and entered the boss room, it was as if they had stepped into another world. The sky was dark, and the ground even darker. The scene resembled the environment of Laxia as he had seen it on streams, and Pine swallowed hard. While they were building up their tension and scanning the surroundings, one of the raid members suddenly shouted, "Whoa, damn, we're taking damage over time." What? Startled, Pine quickly checked his HP. Sure enough, just as they had said, his HP was gradually decreasing. And above it, a debuff called Magi Poisoning hovered. Should I start healing? No, it's not enough to kill us, so just leave it for now. Use a party-wide heal once our HP drops to about half. Got it. It's definitely different from before. But there was an even more significant change. The attacks aren't coming. Even after entering the boss room, no attacks came their way. Of course, it wasn't like that had never happened before, but there was a crucial difference between then and now. Back then, it had felt like the enemy had fully acknowledged them, as if saying, "Sure, let's see what you can do." But now, it seemed unaware of their presence, not even glancing in their direction, just sitting there dazed. A pink-haired girl, shrouded in black magi, crouched down. One of the raid members let out an exclamation upon seeing her. Wow, look at the atmosphere. How can you say that looking at her? Huh? Isn't it cool? Geez. Pine, who was about to scold him, remembered that he was the same person who had been raving about darkened Kana before entering, so he held his tongue. In some ways, he could understand. A classic trope of a once heroic character turning dark and becoming an enemy. This is gourmet. Don't whisper weird stuff in my ear. And besides, Kana was never a hero. Embrace the truth. Pine shook his head and brushed his ear, then drew his sword. You all remember the basic tactics, right? Every man for himself. Healers, focus on shields from maximum distance. He didn't believe they could defeat her. Besides, they had once fought alongside her against the Imperial Army, so he didn't really feel motivated to defeat her either. From the beginning, Pine had only planned to observe, so his enthusiasm was at rock bottom. Start the pull. Following Pine's uninspired order, a man with a shield stepped forward. Hup! Flying slash. With a short and intense shout, a sword beam flew toward the girl. It wasn't very powerful, but it had a long range and high aggro generation, making it a skill commonly used to initiate combat. She'll dodge it, of course. Pine watched the sword beam fly with little expectation. If she were the type to be hit by something like that, they'd have succeeded long ago. Wham? Right? Did I see that wrong? It looked like the sword beam actually hit her. As Pine rubbed his eyes, startled by the unexpected scene accompanied by a clear impact sound. Swoosh. The girl, who had been motionless, slowly rose to her feet. Her pink eyes, shadowed by darkness, turned toward them. Pine blinked. Looking up at the white domed ceiling that rose toward the center, he thought to himself, what was the term for this kind of ceiling construction? He was sure he had learned about it during his school days, but it was so long ago that he couldn't recall. Besides, he had never been particularly interested in architecture. Ah, a strange ceiling. Muttering a phrase that had become a meme among players, Pine got up and was greeted by the calming atmosphere of the temple. Waking up here meant he had met his death. Geeg. Yuwa. Other raid members who had met the same fate as Pine began to wake up one by one, groaning in odd ways. To an outsider, it might sound like they were in pain, but Pine didn't even flinch. It wasn't the first time they'd done this. Knowing it was just a silly joke, he saw no reason to waste energy reacting to it. Growling as he ignored the raid members and checked his inventory, a zombie-like moan reached his ears. Sigh. Aren't you tired of doing that? It's my character. Please respect it. Makes me feel like exorcising you. If he felt the urge, he should act on it. Pine attempted an exorcism, physical, but the zombie, who had sensed his intentions, had already leaned back and retreated, causing Pine's attempt to fail. A mosquito. That looked exactly like the mosquitoes that become a menace every summer. Buzzing near his ear only to vanish when the lights are turned on, then returning once you give up and lie down again. Look at that. As soon as he seems to have given up, it starts creeping closer again. Enough. Come over here and sit down. The others, too. Pine called out to the raid members in a tone reminiscent of a mother who had found her child's hidden report card, and they quickly gathered. Once all the raid members had gathered, Pine spoke up. I'm not the only one who thinks something's off, right? Well, our raid has always been a bit strange. No, I mean, the name itself is pretty strange, right? Who even eats Hawaiian pizza? This message has been deleted. Someone's died? Trembling sounds. Heresy is punishable by death. One of Pine's stream chat rules. No slandering Hawaiian pizza. Those who broke this rule faced mass purges. Pine dealt with the heretics who had popped up at this opportunity and let out a sigh. I pity those who can't appreciate the charm of Hawaiian pizza. Honestly, the real pitiful one isn't us. SHH. Hush. Hawaiian pizza is the best in the world, as recorded in ancient Goguryeo watermelon art. Maybe that's why they fell? You're out of here. There were a few who showed signs of rebellion, but he could overlook that much. After all, Pine hadn't chosen his nickname and the raid group's name because he was head over heels for Hawaiian pizza, but because he enjoyed watching people's reactions of distaste. He wasn't genuinely angry. Clap. It's obvious our raid is weird, but is that what you're really asking? Can you say that with pride? What's wrong with saying it? We're already known as the flavor-ignorant raid group. Standing a little apart from the group, Lemony hesitantly raised her hand. I think I know what you're trying to say. You mean it feels like we're really doing a raid, right? That's right. None of the raid members questioned Lemony's words. It was just a brief joke, but they all felt the same way. If the definition of a raid is fighting a strong enemy together with multiple allies, then what they did before could technically be called a raid as well. But that wasn't what Lemony was talking about. Instead of targeting the backline first, it attacked the person with the most accumulated threat. It didn't dodge or block attacks, and it didn't react until we made the first move. There were even attacks that seemed like part of a pattern. In other words, the previous version of Canaria behaved in a way that was the exact opposite of what they had just described. It felt like fighting other raid bosses. If the old Canaria had been an NPC acting on its own whims, now it felt more like it was following a set of behaviors programmed by the developers, just like other raid bosses. We'll need to try a few more times to be sure, but even from what we've seen so far, the difference is clear. It made me wonder, is this even the same boss? Don't you think the previous version was better? Everyone's heads turned toward the raid member who made the comment. Feeling the sudden attention, he scratched his head awkwardly. It just had this cool vibe, like an unbeatable, invincible enemy. It felt unique, and now it's kind of disappointing. Even Demon Inus must have thought this wasn't right. A high difficulty level is fine, but there should be a reasonable limit. It might be more realistic for a boss to dodge and block attacks instead of just standing there like a dummy, but honestly, it never made sense before. Even notorious bosses like Darkness Spirit and Royal Ring aren't like that. If you think of it as something intentionally made unbeatable, well, in that case, I guess that makes sense. In games, when developers want to convey a message through the story or the game world, they sometimes do it indirectly through a powerful enemy. There are many instances where an unavoidable defeat is used as a narrative device, known as a defeat event. When players face such a challenge, do they rage, saying, "This game is trash. How are we supposed to beat this?" Not many people do that. They know. To put it bluntly, these elements exist to make players feel a sense of thrill. But Canaria isn't that kind of NPC. But it didn't make sense to consider Canaria as an NPC created for that kind of narrative. If she was made for that purpose, she would have been more stationary instead of cutting down players mercilessly every time she made eye contact. At least, that's what Pine thought. GLRGRK? Maybe it's just a difference in taste? Not everything has to have a serious tone. That's true. I'm not trying to convince anyone. I just wanted to point out that it's different from before. Everyone agrees on that, right? Yes. The attacks did feel soulless. So, what do we do now? Pine fell silent at someone's question. If he had just wanted to point out the differences from before, there wouldn't have been any need to gather the raid members and discuss it seriously. When you spend a long time working together, there are things you start to understand without needing to be said aloud. You get a sense of what the other person is thinking, how they're feeling, and whether they're in good or bad shape. And if Pine could sense this about them, it meant they could sense things about him too. Do you want to do the raid? I'm not sure yet. Having his thoughts read so clearly, Pine decided to speak honestly. That's why I wanted to hear your opinions. I wanted to know what everyone else thought. There are many reasons to want to challenge it again, like competitiveness, curiosity, or a desire for revenge. Even so, the thought of taking on the challenge again didn't come easily. Because I'm scared of overwhelming power. That wasn't the reason. The memories of being effortlessly cut down were still vivid, but the changed version of Canaria didn't display the same overwhelming power as before. Maybe it was more out of a sense of guilt. Or perhaps it was because public opinion mattered. Pine started to speak but then paused, giving everyone time to gather their thoughts. It could seem like he was trying to shift responsibility, but this was how he had always led the group. He listened to everyone's opinions and then made the final decision himself. Pine, I have a question. Yes. Thud, thud. As Pine waited for the raid members, tapping his foot, Lemony spoke up. What is Joni up to right now? I can't imagine she's just sitting still. Oh, if you're curious, why not just watch her stream? Despite thinking that, Pine shared what he knew about Joni's situation. Joni is. You're asking me to help with the raid. Technically, I'm asking you to help subdue it. Yes. Since you like fighting strong enemies, I thought it might appeal to you, Yuki. I'll pass. What? Before Doian could finish speaking, Yuki rejected the offer outright, leaving her blinking in confusion. Do you think I'm some crazy girl who jumps at every fight? aren't you? I'm sorry. Daein, who had spoken without thinking, realized her mistake when she saw Yuki glaring at her. Ahem. Even if you're not crazy, you do like fighting, right? Isn't that true? Yes. Then, thud. Yuki slammed her great sword into the ground with force. She leaned against the sword, not caring that the dirt it kicked up was soiling the hem of her pants. So, I'm not doing it. Talking with Yuki had never been easy, but today it was especially difficult. Daein had to suppress the urge to punch her chest in frustration. Having a high level and being skilled were two different things. However, Yuki was the highest level and most skilled person Daein knew. She had come to Yuki, thinking that her natural talent would be helpful, even if their coordination wasn't perfect. But all she was getting was rejection without even a proper reason. Had Yuki sensed Daein's frustration? Yuki, who had been fiddling with the hilt of her great sword, suddenly spoke up. I already went to see her. Who? No way. Yes. Master. In the time she hadn't seen her, Yuki had changed the way she referred to Kana again. The title felt odd, making Daein frown. Yuki, however, continued in her usual calm tone. I went to see her. Crossed swords. Yuki placed her hand on her chest. But my heart didn't race. I don't want to fight if it doesn't make my heart race. What kind of reasoning was this? Daein's mind froze again at the incomprehensible explanation. Anyone who enjoys manga or anime has probably seen this kind of story progression at least once. It's the kind where a brainwashed or mentally broken person snaps back to their senses due to the heartfelt plea of someone dear to them. Though it's a rather cliched scenario, the reason it remains popular is that it is deeply impactful. Daein asked herself, am I the most important person to Canaria? I'm not sure. But she could answer confidently if asked whether she wasn't important to her. That's not the case. It wasn't mere self-importance. The difference in the way Canaria treated others compared to how she treated Daein was glaringly obvious. When Daein spoke, Canaria listened. Even when there was no reason, she would casually approach Daein and start a conversation. She would joke naturally, sometimes adding playful physical contact. These behaviors were evidence that Canaria considered Daein to be close to her. Even when dealing with Celine, with whom she had grown quite familiar over weeks of traveling together, Canaria didn't behave the same way. So, Daein thought, maybe, if she sees me, Canaria might snap back to her senses. She thought that even though she was now lost in her emotions, if she saw Daein, it might be like a miracle, bringing her back to her old self. With hopes for a dramatic ending, Daein walked towards where Canaria was. Canaria. However, the moment Daein entered the barrier and faced Canaria, her hopes crumbled to pieces. Though she called Canaria's name, Canaria didn't respond, staring blankly into space. It was as if she didn't even recognize her own name coming from Daein's lips. As Daein, feeling a swell of unease, took a few more steps closer, Canaria's vacant pink eyes slowly shifted toward her. And in the next moment, Daein found herself facing a ceiling that felt both unfamiliar and familiar. After staring blankly for a while, Daein gingerly touched her chest with trembling hands. It was exactly where the sharp magi had pierced her. What truly confused Daein wasn't the fact that she had died. Canaria attacked me. The moment she realized this, Daein felt like she was waking up from a dream. She realized that wishes are just that, wishes. She belatedly understood that optimistic thoughts alone wouldn't change anything. To think that everything would go well just by meeting and talking it out. It was a thought so naive, it seemed foolish. What should I do? She had come with the sole thought that she needed to meet Canaria, without any concrete plan, and had never considered what to do if she failed. As she anxiously fretted, Daein found an answer in the viewers' lively chat messages. Some suggested that weakening Canaria first would at least make a conversation possible. Thinking there was some merit to this, Daein immediately put the idea into action, leading to the current situation. What on earth does it mean, a fight that doesn't make your heart race? A fight is just a fight. Was there really a difference between one that made your heart race and one that didn't? As someone whose heart pounded wildly at the mere thought of facing an enemy with a sword, Daein couldn't understand this concept at all. However, Daein wasn't the only one who found the other incomprehensible. Why can't she understand this? Yuki couldn't understand Daein either. If she went out of her way to ask for help, it meant that despite their differences, they must have felt the same thing. What a hassle. She could have swung her sword dozens of times instead of spending time here. Even with that thought, Yuki didn't leave. Master's swordsmanship is beautiful. Yuki knew she wasn't good with words. But if someone asked her to praise Kana's swordsmanship, she could do it all day. How sharp the straight lines were. How fluid the curves traced by the sword's tip were. She couldn't understand how Canaria, with her small frame that seemed barely able to lift a sword, could execute such beautiful swordsmanship. But Yuki didn't care about such trivialities. Instead of worrying about that, I should just observe and learn. That's why Yuki always found the discussions in the chat about authenticity and accuracy laughable. How could anyone look away when the truth and the answer were right in front of them? How was that possible? So, I've watched every video where Master appears. I even regularly follow Joni's streams. Ugh, I know Kana is amazing. I get it, so can we move on to the main point now? It was clear Yuki could keep talking about it all day if left alone. Unable to endure Yuki's praises any longer, Daein interrupted with a weary expression. What does the beauty of Canaria's swordsmanship have to do with Yuki's lack of excitement? The swordsmanship Master displays now isn't beautiful. The power behind her strikes couldn't be ignored, but there was no beauty in the way Canaria wielded her sword. It felt like looking at her old self, who thought that simply slashing, stabbing, and cutting with strength was all there was. Realizing this, Yuki's motivation quickly faded. I don't want to fight a sword that's swung without meaning or understanding. Did you travel to another world or something? Or maybe you have memories of a past life. You've been reading too many novels. Well, I think you're the same, Yuki. I'd bet that if you were born a few hundred years ago, you'd have left your name in history. Anyway, Dayan finally started to understand what Yuki was saying. Even she could tell that Kana's behavior now wasn't natural. This girl, who had roamed around freely since appearing on the Ardena continent, suddenly turned completely passive after being trapped in the barrier. Even assuming she had lost her reasoning and was operating on instinct, it didn't make sense. It was as if someone else was controlling her. Following a script is boring. Before meeting Canaria and gaining her insight, Yuki might have easily agreed. But having gained her realization and heightened her threshold, Yuki wasn't particularly interested in Dayan's request. Are you really not going to help? No. Dayan, unable to give up, asked again, but the answer was a firm rejection. What would have happened if Dayan wasn't there? There might not have been fights among the players, and perhaps the Imperial army wouldn't have invaded either. There would have been other big and small changes, too. And me as well. Even Yuki might not have gained her realization as she had now. She might have visited out of curiosity, thinking, there's a boss like that, but she wouldn't have been met with the same kind of duel as before. It all happened because Dayan met Canaria and brought her into the world. Because of this, Yuki felt a sense of indebtedness, even if she didn't fully admit it. Still, it's impossible. Yuki couldn't muster any excitement at the thought of fighting someone who looked like her master but wasn't truly her master. Dayan tried several times to persuade her, but Yuki's resolve was firm. A determination that hardly wavered. As Dayan grew tired of trying to persuade her and considered giving up, a sudden idea flashed in her mind. If your resolve is that firm, I suppose there's nothing I can say to change it. Sorry for bothering you. It wasn't a bother. Oh, come on, don't lie. Anyway, I'll go ask someone else for help. Dayan pretended to turn away, making it seem like she was about to leave, but then she suddenly stopped. With her body facing forward, she turned her head slightly and asked Yuki, who was waving her hand. But, are you really okay with this? Pardon. This raid will only last for a week. Beyond that, the barrier won't be able to withstand the magi that Kana holds, or so they say. Oh, and since a day has already passed, there are only 6 days left now. I know. Yuki had seen the notices. They were posted all over the place, so it was harder to avoid them than to see them. Do you know what happens if we fail to subdue her within a week? What happens? The Empire will personally step in to deal with it. She doesn't seem too interested yet. Dayan watched Yuki's expression and continued speaking. As you know, Yuki, there's a long-standing bad blood between Canaria and the Empire. They can't stand each other. And, if you're trying to ask for sympathy because it's pitiful, it's not that, just listen. Given the situation, if Magi keeps leaking like that, what do you think the Empire will do? They'll definitely decide that she needs to be eliminated, won't they? That was almost certainly the case. Negotiations were only possible with those who could listen. No one would try to reason with a ticking time bomb. It wasn't explicitly stated in the subjugation order, but it was an easy conclusion to reach. Canaria is strong, yes, but, do you think she can hold off the Empire if they come at her with full force? It would be difficult. No, it would be impossible. Exactly. She might be able to inflict some damage, but in the end, she'll be defeated. And as I just mentioned, being defeated means death. The thought of speaking about the death of someone precious to her was unsettling. But if I can save her this way, Dayan steeled herself. Perhaps her efforts had paid off. What's your point? The fish had taken the bait. Dayan smirked to herself, hiding her satisfaction as she observed Yuki's change in attitude. This is a big enough incident for the Empire to get involved, so it'll surely go down in history. If that happens, you'll never get to see the swordsmanship of Canaria that you find so beautiful ever again. Are you truly okay with that? Well, unless you plan to keep replaying the old videos over and over, that is. If a reason to act doesn't exist, then one should create one. Dayan had keenly understood that Yuki wasn't someone who would be swayed by sympathy or compassion, so she brought up the one thing Yuki cherished: swordsmanship. Without waiting for Yuki's response, Dayan started to walk away. Well then, I'll be off. I'll help. Just as planned. Now that Yuki has joined, there are 2 of us. Dayan spread her hands wide. We only need 6 more. Only 6 more. Well, with Yuki as our strongest member, it's fair to say we only need 6 more. Ah, I get it. What's wrong? Nothing. Was she always this shameless? Come to think of it, if she weren't shameless, she wouldn't keep challenging Canaria even after getting rejected time and again. She also wouldn't have pulled stunts like ignoring the viewers' complaints and running non-stop hunting streams for 24 hours without rest or communication. And yet, thud, why did you hit me all of a sudden? Your gaze was disrespectful. Judging someone guilty just based on suspicions goes against the principle of presumption of innocence, you know. Dayan didn't realize it. That her reaction was only solidifying Yuki's suspicions. Yuki withdrew the hand she had used to discipline Dayan. Do we really need to gather a full party? There's no entry restriction, so wouldn't 2 be enough? Yuki, you're strong, but that's impossible. Yuki tilted her head, clearly not understanding, which prompted Dayan to sigh. You haven't done any raids, have you? I haven't joined a party, but I've taken down plenty of bosses. Not like that. I'm asking if you've ever done content classified as a raid. No, I figured as much. The term raid is said to have originated from a specific MMORPG. At first, it referred to when dozens of people banded together to tackle special bosses or dungeons. But over time, with the rise of various games, many different types of raids have emerged. Some people even debate whether certain things should be called raids at all, while others argue, that's not a raid. Whether people accepted them or not, many things carried the name of a raid. Cilia Online's raid system adheres to the principle that multiple people must work together. It's not something you can clear just because you're skilled or high level. Of course, being high level and skilled would make it easier. One day, if a player with power on Canaria's level emerges, they might be able to solo low-level raids. Some games put systems in place to prevent that by capping player levels and stats, but Cilia Online doesn't have such a system. 6 people need to stand on platforms, and the other 2 have to withstand a high-damage AoE attack. If you fail to counter this, it deals near-fatal damage to the entire map. Do you think 2 people can handle a pattern like that? As I mentioned before, if you had overwhelming strength to defeat the boss before the patterns emerged or had the defense and health to tank the damage, it wouldn't be a problem. But at their current level, neither option was possible. Doesn't Joni dislike combat content? I studied hard. When your body is weak, you have to make up for it with your mind. Or was it the other way around? Dayan scratched her head. Anyway, since it was information she had known for some time, Dayan found it easy to acquire new knowledge. All the raid bosses, except one, worked like that. And that one eventually became the same too. Dayan held back her words and offered a bitter smile. Yuki, who had been watching Dayan with an unreadable expression, let out a small sigh. How do you plan to gather the remaining 6 people? Recruiting them isn't difficult. If Dayan and Yuki asked their viewers, anyone want to join the raid with us, they would rush in like a swarm of bees. However, they couldn't be sure about the skills of the people they gathered this way, nor if they might cause any conflicts. This was the downside of a pickup group, or what some called a public party. Since you had to gather whoever was available at the time, there was no way to know what kind of people you were teaming up with. But what can we do? Neither Yuki nor I belong to any raid groups. When there's no teeth, you have to chew with your gums. That was when Dayan received a whisper message. The atmosphere doesn't seem too good. Well, considering the timing, it makes sense. Dayan agreed with Yuki's remark, which she casually dropped while looking around. It was an added surprise that she seemed to read the room. It's probably because of the subjugation order. People would protest with both hands raised if you tried to build a landfill in front of their houses. So, would they be happy about having a bomb nearby? Especially when that bomb is almost certain to go off. Can't we just cut it down before it explodes? Are you being serious? That was a joke. It didn't sound like a joke at all, but it was a joke. Let's just say it was. If Yuki had said it wasn't a joke, Dayan might have seriously wondered if Yuki was some kind of cave woman. It wasn't very convincing, but since she said it was a joke, Dayan decided to believe her for now. So, where are we going right now? Dayan made a face as if she couldn't believe Yuki's question. I told you earlier, we're meeting someone who said they'd help. Did you? Somehow, I thought this would happen. Yuki's reaction was like she was hearing it for the first time. Dayan felt like she was finally understanding what kind of person Yuki was. Ignoring Yuki, who looked like she had a question mark floating over her head, Dayan scanned their surroundings. They had agreed to meet somewhere around here. Joni. Dayan's head snapped around at the sound of someone calling her nickname. A familiar face waved at them from a cafe terrace. Dayan grabbed the still-dazed Yuki and headed toward the man. How have you been? Wow, how long has it been since we last met? It's the first time we've met in person since the war. I really appreciated your help back then. If it wasn't for you, Pine, things wouldn't have gone so smoothly. I don't think that's quite right. Even if I hadn't stepped in, it wouldn't have made much difference, you know. Pine gave a wry smile. At the time, he had intervened because he didn't like the other side picking a fight, but looking back, he hadn't needed to get involved. No matter what those small fries had to say, a single swing of the sword would have settled it all evenly. But Dayan shook her head, rejecting Pine's assessment. Canaria said she was impressed by the way the fledglings stood up against the Imperial army. If you hadn't intervened, the Imperial soldiers wouldn't have even bothered to come. Wait, that's how it was. Exactly. Hearing it put that way, it didn't sound entirely wrong. But that means, in Canaria's eyes, our fight looked like a bunch of chicks chirping at each other. With that level of power, it's not strange to see it that way. But still, Pine couldn't shake off the strange feeling, leaving him with a somewhat awkward expression. Enough about the past. Yuki, who had been showing signs of boredom, jumped into the conversation. Just tell us what you mean by help since we're busy. Can't I even ask how you've been? You're watching me on stream every day, so what's the point? No sense of sentiment, huh? Pine clicked his tongue but quickly moved on to the main topic. After the subjugation order was issued, we took a vote on whether or not to attempt the raid. The result was split right down the middle. Which side did you vote for, Pine? I was, of course, against it. If Pine had been an ordinary player who simply enjoyed raids, the outcome might have been different. But he wasn't ordinary, and unlike Yuki, He didn't have the luxury of ignoring public opinion. Huh. So why are you offering to help me if you voted against it? Why not? Narrowing his eyes, Pine gestured for Dayan to come closer. Understanding his intention, Dayan turned off the audio for the stream and leaned in toward Pine. By saying I'm helping Joni, I can maintain good public relations. It's a win-win since I get to do what I want while earning some goodwill. Wow. Dayan was genuinely impressed. You really are a scary person. Hey now, just call it practical thinking. And even if that weren't the case, I would have helped you, Joni. Why? Because it benefits my stream. If things go well, I could even expect a trickle-down effect. What? That's the same thing in the end. As expected, it wasn't pure goodwill that motivated him to offer help. But Dayan wasn't disappointed. Just because it's not pure doesn't mean it's not goodwill. She was in a situation where she had to clutch at any straw, so there was no room to be picky about sincerity or practicality. In fact, Pine's transparency made him more trustworthy. Having a clear reason like it's beneficial for the stream meant she didn't have to worry about being double-crossed. Not that there's zero chance he could be lying. If Pine did try to pull something shady, his stream would blow up like fireworks. What about the raid group you lead, Pine? That's what I wanted to discuss with you, Joni. Earlier, I mentioned the vote being split evenly, right? Normally, I'd decide whether to go ahead or not and lead the group, but this time I decided to change the plan a bit. 4 and 4. It was such an awkward number. Asterisk. 4 is considered unlucky number in East Asian cultures. Thinking that, Pine folded down the fingers on one hand. Those who don't want to participate can sit it out, and only those who want to join will participate. With Pine, who initially opposed, now leaning toward approval, that left 3 slots open. The number of raised fingers matched the available slots. So, how about it? Would you like to join as temporary members of our raid group? It'll be easier than finding 6 people on your own. We're a pretty well-known raid group, you know. Pine smiled confidently. Pine's raid party leaned more toward creating strategies rather than following existing ones. It was a natural tendency. The timing when Pine usually tackled a raid was often soon after its release, meaning it was typical for no guides to be available, let alone any raid parties that had managed to clear it. Analyzing patterns and crafting strategies from scratch was much more difficult than simply following a pre-existing guide. However, the thrill of blazing a trail was far more intense than simply walking in someone else's footsteps. But this time, things will be a bit different. Pine spoke as he handed out the prepared materials. I'll be honest. Our chances of success aren't high. One day had already passed out of the short week allotted for the raid. Instead of seasoned raid members, they had recruited 2 inexperienced individuals. And there was still that annoyingly restrictive rule that allowed only one party to enter at a time, which severely limited their total number of attempts. So, we'll be borrowing the strategies of the previous raid groups. Though Pine made it sound grand, it wasn't particularly special. Whenever word spread about how far a particular raid group had gone, it was common to look into how they overcame specific challenges. Even so, Pine had a reason for emphasizing his approach. As you suggested, we won't be mindlessly banging our heads against the wall. Got it. Time to open the textbooks. Yuki pouted at Pine's firm tone. Let's do this. Wipeout. I'm going to die. Please heal me. The healer is down. What? When? They couldn't pass the mark, and it exploded. Another wipeout. Hey, keep the aggro under control. How am I supposed to keep the aggro when I'm constantly using AoE heals? We can't just die from the dot. Oh, and another wipeout. The ceiling that greeted them upon opening their eyes and the path leading back to the battlefield had become all too familiar. As Pine staggered to his feet, he started to sort out his thoughts. What's the problem here? The answer came to him immediately. Everything. There wasn't even a need to pinpoint a specific issue, but if he had to choose the most frustrating part, Pine could do so without hesitation. The magi that ate away at their health as soon as they entered the barrier. The magi that dealt more damage the closer they got to Canaria, complicating their attempts to handle other patterns. Damage that normally wouldn't be fatal turned deadly due to the sudden influx of dot damage. Trying to counter this by using large-scale healing skills recklessly only made it impossible to manage aggro and mana. In the end, they had to walk the tightrope of healing just enough to keep everyone alive without drawing too much attention. Ugh. As could be seen from Lemony, one of Pine's raid party's healers, this was far from an easy task. Pine patted the shoulders of Lemony, who looked pale and worn out. You chose to be a healer. Tough it out with all your might. I want to quit being a healer. No, you can't. Whine. But not all the news was bad. Pine's biggest concern, Dayan and Yuki, were surprisingly showing good results. Yuki didn't sync well with others, but she made up for it with her individual skills, so it didn't cause any issues. On the other hand, Dayan's individual skill was slightly lacking, but she put in the effort to cooperate with others. Moreover, she had an advantage that Pine hadn't anticipated thanks to the dragon orb. She was less affected by the magi. Joni, how much did you say that was? Huh? How much was what? That, the magical tool you got from Canaria in Baltora. Oh, this? I got it cheaper thanks to Canaria, but the original price was. Thinking about whether he should get one for himself, Pine quickly gave up after hearing Dayan's answer. How long do you think this party will last? Pine changed the subject. I bet 3 minutes. Oh, that's a cup of instant noodles. Then I'll bet on 1 minute. Isn't that a bit harsh? They could last longer. Then, Pine, you bet on over 5 minutes. 2 minutes. I'll bet 2 minutes. Ah, that's no fun. Betting on how long the other party would last in the barrier was a great way to kill time. By the way, so far, not a single party had lasted over 5 minutes, so betting on more than 5 minutes was seen as a long shot and a symbol of bravery among them. Though, it would be more accurate to call it recklessness since it had never succeeded. When the timer had just crossed 2 minutes, the barrier's entrance opened. Ah, if only they had lasted a bit longer. The noodles aren't even cooked yet. Raw noodles aren't too bad. The group dusted off and stood up from where they had been sitting. No matter how short the trial time is, waiting is always boring. If the special streamer Joni steps in, wouldn't you be able to enter without waiting? You're joking, right? Dayan couldn't hide her exasperation as she shook her head. I'm not even a specialized Cilia streamer, and I don't have that kind of influence. Besides, because of the last incident, there's a new controversy. Controversy? Oh, the power abuse controversy. You knew and you still said that. Oh, how could I possibly say that to a special streamer like Joni? But a power abuse controversy? That's a bit amusing. Well, it was a demanding request. Are you going to enter or not? Yuki, who had already been standing at the entrance, tapped her greatsword impatiently. Not only Yuki but the people around them and those waiting behind them were sending sharp glares their way. If Pine's raid party delayed their entry, the others waiting for their turn would also be delayed. Unless someone loved waiting or had a hobby of wasting time, this wouldn't sit well with them. As they entered the boss room, the magi wrapped around their bodies, and their HP began to drop gradually. In a typical raid, the tank would pull the boss, signaling the start of the battle. In other words, as long as they didn't enter the boss's detection range, the fight wouldn't start unless they initiated it, giving them time to review important strategies before diving in. You know what to do, right? Healers, pay extra attention to the duration of your HOTS and the mark management. However, in the Canaria raid, the suffocating magi started draining their health as soon as they entered, leaving no time for a relaxed chat. Pine quickly spat out only the most critical instructions. Alright, this time, let's try to last over 5 minutes. With a brief countdown over, Pine's raid party charged straight at the pink-haired girl who sat there blankly. Pine had a fleeting thought. If anyone else saw this scene, wouldn't they think it was a brutal sight of 8 grown adults ganging up on a frail young girl? But even with that thought, Pine didn't stop swinging his sword. After all, isn't there a saying that life seems like a comedy from afar but a tragedy up close? That seemingly delicate girl was, in reality, a monster that had crushed numerous raid parties. If you hesitate out of pity, all that awaits is death. Pine steeled his resolve. You died. Ha 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 ha. LOL. This time, let's try to last over 5 minutes. Did you learn your lesson, risk takers? LOL. My memories are gone. Where am I? Who am I? They were met with the familiar phrase. It was just over 4 minutes since the battle began. This makes it 6 days now. A man in a hooded robe quietly stepped down. No matter how quietly he descended, it was impossible for him to be completely invisible to the crowd gathered before the barrier, yet no one paid any attention to the man who suddenly appeared. With a matter-of-fact air, the man walked forward and placed his hand on the barrier. Boom! Oh dear! What the? Did you hear something? The barrier shook violently, as if resisting the man's touch. Even in this state, you're still as troublesome as ever. The barrier, cast by the Sage of the Empire, had turned dark, reaching up high into the sky. With this much of it consumed, it would be impossible to regain control. The man thought that if he meddled further, the monster, sensing his mana, might break out of the barrier, so he withdrew his hand. I had hoped that seeing the apostle you cherished so dearly might snap you out of it. His gaze turned to a woman. She had sharp, upward tilted eyes and couldn't hide the gloom that surrounded her. I suppose I was wrong. Perhaps the bond wasn't as deep as I thought, or maybe the prison holding you was just that unyielding. And he hadn't achieved his other objective either. To think you couldn't even handle a puppet dancing on a string. But that was all right. This development was also one that the new god Edel had foreseen. A hint of pity flashed across the man's face, momentarily visible through the folds of his robe. I came all the way here just to say goodbye. Though you were my enemy, you were someone I could respect. How much better would it have been if you had been born in the Empire instead of Graces? The man had always regretted that and had made countless efforts to bring Canaria over to his side, but no amount of effort could quell the anger of a child who had lost their father. When morning comes, this barrier will completely collapse. Even if it doesn't collapse, a barrier whose control has been lost will no longer be able to contain the monster. And the Empire's sharpest sword would meet the monster. All the preparations for her were already complete. All that remained was to wait for time to pass. Fighting against you was quite enjoyable. With those words, a surprisingly light farewell, the man turned away. Step by step, he walked away, and before anyone realized it, his presence vanished entirely. What? Is something wrong? Just now, wasn't there someone here? Huh? No one's here. Is that so? You must be tired. Please, take a rest. It felt like someone was definitely there. Dayan tilted her head but obediently leaned back against the tree. Maybe she was just too tired and seeing things, as they said. I'm so tired. Ignoring the flickering white after images, Dayan gently closed her eyes. Pine's raid party ultimately failed to subdue the target. The seventh sun rose. The barrier that once stood tall, seemingly reaching the sky, had turned completely black. Whoom. The barrier, now tinged with a pitch-black hue instead of its former silver, emitted an ominous hum. At the same time, it shook violently, as if an earthquake had struck. Suddenly, the barrier, which had seemed on the verge of collapsing, stopped as if by a miracle. Had it managed to hold? Whew! One of the onlookers let out a sigh of relief, almost unconsciously. SSSHHHH. Like sugar dissolving in water. Like a sand castle blown away by the wind. The massive barrier slowly began to dissolve. Even as everyone stood in awe at the surreal sight, the barrier melted away rapidly, shrinking to the size of a slightly tall fence in no time. And finally, it disappeared without a trace. The dense magi trapped within the barrier surged forth like a storm. Can't breathe. Those who were too close to the barrier clutched their throats in agony. Those who realized the danger and quickly retreated survived, but those who didn't were left lying cold and lifeless on the ground. A tense silence hung over the battlefield. Tap. A soft footstep echoed. Someone glanced in the direction of the sound and murmured unconsciously. The Demon King. Between the thick, swirling magi, a pair of pink eyes glowed serenely. Your appearance is a mess. The Edel I saw after a long time looked quite different from the one in my memory. For a moment, I even mistook her for someone else. No, another god. The hair that once shone brightly with divine power had lost its luster, and her once sparkling eyes were now clouded with darkness. Haha, isn't that the pot calling the kettle black? Aren't we both in the same boat here? Well, that's true. As Edel pointed out, my condition wasn't great either, making it hardly appropriate for me to criticize her appearance. In this state, it was like a dog covered in chaff scolding a dog covered in dung. So, I changed the topic. Where is this place? I remember performing the ascension ritual, but when I closed my eyes and opened them again, I found myself in this strange place. The sky, tinged with blue, was filled with countless star-like objects, and the river seemed to flow with a fragment of the sky itself, like a sea of stars. Edel looked at me with a baffled expression. That's what you ask, not right when you wake up, but now. They say it's never too late to ask. That's just being late. But the first thing I saw when I opened my eyes was you, Edel. If she didn't like it, she shouldn't have been in front of me. Anyone else would have reacted the same way I did. If you were an ordinary person, you wouldn't pick a fight with someone as soon as you woke up. Edel sighed and turned away. A shooting star trailed a long tail as it fell behind her back. You weren't expecting me to say something like, "This is the world inside your mind," were you? Of course not. My inner world could never be this peaceful, nor this beautiful. Not that I believed in the concept of an inner world, anyway. Well, how should I put it? The place where souls cycle? The origin of the world? My home? Whatever it is, it's not a place that exists physically. You say it doesn't exist physically. That's right. Normally, it would be impossible for us to have a conversation like this. I don't understand. If this place doesn't exist physically, then how can I be here? But I'm standing right here. That's why I said it's usually impossible. Edel pointed at me with her finger. If you still had a physical body, you wouldn't have been able to come here. What? Surely, you don't think that's your body, do you? If this isn't my body, then what is it? I pinched my arm, which lacked any visible muscles, and felt the sensation of pinching as well as the softness of my skin. I hated to admit it, but the short stature, the stubby limbs, everything matched my memory. After confirming my pink hair swaying near my waist, I looked back at Edel. She, struggling to hold back her laughter, finally burst out when our eyes met. Pfft, that's your basis for judgment. Don't laugh. Sorry. It was just too cute, I couldn't help myself. Edel wiped away the tears gathering in the corners of her eyes. Let me clarify, since you seem confused. The only part of you here is your soul. Your physical body is still playing around in the lower world. That was the plan from the beginning, wasn't it? Ah, right, that's what it was. Hearing Edel's words brought back my hazy memories. Shift the burden of the ascension ritual entirely onto the soul. Your body isn't strong enough to withstand all the magi in Laxia. It's true that my body, which had reached the level of a master, was tougher than most. But it wasn't nearly strong enough to endure such a massive amount of magi. Despite my soul being tempered as it crossed dimensions, its durability has become absurdly high. So, the plan was to shift the burden of the ascension ritual onto the soul, aiming for a rise in rank, and Edel would handle any remaining magi that couldn't be processed. That was the plan. It was even anticipated that my soul might get ejected from my body like this. And now, I finally understood why Edel ended up looking like that. Honestly, I was a bit worried, but you did better than I expected. Did it work? If things had gone according to plan, my rank or whatever should have risen, but I didn't feel anything noticeable. Unlike when I reached the master level and felt like I had the world in my hands. As I clenched and unclenched my fist, trying to gauge my strength, Edel nodded. Yes, it's not the best outcome, but it's a satisfactory one. I twisted the flow of mana that gathers in Laxia to direct it towards myself and even improved the constitution of the demonic race. Now, they won't be persecuted because of the magi like before. If only you'd done that earlier, how nice it would have been. If the dimensional creatures hadn't invaded, none of this would have been necessary. This method is also more dangerous. If I'm not careful, I could lose my status as a deity and fall. Isn't that still a risk now? It's different. Now, even if I fall, there's a higher being to manage things in my place. Anyway, come over here, will you? Edel gestured for me to come closer. As I approached, she drew out divine power and traced a circle. The glowing light disappeared, leaving behind a circular mirror. What it reflected was me, yet not me. Seeing the girl facing off against dozens, maybe hundreds, of people, I immediately understood what Edel was trying to show me and spoke irritably. Is this little act necessary? An act, you say? I'm doing my best in my own way to make sure your body doesn't harm others. Wouldn't it be sad if I let it run wild and it ended up hurting your loved ones? The best outcome would have been for you to withstand the full burden of the ascension ritual, but you couldn't do that, right? So, the next best option is all we have. Tisk. I understood, but that didn't mean I had to like seeing myself dancing in the mirror. I clicked my tongue in frustration. Why is it attacking so inefficiently? What's with that ridiculous swordplay? Unable to bear it, I jabbed Edel in the side. If you're going to control my body, at least do it properly. I'm not the one controlling it, you know? Even if I could, I wouldn't. A god shouldn't indulge in massacres, right? It's fine if it's the Imperial Army. No, it's not. If you want that so much, why don't you do it yourself? If I could, I would have done it already. She's only saying that because she knows I can't. Not fun at all. Your fun isn't the point. Edel, who had been crouching and staring into the mirror, straightened up. Her gaze, looking down at me, no longer held the playful glint it had just moments ago. It's about time you made a decision, don't you think? I can't say I've given you plenty of time, but now is the moment to choose. Each option has its pros and cons, and there will be regrets no matter what you choose. It wasn't a sudden statement. After all, Edel had warned me that such an outcome would await if things went according to plan. Now then, what will you choose? To remain in this world and wield unchecked power, or to cross over to the other side? Make your choice. I looked into the mirror. The me inside the mirror was still clashing swords with the Imperial Army. Occasionally, familiar faces appeared, and seeing the red wounds scattered across their bodies, it was clear they had come prepared for the worst. Looking back, from the moment I first came to my senses until now, I've lived a life far from smooth. The girl in the mirror dances. A black sword extends, slicing through the shoulder of a knight charging at her. Though no sound reaches me, it's easy to imagine his mouth wide open, screaming in pain. It's a sight I've seen countless times. I am familiar with the smell of death, mingled with fear and blood, and the expressions twisted with hatred. Even during my few happy moments, there was always a sword in my hand, so I could never call my life smooth. But, even in such a life, there were things worth remembering. Those memories allowed me to endure this long, but the strongest pillar that supported me is now gone. I thought I had nothing left. So why am I still hesitating? As I hesitated, a few more wounds appeared on the girl's body. A ball of fire descended from above, colliding with magi and scattering embers everywhere. Suddenly, I felt as if I had met the girl's gaze. The moment I read the emotion in those deeply twisted eyes, I spoke as if possessed. I am disgustingly strong. Spit. The fourth sword of the Imperial Army. Robert spat, and the blackened blood splattered onto the ground. Without even a moment to grimace, he launched himself forward. Clang! The girl had drawn close, her black sword aimed at his throat. A large fireball suddenly flew toward the girl. Her pink eyes glanced at it, and the weight pressing down on Robert vanished in an instant. Boom! With a loud explosion, the cloud of dust that briefly filled the air settled, and the girl had already retreated far back. Catching his breath, Robert bowed his head. Thank you for saving me. It's only natural for comrades to look out for each other. Don't let your guard down. We don't know when another attack might come. Yes. Responding to the sage's words, Robert tightened his grip on his sword, keeping his eyes on the girl. The girl with striking pink hair was someone he knew well. The enemy of the Empire, the Red Reaper, the Deathbird, the Calamity. Despite her seemingly gentle appearance, she bore a slew of fearsome titles. The reason the Empire couldn't easily crush Graces, a nation much smaller in comparison, was largely due to her. To subdue her, the Empire would have had to invest considerable resources, but Graces wasn't worth that much to them. On the other hand, leaving her unchecked meant that she would decimate their troops every time she appeared on the battlefield. She was a troublesome opponent, no matter how they approached her. That she's without reason is a relief. It would be terrifying if she wielded such power with a sound mind. Even without any advanced techniques, she overwhelmed with sheer strength. One could only imagine what she would be like if she wielded skill. If she had reason, we wouldn't even be in this situation. That's true. Taking advantage of the brief respite as the girl retreated, Robert quickly assessed the battlefield. The girl who threatened the Ardena continent. More than half of the knights they brought to subdue her had already fallen. The remaining knights were also injured, far from being in any proper condition. Wow, damn. How is this even possible? What are you going to do if it doesn't make sense? If you have time to talk, hurry up and fight. Even as Robert assessed the battlefield, the apostles charged at the girl. Their effort was commendable, but their attacks didn't make much difference in the grand scheme of the battle. Arg. Most of them couldn't even reach her, let alone last a single exchange before they died. They were useless. Making a cold assessment, Robert muttered quietly. Sir Reedon, why are you calling me? A nonchalant voice responded. How many more shots can you fire? I can shoot as many arrows as I want. The problem is that Magi makes them miss. Reedon, the Empire's fifth bow, grumbled as he approached Robert. His mana-infused arrow knocked. I'll create an opening. Can you deliver your strongest shot? Huh? You usually dismiss me as just an archer, so what's with the change of heart? Did you have a change of mind? Can you do it or not? There it is, no change at all. Kriok? Reedon drew his bowstring taut. The bow's frame bent, making a strained sound as if it might snap at any moment. Is that even a question? Of course, I can. No, I'd rather be asking you. Please, make me an opening. Robert smirked slightly. Despite his laid-back attitude, Reedon was someone with pride in his skills. Among the injuries on the girl, none were from Reedon's arrows. He hadn't managed a single effective strike so far, and it had clearly wounded his pride. What about the seventh sword? You mean that guy? Didn't you see him? He got ahead of himself, took a hit, and collapsed. It was true that his skills were lacking, but he wasn't an easy opponent either. Despite having 3 of the Empire's swords and a sage, they were struggling to maintain even footing, and were slowly being pushed back. The overwhelming power of the girl sent a shiver through Robert. This might just be where I meet my end. Oh, so does that mean I get to be the 4th bow now? Robert didn't respond. It wasn't worth replying, especially since the girl had just cut down several apostles and turned her gaze to him. What could she possibly resent so much to look at him with such eyes? As he looked into the girl's hate-filled eyes, Robert gathered his grey mana. His silhouette stretched long. Swish! Robert's sword, appearing before the girl, traced a lower trajectory than usual. Aimed at the level of her head, the blade would have struck near the abdomen if his opponent were a grown man. Without a hint of surprise at the sudden attack, the girl's black sword blocked his strike. Clang! Instead of the sharp sound of blades clashing, a grating noise, as if something was being scraped away, echoed through the air. Robert had already anticipated his attack being blocked, so he immediately followed up with his next move. SSSHH. Keeping his blade locked with hers, Robert's sword slid smoothly, as if gliding against the dark blade. The tip of the sword reached the girl's pale neck. If he thrust the sword in now, her life would end, spraying crimson blood. TCH. But Robert had no choice but to pull back his sword. He had noticed the Magi creeping up from where their blades were locked together. If sacrificing himself could bring peace to the Empire, he would gladly do so. But the Magi that clamped onto Robert's sword wouldn't allow any harm to its master's body. Whoosh! The moment he withdrew his blade, the Magi, in the form of a spike, shot out. The gleaming Magi aimed precisely at his neck. Was it intentional, or just a coincidence? Either way, it was dangerous, and Robert had to deflect it with his mana-infused left hand. It stings. His left hand throbbed as if he'd just blocked a heavy chunk of metal. He had boasted about creating an opening, but such an opportunity was hard to find. Yet, if he allowed himself even a moment of frustration, a spike of Magi would undoubtedly pierce his heart. Instead of sighing, Robert stumped the ground with force. Boom! A powerful shockwave laden with mana rippled through the ground. The Magi swirling beneath his feet faltered under the pressure. However, the girl remained undeterred. As Robert twisted his head to evade the incoming strike from her black blade, a memory flashed through his mind. If you seek to take a life, you must be willing to risk your own. Words from his master when Robert had just started on the path of the sword. It was obvious advice, but one he had forgotten somewhere along the way. After reaching a certain level, those who could threaten his life became few. He could take lives without having to risk his own. Why had those long-forgotten words resurfaced now? Are you telling me to risk my life? Are you rebuking me, asking why I hesitate when I claimed I would sacrifice myself for peace? No one had actually said this to Robert, yet he let out a hollow laugh. Very well, I'll wager my life. As the saying goes, sometimes the soft can overcome the strong, but against overwhelming power, such a saying becomes meaningless. So, if he planned to oppose that immense strength with technique, he would need to match it with a certain level of power, at least enough to clash swords. Humph. Robert gathered his mana. If I keep gathering mana like this, I'll die? Instincts screamed at him to stop, but he ignored them. A vast amount of mana began to converge on his sword. Finally, even the mana that was barely sustaining his life was drawn into his blade, and Robert let out a twisted smile. Beyond his unusually clear vision, he saw the girl's face tense with anxiety. This is the last sword strike from the 4th sword. Please, accept it. With those words, Robert swung his sword. The sky turned gray. And then, a streak of light tore through the faded world. Gray mana surged fiercely. Whew! Reedon whistled as he watched the gray storm whipping past beyond the bowstring. Robert ranked 4th among the swords of the Empire. Though it was true that he was stronger than Reedon, the 5th bow, the force Robert was emanating now could hardly be seen as just that of the 4th rank. Even though Reedon knew that he and others held hidden tricks up their sleeves, he could confidently declare, "This looks like I'll really become the 4th bow." That wasn't some hidden trick, it was a full-force strike. A blow gained at the cost of staking his life, suppressing the instinctual urge to survive with unyielding willpower. Witnessing this, Reedon clapped inwardly in admiration. Wow, our senior is really something when it comes to loyalty. He couldn't let go of the bowstring to clap, so he did so in his heart. But being impressed was one thing, and wanting to risk his life like Robert was another matter entirely. Loyalty? Sure, that's great. After all, the reason Reedon could enjoy his luxurious lifestyle was that the Empire held him in good regard. So, if someone were to ask, does loyalty put food on the table, he could answer, it actually does. But if his job to earn a living put his life at risk, he could abandon loyalty without hesitation. Still, I should at least show some respect. He didn't want to be questioned by the esteemed sage, after all. SSSSSS who? Reedon's gradually slowing breaths came to a complete stop. His figure, as he stared intently in one direction, looked more like a well-crafted doll or a still painting than a living being. He paid no mind to his hair whipping around in the fierce currents of grey mana, keeping his focus solely on his target. Finally, the opportunity came. Robert's sword flashed, aimed squarely at the girl's shoulder. Even with Reedon's eyes, trained by years of archery, he couldn't see how the outcome had been reached. But even that lightning-fast strike hadn't reached the girl. It's open? Reedon's keen eyes caught the moment when the magi surrounding the girl momentarily dissipated. Before his brain could issue a command, his well-trained fingers moved instinctively. Some might say, what's so special about knocking an arrow and shooting it? But even those who thought that would be left speechless if they saw the arrow Reedon had just released. The light gathered on the bowstring shot forward. Payayot? A light, perhaps too distant to call a comrade yet too close to call a mere ally, shot forth through the opening Robert had created at the cost of his life. The combined full-force attack of two masters pierced through a thick wall and reached the ruler. Whoosh! A light, soft sound rang out. But the result was anything but light. The girl's body, struck by the light, was sent flying into the distance. Kana! A scream-like shout echoed from somewhere, as if it were a signal. Reedon finally exhaled the breath he had been holding and lowered his bow. The price of unleashing such a fatal shot was not a small one. The grey magi gradually dispersed, revealing the scene. Even though Reedon couldn't fire any more arrows today, it didn't matter. The pervasive magi around them was receding, and the prey, struck by the arrow, lay motionless on the ground. When I heard they were bringing 3 of the Empire's swords and even the sage, I honestly thought it was overkill. They had gathered enough power to easily crush a small nation and directed it all at a single person. If this wasn't an overinvestment, then what could be? So, what do you think after seeing it for yourself? It might actually not be enough. If they were going to bring 3, they should have brought more, don't you think? Haha. We couldn't defy strict regulations, could we? Losing 2 capable members is truly a pity. Haha. Strict regulations, sure. But if they truly wanted to, they could have overlooked such regulations. Reedon hid his true thoughts behind a pleasant smile, following the sage's lead. I never imagined that a wraith of a fallen kingdom could wield such power. Even so, it's only natural for a wraith to return to where it belongs. Well, I agree with you on that. The sage tapped the end of his staff against the ground. But isn't it a bit too early to feel assured? Pardon? What do you mean? SSSHH. Huh. Reedon instinctively turned to look at the spot where the girl had fallen, his voice slipping out in shock. He had clearly seen the arrow pierce her heart. Even a master-level fighter, or someone stronger, wouldn't survive with a pierced heart. That was for certain. How is this possible? The girl, whose heart had been pierced, was staggering back to her feet. A clear mark where the arrow had passed through her chest was still visible. As Reedon watched in shock, the girl finally stood upright, coughing up blood. It hurts, you know. Did she just talk? Never seen someone speak before. The girl, Kana, spoke nonchalantly and then glanced at the sword in her hand. Humph. With a flick of her hand, the jet-black sword disintegrated like dust. What should have left her empty-handed now saw a pale red sword forming in her grasp. I almost died of frustration. The magi might be a menacing weapon, but wielding it without finesse drastically reduced its effectiveness. Using such a powerful weapon so clumsily was a shame. Even the system created by the so-called administrator was poor in design. Putting a hole through someone's chest. Well, I suppose I should thank you for giving me the advantage. Thud. The sharp blade pointed directly at Reedon. 3 different hues of mana flowed along the sword's edge, an ominous black mana that felt dangerous just to look at, a fierce red mana that seemed capable of tearing anything apart, and a pink mana that, while not as distinctive as the others, held a presence that couldn't be ignored. Insane. Reedon let out a breathless laugh, seeing the 3 colors of mana blend effortlessly without clashing or merging. 3 different colors. It was so unrealistic that it was almost laughable. Now, it's time for Phase 2. Phase 2. Oh, you wouldn't understand if I put it like that? Muttering something unintelligible, Kana pulled her arm back, the same arm that held the sword. Danger? Without time to think, Reedon's body rolled across the ground. Ugh. A dull impact sent a shiver through Reedon. He had only enough strength left to move, so following the sudden command caused his body to ache. But that pain didn't matter. If he hadn't thrown himself out of the way, he wouldn't be alive to feel pain at all. Ha, ha ha. Behind him, a massive hole had opened up in the landscape. The center of the lush mountain had been carved out in a perfect circular column, leaving a clean, gaping void. I tried to make a matching one for you. You dodged. Matching one. Reedon reflexively repeated Kana's murmur. Matching, my foot. If that had hit, it wouldn't have just left a hole, it would have erased him completely, leaving no trace that Reedon ever existed. Reading the emotion in Reedon's voice, Kana shrugged her shoulders. You never know, you might have survived. No, if I took that, even a dragon would die. You're exaggerating. Look at me. I got a hole in my chest, and I'm still alive. Cough. Kana coughed, and dark red blood spilled from her mouth. Her clothes, covering her chest, were stained deep red. Reedon, watching her, muttered under his breath. Monster. The Empire's folks always call me that. Isn't it natural to call a monster a monster? Kana didn't argue. There was no point in arguing with someone who wouldn't listen. They weren't exactly having a friendly conversation in the first place. Kana was far from the kind of person who would chat warmly with someone who had pierced her chest. Oh, you've come back to your senses. If you frown like that, even I might get hurt. Sorry. I have a fear of snakes. Haha, I get it. Girls your age tend to be particular. Compared to most, you're actually pretty mild. Really? Then, that's unfortunate. Unexpectedly, her reaction was different. The sage had expected her to bare her teeth and rush at him, but her calm response made him tense. Because I intend to show you just how particular I can be. Damn. Before the words had fully left her mouth, a sword beam came flying. No, it had already transformed beyond just a sword beam, it was a phenomenon. The sage frantically swung his staff to defend against it. The barrier, once used to imprison others, was now deployed to protect his own life. Though hastily erected, it was still a barrier created by someone at the pinnacle of magic. It wouldn't be damaged by any ordinary attack, but the attack he faced now was far from ordinary. The sword energy, imbued with the three distinct natures of mana, struck the barrier. Crack, snap, rip. The sword energy collided with the barrier, biting, tearing, and slicing through it. Even a barrier crafted by the esteemed sage proved no different than the hide of a low-level monster before such an attack. It was meaningless to consider what might have happened if he had more time. The staff in the sage's hand shone brightly, the mana stones embedded within it glowing in unison. Threads of silver wove through the air, and in an instant, a magic circle materialized. Leap. The moment the magic circle glowed, Kana's back came into the sage's view, a defenseless, exposed back. Crack. A shattered fragment of space struck her slender back. Boom, flash, a roaring thunder followed, and a blinding flash descended. Perhaps it was an expression of anger at the mountain that had been left with a gaping hole. The lance of lightning, falling from the clear, cloudless sky, was enough to evoke the wrath of a god. An advanced magic spell, incomprehensible even to most ordinary mages, was unleashed in an instant. It demonstrated why he was called the Sage of the Empire without a doubt, but his expression remained far from pleased. Sizzle. The electric current that had coursed through the ground faded, and the fractured space mended itself. In the crater left by the impact of the lightning, a pair of pink eyes emerged. Why don't we call it a draw? If you were going to say that, you shouldn't have attacked in the first place. Then I might have considered it. You attacked first. This was self-defense. It's not self-defense, it's excessive retaliation. I attacked once. You attacked twice. Come on now, you have to consider the strength of your attack. I don't care about that, Kana retorted. And besides, you're the one who attacked me while I was just standing there. So, if anything, this is self-defense on my part. Let's get things straight. If we're going to argue like this, I saved the life of your old subordinate. You owe me for that? I do appreciate that. He was one of my lingering regrets, after all. I'm grateful you prevented me from dealing with that regret myself. That's that, but we still have unresolved grievances between us. As long as the deep-seated resentment buried in the core of their hearts remained, a peaceful resolution between them was impossible. I see. The sage nodded calmly, acknowledging Kana's resolve. He already knew that persuading her was out of the question. He also knew that Kana would come for his life. Yet, he remained unperturbed. That's unfortunate. I wish I could help ease your resentment, but I have too much at stake here. After all, though he was present in this place, it wasn't really him. Even if his heart were pierced and he died here, he would not truly die. You know that, don't you? Considering that, you sure ran away in a hurry. I still have things to do, so I can't just leave myself to die. Oh, is that so? Kana raised her sword again. Pointless. Even though she knew it was just a projection, she still charged in, determined to kill it. It seemed she was completely out of her mind, even if she looked calm. The sage could see Kana's life force dwindling by the moment. If she kept this up, she would face death sooner rather than later. Predicting the imminent future, he began drawing a magic circle to prepare for the approaching attack. Clang! But contrary to the sage's expectations, Kana's sword pierced not where he stood but into empty space. The crimson sword seemed to stop as if it had pierced through something unseen. What are you? Just as the sage was about to question her strange behavior, a pale, delicate hand reached through the void where the sword had struck. The sage's body, as if being pulled by some unseen force, flew through the air. No. For the first time, a sense of alarm broke through the sage's usual calm demeanor as he was thrown through the air. And right in front of his eyes, the pink-eyed girl grinned brightly. Aha, got you at last. What the? Before he could fully react, Kana swung her arm, sending the sage hurtling once more. Gah! The hard ground greeted him. How does it feel to be pulled out of your nest? Kana looked down at the sage, who writhed in pain, and smiled cheerfully. Indeed, a master mage. I suppose that's the term for it. The spells pouring down were all far from ordinary. If I were going to fall to something like this, I wouldn't have survived this long. They know as well as I do that I won't fall to these attacks. So instead of focusing all my energy on countering the spells raining down on me, I directed my attention elsewhere. So this is what it was. With my heightened sense of aura perception, I detected a thread-thin strand of mana. In the past, I wouldn't have even noticed it, and even if I had, I wouldn't have known what to do with it. At most, I might have severed the connection with a projection. And if severing the connection was all it took, there'd be no need to detect it in the first place. I could have just destroyed the projection. But now, things are different. I could clearly feel the presence of a snake coiling at the end of the mana thread connected to the projection. Can I do this? The answer came immediately. Yes, of course. Even though I had never tried it before, my instincts told me I could pull it off. I reached out, following my intuition. Across a distance so vast that it should have been unreachable, I grasped the body of the snake coiled in its nest. Aha! Finally caught you? Damn snake. How much trouble have I gone through just to catch this snake? Just counting the times that come to mind easily, it's been over 10 times. Each time I thought I had it, it would escape, and when I thought I finally had it, it turned out to be a projection. Ahahahaha. That's why this victory feels so sweet. Since coming into this world, have I ever laughed this much? Am I laughing because I feel good, or do I feel good because I'm laughing? It doesn't really matter. You're mad. Mad? How rude. Who wouldn't be happy after finally achieving what they've longed for? I was laughing so hard I forgot about the dull pain in my chest, only stopping when I finally coughed up a mouthful of blood. I could have crushed it the moment I caught it, but I deliberately didn't. Partly because I wanted to see that smug face it had refused to show until now, but more importantly, because doing so wouldn't ease the grudge I've accumulated. Consider it a bonus for saving my old subordinate. I wonder how long it'll keep squirming. Even after a small exertion of force to throw it down, a so-called master mage is writhing pathetically on the ground. You have to give it to wizards, they sure know how to exaggerate. How does it feel? Too shocked to even speak. Then again, I can understand. Being yanked out of the safest place they thought existed and suddenly dropped into an unfamiliar land, who wouldn't be bewildered? It's okay. I've been through it myself. If you struggle to survive, you'll adapt in no time. What on earth are you saying? Cough. The sage tried to speak but coughed up dark, clotted blood instead. It seems my advice, offered as a senior who has crossed dimensions, didn't quite resonate. After retching for a while, he finally managed to calm down, wiping his mouth as he stood up. You've become a complete monster. Since you could do it, why wouldn't I be able to? Think about your age. Who would have imagined that a girl not even 20 could pull this off? Well, that's true. So what? Whether it's something unimaginable or something that doesn't make sense, there's no denying the reality that he's standing in front of me right now. If it were me, I wouldn't just stand there. Before I even finished speaking, the staff in his hand gleamed. His signature technique, spatial leap. My eyes darted quickly, reading the flow of mana. Where do you think you're going? Did you think I'd let go of the catch I worked so hard to reel in so easily? After putting in all that effort to block that troublesome spatial leap, my conclusion was that unless I could interfere with space itself, I couldn't stop him. Canaria style, Wind Slash was a technique created for that reason, but even after developing Wind Slash, I couldn't catch the sage. The gap in our understanding of space was too vast to capture him with such a crude technique. But if I can see it so clearly like this, I don't need any deeper understanding. If a swordsman can't cut what they can see, are they really a swordsman? My sword, gleaming with a mysterious light, sliced through space. The blade moved through the tangled, intertwined spaces, cutting a small knot. It was the very flow I had been tracking all along. Goodbye. In the blink of an eye, the sage, who had been in front of me, reappeared several meters away. There was no sound. With a stiff expression, he attempted to flee, but each time, my sword severed the space he aimed for. He ran, I blocked. After about 5 repetitions, the sage stopped his leaps. It's no fluke, then. It's not the kind of thing you can manage by luck. Shouldn't you have realized that when you were dragged here? You're right. The sage lowered the arm holding his staff. Did he give up, realizing escape was impossible? Even now, is there no chance you'd change your mind? No, he hadn't given up. Even with no wind blowing, the hem of the sage's robe billowed wildly. You already know how I'll answer, don't you? I figured. The mana enveloping the sage began to flow away. The youthful appearance vanished, revealing the figure of an elderly man with a dignified presence. This was the true appearance of the man known as the Sage of the Arca Empire. It would have been nice if you had been born in the Empire. Fate can be so cruel. I don't want to agree with you, but I can't help but agree with that statement. Could this too be the will of Lady Edel? No. I firmly shook my head. This is my will. And it's yours too. Don't you dare try to escape under the name of a god. Ha. Is that so? And that was the end of our conversation. A stream of silvery mana drew a line. Between the parted boundary, the dim night sky emerged. Flash. Guong. A massive meteor that had been drifting through the night sky tore through the boundary and descended upon the ground. Its colossal mass, capable of easily crushing a castle, pressed down on the air. Yet, even with this enormous mass looming closer by the second, my mind remained at peace. I'll return the favor. Just as the sage had done, I too swung my sword downward. Like paint spreading through water, the three-colored mana spread softly, tearing through space. Beyond the rift in space, a large, sturdy-looking castle, various buildings, and well-maintained streets came into view. These were unfamiliar sights to me, but I wondered, would it be the same for those on the other side? Before I had a chance to resolve my curiosity, the yawning rift devoured the blazing meteor. Despite the meteor falling into the imperial capital, the old man's expression remained unchanged. Did he think others would be able to handle it? Yet, he couldn't completely ignore it, as the spells he cast at me afterward were generally smaller in scale, though their lethality wasn't any less than that of a giant meteor. Sack. The red sword sliced through the shimmering mana. The silver mana, which failed to form a spell, scattered thickly in all directions. PSSSS. Red flashes etched themselves through the thick mist. The spells that had been subtly surrounding me all reverted to a state of pure mana. Not stopping there, I reached out with my left hand, the one not holding my sword, into the air. Crunch! With a sound like crumpling paper, the scenery warped. Amid the distorted landscape, the figure of the old man seemed to flicker in and out. Snap! The ground beneath my feet opened into an abyss, and at the same time, a barrage of freezing spears rushed in. Out of the corner of my eye, I could see the frozen air shattering and falling along the trajectory of the spears. There were easily more than dozens of such spears, creating the illusion of a sudden ice age. Ha! My breath fogged up, turning to frost in the air. Below me lay the abyss, while all around, freezing spears threatened to chill even my soul. Ha! Suddenly, a laugh escaped my lips. I can say with certainty, in a battle involving weapons, there is no one who can defeat me. Even if those weapons were created by magic, as long as they took the form of spears, they couldn't harm me. I drew in a short breath. Shing! A single flash cleaved through the spears. One spear fell to the ground, but dozens more were still hurtling towards me. But I didn't swing my sword again, because there was no need to. Swish, swish, swish. Dozens of flashes weaved between the spears. Like a spider spinning its web, the flashes crisscrossed the air, snaring their prey. The number of flashes was precisely 45, exactly matching the number of spears split and vanished. Finally, I lifted my heel and stomped the ground firmly. Boom! It reeks, so shut your mouth. The dense magi, which had been hungrily attempting to swallow me, was instead consumed by the abyss. Screeching, the grating noise that scratched at my ears quickly ceased. The soft earth beneath me welcomed my return. A wizard demonstrates great power in a prepared environment. Even though my body had wreaked havoc while I was unconscious, the arrangements he had put in place still lingered, leaving me at a disadvantage until now. It's my turn. Now, that ends. I thrust my sword into the magic circle that subtly revealed its markings and kicked my legs forward in succession. Flash! The old man's face, which had been far away, was now right in front of me. The sight of his long beard, stained with dried blood, was utterly unappealing. Haha, what a sight. It would be even more delightful if I dyed that beard completely red. Just as the red sword seemed to waver, the next moment, it was touching the old man's chest. Get away. My body was lifted into the air. Without resisting the force pushing me away, I rotated my body a few times mid-air. Tap. A perfect landing worthy of a 10 out of 10. As such, I didn't need time to regain my balance. A follow-up charge. My long hair brushed against my back as I moved. Slash. As I rushed towards the old man, I tilted the vertically held sword handle at an angle and swung it. The ground scratched by the tip of the sword split open, revealing the earth beneath. Unfortunately, the old man's skin didn't split open. Instead, I shattered the sturdy barrier surrounding him, leaving a red line on his body. If he had tried to escape using spatial teleportation, he would have been sliced in half. I clicked my tongue in frustration and tightened my grip on the space I held with one hand. You're pretty nimble for your age. Aren't your knees aching? The old man replied with only his ragged breaths. After being holed up in his lair, only controlling his duplicate, he must find this a grueling experience. Having his spatial teleportation blocked and needing to run himself must make it even more so. It's not enough yet. The face of my father, enduring pain, flashed through my mind. This level of pain could never be enough to repay the suffering my father felt. But, let's end this. I swallowed the hot, metallic-tasting blood rising in my throat. Dad, I'm sorry. Still, I did my best, so please forgive me. Swallowing the unreachable forgiveness along with the blood, I raised my sword. The old man's face stiffened, sensing the end was near. The sword that will mark the end. I already knew the answer. A sword technique created with the will to soar into the sky. It was a technique I forged when, thanks to my father, I finally broke free from the cage that had bound me to the name given by my parents. The red sword that had been trailing on the ground swayed, and the little bird, born in the lowest place, flapped its wings. It wavered, plummeted, and faltered. At times, it collided with the silver wind and shattered. But the little bird never gave up. And finally, when the little bird fully spread its wings, Canaria style, ascension, say, the brilliantly colored wings cut through the old man's body. Whew! As I steadied my slightly ragged breath, the crimson sword in my hand dissolved into tiny mana particles, scattering away. That's why I like using a sword made of mana. It doesn't break, even if I pour in a little too much strength. Of course, maintaining it requires a lot more energy than a regular sword, and it's so difficult to control that it's not a technique I'd use lightly. There's a reason why swordsmen go to such lengths to find a legendary blade. It's much easier to find a sturdy, sharp sword and swing that around than to weave highly concentrated mana into a precise blade and keep it stable throughout a fight. I shook off the lingering mana of Grazed that clung to my hand and stepped forward. Where the radiant glow that once colored the world had faded, one old man remained standing. As expected of a master mage. I didn't think you'd survive that. They say, even if it's the enemy who killed your parents, some things are just. It's a saying used when someone finds it too cruel to commit a certain act or tries to stop someone from making a drastic choice. But the flip side is, when it comes to the one who killed your parents, the grudge runs that deep. To me, that old man was such a person. The one who stole my father's life, my sworn enemy under the heavens. But even if he was my mortal enemy, one I couldn't share the same sky with, I had no choice but to acknowledge his abilities. The old man, hearing my unfiltered words of admiration, slowly opened his closed eyes. Under the light, his gaze was more serene than ever. Survived, you say? Does this look like survival to you? Yeah. Well, after all, I was aiming to cut you in half with that attack. Just managing to avoid being split in two, I'd say you did pretty well. Haha, should I take that as a compliment? By the way, you might want to change the way you talk. Hearing that kind of tone from such an old face, it's painfully awkward. It's too late for that, it's already stuck. At my age, there's no changing it. Tisk. Hearing such light-hearted words from his deep, resonant voice brought about an odd sense of dissonance, but there's nothing to be done about it. Like he said, it's too late to change now. A crimson line ran straight across the old man's chest. While it had narrowly missed his heart, it was still a mortal wound. If the attack he suffered had been ordinary, and if a capable healer had been nearby, he might have survived. However, the mana seeping into the wound was slowly eating away at him, burning and rotting his body, just like what had happened to my father. Perhaps noticing my gaze, the old man, who had been tracing the crimson line across his chest, spoke bluntly. How much time do you think you have left? Well, more than you, at least. With my age, I'd expect no less. There's no rule saying who goes first. Still, don't you think you should outlive an old man over 100? That's quite an age. Haha. Truth is, even I don't know my exact age anymore. I stopped counting after 100. Hearing him say that, it makes me sound like a jerk who's constantly picking on old people. Not that age matters when it comes to a life or death battle. The magi seeping into his wound crawled up his neck, reaching his face, turning it black as it spread. The old man spoke with his now darkened face. I have a favor to ask. Won't you hear me out? I don't think we were ever close enough for that. Oh, come on. It's not much to grant the wish of a dying man, is it? Do you know how much effort I put into guarding your father's grave? All those pests that kept coming. I'll hear you out, at least. Oh, thank you. The old man showed me his staff, a staff that was barely holding together, with only the neck of it remaining intact. His gaze wandered to a few other places, and mine followed his. A long sword, now turned to dust. Fragments of a shattered bow remained. Though in better shape than the other three, a great sword with a chipped blade appeared in dire need of repair. I know you've got a lot of anger, but surely taking down 3 imperial swordsmen and a sage must have been enough of a release. This is unexpected. I realized what the old man was getting at. It's really something new. To think that the once proud sage of the empire would beg for mercy. As I pondered, he stroked his long beard. It's not strange for a defeated dog to ask for the victor's mercy, is it? Well, you're not wrong. But I thought you'd hold out to the end. Something like, no one will touch the empire while I still draw breath. Haha, that's amusing. Even as he chuckled, he didn't deny my words. Well, considering death was at his doorstep, trying to sound brave would be meaningless. Mercy, huh. My decision didn't take long. I nodded. All right. In truth, there wasn't much need for him to ask. It wasn't as if I could keep pursuing vengeance with this worn-out body. Besides, after killing the sage who bore most of my hatred with my own hands, my remaining feelings toward the empire had mostly faded. If my father hadn't died at the hands of the sage, I probably wouldn't have held any particular grudge against the empire at all. Thank you. Upon hearing my answer, the old man offered a faint smile. His dull eyes, void of light, disappeared beneath his eyelids. That was the end of the old man once known as the sage. It really doesn't suit him, even in the end. They say vengeance is empty. But, I don't know. I couldn't quite put into words what I was feeling at that moment, but if I had to, it felt closer to a sense of relief or freedom rather than emptiness. Maybe the demonic race felt something similar. Whew. My eyelids felt a little heavy. The urge to lie down and take a nap grew stronger, but unfortunately, I still had things left to do. I drew out all the magi lingering in my body and dispersed it into the air. Some of it lingered nearby, some blended into the atmosphere, and some drifted away, disappearing into the vast sky. Eradicating all the magi from the world of Cilio was impossible. Since mana is what forms and sustains this world, the contamination of mana is inevitable. If it can't be stopped, then it's better to adapt to it. That was why I changed the system that previously gathered magi into Laxia to instead spread it throughout the world of Cilia. And when the magi accumulated beyond a certain point, it would be sent to Edel for purification. Is that the right choice? It's better than letting it build up until it explodes beyond control. Besides, my children can overcome this much. With the system changed, all that remained was the magi I held within myself. Now, even that was gone. With the two forces that had sustained my dying body now fully drained, an overwhelming sense of exhaustion washed over me. So, do you regret it? Maybe a little. It was only after achieving my goal that I began to recall the things I had left behind. From the small joys like meals I'd once enjoyed to the places that held memories, and even the relationships I had forged. I don't particularly miss Ashe. Come to think of it, I wanted to take that flower with me. Going to the Holy Kingdom was as far as my plan went. I never imagined things would turn out like this. Once the dam broke, other regrets began to surface, one after another. But what could I do? Now, maybe I can rest a bit. I'd say I lived a rather hectic life, wouldn't you? I collapsed onto the ruined battlefield and looked up at the clear blue sky. Days like this should be overcast to set the mood. Edel really has no sense of style. As I gazed up absent-mindedly, I let out a sigh. Next time, maybe a little more. Kana. At the sound of a familiar voice, my head snapped around so fast it nearly broke. I wanted to stand, but the overwhelming exhaustion clinging to my body wouldn't let go. Behind the familiar face, I saw many others. Shin Dayan rushed to my side, her eyes filled with turmoil. I raised a hand that still had some strength left, waving it feebly. Hey there. Kana, your body. This. I placed my hand on my chest, and it came away sticky with blood. Doesn't it hurt? Not really. It had hurt before, but now the pain was almost gone. What remained was a hollow feeling. That makes it even worse? Wait, no, this isn't the time for this. A healer? No, a priest? We need to get you to a priest. Oh, if only Celine were here. Slap. I lightly brushed away Dayan's frantic hands as they clung to mine. Her stunned voice followed. It's no use. Even if the Pope himself came, it wouldn't change anything. My heart was completely pierced and shattered. There was no saving me now. If I hadn't pushed my tier higher using Magi, I wouldn't have survived even this long. Blink. My vision dimmed for a moment as sleepiness washed over me, and when I opened my eyes again, I found myself staring up at the sky. Something about this felt familiar, like I had gone through it just a short while ago. Cough. A small cough sent dark, lifeless blood trickling down the corner of my mouth. What I saw next was a face full of sorrow. It seemed she had realized that the end was near. Kana. Warmth enveloped my cold, clammy hand. Dayan had once told me about her past. About the parents she was born to, her childhood, and how she had lived. As we shared stories buried deep in our hearts, I came to understand the depth of Dayan's feelings. Yet, there was one question that still remained unanswered. Dayan, can I ask you something? Yes, anything. Dayan answered with a face that looked like she was about to burst into tears. In fact, tears were already streaming down her cheeks. I stared at Dayan's tear-streaked, disheveled face for a moment, then shook my head weakly. Nah, it's nothing. What's with that? You know how to make people angry. This cheeky kid. Dayan muttered, her expression twisted in a way that made it hard to tell if she was laughing or crying. I didn't find it unsightly at all. Then, as if she had suddenly remembered something, Dayan pulled out an item she had been carrying. It was a long sword with a familiar shape, exuding a somewhat antique charm. Justina asked me to give this to you, as a gesture of thanks. I doubt she actually put it that way. And besides, what's the point of giving a gift to a dying person? Even if I wanted to accept it, I couldn't. So, that thing. Hold on to it for me, Dayan. As you can see, I'm not really in a state to take it. Hearing this, Dayan's face crumpled into tears again. She looked like she might burst into tears at every word, making it hard to say anything more. Just don't go using it however you want. I'm absolutely going to use it however I want. I won't even take care of it properly. I'll bang it against rocks, and, oh yeah, I'll use it to chop up all the vegetables you hate. What? So, squeeze. Dayan's grip tightened around my hand. Even though I couldn't feel it anymore, I was sure that's what happened. Don't leave me. You promised not to abandon me, so why are you trying to leave first? Even if you say that. It's not something I can control. If wanting to live meant you wouldn't die, then my father would still be here. And so would that old man lying over there. So, I gave a gentle smile. Because I'm sure we'll meet again. Before I could finish, the strength left my body completely. And the familiar darkness. Kana. Dayan's arm, stretched out reflexively, felt a weight on it. It was light. The face of the limp girl bore a peaceful expression, as if she might open her eyes at any moment. However, the warm touch that had always accompanied the girl was no longer there. For a long time, Dayan looked down and silently pulled the girl into an embrace. Joni, taking a break from streaming today. Exactly as the title says. Comments. This sucks. Today? LOL. It means she's taking a break today too. Is she planning to quit streaming? She's making tons of money. Do you think she would quit? What's the reason this time? What else could it be? She said it's because of work. And you believe that? You're so naive, LOL. Who said I believed it? I just said it. Okay. Probably busy with her new boyfriend. Got the PDF saved. Have fun. The troll got caught, LOL. Does he think using a VPN means he won't get caught? Who cares about Joni or whatever? Why come here just to make a fuss? Go back to your own space and talk about your beloved streamer. Comments. Yay, we're not leaving. Don't like it? You know what to do, LOL. Ugh, jerks. I just don't get it. Why cry for days over a dead NPC and even skip streaming? Isn't that taking immersion too far? Honestly, isn't it a little off-putting? It makes me think that games really are a problem. Comments. This whole games are a disease nonsense makes me want to punch someone. Was I wrong? Do you think you were right? Don't just throw it back at me, give me a logical rebuttal. LOL, posting garbage and then acting logical when you get called out, LOLOL. Loser. Can't he argue back, so now you resort to calling me a loser, LOL. Sigh. Triggered? Yuri the one triggered, idiot. Unlike you, I have a job and friends. Oh, sure, yeah, whatever you say, LOL. Look at you, getting all worked up. It's clear that you're not a gamer. The real reason Joni is taking a break. Text. Anyone who's been deeply moved by a game, book, comic, drama, or movie will know what I mean. When something you're truly engrossed in ends, there's this lingering feeling. Like when a trip ends and you feel like you've been left behind, and you realize you can't watch those characters live their lives anymore, and it feels empty, like you can't focus on anything else. Joni is probably feeling like that right now. If humans can immerse themselves in even pixelated games, imagine what it's like with Celia Online, where the line between reality and fiction blurs. Anyone who saw Joni's expression when she was with Kana can guess how she felt about Kana. If you're not utterly clueless and socially inept, you'd know. It wasn't just any NPC dying in the ultra-realistic world of Celia Online. It was an NPC she'd gone through so much to befriend and cherish. Of course, it's a huge shock. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if Joni quit Celia Online over this. Comments. True, totally true. I get everything, but why bring up being single? I didn't want to end up like this. I'm sorry. Yeah, that's right. After the ending of The Last of Land, I couldn't touch another game for a while. LOTL was a masterpiece, no doubt. If only the second game had been better. The first game is the only one that matters. This guy's a time traveler? Honestly, most of the people commenting here aren't serious. Most of them are just trolling or trying to get a rise out of people. Ignoring them is the best answer. That's what we call overimmersion, lol. Look at these nerds agreeing. Normal people might feel sad after a sappy movie, but they don't cry like you guys. Yeah, you're right. Now can you please leave your room? If you don't understand Joni, maybe you've lost all your sensitivity? Of course, it's sad when a money and viewer generating machine breaks down. If I were Joni, I would have cried too. If you don't cry, you're either a communist or a psychopath. Either way, watch out if there's someone like that around you. Comments. Wow, what a unique idiot. Katakami. Where do these people keep crawling out from? No matter how many we catch, there's no end to them, damn. The comments under the post titled "Taking a break from streaming today." Dayan's emotionless, dark eyes slowly moved as she scanned through the comments. Among them, there were quite a few messages wishing her a good rest. However, the ones expressing discontent and harsh reactions to her break were far more prevalent. It was understandable. After all, Dayan had been on a streaming break for 4 days now. For someone who used to stream every day, taking such a break without providing a detailed explanation was bound to draw complaints. And Dayan understood their frustration. I don't want to do anything. Not only streaming, but she also had no interest in doing anything else. She couldn't even muster the will to eat, and only when her stomach growled from unbearable hunger would she force down a piece of bread. Maybe I should just quit everything. She knew the word death, but it was her first time experiencing the departure of someone she had been so close to. Dayan had no idea how to fill the deep sense of loss that lingered in her heart. She just thrashed about in the emptiness, feeling that everything was pointless. Buzz. Dayan's phone vibrated, lightly trembling. Since Kana's sudden departure, those who knew Dayan's situation had reached out with calls and messages expressing their concern. Some shared their own experiences, offering empathy. It was likely one of those again. Dayan's hand hesitated, reaching for her phone. Do I really need to look? She had said she was okay every time, but they surely knew she wasn't. She was tired of hearing the same predictable words. As she debated whether or not to read the new message, Dayan's hand, thunk, finally picked up the phone. The brief vibration suggested a text message or an app notification. Dayan glanced at her phone without any expectation or interest. As expected, the messenger app glowed with a new message. Dayan's eyes suddenly widened. Demony News. If it was Demony News, wasn't that the name of the company that developed Celia Online? Dayan double-checked the message several times, but the name Demony News at the top didn't disappear. It's phishing. Realizing her eyes weren't playing tricks, Dayan thought as much. There was no way Demony News, known for never bothering with small announcements, would directly message a mere streamer like her. They should know when to joke around. Normally, she would have just shrugged it off with phishing, but Dayan wasn't in a good mood today. Her fingers hovered just above the report button when she noticed something. The message said they'd also left the same message on her game account, just in case she didn't believe it. Thinking it was still likely a scam, Dayan's body moved sluggishly toward the capsule. And, sure enough, she found the exact same message in her game account as on her phone. Is this real? Dayan confirmed that the message was sent through the official account of Demony News and slowly read through it. Unlike other phishing texts, it didn't contain any links, requests for calls, or replies. It was formal but simple, an invitation to visit their headquarters if she was interested in their proposal. Demony News has something to offer me. The very company that always maintained such an aloof stance? Dayan muttered, her face scrunching up in frustration. Is this some kind of joke? There's no way Demony News didn't know what had recently happened. They surely knew what Dayan had gone through, so reaching out to her at this particular time felt like mockery. Sigh. Dayan bit her lip and exhaled deeply. Am I overreacting? Whether she accepted the offer or not, just the fact that she had received a message from Demony News would be enough to become a hot topic. If she streamed and shared what had happened, the response would be explosive. Besides that, as someone who genuinely enjoyed Celia Online, Dayan didn't have much reason to refuse, at least, not before her recent loss. All right, let's go. After a long deliberation, Dayan made up her mind. She would go. She would go and ask. Stumble. As Dayan tried to get ready to go out, her body suddenly lost balance and staggered. It wasn't surprising, given that she hadn't eaten or rested properly for days. Looking into the mirror, Dayan saw a face streaked with dried tear stains. She was a mess. I should eat something first. And take a shower. But how did Demony News get my phone number? The question briefly crossed Dayan's mind. It must have been in the personal information I provided when I signed up. Not wanting to dwell on it too much at the moment, Dayan brushed off her curiosity. And so, she arrived at the Demony News headquarters. Standing before the familiar building, Dayan, though still pale but now cleaned up and wearing makeup, entered without hesitation. She approached what seemed like the reception or customer service desk, and a staff member greeted her with a bright smile. "What brings you here today?" "Well, I received a message saying you had a proposal for me." "A proposal?" The staff tilted their head, looking puzzled as if they had never heard of such a thing before. Dayan began to wonder if it really was a phishing scam. "Could you tell me your name?" "It's Shin Dayan. My Cilia online username is Joni." "Oh, are you perhaps the streamer?" "Nod. Please wait just a moment. I'll check on that right away." After enthusiastically typing on the keyboard, the staff member soon spoke in a positive tone. "Ah, there it is. I apologize for the inconvenience. This is our first time handling something like this." "It's fine. Please take the elevator over there up to the 10th floor." "Thank you. I've been watching your streams," the staff member hastily added, and Dayan replied with a forced smile as she stepped into the elevator as instructed. 10th floor, 10th floor, the CEO's office. Going straight to the CEO's office? That seemed odd. But Dayan's hand had already pressed the button, and the elevator was moving. Since there was no turning back, she crossed her arms and waited for the elevator to reach its destination. Before long, the elevator stopped with a cheerful chime. "Welcome." As the door opened, a woman with long hair greeted Dayan. Her hair color wasn't much different from the typical color of Koreans, but something about it seemed different. Before Dayan could fully process her thoughts, a soft sensation pulled her hand. What are you doing? Hurry up and come in." It was a strange experience being grabbed and pulled by someone she had never seen before, and Dayan's mind momentarily froze. "Excuse me? Who are you?" The woman leading Dayan looked back with a puzzled expression, as if Dayan had asked something obvious. "I'm the CEO, of course, since this is the CEO's office." "The CEO? This young-looking woman?" Regardless of Dayan's confusion, the woman continued to stride forward, dragging Dayan deeper into the office. "Wait a minute, where are you taking me? How is she so strong?" Regaining some composure, Dayan tried to shake off the woman's grip, but the hand holding her was firm and unyielding. "You'll understand when you see," she responded nonchalantly, sounding almost bored, as she continued to drag Dayan along. Dayan, who had forgotten her lingering emptiness for a moment, felt a surge of fear. Was she being dragged off to some horrible fate? Would they lock her up and demand a ransom? Or perhaps conduct some horrifying experiments? With her mind spinning with all sorts of terrible scenarios, Dayan couldn't free herself from the woman's grip as she was dragged along. "We're here." Finally, they stopped in front of a door, and Dayan was released. "Go on, open it." "What is this place?" "You'll find out. Just open the door." "No." Having encountered one suspicious situation after another, Dayan's guard was at its highest. There was no way she would obediently follow an order to open a door in such a situation. Like a hedgehog facing its predator, Dayan bristled, eyeing the woman warily. The woman shrugged. "I dragged you here because you were being slow, not because I planned to force you. If you really don't want to, you can just leave. Then. But you'll regret it if you just leave." "Are you threatening me?" Would they really let her leave in one piece? Was that a threat? Dayan asked, but the woman shook her head. "No, it's not a threat. It's a piece of advice. Hard to trust advice from someone who dragged me here against my will. I told you, I dragged you because you were dragging your feet. You looked like you were about to move into the elevator, so I figured it was necessary. I wasn't that slow." The woman's lips curled into a smile. She didn't say anything, but it was clear she didn't agree with Dayan's words. "Regret it? Huh. What a joke." She had already experienced more than enough regret over the past few days. A little more regret wouldn't faze her, so there was no reason to feel inclined to enter this suspicious room. But, hesitating, Dayan's feet moved forward. "Just so you know, it's not because of what you said." Her instincts told her she had to open this door. It had nothing to do with the woman's words, absolutely not. Of course. With a sly smile, the woman's face irritated Dayan, who then reached out to the doorknob. Seriously, what could happen? Taking a deep breath, Dayan pulled the door open. The scene inside the room unfolded before her. It wasn't a lab or a cell meant to confine someone, but a typical office. However, what truly caught Dayan's attention was something else entirely. There was an object that clearly didn't belong in an office. If this were a game where one had to spot abnormalities, she would have pointed it out immediately. A decently sized bed. On the luxurious-looking bed, a girl was lying half-reclined against the headboard. Swish. The girl's eyelids slowly lifted. "You're late." Her pink eyes, filled with a languid expression, revealed themselves. Warmth touched both of my cheeks. The warmth from Dayan's hands felt no different from before. But somehow, it felt different. Was it because of the texture? So, this is what it felt like. Unlike Joni's hands, which were always soft, Dayan's hands were slightly rough. Still, they were soft. I half closed my eyes. And, with a gentle hand softly brushing my cheek, I allowed myself to relax into it. The pounding heartbeat that had been racing began to settle. "Are you a doll? Or no, maybe an android? It looks so lifelike." Just for a moment. Predictably, Dayan's strange remarks shattered my peaceful state of mind. In disbelief, I opened my half-closed eyes and stared, only to see Dayan's expression turn surprised, despite her previously serious face. Don't tell me, did you call me here to show me a doll made in this image? Huh? Not at all. Or is it like a brain in AVAT situation, where a person is trapped inside a game to act like an NPC? It was strange from the start, hearing about an unknown company that suddenly created a sensation like this. The woman who brought Dayan, Edel, sighed after overhearing Dayan's mutterings. If that were the case, don't you think it'd make no sense to bring you here just to show it? Are they trying to use my brain? Your imagination is quite extraordinary. She then glanced my way. I understand why you'd stay with her. That's not why I stayed with her. It was amusing in its own way, but I'd been bewildered far more often. I sighed lightly, just as Edel had, and raised my hand to gently remove Dayan's hand from my cheek. Her hand, which was still softly touching my cheek. I didn't expect some touching reunion or anything like that, but I didn't expect it to go like this, either. Yeah, I guess that kind of thing wouldn't suit you. I didn't ask for your opinion. It's not something I have to be asked to share, you know. Now that I think about it, maybe it wouldn't look so out of place, after all. Just what is she about to say now? As a sense of foreboding crept in, I moved to stop Edel from speaking, but her mouth was quicker. You know, that time in the mountains. You were begging tearfully, it was quite a sight. Want to give it another go? Just die. What exactly are you two talking about? Seeing me conversing with Edel, Dayan, feeling something was off, interjected. I paused for a moment and gazed into her eyes. In her shimmering eyes, a reflection of the pink-haired girl appeared. Once again, I hadn't expected my reunion with Dayan to look like this. To be honest, it felt a little embarrassing to call it a reunion after just a few days apart. But regardless of what I thought, from Dayan's perspective, it was the return of someone she had seen die right in front of her, so perhaps it wasn't wrong to call it that. Or maybe even a miracle. So, to restore some order to the chaotic atmosphere of this reunion, I opened my mouth. What should I say upon meeting her again? After a lot of thought, this is what I chose. Hello, I'm Canaria, well, just Canaria. I thought about saying my last name for a moment, but then shook my head. I liked sharing my father's last name, but Graces was a name given by the kingdom, not his family name. Besides, the connection with Dayan wasn't made as Canaria Graces. It was an introduction I thought wasn't half bad. As I nodded, Canaria. Dayan's gaze sharpened. Her eyes flared with intensity, her cheeks and hands occasionally trembling. While it was nice to see her face, once lifeless, now filled with vitality. Why is she like this? I tilted my head in puzzlement at Dayan's reaction, which was clearly an expression of anger. She seemed to be struggling to find the right words, swallowing repeatedly, before shifting her fierce gaze from me to Edel. Whether you brought someone who looks similar or made someone cosplay, did you think I'd be happy with this? Not a chance. Just because you're buried in code and game development doesn't mean you can dismiss emotions as trivial. Hold on. And you, no, you're just as guilty. Even if you got paid to do this, you shouldn't toy with someone's heart like this. I didn't get paid, though. You're saying you did this without even getting paid. Dayan's eyes twisted even more fiercely. She looked as if she might storm out any second, so I gestured to Edel. Do something? In response, Edel shook her head. It's your responsibility. She's angry because of you, so you should calm her down. How is this my fault? Then is it mine? She got like this after hearing your introduction, didn't she? You could have given her a proper explanation beforehand. You agreed to this too, remember. Though we didn't actually exchange words, interpreting our glances conveyed this general meaning. Or maybe not. In any case, it looked like I needed to calm Dayan down. Even if you're a game company, you can't treat players like this? No, actually, that should make it even less acceptable. Alright, I get it, but first, calm down. How am I supposed to calm down? Dayan, still fuming, showed no sign of settling down. Like a dog barking fiercely and darting around in excitement. I may not know how to handle animals, but I do know how to calm them down. Mana flickered at my fingertips. Pot. Slice. The edge of the bed's headboard fell away, showing a clean cut as if sliced by a blade. SHH. What? Did you just cut the bed? Do you know how expensive this bed is? How would I know? If you told me to calm her down, you should have been prepared for something like this. When did I ever say that? You told me with your eyes just now. This brat is completely insane. Acting so surprised when you already predicted it by reading my mind. I didn't? I can't read minds anymore. Edel explained that since my power level had risen and my body now contained magi, she could no longer read my mind as she did before. I nodded in understanding. Looks like you've become even less useful. Ugh. Edel ground her teeth, unable to bring herself to retaliate. Maybe the reason Edel was acting more human lately had something to do with that. Mana? That can't be. My thoughts were interrupted by Dayan's murmur. She was staring at the pink mana on my fingertip with disbelief. She even tried to touch it, so I quickly dispersed the mana. She clearly saw it slice through the edge of the bed, so what was she thinking, reaching out like that? Well, I guess it's possible. It would be easy to mistake it for special effects or some kind of trick. After all, such power doesn't exist in this world. Do you still not believe it? I raised my arm, and the long, cumbersome patient gown slipped down. Clink. The bracelet on my wrist made a clear, ringing sound. Dayan's eyes shook violently. In an instant, she stepped forward and grabbed my wrist. I could have easily pulled away if I'd wanted to, but instead, I allowed her to hold my wrist. Shouldn't she be more amazed by the sword beam than the bracelet? The bracelet could easily be replaced with something similar. As I swallowed this thought, Diane clumsily fiddled with the bracelet. After examining it for a while, she let go of my wrist. Could it really be? And yet, no, there's no way. This isn't some novel. She seemed on the edge of believing, yet some remaining sliver of rationality held her back from fully accepting it. For a true swordsman, they should be able to cut through anything in their path. And so, to sever Diane's lingering doubts, I stepped forward. So that's what happened. With Edel's help here and there, I managed to finish my explanation. After the initial display of mana, I had to repeat it several times, referencing past events as proof. Are you really Kana? Yes. Really, truly. I said I am. There isn't a hidden camera, right? If it turns out to be some prank later, I'll seriously be angry. I'll report it to the media without hesitation. Go ahead. Exhausted, utterly exhausted. Maybe I should just say no. A mischievous thought crept in. Endure it. Patience brings blessings. Suddenly wham! Just as I held back that mischievous thought, Diane wrapped her arms around me. Kana. I thought you were really dead. MMPH. Well, I did die, actually. Alright, I get it, but could you let go of me now? Although this body in this world is likely weaker than the one in that world, Diane's grip was the strongest it had ever been. I raised my hand to push her off but stopped with a sigh. Amid her muffled words, I could faintly hear her sobbing. So then, I just... There. Her words were so jumbled and incoherent that I couldn't make much sense of it, but... It must mean she had a hard time. I patted Diane's back gently with the hand I'd raised to push her away. Regardless, I was just as glad to see Diane again. After a while, her sobbing quieted down. Could you let go now? Kana, you haven't changed at all. They say when a person changes suddenly, it's a sign they're close to death. Since I died once and came back, it's only natural I wouldn't change. Pfft, what's that supposed to mean? Diane chuckled in disbelief but finally released me from her embrace. Your face is a mess. Hey, just because you look cute doesn't mean you can say that so casually. With her face all tear-streaked and runny, Diane looked at me with a pout. Luckily, I think she hadn't worn any transferable makeup, otherwise, it would have been a real mess. And luckily, there was a big height difference between us. If we'd been closer in height, I'd be drenched by now. Kana, can I ask you something? While I was lost in thought, Diane, who had finally cleaned up her tear-streaked face, asked with swollen eyes. What is it? You said earlier, that you chose to come to Earth even though you could have stayed in Celia's world. Yeah. Could you, tell me why? Not that I'm not thrilled you're here with me, of course. I was just curious. So you've been hesitating because you wanted to know. I mean, it might sound like I'm criticizing your decision to come back. Don't worry, I don't see it that way. As for why I came here, I pondered how to explain it, tapping my fingers lightly on the bed until they brushed against Diane's slightly rough hand. I gazed at that hand for a moment, then smiled. Just because. There are plenty of reasons. But for now, I just wanted to say it this way. I just wanted to. When I heard about Edel's plan in the Holy Kingdom, if my power ascends, I asked Edel. So, if I could rewrite the system as you said, could I bring back my father? Could you revive him? Well, it's not impossible. But, are you sure about that? Your father is likely reincarnated and living a new life by now. So what? Even if we could retrieve his memories and physical form with some effort, would he be happy to be revived that way? The man named Garrett doesn't seem like the type who would be. I paused. I wanted to say, it doesn't matter, or my father would be glad, but I couldn't bring myself to say it so easily. I believe that as long as a soul is the same, the person remains the same. But would my father, who's now living a new life, think that way? Maybe he'd think he'd only regained life by sacrificing someone else's. And knowing him, he would never be pleased with a life reclaimed at the expense of a stranger. Would he resent me? Would he ask why I revived him? Would he resent me for not wanting to live off another's life? Or would he be grateful? Would he embrace me, saying he missed me? Or perhaps, both. He might resent me deep inside, but suppress it for my sake, because my father is kind. No matter how much I thought about it, I couldn't foresee how my father would react when we met again. Would I have understood him if we had shared more conversations? Now, I feel I'm starting to understand what it means when people say children can't know their parents' hearts. You still have time, so think about it carefully. But don't take too long. Edel granted me a reprieve, knowing I couldn't readily give an answer. When everything was over, she asked me to give her my answer. She spoke of success as though failure wasn't even a possibility. With my answer postponed, I left the Holy Kingdom and traveled to Laxia, meeting many people along the way. Some were familiar, some were strangers, and some remembered me one-sidedly. The conversations I shared with them left me with small and large doubts alike. But the one who confused me the most was a member of the demonic race I met in Laxia, who was struggling along with a body on the verge of death. Well, I think I'd feel miserable. As I said, I don't want to live at the cost of others, even if it was the life of a heinous criminal. Yes, even so, that was something I could never agree with. But if Garrett had heard his words instead of me, he would have agreed. He would have laughed heartily, slapped him on the back, and maybe even invited him out for a drink. Choose. After experiencing all of that, when I once again stood before Edel, the path I had postponed lay open before me. Edel told me that I could no longer delay my choice among the many paths before me. I will. I had no intention of delaying any longer anyway. I will leave. To a new world. No, to the world I once lived in. The desire to see my father again hasn't disappeared. But more than wanting to see him, I don't want to be hated. Fear overshadowed my longing. So, our little Kana is a coward. Can't you just call me a dutiful daughter instead? And I began to feel that bringing my father back would only dishonor the life he had led. You can't spend forever longing for someone who's gone. After all, he must be living a new life now. What I must do is ensure that his new life unfolds peacefully, just as he once saved me when I was on the brink of death. Now, it's my turn to repay that debt. And also, I murmured softly as I looked at the girl fighting and bleeding in the mirror Edel had made. I want to live, too. To experience what a normal life is like. It's just what I wanted. That single sentence encapsulated all my thoughts. Just. Dayan repeated my words, sounding a bit confused. After repeating the same gesture a few times, she seemed to process it and nodded. So, does this mean I get to be with Kana now? Is that really enough to satisfy you? Emotions aren't always so easily explainable, are they? There are people who feel a fateful connection the first time they meet and end up marrying. Isn't just because enough reason to. You sure like to talk about emotions, Dayan? Ugh. Dayan's face flushed red, probably recalling the passionate speech she had given earlier to Edel and me. Then, suddenly, she looked troubled, her expression filled with complex emotions. She truly displayed an array of expressions fitting of someone knowledgeable in emotional theory. What could she be thinking about? Before I could ask, Dayan, hesitating, opened her mouth. I'm sorry. Until now, I always thought the world Kana was in was just a game. I mean, bye. You don't need to explain. I already know. Huh? You know? How? Edel told me. I ignored the surprised look on Edel's face that seemed to say, I did. But just because the words had been spoken didn't mean the questions had been answered. It is a game, though. The gods of both worlds collaborated specifically to create it in the form of a game, so isn't it natural to think that way? When I shared my thoughts, Dayan hesitated again. But, back in the Holy Kingdom, you got angry. Oh, that. They say the ground hardens after the rain, and that incident helped bring us closer. Though at the time, I was a bit harsh. Sorry about that. Looking back, there was no reason to be mad at Dayan. If anything, I should have taken it up with the one who created this world as a game. I was a bit powerless. People who are incompetent always say that. Anyway, don't worry about it. Comforting words aren't my forte, so I tried to brush off Dayan's words when a forgotten curiosity resurfaced. It was a question I had wanted to ask back in Cilia but didn't get the chance to. Maybe now, I could finally get an answer. Why were you so kind to me? According to Dayan's own words, if she had thought of Cilia as just a game, there wouldn't have been any need for her to treat me kindly. Yet, she had treated me warmly, even sharing details of her life in this world. As I said before, I just wanted you to be happy, Kana. What I mean is, why would you care so much about a mere NPC? A mere NPC? You're not. Dayan's tone was resolute. I can't quite put it into words, but it just felt that way. Were you just copying me? No, I wasn't. You're reacting so strongly that it makes me even more suspicious. I'm telling you, it's not that. When I narrowed my eyes, Dayan flinched and jumped up in surprise. Only after I told her it was a joke did her anxiously waving hands settle down. Looking back, I think what I felt was that fateful connection I mentioned earlier. Oh, your face is turning red. Are you embarrassed? No. As if anyone would be embarrassed by something like that. Despite my denial, Dayan persistently looked around, trying to catch my gaze. Enough already? Thwop? Ow. Dayan finally calmed down after receiving what could only be described as a calming dose, a light knock on the head. I watched her clutch her head in pain, displeased. More importantly, aren't you forgetting something? Huh. When you introduce yourself, there's something you're supposed to do, right? Introducing oneself isn't just one-sided, it's about both parties getting to know each other. Realizing what I meant, Dayan let out a small exclamation. She cleared her throat, adjusted her posture and clothes awkwardly, and extended her hand with a bright smile. I'm Shin Dayan, looking forward to being with you. Clasping her hand, I felt the warmth of her touch, and I smiled back. Yeah, looking forward to it. It was just a handshake, but why was my heart racing? Is this love? Don't say weird things right in my ear. I shoved Edel, who acted more like a gossiping noblewoman than a deity, to the side. Love? What love? Edel, with her smushed cheeks, mumbled. You said you wanted to experience a normal life. Well, that includes love, so why's it so weird? If that isn't a strange time to be talking about love, then what is? Love can bloom at any moment. Had Magi seeped into her brain? Deciding it was pointless to argue, I opted to ignore Edel. But, looking around, Dayan spoke up. Are you staying here, Kana? It's only been a few days, but for now, yeah. A few days? Then why? Are you only now calling me? How did you know? It's obvious what you'd say, Dayan. Answering her was easy. I needed time to get my strength back too. After crossing dimensions, I needed time to recover from the after effects and adapt to my body, so I'd been lying in bed for days. Even now, if I tried to step out of bed, I probably wouldn't make it more than a few steps before collapsing. So you're not wearing that hospital gown for no reason. Does anyone wear this kind of thing for no reason? Surprisingly, some people do. Finishing her sentence, Dayan looked at me sheepishly. Then, does that mean you'll keep staying here, Kana? Yeah, most likely. Since I had neither money nor a place to stay, I'd have to stay with Edel for now. Not that it wouldn't be possible to scrounge up some money by shaking down Edel, but with my condition, staying here was the only option. Then, hearing my answer, Dayan squeezed her eyes shut and shouted, "Come live with me at my place." Huh. Stunned by her sudden offer, I stared blankly at Dayan. Later, Edel would describe my expression at that moment as having a clueless look on my face. Underscore 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 underscore. In an office towel in Seoul. Yawn. Donghyuk, the security guard of the building, stretched as he yawned. Ugh, so boring. When he had first started working here, he had felt nervous. It was a high-end office towel, after all. People who live in places like this are supposed to be difficult, right? He had read about all sorts of experiences and horror stories online, residents asking guards to take out their trash, buy cigarettes, or alcohol, scolding them for not greeting properly. Donghyuk was sure that the residents here would be just like those he had read about. If it gets too much, I'll just quit, he thought. Then, he could tell his friends about it over a drink and say, some people are really like that. At least it would make for some cheap conversation fodder. However, to his surprise, being a security guard at the office towel wasn't as bad as he had expected. In fact, it was quite comfortable. There were no obnoxious residents, and the workload wasn't all that heavy. He thought, maybe he could stay here for a long time. As he stifled another yawn, Donghyuk tried to focus on his work. His duties varied, but the most important one was to keep suspicious people out. That was why, with his eyes narrowed, he was staring hard through the glass doors when, yawn. He soon found his gaze dropping again with a sigh. To enter the building, one had to pass by the security office where he sat. Unless he completely looked away, he would spot anyone trying to enter. Satisfied, he turned his attention to other tasks. Knock, knock. Then, he heard a soft sound, like someone tapping on something. Looking up, Donghyuk saw a small girl standing in front of the door. A foreigner. He muttered as he took in the girl's vibrant pink hair, reaching down to her waist. But there were no foreign residents in the building, as far as he knew. Could it be that one of the residents dyed their hair? But that didn't seem right either. Donghyuk had worked here for several months, and he had never once seen a girl that small come and go from the building. Even a recluse would go out at least once, wouldn't they? After a moment of pondering, Donghyuk made a simple conclusion. She must be a guest. He chuckled at himself for spending so long overthinking something so trivial. As he glanced back at the list of residents, he noticed something peculiar. The girl who had been there just moments ago had vanished without a trace. He could have sworn he saw her standing there in front of the door. A ghost. A sudden chill ran through him, and his body shuddered. No person could disappear so suddenly like that. If a ghost dared to show itself in broad daylight, it must be an especially powerful one. Of course, something was bound to feel off. The idea that he might be working in a haunted office towel sank in as he imagined himself now the protagonist of a horror game instead of a regular job. As he stood there, panic-stricken. Ka. Ahem, are you okay? A gentle voice cut through his thoughts. Looking up without thinking, Donghyuk spotted a familiar woman helping the small girl, who had apparently tripped, up from the ground. Does it hurt? How could you go ahead without me? I'm fine. The woman brushed the dust off the girl's clothes, scolding her lightly, while the girl responded nonchalantly. Only then did Donghyuk realize that the girl hadn't disappeared suddenly but had simply fallen out of his line of sight. The realization hit him, and with it, a wave of embarrassment flooded over him. Ugh. Talking about daylight and ghosts, this was all because of the horror game stream he'd watched a few days ago. Donghyuk, who had let his imagination run wild, felt like Icarus plummeting down after flying too close to the sun, gripped by shame. Is something wrong? The voice that addressed him snapped him out of his shame spiral, allowing his survival instincts to take control again. Ahem, just had a cramp in my foot. But, who might this young one be? Oh, she's a girl who will be staying with me from now on. Did she come from abroad? Well, yes, something like that. What's that supposed to mean? Donghyuk thought, feeling slightly puzzled by her vague answer, though he completed the registration process swiftly. The girl, still looking a bit unsteady, walked with the woman's support. I feel like I've seen her somewhere before. Donghyuk stared at the girl's back, struck by an odd sense of déjà vu, when she suddenly turned around, causing him to quickly look away. If she caught him staring, she might think he was some kind of creep. And it wasn't hard to imagine what would happen if rumors spread that the office's security guard was ogling a young girl. What's wrong? It's nothing. Thankfully, the girl didn't seem to notice. She paused briefly, then continued walking away. But still, she's incredibly cute. Even her voice was cute. A celebrity, maybe, or a child actor. With a face like that, she could be anything. That would explain his sense of familiarity. He might have seen her in some video or ad without realizing it. Sigh. Let's get back to work. Donghyuk slapped his cheek slightly to refocus and picked up his tablet. Fortunately, no one had witnessed his foolishness. Except for one person. Meanwhile, the girl's perspective. Why was he staring at me like that? If I'd sensed hostility or anything suspicious, I'd have told him off, but there was none, so it felt awkward to say anything. Are you tired? You look a bit unwell. Maybe it would have been better to stay longer at Demon News to recover. I might have pushed you too hard. It's not because of that. It's because I asked to live together. Seeing Dayan murmur those words to herself, I shook my head at her. It's just a little strange, that's all. The words tumbled out like an excuse. But it wasn't entirely a lie. Even though I had once lived on Earth, the memories felt blurry, like they were fading away or about to be erased at any moment. I was feeling two conflicting emotions simultaneously, unfamiliarity and familiarity. After Dayan had made her sudden proposal to live together, everything happened very quickly. Well, why not? Are you sure you should answer so easily? This place is too stifling, I don't like it. Since I had been considering moving out of Demon News at some point anyway, I had no reason to refuse. Suit yourself. You wouldn't listen to me anyway, would you? That's true. I still don't understand why you'd go out of your way to take care of such a bothersome brat. Edel felt the same way, even urging me out the door with a look of relief. And that's how I ended up standing in front of Dayan's office tell. Things had moved so fast that I hadn't had a chance to ask her something important. Are you really okay with this, Dayan? Where did that come from? You've taken in a freeloader. As much as I hated to admit it, I wasn't exactly useful in my current state. No, I was more of a hindrance, barely able to walk on my own. She would have more expenses to cover than when she was living alone, and I'd be more of a nuisance than a help. More of a nuisance? Not at all. I thought it was a bit too big and lonely to live here alone, anyway. And the money. If I was worried about that, I wouldn't be living in a place like this. Oh, right, Kana, you probably don't realize just how expensive this place is. I couldn't tell if she was trying to reassure me or bragging. Her smug attitude was pretty annoying. Besides, you helped me so much. You saved my life, covered almost all the travel expenses on your own, bought me that expensive ring. It's only fair I give something back. Then why don't you buy me a house? That's a bit. Dayan's confidence instantly deflated. I mean, I could buy you a house, but could you really live alone? Things on Earth are very different from those in Cilia. I'd manage somehow. You can't just think so lightly about it. Do you know how many kids get into accidents because they meddle with things they don't understand? A kid. Of course, you're a kid. If you don't know anything, you're still a kid, aren't you? I hadn't told Dayan that I had lived on Earth before. In a way, I was like a newbie with prior experience but without clear memories. I was just like a beginner. So I couldn't really argue back, and I stayed quiet. It wasn't just that I didn't remember things, but the fragments I did remember didn't match what I was seeing now. Take that thing in Dayan's hand, for example. What's that? This? It's a phone. A phone. How do I explain this? The phones I remembered didn't look like that, but Dayan misinterpreted my stunned reaction and started explaining excitedly. In any case, my memories weren't very helpful. You don't know this? This is called an elevator. It's a device used for going up and down tall buildings efficiently. When I hesitated to respond, Dayan, seizing her chance, teased me with a broad grin. Annoyed by her attitude, I pouted. Showing off over something like that? Something like that? You should humbly accept the conveniences of modern civilization, you little thing. I could do this too. Really? Kana, you think you could make this? It may look simple, but it actually operates on a highly complex principle. It's not something you can just easily make. I didn't say I could make it. I said I could do it. Not make it, but do it. A hint of unease crossed Dayan's face as she looked me in the eye. Well, it just has to go up and down, right? I know a way that could be much faster. It might be a bit dizzying, but the results are guaranteed. Want me to show you? No, that's fine. Dayan backed down. As an awkward silence began to settle, the elevator arrived with a cheerful ding at just the right moment. Dayan stepped out quickly and hurried to the door. Beep. Beep beep beep. Click. Hurry on in. This will be Kana's home from now on. She was so excited that she practically flung the door open and kept urging me to come inside. Did she forget that I could barely walk on my own? I shot her a look, then slowly made my way forward, bracing myself against the wall, step by step. Oh, sorry. Realizing her oversight, Dayan came back to help me, and finally, we arrived at the door. With a wide swing, the door opened fully, revealing Dayan's home. Wow. As Dayan stood beside me, beaming with pride, I stepped forward. The space was large and luxurious, different from the grandiosity of the palace I'd grown tired of, but with a sophisticated charm of its own. And yet, something else greeted me. Dayan. What do you think? Do you like it? The place is messy. Scattered items and bits of trash lay around the place. It reminded me of the first time I had visited my dad's house back in the day, though it wasn't quite as bad as that. Why are the people who bring me places always like this? I usually clean every day. I've just been a bit too stressed these past few days, so I didn't get around to it. Geez. Oh well. I can't exactly scold my landlord, so I'll have to bear with it. With a sigh, I dragged my weary body inside Dayan's home. I'm telling the truth. Asterisk, an office tel is a type of building in South Korea that combines both office and residential spaces. Underscore 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 underscore. Huff. Here we go. Whoosh, tap. When did I even order this? Muttering to herself as she glanced into the box, Dayan was busy moving around. Up until they arrived home, she had been chattering excitedly about throwing a welcome party and other celebrations. But, as soon as they got there, the first thing she did was start cleaning up her chaotic mess of an apartment. Party. Here, of all places. In this pigsty. I'll clean it up. It's not like I expected anything grand, like the kind of party nobles host. But seriously, a party in a pigsty? Not exactly the atmosphere I had in mind. I was going to make a delicious meat feast for us. We can still eat after you clean up. There was a brief moment of temptation, but I managed to overcome it. Such strength of will is not easily achieved. Need some help? No, it's not like I'm desperate enough to ask an injured person for help. Besides, this is my mess to deal with, so I'll take care of it myself. Fine. Do as you wish. Thud. Whir. Something brushed against my foot, causing me to glance down. The robotic vacuum, busy cleaning up, changed direction and moved away. The spot it had just cleaned sparkled as it went. It even wiped up dust and mopped the floor all on its own. Convenient. Right. Which makes it even more impressive that Diane managed to make such a mess despite having it. Ugh. I already told you? I thought you were dead, and I was mourning. I was so devastated. How could you not understand? Kana, you're so mean. Ugh, gross. Now I'm really hurt. Regardless, thanks to her diligent efforts, Diane's apartment quickly returned to its original state. She organized the mountain of boxes, disposed of the garbage, and soon the glossy marble floors and spacious rooms were visible again. Then, as if on cue to mark the end of the cleaning, a loud sound echoed through the room. Grumble? Diane quickly wrapped her arms around her stomach. I just haven't eaten properly in days. I didn't say anything. Honestly, I hadn't thought anything of it. It's not like I judge someone for being hungry. Good job. Let's eat now. Sniff. Diane, who had been sniffing, tilted her head at me. Wait a second. I'm the one who still has to order food, right? Almost felt touched there for a second. So, are you not going to eat? Of course, I am. Diane picked up her phone, which had been lying in a corner, and tapped at it. Since you don't know what foods we have, I'll choose something delicious for us. Chicken. Chicken, I want to eat chicken. Oh, is that not allowed? And no, it's not that you can't. But how did you know? Did I ever mention it? Edel told me. She mentioned there was such food. Edel, borrowing your name for this one. Diane might accept the idea that she once casually mentioned such food exists, but using Edel's name makes it easier. So Edel told you? As expected, Diane immediately accepted it. Ever since learning that the woman who brought her here was a goddess, she had been acting respectfully, as if she'd never spoken casually before. Alright, then let's order chicken, and also, there should be lots of food at a party. I mean, she's not wrong. But what if there's leftovers? Then we can just eat it tomorrow. With a triumphant expression, Diane raised her hand. Aha, this is something called a refrigerator. It's used to keep ingredients and food from spoiling. Sigh. Bet Kana couldn't do that even if she tried. Sure, you're very impressive. Hihi, are you pouting? As we joked and bantered, time flew by, and the food Diane ordered began arriving one by one. Just how much did she order? I glanced through the dishes as they came in. Cake. A party isn't complete without a cake. You think we'll have room for cake after all this? There's always a separate stomach for dessert. Plus, this one's from a super famous place, so you'll be blown away by the taste if you try it. Want a quick bite now? No thanks. Not interested. I had plenty of cake back in Cilia. Right now, with something in front of me that I once craved so badly I considered catching a cockatrice to cook it, I'm not going to ruin my appetite with cake. So how does it look? Doesn't it look delicious? Pfft. You say you're not interested, but your body's being honest, huh? A sweet scent tickled my nose, and before I realized it, my head had turned toward the cake. I quickly shook it away. Just looked because of the smell. Ignoring Diane, who was hovering with the cake, I opened the food packaging instinctively, releasing a fragrant aroma that burst forth. And nestled in that aroma was a golden fried chicken glistening with an alluring coat of batter. Gulp. If I grabbed that drumstick and took a big bite, that crispy coating would give way to a rush of juices, and the tender meat inside would welcome me. I could only imagine how divine the spices in the batter would taste. This time, I couldn't resist. Drawn by the sight, I reached out, only to watch it disappear before my eyes. Nope, not yet. We're going to set the table and eat together. No matter how cutely you look at me, the answer is still no. Ignoring my disappointed hand reaching out, the devil herself took the chicken she had snatched from me and set it on the table. After setting the rest of the food on the table, Diane picked me up once more. Alright, let's eat. Eating is one thing. I leaned my head back, and Diane's face filled my view. Why are you holding me? Hee, that tickles when you move. Then you could just put me down. How could she sit me on her lap and then complain it tickles when I move? I looked up at her with a disgruntled expression as she giggled strangely from above, gathering my hair to keep it from brushing her arms. But I don't want to. And I don't want to sit here like this. Just this once. Can't we stay like this, just this once? Do as you like. Her voice trembled like a candle flame about to go out, so fragile that it surprised me into giving in without thinking. Really? No take-backs. I mean, it's not like it's hard for me. Fine, but when she starts whining about leg cramps, I'm not going to pay her any attention. Ignoring Diane, who was chattering away happily, I reached out, finally grabbing what I'd been dreaming of. As I held it, I could feel the crispy coating crackling under my fingers. Closing my eyes, I took a big bite. Crunch. Yes, this is it. Sure, cockatrice meat was tasty, but this was the taste I was craving. It had that unmistakable, indulgent, unhealthy flavor. Kana, are you crying? I'm not crying. It's delicious, but it's not that emotional. Retorting back, I finished the chicken drumstick in my hand. It's so good. Want another drumstick? I froze. Are you sure? For you, I'd give you as many as you want. Here. Dayan picked up another drumstick and placed it in my hand. For a moment, it was as if there was a halo of light shining behind her. Thank you. Maybe Dayan's kinder than I thought. A taste so divine, it captivates across worlds. Such a frightening flavor. Right now, even Dayan's nonsense didn't sound annoying. She watched me eat with satisfaction before joining in herself. Together, we ate the chicken and other dishes. Dayan didn't hold back at all, fearlessly devouring everything, though there was so much food that leftovers were inevitable. If we tried to finish it all, we'd burst. Our pace slowed, and as we began nibbling on dessert instead of the main dishes, Dayan turned to me. Kana. She looked at me, her expression serious. What are you planning to do next? Already full, I leaned against Dayan, habitually feeling my waist before realizing. Oh, right, it's not there. Feeling the emptiness, I tapped my lips lightly instead. First, I'll recover fully. And after you're recovered, then, I'll go hunt down the dimensional creatures. It was part of the reason I crossed over into this world in the first place. The world of Cilia had already been defeated once by dimensional creatures. Since it was subordinated as a lower dimension of Earth, Cilia's dimensional rank has weakened, making it hard to resist the invading creatures effectively. If I use my full strength, only about 80 or 90% of that will impact them. In contrast, Earth's rank is higher than the dimensional creatures, so if I exert the same power here, it'll have a greater effect. To sum it up, Earth's at the top, then the dimensional creatures are below, with the world of Cilia even lower. It's complex, but simply put, it's more efficient to kill the dimensional creatures here on Earth than to fight them in Cilia. After my straightforward answer, Dayan fell silent. She paused, fork midair, as if lost in thought, then finally spoke up. Honestly, I still can't fully believe it. What can't you believe? That Demoninus's CEO is a god, that the world's in danger, and that Kana's right here in my arms. Understandable. I could see why Dayan felt confused. I figured it wasn't something an ordinary person could easily accept just because they'd heard it. And it's not because she gave me her chicken drumstick or anything like that. Maybe nothing will even happen. Adel managed to bind the dimensional creatures to Cilia and regain some power by eliminating part of the Magi from Laxia, so maybe nothing will happen for a while. Earth might remain safe, even until Dayan grows old and passes away. Though, of course, it's uncertain, so I can't make any promises. And I'll make sure nothing happens. Even though Dayan got tangled in this hidden truth because of me, none of it was something she needed to bear. I'll make sure of it. I murmured to myself as if making a vow, unwilling to lose something important again without knowing it. A light weight settled on my head. Dayan, who had been silently listening, placed her hand on my head, stroking it gently. I thought this time, it was my turn to protect you. Protect me? You, Dayan. You don't have to be strong to protect someone. And in a capitalist society, money is strength. Wow, it was the perfect example of an adult hardened by reality. Muttering to myself, I leaned a bit more into Dayan as she held me. You're already doing a good job of protecting me, Dayan, so be confident. Because you're giving me what I need most. You're not talking about the chicken drumstick, right? No. How strange. I thought it was such a touching moment, but with that single comment, she killed the mood entirely. I sighed heavily. Anyway, don't worry too much. Just keep enjoying Cilia as you have been. It'll be helpful. I haven't logged in for days. Just try to get the gist of it. As the already dissipated atmosphere lingered, I shook my head, feeling a strange sensation on my hair. With a sense of dread, I placed a hand on my head. Slick. Instead of the usual softness, there was a faint sticky slickness. Dayan, by any chance, did you not wash your hands? Gasp. Dayan hurriedly hid her hands, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. That response was answer enough. That night, a scream echoed through an office tell in Seoul. Sitting on the bed, I blinked absent-mindedly. A memorable night on Earth had passed. Though I'd been on Earth for a few days now, I hadn't really felt it, having spent all my time in a hospital bed recovering. And having Edel by my side made it feel even less real. So this situation felt strangely new to me. The soft blanket and bed, the cool breeze circulating in the room, it was all like something out of a dream. Sigh. Fayo. The quiet breathing beside me was what made it all feel real the most. Apparently, it was true that Dayan had gone through a lot emotionally. She'd boasted all night that she'd keep me up talking, but she had fallen asleep just minutes after lying down, and was still lost in her dreams. I gazed at Dayan's peaceful face for a moment. Then, I gently pulled the shared thin blanket up to her shoulders, careful not to wake her, and slipped out of bed. Feeling slightly better than yesterday, I approached the thick blackout curtains covering the window. As I lifted the curtain slightly, a bright ray of sunlight streamed in. They were so thick that it had been impossible to tell if it was morning or not, but it seemed my internal clock was on point. Dayan's place was on a high floor, so when I looked down from the window, the entire view below stretched out before me. Watching the people moving busily between buildings so different from those in Cilia, I pulled the curtains all the way open. Swish! Sunlight flooded the once dark room. The bed where Dayan lay was no exception. Ugh! As soon as the light hit her, Dayan squirmed and let out a strange sound. Is she a zombie? Should I be seriously considering getting rid of her? As I contemplated this, Dayan the zombie curled up deeper into the blanket. Her wiggling stopped, and the gentle, rhythmic sounds of her breathing started seeping out from under the covers once more. Wake up! Of course, I had no intention of watching her fall back asleep, so I grabbed the blanket that was covering her. Just 5 more minutes. No, get up now. The sun's already up. Ugh. At my firm tone, Dayan groaned softly, cautiously opening her eyes. Between her slightly parted eyelids, her dark pupils slowly came into view. Looking drowsily around, much like I had earlier, she suddenly broke into a bashful smile. Hehe. Why are you smiling all of a sudden? I'm just happy that the first thing I see when I wake up is Kana. And why is that so great? It means yesterday wasn't a dream. Dayan's voice held pure joy. I averted my gaze a bit, feeling slightly embarrassed. Just hurry up and get ready. You said you were busy today. But I feel like if Kana gave me a big hug, I'd wake up instantly. Really? Then keep sleeping. Eek. Or maybe I should help you sleep forever. Honestly, putting people to sleep suits me more than waking them up. Fine, I'll get up. Dayan shot out of bed quickly. After roughly tidying up her bedding and splashing some water on her face, she sat down at the dining table. Once the leftover food from yesterday was reheated and placed on the table, it made for quite a lavish breakfast spread. Dayan, picking up a piece of rice cake soaked in spicy red sauce, spoke up. Today, like I mentioned yesterday, I'm planning to take you out to buy the things you need, Kana. Thanks to the administrator on Earth, the most critical issue, my identity, had been sorted out, but aside from that, I had nothing to my name. Oh, and there was the hospital gown and the outfit I was currently wearing. After realizing I didn't own anything, Dayan suggested we go shopping for essentials, including clothes. Are you really okay with it? Oh, you mean money? Don't worry about it. I haven't been traveling much lately, so I have a lot saved up. Even my accountant told me to spend a bit more. It's a good opportunity. Your accountant told you to spend money. Yeah, the more I spend, the better it is when it comes to taxes. I even get refunds, but this might be a bit much for you to understand, so don't worry about it. Then she reached toward my head, hand raised. But I hadn't forgotten the indignity I suffered yesterday. I glared at her. I made sure there's nothing on my hands this time. Dayan, sounding hurt, spoke with a slight whine, but I was unmoved. Squinting at her suspiciously, I watched as she withdrew her hand, looking disappointed. Anyway, there's no need to rely on Edel for this. If she took her daughter, this much is the least she can do to save face. Who are you calling a daughter? Edel, as my mother? Pretty much anyone would be better than my actual parents, but still. Ugh. Just imagining Edel saying, "Daughter, mom is here," in a sweet voice made my mood drop instantly. If I were a naive young lady from some noble family, maybe it would fit, but Edel is far from that image. Dayan nodded. True. For a god, she didn't quite have the gravitas. And yet, you were terrified the moment you found out she was a god. She'd been so rattled she could barely speak. Well, you never know. What if I did something to annoy her and she punished me? It's better to be cautious. If you could be punished for such trivial things, I'd have been smitten at least 10 times over. As we continued chatting over breakfast, I gradually felt a comfortable fullness settle in. I was full. With a satisfied sigh, I set down my fork. Dayan, still not finished, kept picking up food, her hands moving non-stop. I tilted my head slightly and asked, "What are you doing?" "I'm making a list of what to buy. We'll obviously get clothes, and we don't need a new toothbrush since I opened a new one yesterday, but we'll need other toiletries. And we'll need a pillow and blanket too." "Why the pillow? Isn't the one from yesterday good enough?" "That's a guest pillow. You need one just for you, Kana. Couldn't I just keep using the guest pillow?" When I suggested as much, Dayan brushed it off, saying, "We're living together now, so you need one that you actually like." Well, it's her money to spend. If she's so keen on spending, I should at least help out a little. "Buy me a bed too." She froze. "Do you really need a bed? I thought the one we have is more than big enough for the two of us." That's true. Even though there's no class system here, when I first saw Dayan's bed, I couldn't help but think, is Dayan a noble? Dayan's bedroom contained a bed so large that it naturally raised questions. With someone Kana's size, I bet 8 people could lie down on it. No way, that many. I should have said no way. But Dayan seized the opportunity as I hesitated. It does sound possible, right? If we're careful, maybe even 10 could fit. Do I look like a brick to you? No, we're getting a new bed. What's the use of it being spacious? While sleeping, Dayan always tried to cuddle up, rendering the extra space useless. If she did it while awake, I'd shove her away, but I couldn't exactly do that when she was asleep. So I had to keep escaping her grasp and find a spot to sleep on my own. I'm not some hugging pillow. Hehe, I'm just used to hugging something when I sleep, but I promise I won't do it anymore, okay? Right. I let out a low sigh, finding her promise a bit hard to believe. After getting up late and preparing ourselves, we drove downtown. Once Dayan parked the car, she handed me something. "Kana, wear this." A hat. I accepted it, but why? Seeing my confused expression, Dayan explained. Do you remember what I told you about my work? Last night, with a serious look, Dayan had revealed her profession to me. She looked as if she were about to head out on a life or death mission. After a lot of hesitation, she finally admitted that she worked as a streamer and even streamed when she was in Cilia. Okay. That's all you have to say. What more should I say? She seemed surprised at my calm reaction. She probably expected some kind of criticism, but I had already guessed as much, so it wasn't a big deal. You mentioned that you streamed even when traveling around Earth, right? Yeah. Then that's all that matters. Since you shared your secret, I'll share one of mine. I've known for a while that you were talking to other people. What? How? Wait, Kana? What do you mean by that? Something like that. I nodded. Yeah, you told me yesterday. I feel shy saying it, but I do have quite a few viewers. Someone might recognize you. Most people would think it's cosplay, but it could be a hassle. I see. Of course, you don't have to wear it if you're okay with it, but what do you think? I'll wear it. I didn't know how popular Dayan was, but since she mentioned it so modestly, she must be fairly well known. Since I was already used to hiding my face, I put on the hat without fuss. Why yeah, it is. The hat was so big that its brim came down over my eyes. Well, at least it hides your face, Dayan said, giving a thumbs up. I can't see properly, so it's hard to walk straight. Dayan lowered the thumb she had been holding up. Still, Dayan will help me out. Right. Of course. Just trust this big sister. With bold enthusiasm, Dayan led me confidently into the shopping mall. I looked around through my partially obscured vision. It's really fancy, isn't it? I felt the same the first time I came here, wondering if it was really okay for me to be here. The sophisticated interior practically screamed expensive items. Even though it wasn't my money, I couldn't help feeling a bit uneasy about all this. Unaware of my thoughts, Dayan moved forward without hesitation. Where are we going? Holding tightly onto Dayan's arm for support, I asked. First, we're buying clothes. Clothes? Yeah, if the size doesn't fit, we'll need alterations. If anything needs adjustments, we can leave it to be tailored while we shop for other things. It's more efficient time-wise, right? Do we really need alterations? Of course. If your clothes look strange, people will judge. They'd say things like, oh my, what's her sister doing, letting her sibling walk around like that? Like that? Dayan raised her voice to imitate a nosy ant from the marketplace. The impression was pretty spot on, though I wasn't exactly convinced. After all, I don't care if they judge me. You little. Suddenly, she pressed down on my head. Ouch. I let out a small groan at her firm hand pressing down on me. I hope this doesn't make me any shorter. Underscore 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 underscore. As Dayan was walking beside me, she suddenly spoke up. Kana, you don't like anything too complicated, right? Is this self-reflection? So, she's finally opened her eyes. To think she's reached the point where she can objectively assess herself, it's truly touching. It's okay. Even if you're a bit of a nuisance, I can understand to some extent. I was talking about clothes? Clothes. Oh, so it wasn't self-reflection. Do you want to get scolded? Dayan raised her hand. It looked like she was about to smack me on the head, but knowing she would never actually hit me seriously, I just stood there, watching her. At most, she'd pinch my cheek. And since I'd teased her, I figured I could take at least that much. Oh my, to think she'd hit such a small child, tisk, tisk. She looks like she's not in the best health either. Of course, the people passing by didn't know we were joking. Dayan, who had jokingly raised her hand, noticed the murmurs around us and awkwardly lowered her hand. If she had acted confidently, people might have thought it was just a joke. But her embarrassment made it look even more suspicious. Receiving all the stares, Dayan mumbled to herself with a bewildered expression. Why do I have to be treated like this when I'm the one who always gets hit by Kana? Who said you always get hit? You hit me yesterday too. That's because you deserved it, Dayan. When you grease up someone's hair, there's a price to pay. I pretended to sniff my long hair, and Dayan's face showed a slight twinge of guilt. It still feels like there's a hint of chicken smell. That's impossible? No way. Though, if you're walking around smelling like chicken, it might not be so bad. No, I can't allow that. Corrupting Kana's scent with something like chicken smell would be an unforgivable offense. You sound like a bit of a pervert. For real. Anyway, what do you think? You mean about the clothes? I like comfortable ones. Didn't you already guess that? I figured, but I thought I'd check just in case. After all, you might have had to dress that way out of necessity in the other world. Now, go on, be honest. I already told you. It's not embarrassing to like pretty clothes, you know. Just admit it, okay? Come on, confess your true feelings. Are you asking for my honest opinion or just the answer you want to hear? Hehe, you caught me. You weren't even trying to hide it in the first place. Dayan laughed bashfully. As for clothes, of course, I'd prefer something neat over something shabby. But to put it another way, I don't need anything more special than just neat clothes. Kana, look at that. Isn't it so pretty? Even now, Dayan was going overboard with excitement. Yes, it's really pretty. You're not being genuine at all. In other words, I'm not feeling it. I can tell it looks different from other clothes, but I don't really understand what's supposed to be pretty about it. When that happens, you should imagine how it would look when worn. Just picture yourself in it, thinking, oh, this would look like that on me, and it might start to seem pretty to you. Imagining what it would look like on. Imagining myself in a fluttery dress, I tilted my head. I still don't really get it. Really? In that case, it would be easier to understand if you try it on yourself. How about it? Maybe I shout, no, I don't want to. So that's what she was aiming for from the start. The subtle way she led me in that direction was so smooth that I almost fell for her scheme. As I shook my head, snapping back to my senses, Diane clicked her tongue and backed off. All right, let's buy a few tracksuits, some pajamas, maybe 2 or 3 casual outfits. I'll keep it simple. As she muttered to herself, Diane dragged me around to various stores that primarily sold comfortable clothing. Browsing, trying clothes against my body, even trying some on. By the time we entered the 3rd store, I couldn't help but ask Diane if it was necessary to go to so many places. Couldn't we just buy everything in one place? Diane looked at me wide-eyed, as if I'd said something strange. When you buy clothes, you're supposed to check out different places before deciding. Though, it was funny to hear that from someone who eagerly whipped out her card whenever she saw clothes she liked. And so, I followed her around, feeling the weight of the shopping bags on my arm as they grew to more than 3. Isn't this going beyond my own intentions? Diane's process for buying clothes went like this. Whenever she found something she liked, she'd tell me to try it on. Then, after I came out wearing it, she'd smile contentedly and give a thumbs up. Then, she'd pay for it. From the moment she picked out clothes to the point they were neatly packed in bags hanging on my arm, the process was seamless. The problem was that it all flowed smoothly without me saying a single word. But, surprisingly, Diane wasn't just picking whatever she liked. Oh, this one's nice too. Everything she picked suited my taste perfectly. So, naturally, I had no reason to complain about not being asked for my opinion. Honestly, I was a bit surprised since I expected Diane to just choose things randomly and come up with some excuse. Well, I wish I could buy what I want, but after all, these are clothes for Kana to wear. So I have to follow Kana's preferences. You're not Diane, are you? How rude. Because of that, what I expected to be a rather noisy day actually turned into a peaceful one. Isn't this too short? You're only going to wear it at home anyway. Isn't it better to be comfortable if you're wearing it at home? I guess it would be comfortable. There were a few outfits that I felt a bit hesitant about, but they didn't cross any boundaries, so I accepted them. Like Diane said, they did seem comfortable. After dropping off some clothes that needed alterations, I sat on a bench to catch my breath. Getting this tired after only a little walking. I need to get better soon. Feeling frustrated, I unconsciously pressed my heel into the ground. Crack. Oh, the tile cracked from where my heel touched. I know nothing about this. I tried to rub away the crack with my foot, only to realize that Diane had disappeared. She said she'd go pay, but where did she disappear to? As I looked around, I spotted Diane standing in front of a clothing store. She hadn't noticed me approaching and was peering into a shopping bag. Finally, I reached her side and gave her a light tap on the back. Diane. Diane jumped up. Not an exaggeration, she actually jumped and turned to look at me, clutching her chest in surprise. Kana, it's you? Why are you so surprised? It's like you're doing something suspicious. Something suspicious? No way, I would never. Something was off. I was about to question her suspicious behavior. But, aren't you hungry? I heard the food court here is supposed to be really good. It's around lunchtime anyway, so why don't we rest and grab something to eat? Sure. I nodded, closing my mouth. After all, it's not unusual for Diane to be up to something odd. How was it? Pretty good, right? Well, yeah, I'd say so. True to Diane's enthusiasm, the food was quite delicious. Of course, even though Earth has a more developed food culture than Cilia, food from a place like this can't quite compare to what I ate when I was dragged to feasts back then. When lives are on the line if the dish is made poorly, it's hard to match the flavor of food crafted with such seriousness. Still, the food here had its own charm. It wasn't bad. Why are you eating that, though? Not that I could understand what Diane ordered. Because it's tasty? If you'd tried a bite, you'd get it too. Ugh, no thanks. I shuddered just thinking about the fiery red dish Diane was happily devouring. Just the thought made my tongue feel like it was stinging. While I was shaking slightly, Diane glanced at me and chuckled. Why are you laughing? Why do you think? Because Kana is adorable, and it reminds me of the past. The past. Yay, like when you first told me your name. Oh, right. That thing, that was either food or torture. To be honest, when I brought that to you, I thought you might die. Like, are you giving me this to eat? Are you trying to kill me? It felt like that. The fact that you knew and still did it is quite infuriating. But, back then, Kana was so difficult. I'd try talking to you, and you'd barely answer. So, you're confessing that you brought it to mess with me. Did I just say that? Criminal Diane. The charge, messing with food. Verdict, guilty. The verdict is way too harsh. Attempted murder is always taken seriously. If I hadn't had memories from my previous life, I might have actually died. That's how intense the taste was. Thank you for sparing my life. If you understand, do better from now on. Of course. What a cheeky kid. Mumble. Diane muttered something quietly, probably thinking I wouldn't hear. I heard it all, you know. A little later, Dayan and I, with her arm around my waist, continued exploring the mall. Now that we'd taken care of the essentials, it was time to pick up other necessities. A fluffy comforter, a soft pillow, a giant stuffed animal big enough to wrap my arms around. Wait, what? A stuffed animal? Why this? Because it's cute. Doesn't it look like you? In what way? It's a canary? Just like you, Kana. Well, anyway, we arranged to have the bulkier items delivered and carried the rest or put them in the car as we shopped. Clap? Oh, I almost forgot. Dayan clapped her hands as if something crucial had just come to mind. I almost forgot the most important thing. Then, she suddenly wrapped her arm around mine. Is there still more to buy? I want to go home now. Hehe. You called it home. Let's just get this one last thing, and we'll go home. Deal. Ugh. Honestly, I was exhausted. The place was packed, and squeezing through the crowd meant I kept bumping into people. But since she said it was the last thing, even though I feel like she said it was the last thing at least 5 times now, I'll trust her one more time. The place Dayan brought me to was a very modern-looking store. Though all the stores we'd been to so far looked modern, this one felt even more so, probably because of all the gadgets around. Kana, you need a phone too. I don't usually buy from places like this, but we're in a bit of a rush. In a rush? It didn't seem like we were in any hurry. Dayan didn't mind my mild doubt as she took my hand. See anything you like? I glanced around, and answered, no. How could I have a preference when I don't even know what any of this is? Isn't there something you like the look of, at least? Not really. So even when Dayan asked again, I could only give a similar answer. I just didn't get it, no matter how much I looked around. I scratched my cheek and tugged on Dayan's sleeve. I'll just get the same one as you. She didn't seem like the type to settle for anything bad, so her choice should be reliable. After I said that, Dayan looked at me with an oddly touched expression. So, you wanted to use the same one as your big sis, got it. After that, everything moved quickly. Dayan asked the staff to bring over a phone identical to hers, and within moments, they handed it over with a big smile, likely because it meant a sale. In no time, the phone was activated, and the payment was complete. I don't really know the prices here on Earth, but I doubt what we spent today was cheap. Dayan must be quite well off if she can buy things so easily without hesitation. All done? Here, Kana, this is your phone. Hold on. I reached out to take the phone she handed over, but she quickly pulled it back, leaving my hand hanging midair. I suppose it doesn't count as teasing if she hadn't actually given it to me. As I sat there, watching her fiddle with the phone, she eventually placed it in my hand. It's my number. That's why you took it back. I couldn't let anyone else have the honor of being the first contact saved in Kana's phone. Honestly, she was making a big fuss over nothing. But still, it didn't feel bad. Thanks. When I smiled a little, Dayan returned my smile and patted my head. Feeling the pat through my hat, I held the phone she'd bought me tightly. For some reason, just looking at her number displayed on the screen made me feel oddly reassured. After a while, Dayan helped me to my feet. I'm glad you seem to like it. Well, now that everything's done, shall we go home? You can look at your phone back at home, right? Her tone was gentle, coaxing. I nodded. Yeah, but... How do I turn this thing off? I wasn't staring at it because I wanted to. Dayan stared at me blankly for a moment before bursting into laughter. Here, this is how you tap. Then she carefully went through everything, explaining each function, though her laughter slipped out now and then. Just because I didn't know, she didn't have to laugh so much. I pouted a bit. So, when is Joni coming back? It's already been 5 days off? Come on, I've already exhausted all my excuses. Comments. If you're still waiting, it looks like you're not done with them yet. Lame streamer got her easy rewards from NPCs, and then her honeypot broke, so now she can't go back to it. LOL. Joni is lame. She was a big deal even before starting Cilia Online. LOL. Obvious troll. Just ignore and don't feed. The differences between Earth and Cilia are so many that listing them all would be exhausting. But if I had to choose the biggest one, it would probably be the foundation upon which each civilization developed. Cilia's civilization is rooted in mana, while Earth's is built on the laws of nature. Who knows? For now, Earth's technology is certainly convenient, but maybe one day, Cilia could develop to Earth's level. Or, maybe one day, Earth might even learn to harness mana like Cilia. The latter is actually quite possible. And the reason I'm thinking about this all of a sudden is that, as I was getting ready to go out with Dayan, I suddenly realized something I had overlooked. When Dayan suggested I disguise myself to avoid hassle, initially, I took her words to mean it would be annoying because people might recognize me. In Cilia, I had to hide my identity due to the Empire, but here, I'm not a criminal, so should I really hide? As much as I hate hassles, living like a fugitive doesn't sit well with me. When I told her this, Dayan shook her head and explained. It's not just criminals who cover their faces. Lots of people do it just to avoid recognition, famous singers, actors, and so on. That's when I remembered that this world is incredibly advanced in communication technology. In Cilia, even if I were to reveal myself, the news would spread only by word of mouth. But here, it could spread across the entire world in a matter of seconds. No one would seriously believe the fantasy-like event of an in-game NPC showing up in real life. Still, seeing the unabashed posts on Dayan's phone made me accept her advice without further argument. If there's a hell on Earth, surely that's it. It was truly horrifying. Anyway, for those reasons and Edel's advice to hold back as much as possible, I plan to keep a low profile for the time being. Okay, absolutely, absolutely do not come in. Got it. I said I got it. I'll play with you lots after, so even if you miss me, hold it in, okay? I don't think that's likely. She doesn't need to worry that much. It's soundproof, so you won't hear anything, but just ignore any sounds you do hear, alright? What if it's an actual emergency? An emergency? Dayan put on a mock serious face at my question. Well, life is fleeting, sudden, unexpected tragedy could happen at any moment. I didn't mean it that seriously. Oh, I have an idea. Dayan grabbed my phone. She fiddled with it for a moment, then handed it back to me. What did you do? I set it so that if something happens to me, Kana will get an alert on her phone. This way, you will be notified if anything goes wrong, and you won't have to worry. Oh, alright. I didn't really mean for her to go that far. Not expecting her to be so thorough, I nodded, a bit taken aback. Satisfied, Dayan patted my head, then suddenly gasped. Oh no, look at the time. I'm going to be late. Kana, I'm going to start streaming now, so remember everything I told you. Then, before I could even answer, she dashed into her room. Judging by her frantic pace, it seems she really was pressed for time. But, why is she dressed like that? She wasn't going to attend a banquet or anything, so why was she wearing such a stiff outfit? Well, I'm sure she has her reasons. Shrugging, I picked up a piece of chocolate and popped it into my mouth. Munch. I'm not late, right? Pant. Dayan caught her breath as she checked the time. Thankfully, she sighed with relief upon confirming that it wasn't yet the scheduled time. How many days has it been? 4? 5? Whatever it was, showing up late after taking a break for several days would surely invite quite a reaction, and it didn't take much to imagine what that would look like. It would be like pouring gasoline on a blazing fire. If this were a campfire, watching the flames would be enjoyable, but since the fire was in her own house, she couldn't exactly just sit back and watch. It's my own fault, after all. Her half-hearted break notice was hastily written and posted because she couldn't muster the motivation to do anything else, so people had every reason to be mad. Still, judging from the unexpectedly mild responses, it seems some people understood Dayan's situation. Or maybe not. Back in her traveling days, she remembered getting even gentler responses. With a strange, indescribable feeling, Dayan checked her outfit one last time. The formal suit she hadn't worn in a while still fit snugly, and that snug fit felt stifling. Whew. Standing in front of a green chroma key screen in her formal suit, Dayan took a deep breath. She was well aware that the combination of a suit and a green chroma key screen was a long-standing tradition in the world of internet streaming. It may have started as a setup for serious apology videos, but it had since become a meme, often used for playful or lighthearted apologies. Still, this was her first time doing it herself, and Dayan felt a bit nervous. With one last check of her streaming settings, Dayan clicked the start button. Here we go. Rock. On. Mom, I'm freezing. Rock. Asking for the 456,189th time. Why are you late? Joni, I've actually loved you for a long time. I've been hiding my feelings because I lacked the courage, but now I won't. Seriously, dude, this isn't your private chat room. Wow. As the flood of chat messages poured in, Dayan involuntarily winced. And she thought to herself, thank goodness Kana isn't watching this. This was the reason she had stopped Kana from watching her stream. Dayan had been streaming for a long time and was familiar with internet culture, so she could handle it. But for Kana, who wasn't used to this, the chaotic flood of messages would have been overwhelming. Someday, Kana might encounter this kind of thing, but at least it wouldn't be today. Ahem, hello, this is Joni. Isn't she supposed to be dead? How did she come back to life? Haha, Joni's dead, this is Joni MK2. Aha, didn't you come back too quickly? I'm worried you might get the bends. Look at that shiny face, lol. 10,001 donation from please don't get sick. Thank you. It must have been tough, but thank you for coming back. Don't worry about the chat and take a longer break if you need it. Who are you to make that decision? So sweet. Ew, cringe. I'm really sorry for not explaining properly and taking an unexpected break for several days. As soon as Dayan got straight to the point, the chat room flared up, then calmed down slightly. She explained that she had been exhausted from streaming non-stop for weeks, and the unexpected loss had hit her hard, leading to severe burnout. Viewers each shared their own thoughts after hearing her calm explanation. She really has been working hard lately. Honestly, it makes sense she'd be in shock. I felt down, too, when I thought I'd never see Kana again. Ugh, look at the overinvested ones getting all worked up, lol. Who's gonna roast her? But didn't she already take breaks when she was in the garbage dump? Huh? Now that you mention it. She said she recorded stuff back then but didn't even upload it. Shall we burn it, master? Dayan's expression froze for a moment as they hit the mark. I'll upload it soon. Oh, got it? Looking forward to it. Even though it had sparked quite a controversy back then, somehow, it ended up helping her smooth things over now. Dayan glanced through the now calmer chat and sighed in relief. A 5,001 donation from anonymous benefactor? Thank you. So, when are you returning to Celia Online? Celia Online? Would you want to go back? Is there any reason she can't? There goes the hype. I mean, wouldn't it be strange if she felt like playing after an NPC she was fond of died? Are you going back to traveling, then? I'll return eventually, but I don't think it'll be anytime soon. Like I said, after living in Cilia for weeks, there's a lot of stuff I've been putting off, so I'll probably pick it back up after I handle everything. Translation: she has no intention of playing Cilia, so if you bring it up again, expect to be cut down. There it is. I'm Joni, and I approve of this message. Joni doesn't talk like that. No, I'm not saying I won't play, I'm just really busy. Got it, haha. Ah, is that the angle you're going with? Absolutely, everything the host says is right. Stubborn fools. No matter how sincerely she explained, they wouldn't believe her. Dayan muttered under her breath, clutching her throbbing head. She hadn't considered quitting Cilia, especially now that she knew Kana was alive and living with her. Kana said that playing Cilia helps her. So, after finishing her urgent matters, she planned to go back. But the chat was full of disbelief. Believe it or not, that's the plan, and I'm also planning to start traveling again soon. Traveling with Kana would be so much fun. When they'd been in Cilia, Kana had led her around, so now it would be Dayan's turn to guide her. Imagining herself traveling with the small girl, Dayan couldn't help but smile. Is she smiling? Smiling? Hey, she's smiling. Anyway, I apologize again for taking a break without any notice. Dayan bowed deeply. Fortunately, the response was positive. After all, she had at least posted a brief announcement, and many recent viewers had joined to see Kana, so they understood Dayan's feelings. But it does feel empty. I liked seeing them bicker and have fun. I watched the videos on repeat during the break. There's even a memorial line now. Really? A memorial line? People are doing that. Why are you being informal? Is that a bit too casual? Are we your friends or something? Hey, the apology stream is over. Now it's just us chatting. So shameless. People are going to where Kana died to leave flowers and stuff. Some people were even crying. Sentimental much? Host, aren't you going to visit, too? After a brief moment of thought, Dayan shook her head. I'm not going. Dayan thought that if she actually went there, it would be the strangest thing. Knowing that Kana was perfectly fine, participating in a memorial felt bizarre. It's like they're holding a service asking her to die again. Of course, the viewers had no way of knowing Dayan's circumstances. That's rough. Was I the only one being genuine here? Well, as expected lol, the overly invested fans getting their money's worth. Message deleted. This is a bit disappointing. Slightly frowning face. To them, it felt like a betrayal that someone who claimed to truly care about Kana would refuse to visit a memorial. Just as Dayan realized she should explain herself and quickly opened her mouth to respond. Crash. Bang. A loud noise suddenly came from outside. It was so loud that it penetrated the soundproof booth, causing Dayan to flinch in shock. What was that? What happened? Sounded like something broke? Is it a thief? At that level, wouldn't it be a robber, not a thief? Shouldn't you check it out? The viewers expressed their concern as the noise filtered through the mic. But Dayan didn't hear their comments. Bang! She had already opened the door to the soundproof booth and was running out. Kana. She'd mentioned feeling unwell. Could she have collapsed? If she'd known, she would have stayed by her side. Heart pounding with worry, Dayan rushed toward the source of the noise. Are you okay? And then she saw it. Kana was standing on tiptoe on a chair, reaching out toward a high shelf, with pieces of a broken plate scattered on the floor. It looked like a battlefield. What are you doing? There was chocolate up there. Kana looked away, rolling her eyes as if trying to avoid Dayan's gaze, and Dayan put a hand to her forehead. And she thought to herself, it seems like Kana really is just like a cat. Dayan didn't have any particular reason for placing the chocolate on that high shelf. Snacks should be put in the cupboard. If they were within easy reach, she would be tempted to eat them every time she walked by, so she made a habit, a quirk, really, of putting snacks somewhere harder to reach. Today's grocery arrangement was simply the result of her routine. But there was one difference today. She now had a housemate, and that housemate had watched her organizing everything. Here's how it all went down. After Dayan left to start her stream, Kana, who was left alone, was scrolling through her phone when she suddenly felt the need for something to snack on. She remembered that Dayan had put some snacks in the cupboard. She likely wouldn't have listened even if Dayan had told her not to eat any, but in any case, Dayan hadn't said so Kana headed straight to the cupboard. Oh, Kana's hand couldn't reach the cupboard. Of course, it was only natural. Even for Dayan, who was taller than the average Korean woman, it wasn't easy to reach, so for Kana, who was much shorter than her peers, it was nearly impossible. There was a time when Kana could move through the air like it was solid ground, but indoors, that wasn't an option. Not to mention, in her weakened state, even attempting such a move would surely slow her already sluggish recovery. Even after jumping several times, her hands just wouldn't reach, so Kana looked up at the cupboard with frustrated eyes. Why did that cupboard have to be unnecessarily high, making her suffer? A product created for human convenience was, ironically, making life harder for her in this ridiculous situation. Finally, Kana dragged over a chair from the kitchen. Standing on the rather high chair and stretching up, Kana's hand finally touched the chocolate. Oops. Maybe it was because of all that shopping, but a sudden wave of fatigue hit her, and she momentarily lost her balance. Instinctively, she grabbed whatever was nearby, and the result was crash, thud. Just as Dayan ran out in a hurry, a full-blown disaster had unfolded. Luckily, Kana hadn't fallen, but every plate her flailing hands had brushed against came tumbling down and shattered into pieces. I messed up. Without even grabbing the chocolate that was at her fingertips, Kana muttered to herself as she surveyed the disaster zone. That was the whole story. After hearing Kana's slow, hesitant confession, her gaze averted, Dayan sighed. When will I be able to clean up this mess? Dayan looked around with a troubled expression, then turned to Kana. You're not hurt, are you? No. Hurt? Me? Dayan had half expected such a response, but to her surprise, Kana answered without resistance. She must have been really startled. Kana, who was usually so confident, looked genuinely dejected. Seeing this unexpectedly childlike side of her, Dayan, who had considered scolding her for such a major accident, softened. Her protective instinct, mixed with pity, pushed away her irritation. Yeah, for her to do that, she must have really wanted a snack, especially when she's unwell. Dayan's gaze softened, completely won over by Kana's unintentional charms. It's a relief you're not hurt. As for the plates, I can always buy more. Just stay where you are for now. To prevent Kana from stepping on any small shards she might not have seen, Dayan added this instruction, worried Kana might misunderstand her intentions. After confirming that Kana nodded, she left to get cleaning supplies. Sweeping up the large pieces with a broom and vacuuming up the smaller shards, she meticulously removed even the tiniest splinters with tape. Then, she lifted Kana, who was still standing on the chair. Kana's lightweight and warm body were fully supported in Dayan's arms. Hanging there, staring straight at Dayan, Kana lowered her eyes. Sorry. Huh? Oh, no. Kana, you didn't do it on purpose, right? Besides, it's my fault for putting it up there in the first place, so let's just call this a mutual mistake. Yeah, okay. That was a pretty mature response, if I do say so myself. Good job, Shin Dayan. If Kana had heard, she would have thought, that's Dayan for you, and any goodwill she'd felt for Dayan just now would have been significantly reduced. But, since Kana couldn't read Dayan's thoughts, she remained unaware of what Dayan was thinking. I completely understand now why families with kids use plastic dishes. I'm not a kid, you know. Having picked up on the context, Kana retorted sulkily. Oh, if you're not a kid, then I might need to punish you for breaking the plates. Oh no, looks like I'm broken too. Caught in a verbal trap, Kana froze stiffly. Sway, put me down. Kana, who had turned rigid like a piece of wood, swayed wherever Dayan's hand moved until she finally snapped back to her senses. Only after Kana's eyebrows started to twitch did Dayan set her down. If I don't stop here, I might get scratched. Anyway, it's a relief it wasn't something serious. For a moment, I really thought we were being robbed. Looking back, Dayan realized she'd have nothing to worry about even if there were a break-in, thanks to her trusty guard cat. But at the time, she was genuinely startled by the commotion. As she gently stroked Kana's soft hair, Dayan's eyes suddenly widened. Oh, the stream. She'd had this nagging feeling that she was forgetting something, and now she remembered she'd dashed out in the middle of streaming? Since she hadn't grabbed her phone on the way out, she couldn't check, but she could easily imagine the state of the chat right now. Compared to the mess Kana made, it was probably pure chaos. Thinking about diving back into that pandemonium, Dayan couldn't help but stifle a sigh. I have to get back to work, so no more accidents, okay. Dayan peeled open the chocolate she had taken from the cupboard. She placed it in Kana's mouth, dusted off her knees, and got up. How nice it would be to just lie down and sleep with Kana like this. But reality is cold. Hugging Kana and drifting off now would feel good in the moment, but it could mean sleeping on the cold streets later. And if that happened, I wouldn't be able to stay with Kana either. That must never happen. With renewed determination, Dayan returned to the soundproof booth, sat down, and took a deep breath. I'm back. As expected, the chat was an utter mess, with worries, complaints, and some chaotic trolling all mixed in. Seizing the moment, she brushed aside some of the rude remarks and explained. What happened? Oh, the plates fell and broke. That's why I was a bit late after cleaning up. Oh, why did the plates suddenly break? Was there an earthquake? Doesn't she live in Seoul? No alarms went off. Did you move to Japan? Oh, I think they collapsed because I didn't stack them properly after washing. It was a total mess. My plates collapsed just yesterday. At least it happened while you were streaming. Yeah, if it had been while cooking, you could have been hit on the head. It could have been dangerous. Crazy guy lol. LOL. Pfft. Really, is almost getting my head cracked open that funny? You're the one laughing, so why blame us? Anyway, nothing broke, right? Seeing that Dayan was safe, her concerned viewers immediately returned to their usual antics. However, not everyone thought the same way. Am I the only one who thinks it's strange? Why did the plates suddenly fall like that? She said she didn't stack them right. If they weren't stacked properly, they should have fallen sooner. How does it make sense for them to fall out of nowhere during her stream? It's fall not full. Why can't you spell? So what are you trying to say? Questions filled with suspicion. Though these comments were few compared to the overall chat, they were enough to stir up others. Dayan's moderators moved to delete them, but the chat room had already descended into chaos, with viewers either agreeing with or arguing against the theories. Did she bring her boyfriend over or something? Boyfriend? Give it a rest, that's baseless. Isn't it weird she took a few unexpected days off too? Why do these weirdos latch on to streamers who don't even do fan service? Streaming with a chem isn't fan service. So just because she uses a cam, it's automatically fan service. Please stop feeding the trolls. This is getting nasty. Ha, to think they could blow something as small as broken plates out of proportion like this. Dillian sighed, impressed by their bizarre imagination but reluctant to argue back. She didn't have a boyfriend, as they suggested, but she did live with someone, which wasn't exactly a lie. Despite the moderators throwing around bans and temporary blocks, the uproar wasn't calming down, so Dillian finally decided to set things straight. All right. Calm down and listen up. The truth is, I have a younger cousin staying over. That noise earlier? That was my cousin messing around and causing trouble. Huh. Wait, so your cousin caused that mess? What? So it was a lie? Of course. Makes sense. How could plates just randomly break like that, right? LOL. The ones who were pushing the boyfriend theory have some nerve calling it of course. They came to cheer me up because I haven't been feeling great these past few days. If it's your cousin, couldn't you have just said so? Seriously, why lie about it in the first place? LOL, guess why? How is this troll still not banned? Does your cousin know you're streaming? Invite the cousin on stream. A clever mix of truth and a little lie. Why did I lie? Because if I told you all right away, things would go crazy, like this. Dillian pointed out a message in the chat asking to bring her cousin on stream. See? You think I'd want to tell the truth when I know this is how you'll react. LOL, true. LOL. Caught in the act. Are they a girl? Huh? She said cousin, why are you asking if it's a girl? Well, if it's a cousin, they'll look like the streamer, so they must be pretty, right? That makes sense. Now I kind of want to see them too. Dream on. I'm never showing them on stream. Even if I wanted to, I couldn't. My cousin has to agree first. Can't you just ask? Just give it a try. I'll hold my breath until the cousin debuts. Inhale. Inhale. Says so here. Before the latest topic could cool, they seamlessly picked up a new one. Why were they so curious about someone else's cousin? Though Dillian firmly denied them, she let out a sigh as the chat remained lively with curiosity. At some point, viewers even started putting up donations for a show us the cousin mission. The initial amount was small, but as it grew bit by bit, it soon added up to an impressive sum. It was enough that even Dillian found it hard to ignore. Yeah, no. Mission cancelled. Rejected. That sucks. Well, if they're a private person, so it can't be helped. Dang. Without a moment's hesitation, Dillian cancelled the mission. It was a choice that went against public opinion, but since this was a family matter, the viewers mostly understood and accepted it. Afterward, Dillian wrapped up the stream with a few updates and stories. And so, the broadcast, which had taken an unexpected turn due to Kana's mishap, finally ended, and the once chaotic atmosphere settled down. At least, for now, it seemed that way. Underscore 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 underscore. Ha. Hey, Dillian. Sighing like that won't cause the ground to cave in, you know. Unless it were a dragon's breath attack, that is. Not only was she sighing, but her face was filled with so much worry that anyone looking at her might think she was carrying the weight of the world on her shoulders. Still, I was curious about why Dillian was sighing. After all, it wasn't just for a day, she'd been like this for 3 days straight now. If it was just one day, I could have brushed it off as Dillian being weird again. But when it's 2, then 3 days in a row, it's hard to ignore. Is something wrong? It just looks like you've got a lot on your mind. Dillian awkwardly scratched her head. You noticed? How could I not? It was like her whole body was screaming, I have a problem. Why did she think anyone wouldn't notice? I just sat quietly, waiting for her to speak, and Dillian sighed once more before sitting across from me. Plop. It's nothing big. Doesn't seem like nothing to me. It's really nothing. Well, it's a bit of a headache, though. To tell or not to tell. It seemed Dillian's internal scale had finally tipped. Well, you know, remember the day you broke the dishes, Kana? Yeah. It's not like it happened that long ago. If I didn't remember, I'd either be shameless or really forgetful. Unfortunately, I'm neither of those. But why? Could it be that she's bringing it up now to scold me? Of course, the dish set we bought yesterday was more expensive than I thought. It did make me realize my mistake more deeply. But she said she wouldn't get mad. Feeling a bit on edge, I held my breath and waited for Dillian to continue. Oh, I'm not blaming you, Kana. Noticing my expression, Dillian waved her hands to reassure me. It's just, I was streaming when the dishes broke. The noise got picked up on the stream. I told them it was my cousin who had an accident, but now they keep pestering me to bring my cousin on the stream. I kick them out whenever they mention it, but they just keep popping up everywhere. It's driving me crazy. I see. Finally, I understood the meaning behind Dillian's sighs. She feels uneasy about having me on her stream, yet ignoring it only makes the chat worse. Well, I can keep the chat in check on stream, but in the fan cafe or community forums, it's not that easy. Now there are people saying I'm lying to cover up a secret boyfriend. And as my popularity's grown, so have the weird ones in my fan base. If it were back in the day, even if she did have a boyfriend, things wouldn't have gotten this intense. Dillian muttered to herself. If it really were a boyfriend, at least it wouldn't feel so unfair. Agreed. About what? I kind of wish I'd been born a guy too. It feels unfair. Half joking, half serious, I threw the words out there, and Dillian's narrowed eyes took a slow look over me. Then she shook her head with a smile. I won't allow that. Kana is perfect as she is now. Why does Dayan get to decide that? Anyway, that's the situation. Sigh. It's not like I can just take a break, either. If you want to rest, just take a break. I've already taken a few days off, and the viewers still aren't fully reassured. If I announce a break in the middle of all these boyfriend rumors, it'll only make things worse. That's complicated. In moments like this, maybe Celia is the better choice. Or maybe not. I quickly dismissed that thought. Although it's not exactly the same, similar situations happen in Celia too. Mainly in the social circles where the nobles gather. Who's eyeing whom, who supposedly has a secret lover somewhere. People would go on and on about these things as if they were the most entertaining stories in the world. And given that some of them actually had the power to bury someone's reputation, it was truly nasty. Thinking about it now, maybe gossiping about others is just part of human nature. If it were me, I would have just taken the break. And left the aftermath to Aaron. To my rather irresponsible suggestion, Dayan responded like this. But then I wouldn't be able to buy Kana delicious chocolates. Well, in that case, I suppose there's no choice. You should have said that from the start. I nodded, and Dayan's face looked a bit exasperated. But the look didn't last long before her face returned to one of deep concern. Unless I plan to quit this job entirely, taking breaks is the worst choice I can make. Judging by what she said, Dayan doesn't seem to be thinking about quitting streaming anytime soon. It's not easy to give up a job that supports you without any backup plans. As I pondered over Dayan's worries with her, a thought came to mind. Is this really something worth stressing over? In the end, the viewers only want one thing. They just want Dayan to introduce her cousin on the stream. If that's the case, the solution is simple. I'll help you. Kana will. Yeah, weren't we trying to keep things as low profile as possible? Did you change your mind? Nope, not that. I shook my head slightly, indicating that wasn't the case. We don't have to actually show my face, right? Point. I pointed at something, and Dayan followed the direction of my finger. Oh, she let out a brief exclamation. What I was pointing at was a costume headpiece. If I put that on, you wouldn't see even a strand of my hair, let alone my face. I don't know why she has something like that at home, but it seems perfect for the situation at hand. I just need to alter my voice a little. If I do that, no one would think I'm Canaria. And even if someone does, voicing it out loud would only make them sound like they're delusional. This could work. Dayan stroked her chin, clearly seeing the logic in my plan, and responded positively. I didn't want to burden you, but if you're okay with it, could you do it for me? I'm fine with it. It would be strange to oppose the idea when I was the one who suggested it. There's no reason to worry, especially since I won't be showing my face. Above all, if my sponsor disappears, that'll be a problem for me too. Kana, your true feelings slipped out. They didn't slip out, I meant them. Kana, what are you saying? However, even with what seems like a perfect plan, there was one flaw. What if they still don't believe it, even after I go on stream? Wouldn't that make all our efforts pointless? I tilted my head as I asked, but surprisingly, Dayan didn't seem to be worried. That's okay. I've done my part by introducing you, right? I have a clear justification, so if anyone acts out, I can ban them. And those who won't believe me now wouldn't believe me no matter what I do. This whole thing shouldn't have gotten this big anyway. There are always people who enjoy stirring things up, Dayan muttered, certain that this mess had been fueled by troublemakers. With my plan accepted, we sat down together to go over the story we'd present. Although, in reality, it was mostly Dayan who came up with the details. Since I hadn't been on Earth for long, I still wasn't familiar with its culture or Dayan's family situation, so it was only natural. How is it? Doesn't it sound pretty convincing? Dayan, was being a writer your dream? What? Haha, not at all. Like I said before, I hate sitting still for too long. Dayan laughed lightly, waving her hand as if the thought was absurd. Still, her storytelling skills were pretty impressive. Maybe it's from watching a lot of dramas or reading books, Dayan suggested, attributing her storytelling abilities to indirect experiences. In any case, thanks to amateur writer Dayan, we completed our little deception. When should we introduce me? As I repeatedly read over the details we'd written, memorizing them, Dayan asked me about the timing. When? Huh? I tapped my lips lightly and tilted my head. They say to strike while the iron is hot. If we hesitate, I'll just end up seeing Dayan sigh for another day, right? She sighed so often that, if I were a sensitive person, I'd have smacked her on the back ages ago. I let it slide, but hearing it so often was exhausting in its own way. Let's do it today. Where did you learn to say something like that? In a past life. But of course, I couldn't say that, so I just shrugged lightly. It's not uncommon for viewers to want to see a streamer's family. There are various reasons. Some hope to hear stories from the streamer's past that they haven't shared themselves. Others expect to see an unfiltered, hidden side of the streamer. And some just want to see the chemistry between family members in a candid, casual setting. The strong demand to see Dayan's cousin was for similar reasons. While the initial spark may have been lit by a few malicious troublemakers, the fact that the topic lasted this long indicated that many viewers were, in fact, genuinely interested. So, when Dayan announced that she'd introduce her cousin, finally, we won. If you're excited for the stream today, like this comment lol. What's with the hype? Many cheered. It was finally an opportunity to see the cousin that had been hidden so carefully. While she wasn't an immediate family member, there were bound to be some stories about her. Am I the only one curious about how her cousin looks? If she looks anything like the streamer, she must be pretty. Bet the cousin is just another anime-obsessed nerd. If she was actually pretty, she'd have shown up by now. Must be a real plain Jane. Do you think everyone just wants to show off if they're pretty? Says the one who's insecure about his own looks. Aren't you guys afraid of getting sued? She's a private citizen, you know, lol. Excitement about her appearance was palpable. Daeyeon rarely showcased her looks on stream. However, it was hard to say that her appearance hadn't contributed to her rapid rise in popularity. Objectively, Daeyeon had a striking appearance, and there were certainly followers who'd subscribed because they were drawn to her looks. Naturally, people thought, the cousin must be pretty too, given they share some blood. It was more wishful thinking than logical deduction. Realistically, whether Daeyeon's cousin was beautiful or not was irrelevant to the viewers. But the appreciation of beauty is instinctive, so why overthink it? With everyone waiting in anticipation, the seconds ticked away as the promised stream time approached. Though it wasn't her peak viewer count, a significant number of people were eagerly waiting for the broadcast to begin. Finally, the tightly shut door opened. Joni has started streaming. Introducing the cousin special. Here's my addiction. Let's go. First comment. Hey Joni. The chat filled rapidly. The surge in viewers momentarily caused the chat to lag. Usually, when Daeyeon started her stream, she would display a loading screen and wait for people to join, but perhaps because she sensed the influx, this time, the camera was already live, showing the soundproof booth. Viewers cheered, thrilled by the straightforward start with no delays. However, after 1 minute, 2 minutes, and then 3 minutes passed with no changes to the screen. Neither the supposed cousin nor Daeyeon herself appeared, and just as the chat began to murmur with curiosity, creak, the soundproof booth's door opened. Thud. A child wearing a cat mascot costume walked in and sat in the chair. Clearly, this was no adult. The chat froze for a moment, then erupted. Head tilt. The cat costume tilted its head, as if puzzled by their reaction, which seemed to be the cue for the chat to explode. A gathering. LOLOLOL. OMG LOLOLOL. What could it be? As the costume-wearing girl stared at the whirlwind of confusion in the chat, Canaria thought to herself, this must be hell. Underscore 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 underscore. Reincarnation. No, I guess it's now my pre-reincarnation. Anyway, if I exclude a past life I barely remember, I've never once felt motion sickness. Even the first time I rode a carriage, I thought it was a trashy experience, but I didn't feel dizzy. That was even before I reached a higher state, so you can imagine what it was like afterward. In short, I've lived my life completely free of motion sickness. But the moment I saw the scene unfolding before me, I couldn't help but murmur to myself. Dizzying. Ah, so this is what motion sickness feels like. So Daeyeon really watches all this while streaming? Seeing all this noise just below the sound of animal cries? That's just because you're here right now, it's not usually this intense. I turned my head to stare at Daeyeon, who had somehow crept up beside me, and she murmured defensively. If there's even a trace of human decency left in them, shouldn't they behave whether I'm here or not? Hey, sis. It's mean to hit people with facts. I'm too hurt inside right now. Whoa, slander. Whoa, thank you for the gift of truth. I'll sue you for this slander. Shouldn't little sis be suing all of you? We're SOR. Sure, even if you say that, we're not stopping. This is tough. It didn't look like Daeyeon had any plans to stop streaming, so I thought I'd try getting used to it, but it's harder than I thought. Even if Daeyeon says this reaction isn't the norm, it doesn't seem particularly unusual either. You don't need to understand, sis. Actually, don't even try to understand. It won't do you any good. I have to admit, I agree with her. Are you sure that's okay? You're listening to all of this. Oh, are you worried they might get hurt by it? Don't worry. They don't even blink at things like this. True, but why does it bother me so much? Unlike some people, she's actually very sweet, haha. Please grow up just like this. Actually, please don't grow up like this. How old is she? I'm letting it slide this time, but if anyone asks about her personal info again, it's a ban. The only thing I'll say is that she's a minor. And since she's a minor, you all get it, right? I've opened my notes app memo. Can you stop taking notes and hold your breath instead? Honestly, it was pretty clear she wasn't an adult given her size grinning face with sweat. No way, not legal? That's a good thing now you, get out. Legal. I plucked a comment that had almost slipped past me in the flood of messages. The word legal means something doesn't break the law, right? Was there something we were talking about that warranted such a word? Curiously, I tugged on Daeyeon's sleeve. Duh. I shouldn't call her that here. Sister. Yes, I'm your sister. LOL. What's up with the energy? Haha. WTF, I almost jumped out of my seat. Why is she so excited? If she was going to love it this much, she should have brought her sooner, right? Deleted message. Are there age restrictions on streams? Age restrictions? It depends on the stream. Some streams have age restrictions if the content isn't suitable for minors. What kind of stream wouldn't be suitable for minors? Like streams with drinking, excessive exposure, games with age restrictions, things like that? Then she leaned in closer to me, making sure her voice didn't get picked up by the mic, and whispered, "It's stricter here." True. In Cilia, things were much more relaxed that way. In a world where it's not strange if you die at any moment, it's funny to worry about things like that, right? Plus, the standards for being considered an adult were more lenient. Can you wield a weapon and fight? Great, you pass. Something like that. Compared to Celia, Korea here is an incredibly peaceful country, so naturally, people's awareness of human rights is higher. At first, I didn't get why something wasn't legal, but after Dayan's explanation, it all made sense. I totally understand now. Oh, really? Yeah. So you're saying you're streaming content unsuitable for minors, right? Pfft. Lol. Ha 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 ha. Hello, adult streamer Joni? I almost pretended I was watching adult content when my parents came in while I was watching Joni's stream. Confirmed, Sis's stream is R-rated. No wonder it's appealing. Message deleted. Pfft. Dayan, who had been calmly sipping from her tumbler, spat out her water. Hack, hhhck, cough. Even while choking, she pounded on her chest, visibly struggling. After what seemed like forever, she finally managed to catch her breath. I really thought I was going to die. She looked at me with a deeply exasperated expression. You said you totally understood. I understood, didn't I? In what universe is that understanding? Ah, I totally understand equals not understanding. Yep, got it. Did I get it? Since she said it, it must be right. Yep, lol. What did I get wrong? We were all fine until my age came up, and that's when the term legal popped up, so there's an age-related issue, right? If a minor can't stream age-restricted content, then logically, Dayan must be streaming that kind of content. Isn't that a perfect conclusion? Yep, it's flawless reasoning. It's a sound deduction with no counter-arguments. As a detective myself, I shed a tear while giving it an upvote. Joni, that's low. Sis made a correct point but won't admit it. Tisk tisk. What's right about it? Do you know how many minors watch my stream? Judging by her reaction, I guess I was wrong. I don't feel that bad, though, since Dayan isn't exactly the best actress. So then, why did you say that? Sis. Are you ready for a brutal truth? Brutal truth? Clueless, I nodded, and Dayan leaned close, whispering to me. Listening closely to her explanation, I could finally understand everything clearly this time. LMAO. How can we see her expression through the mask? So much disdain. What's going on? I don't understand. If you don't get it, just stay silent. Are they not afraid of lawsuits? For real, she's a minor and a private individual, yet they're going full throttle. Isn't going to prison a win if you get rewarded for it? Ugh, I'm sorry. Dayan bowed her head, apologizing with a guilty look. There's no need to apologize. It's not like you're the one at fault, sis. It's those beasts. Gasp. What? True. Praise lol. As I was speaking, I paused, thinking, maybe that was too harsh. Normally, I'd let it fly without a second thought, but this isn't my stream. I can't ruin Dayan's livelihood, after all. It's just her viewers being like that. Thanks for understanding. Still, I think you need to set some boundaries. Yeah, I thought the same. Before, it was fine to manage things loosely, but since my audience has grown, I can't let things slide as before. Anyway, I'm sure they didn't mean it seriously. You think so? Yeah, exactly. Trust us on this. ****** 7. Not convinced at all. Either way, Dayan doesn't seem like she's going to let this situation continue. Of course, she wouldn't want her stream turning into a zoo. Since we're on the topic, why don't we set new rules for the stream today? No. Yes. How about dissecting anyone who objects? Oh, that's not a bad idea. You bleep? Message deleted. Where do you live? Kill. Setting rules is good, but can you turn up the mic volume a bit? The mic volume? Is it too low? No, it's fine. Nah, it's alright. We can hear the streamer just fine, but it's hard to hear the sibling's voice. Yeah, it's true, the sibling's voice is a bit low. If we max out the volume, the streamer's voice gets too loud. Hey, what's wrong with my voice? As Dayan screeched, the chat collectively screamed, Kya. Watching the scene unfold in front of me, I found myself lost in thought. The sound is low, huh? Well, that's on purpose, I'm intentionally speaking softly. If anyone said they could hear me clearly, I'd plan to make it even quieter, but I guess there's no need for that. Why? Simple. It's in case anyone found my voice suspicious. Even if it's different from my usual tone and muffled by the costume, someone might still recognize it. Dayan and I had already discussed this, so she didn't mind ignoring the viewers' complaints about the sound. It's because my sibling is a bit shy, so just bear with it. Shy, what now? For someone who's shy, they're pretty blunt. Shy, my foot. If they were any shyer, they'd be stabbing us with a pitchfork. Doesn't want to talk to rejects like us, I see. This little bleep, message deleted. Of course, I'm not actually feeling shy. That's what I say. What are you gonna do about it? I don't have much fondness for Dayan's viewers, who constantly badger her about trivial things. Not that I hate them outright, but there's no reason to do as they wish. I'm too shy to say more. So shameless, lol. I believe it. You're definitely the streamer's relative. Wait, wasn't this a budding innocent character? Why does it feel rotten? Honestly, you'd do great at streaming. Yeah, let's just have the sibling take over the streamer's channel from now on. So this is the vibe. It's that back and forth banter where everyone teases and gets teased. The earlier chaos aside, I think I could get used to this kind of atmosphere. Leaning back in my chair, I watched as Dayan continued with her stream. Underscore 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 underscore. The girl's head, which had been nodding unsteadily, finally slumped down. Huh. Startled, she lifted her head for a moment. Nod. And then, the large costume head started to droop again. Looks like she's tired. Huh? Falling asleep is adorable. Kids should be sleeping at this hour. What were you doing with her last night? Huh? Message deleted. Are you sleepy? So are you sleepy or not? I'm not sleepy. It's okay to go to sleep if you want. I'm really not sleepy. Totally unconvincing. Dayan watched the constantly drooping costume head with growing concern, wondering if Kana's neck might snap at this rate. Eventually, she gently picked Kana up. That's it. Time for bed. At first, Kana mumbled with slight dissatisfaction, but soon she started softly snoring. Dayan chuckled softly, carried her to another room, and gently laid her on the bed. After briefly shifting, Kana wrapped herself cozily in the blanket, clearly enjoying its feel. Kana, really, you should at least take off the costume before sleeping. I don't think I could sleep comfortably with that on. How can she sleep so soundly wearing it? Was she just that tired, or maybe she's used to it? Putting her curiosity aside, Dayan carefully removed the costume head without waking Kana. Good night. After propping a pillow under her head, Dayan left the room and returned to her soundproof booth. I'm back. Pushcart. Cadmium. Car center. Kindness. Oh, she's back? Pfft. You put her to bed? Put her to bed? Well, she didn't wake up, so I just laid her down. I see. Well, it is that time. For a kid these days, she sleeps early. Wait, how old is she again? She's a bit frail, that's why. A delicate girl? Whoa, does she have a health issue? Somehow, she did look a little fragile. Not a serious illness. I'd rather not go into it, but she's not in great health. That's why I didn't want her on stream. We're sorry. Trash humans. Honestly, I did feel a bit bad. This wouldn't even be allowed on another stream. As Dayan trailed off, the viewers picked up on her hint, reading between the lines. Even though Kana could probably still win if she fought, her poor health was indeed real. It's not a lie, after all. Dayan tilted her head with a smirk. Aren't you going to bed too? Me? Dayan glanced at the time. She'd started the stream later than usual, and after chatting so much, time had flown by. It was indeed getting late. I should get going too. Can't exactly leave the stream running while I sleep, so I came back to wrap things up. Nua? Loudly crying face. Just a little longer, please loudly crying face. I only just joined. Maybe it was thanks to the new rules, but the chat was much calmer. Of course, not as many viewers as before, since she had been liberal with the bans and kicks, but still, this is much better. She should have set things up like this from the start. When popular restaurants lose their appeal, it's often because they can't keep up with the service or quality due to an influx of people. Dayan realized once again that there wasn't anything particularly special about streaming. Maybe it's time to hire more staff. Since starting Cilia Online, her streaming style had changed a bit. There were so many changes, but she was still trying to manage things like before, which naturally led to issues. I should probably give out bonuses, too. If even Dayan was feeling this way, it was likely that the staff members helping her with management were struggling even more. As she finished organizing her thoughts, the chat lit up. You guys really seem close. True, lol. Usually, even if you're close as kids, it gets awkward when you get older. It depends, but that does happen often. I was close with my cousin, but after middle school, it got awkward, lol. If she rushes to comfort her cousin just because she's sad, how close are they? Not just close, she seems genuinely kind-hearted. But then, why doesn't she treat us like that? Haha, my sister is kind, that's true. Technically, she wasn't even a real cousin, and she hadn't exactly come over to console Dayan, but it was true that her presence was comforting. So, perhaps it wasn't entirely a lie? Thinking this, Dayan smiled gently. Her smile, drawn while thinking of Kana, caused another uproar in the chat. But anyone crossing the line was promptly cut down under the rules she had set. As I said before, we'll be living together now, so I know she'll come up in conversations sometimes. But if anyone brings her up randomly or says anything weird, it's an instant ban. And if it gets worse, I won't hesitate to send an invitation. Invitation? A fan meeting? You think? A fan meeting invitation, yes. If anyone wants a fan meeting with the police, go ahead and keep acting up. While Dayan didn't enjoy locking things down so tightly, sometimes, as with going to work every morning, there are things you have to do even if you don't want to. Back in Cilia, I caused nothing but trouble. Someday, the calamity that had come to Cilia as Kana and Edel mentioned might come to Earth too. If that day arrived, she wouldn't be able to hide anymore. But until then, or until Kana's feelings changed, she would do things as Kana wished. Alright then, I'm really going to head off now. Good night, everyone. Bye, thanks for today. Bye 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 bye. With that thought, Dayan ended the stream. The familiar face on the now blackened monitor gave her a faint, bitter smile. Still, I ended up relying on her again. How embarrassing. Was there any difference between her current self and when she was in Cilia? Dayan, feeling negative thoughts slowly creep up, slapped her own cheeks with a sharp sound. Slap, get a grip. There's no difference, really. It's ridiculous to complain about being in a tight spot now. Kana even said it. Don't worry so much. Since the mess was caused by her actions, she should clean it up herself. That was probably Kana's way of comforting her, seeing her sigh heavily. She always acts indifferent, but she's surprisingly kind. Kana had probably said it offhandedly, but Dayan didn't know that. Thinking Kana was being considerate, she smiled, pleased. Dwelling on past mistakes would only mean ignoring Kana's kindness. With that, Dayan decided to move forward instead of regretting the past. Maybe I'll get her some chicken tomorrow. She seemed to like it best last time. Murmuring to herself, Dayan picked up her phone to check the feedback on today's stream. She started with the fan cafe, a space created for her, where posts about her sister had visibly decreased, thanks to her warning. After skimming through the posts and feeling satisfied, she began typing quickly. Next up, the community forum. She didn't particularly like this place, but since most rumors emerged here, she couldn't ignore it completely. Cutting off any budding trouble here could resolve most issues. As Dayan filtered through the endless posts on the community, she tilted her head, noticing something. Why is it so quiet? Dayan had expected people to ignore her warning and create chaos, but surprisingly, it was calm. Even when her sister was mentioned, the comments focused on things like they're living together or she's not in good health, with many comments centered on the broadcast content itself. Though, of course, not all of them were. It was only after reading a particular post that Dayan realized why. Oh, was it because of this? The post summarized an incident where Dayan had filed charges against those who had thrown malicious words at her in the past. Since she'd pursued punishment without leniency or settlements, it had left a lasting impression in her memory. The fact that she was a minor was revealed as well, making it clear that no one with anything to lose would risk it. The child protection law can be a painful thing. Thankfully, it doesn't seem necessary to take it to court this time. Hiring a lawyer was no problem. The real issue would be if Kana's identity got exposed during the legal process. Those bold enough to face a lawsuit would likely brag about it online. However, it seemed that wasn't going to happen right now, and Dayan sighed in relief. Am I the only one finding this strange? Winky face. Doesn't it seem suspicious that the person who was depressed over an NPC's death suddenly cheered up as soon as her cousin came over? A photo of Kana sitting in a chair.jpg. A photo of a girl in a cat costume sitting in a chair.jpg. Even their body shapes are similar. Am I the only one suspicious? A few posts suggested a link between her cousin and Kana, raising suspicions. So, what's your point? Yeah, what's your point? Do you think the Earth is flat? If you're being controlled by nanochips, please wave a carrot. Yeah, and of course, the moon landing was fake. These conspiracy theories quickly got shut down, treated as jokes. Just as Dayan had expected. Seeing the successful outcome of her explanation broadcast, Dayan left the community with satisfaction. Yawn. With all the issues that had plagued her for days resolved, and nothing worrying her anymore, Dayan finally felt the fatigue she had forgotten about. She yawned widely and rubbed her eyes. I should go to bed, too. Click. Dayan turned off the lights in the soundproof booth and staggered over to the bed. When she got there, Kana, still in the exact same position Dayan had left her in, welcomed her. She looked like a snugly wrapped cocoon. Click. PFT. Dayan let out a small laugh as she took a picture of Kana, who was fast asleep with only her face peeking out. So adorable. Then, she carefully climbed onto the bed and wrapped her arms around the bundle that was Kana, making sure not to wake her. Kana made a small, grumbling sound, as if uncomfortable. But clearly exhausted, she didn't open her eyes and quickly drifted back into deep sleep. Just a little while like this. Dayan thought she'd just stay this way for a moment, then get up to wash her face, clean up a bit. But against her intentions, her eyelids grew heavier and heavier. Zzz. Soon enough, her dark eyes were completely closed. In the quiet, dark room, only two soft breathing sounds filled the air. The next morning, woken by the sunlight filtering through the half-closed curtains, I looked around in confusion. Why am I lying here? I had been streaming with Dayan, and now, only blinking in bewilderment at the unfamiliar situation for a moment, I tried to sit up to shake off my drowsiness. I tried, but if Dayan hadn't been holding me tightly, snore. With a blanket wrapped around me and Dayan holding me in it like a bundle, I couldn't move at all. All I could do was blink in silent bewilderment. This is suffocating. I muttered my feelings aloud, but Dayan showed no signs of waking up. After a moment of contemplation, I decided not to resist the warmth of the blanket surrounding me and closed my eyes. Oh well, might as well sleep a little longer. After a small incident, time flew by like an arrow. Can you believe it? Baby Kana is already taking her first steps. As your big sis, I can die in peace now. You wanna die for real? My body, once weak and aching like I'd been through a beating, had recovered significantly. Not only could I walk now, but I could also do intense exercises without any trouble. I liked carrying you around, though. Dayan pouted, pushing her lips out in disappointment. I simply ignored her. The freedom of moving my own body again was too good to let anyone spoil. But those helpless days are over now. At first, I thought, I'll probably grow old and die before I fully recover, but eventually, I picked up momentum, and things improved rapidly. Seeing my progress, Dayan had something to say. It's all thanks to my diligent nursing, isn't it? Well, she wasn't exactly wrong. Even though my injury was a bit different from typical wounds, it's true that staying well fed and rested was more beneficial than running around aimlessly. Whenever I mentioned craving something, she'd get it immediately, and sometimes, without me saying a word, she'd bring new dishes she thought I'd like. Dayan took good care of me. Now that I think about it, everything she did was related to food, but she helped in many other ways too. For instance, she'd always help steady me so I wouldn't fall. Given the size difference between us, it must have been tiring, but she never showed any sign of complaint. Any decent person would feel grateful for such kindness, so I was prepared to acknowledge Dayan's efforts. So, as a thank you, how about a little kiss on the cheek? The moment she said that, with hopeful eyes, any gratitude I felt evaporated. A kiss on the cheek? I'd have to be under some kind of spell to agree to that. Dayan, are you insane? What's wrong with a kiss on the cheek? I'm not a kid. Why would I kiss anyone? Kisses aren't just for kids. This level of affection is natural between close people. Okay, whatever. You go ahead and kiss whoever you want. Is that so? Then. Kana just agreed? Come here, let me kiss those soft, squishy cheeks. Ugh, I didn't mean on me. Anyway, after many ups and downs, I managed to regain most of my health, and I'm finally free from being confined. Or so I thought. Now, what am I supposed to do? I confidently declared my freedom, but I didn't really have anything I wanted to do. What are you doing? Dayan asked. Breathing. I was lying around in my room, just like when I was still recovering. But hey, wasn't this the different life I wanted? Besides, I have someone who takes care of all my needs. When I was sick, this felt suffocating, but now, it doesn't seem so bad. I guess it's all in how you view things. Kana, have you reached enlightenment or something? Dayan suddenly hugged me as I rolled around on the floor. Don't leave me behind. Ack. What's with the drama? Aren't you about to reach spiritual enlightenment? Enlightenment, my foot. I twisted around to slip out of Dayan's arms. She tried to hold on with all her might, but she was no match for my renewed strength. I looked at Dayan's defeated expression with a teasing smile. Pathetic. Oh, you little brat. Blah. I stuck out my tongue, challenging her to come at me if she didn't like it. Dayan's body shook with frustration. My sweet, innocent Kana is tainted. I was never yours, and I was never innocent. This is all because of the internet. She yelled, storming off to who knows where. What was that? Watching Dayan leave in a loud flurry, just as noisily as she came, I buried my head back into the pillow. I mean, it wasn't like Dayan's antics were new or anything. By now, her not doing this would feel more unusual. Calm and composed Dayan? That's practically an urban legend. Sigh. As I lay there, staring blankly up at the ceiling, suddenly, hi, Dayan's head popped out of nowhere. Her timing felt unusually quick today. Usually, after pestering me with nonsense and getting shut down, she'd stay quiet for a while, but here she was, back already. Why are you back so soon? Hehe, I'm not the Dayan you know. I'm future Dayan, sneaking over here while present Dayan is away. How was I supposed to respond to that? With a playful grin, she plopped down beside me. Do you like the mountains or the sea better, Kana? Why the sudden question? Answer sincerely? This question is as legendary as mom or dad, black bean noodles or spicy seafood noodles, and spicy cold noodles or plain cold noodles. For the record, I like mom more. Dayan, having dropped a line that would surely hurt her dad's feelings, pressed me for an answer. Pausing my lazy rolling around, I thought it over. Mountains or the sea? Neither, really. What? But if I had to pick, I like the mountains better. Though I've had plenty of tough times in the mountains, I also have lots of memorable ones there. My father's grave is in the mountains too. So, why are you asking this all of a sudden? I told you, it's a classic question. It's the perfect way to break the ice with people you're not that close with. It's light, easy to answer, and can lead to other topics. Other topics? Yeah. For example, oh, you like black bean noodles? Have you tried the Chinese place run by that one chef? It's amazing. You can connect it like that? Oh, clap, clap. The way she linked ideas so smoothly was impressive. I found myself clapping, almost entranced. Dayan did an exaggerated bow in response. Of course, since Kana and I are super close, I don't need to ask these kinds of questions. No, I think you should still ask them. That's so mean. Sniff, sniff. Dayan pretended to cry at my blunt words. Anyway, I've decided. But only for a moment. Dayan raised herself and proudly declared. I looked up at her blankly. Let's go out. To the mountains. What? It's boring being home all the time, isn't it? Boring? I do get restless sometimes, but not to the point where I'm climbing the walls or anything. Come on, really. Noticing my lack of enthusiasm, Dayan hooked her arms under mine and pulled me up. Even with that, my lack of interest didn't change, so I just let myself droop. Oh, who would doubt your Kana if you didn't act like such a cat? NGH. She lifted me with a bit of force, and before I knew it, I was cradled in her arms as she sat down on the sofa. Dayan gently patted my head. Except for that one shopping trip, you've been at home every day. I felt sorry seeing you cooped up here after coming to Earth. I don't think there's any need to feel sorry. Thanks to you, I've been living comfortably. Oh, really? Hehe. If that's the case, I'm glad. As I spoke sincerely, the hand stroking my hair paused briefly. Then, it resumed, now feeling even softer than before. I closed my eyes halfway, savoring the feeling of her gentle hand on my head as I drifted into thought. Although I said otherwise, it wasn't a bad suggestion. As I'd mentioned, there were times when I felt a bit bored. Not that anything special would happen if I went to the mountains, but it would at least be a nice change of pace. Should I go or not? The decision didn't take long. Don't feel pressured. If you don't want to, it's okay to say no. What matters most is what Kana wants. All right. Let's go. Okay, if you don't want to, then wait, what did you just say? Dayan's voice rose as if she hadn't expected me to agree. Should we not go? No? How about we leave right now, without any preparation? To journey with the sky as our friend, the clouds as our blanket, now that's the essence of travel, right? I held her back, reining in her eagerness to head out immediately. Ugh. I used just a tiny bit of force in holding her back, but hey, all's well that ends well. Once I agreed to Dayan's idea of going on a trip, things moved along swiftly. I'll handle all the preparations. True to her confident proclamation, Dayan made the plans, gathered the items we'd need, and organized everything herself. Kana, could you, help me carry this? So not entirely alone. With the trunk packed to the brim, Dayan wiped the sweat beading on her forehead. All right, soldiers, ready for takeoff. You said to leave all the prep to you. Obviously, I meant mental preparation. Or did you trust your mind to me too? That wouldn't be so bad. Not a chance. Leaving the overly excited Dayan to chatter on, I climbed into the car first. With the trunk packed full, and the back seat also filled with luggage, my only option was to sit in the front. Even if it hadn't been, I would have sat up front anyway. Kana, it's polite to sit up front when someone else is driving. Why? The back seat is the seat of honor. I see. Maybe there is such a rule. I had no reason to insist on sitting in the back anyway. Once Dayan settled in the driver's seat and buckled up, she said, "We're heading to a campsite halfway up the mountain. I confirmed that no one else has made a reservation, so we can enjoy ourselves without worrying about anyone spotting us." Okay. Having heard this before, I nodded without any objection. Suddenly, Dayan, holding the steering wheel, burst into laughter. Doing this reminds me of our first trip together. Back then, we were coming down from the mountain. Isn't it fun that now we're going up? Our first trip. Yes. That time, when I decided to head towards Sedeth. Dayan was right, things were much different now, different timing, different means of travel, different purposes, and even a changed relationship between Dayan and me. Yeah, but some things hadn't changed from then until now. I'm looking forward to it. I smiled softly at Dayan, liking that even with the passage of time and a world that had shifted, some things stayed the same. I had a feeling this would be a wonderful trip.